Mizuki, are you absolutely certain about your decision? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a weight of seriousness as he observed the young boy before him.
Yes, Hokage-sama.
I've decided not to attend Jonin Academy. Naruto needs someone to be there for him. If I leave, it'll be harder for him to focus on his studies and grow properly, Uzumaki Mizuki replied with calm determination, his golden eyes meeting the elder's gaze with unwavering resolve. The world of shinobi had always been harsh, but for Mizuki, it was doubly so. 7 years had passed since the catastrophic Nine Tails rebellion, and the scars of that night still lingered in his heart. He was Uzumaki Naruto's twin brother and a reincarnated soul from a distant world, an ordinary person granted a second chance in this unforgiving reality. Mizuki had watched helplessly as his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, sacrificed their lives to save the village. Left behind were 2 young boys, one of whom carried the burden of the 9 tails sealed within him. Mizuki, on the other hand, was free of that curse but acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Only by becoming a shinobi can you better protect Naruto and the village, Hiruzen reasoned, his voice tinged with hope. He saw potential in both brothers, believing they could carry on Minato and Kushina's legacy.
Mizuki shook his head. No, Hokage-sama.
Naruto will protect me, won't you, Naruto? Even though you're a stinky know-it-all, I'll protect you, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms with a playful pout. Despite his words, his bright eyes shone with affection. He dreamed of becoming a ninja, not just to protect the village but also to make friends and carve out his own path. Hiruzen chuckled and patted the boys on their heads. If you ever change your mind, Mizuki, my door is always open. With that, the Hokage departed, leaving the 2 brothers alone in their modest home. Naruto glanced up at Mizuki with curiosity. Big brother, are you really not going to ninja school? You'd be great at it. You could learn cool ninjutsu and become super strong. Mizuki ruffled Naruto's hair, a soft smile playing on his lips.
No need.
You'll become strong enough for both of us. Now go wash up and help me make dinner. Naruto grumbled but obeyed, while Mizuki turned his thoughts inward. Ninja school? A place to mold children into soldiers, sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder before they've even graduated. No, Naruto will go because he must, so he can survive in this world, but I refuse to play into their game. As Mizuki chopped vegetables in the tiny kitchen, his mind wandered to the broader realities of the village. The will of fire that Hiruzen espoused felt hollow to him. Konoha was a machine that devoured its people, and the commoners bore the brunt of its cruelty. The powerful clans controlled the resources, while others toiled endlessly with little to show for it. His parents had been exceptions, bright, heroic figures in a system that ultimately failed them. System, open my panel, Mizuki thought silently. A translucent interface appeared before his eyes, displaying the template he had drawn upon his reincarnation, the heroic spirit, Gilgamesh. Template, King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Passive abilities. Golden Rule, blessed with inexhaustible wealth and luck. Divinity, enhanced attack effects, double potency. Pretty Boy, a charm that captivates both men and women.
Noble Phantasms.
King's Treasury, grants access to a limitless arsenal of treasures, enhancing attributes. Sword of Rupture, the key to overwhelming power. Attributes. Strength, 15, above average adult male, 10. Endurance, 11. Mental power, 23. Blood value, 110. Mana reserve, 230. Mizuki stared at the stats, frustration bubbling beneath his calm demeanor. This strength means nothing if I can't use it freely, he muttered. Sarutobi Hiruzen had withheld his parents' inheritance, leaving the brothers with just enough to scrape by. And then there was Danzo Shimura, always scheming, always watching. Danzo's interest in Naruto as a weapon was no secret, but Mizuki was determined to keep his brother out of the old warhawk's grasp. Big brother, dinner's ready. Naruto's cheerful voice pulled Mizuki from his thoughts. The 2 brothers sat together, eating the simple meal of rice and vegetables grown in their small backyard garden. Mizuki had hidden his wealth and abilities, knowing any show of extravagance could attract the wrong kind of attention. No matter what, I'll protect Naruto, Mizuki resolved. Even if I must become a shadow to shield him from this village's darkness. The time for action would come soon enough. System, exchange for the Skylock, he whispered, a faint glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Hope remained, and with it, Mizuki's determination to shape a better future for Naruto and himself. Since gaining the system, Uzumaki Mizuki had carefully walked the tightrope of survival. While the system offered him tasks for points, most were far beyond his current strength. Worse still, he was under constant surveillance. Unlike Naruto, who carried the undeniable mark of the 9 tails, Mizuki could vanish without a trace. a fact that made him a more tempting target for the likes of Danzo Shimura. And falling into Danzo's hands? That would be a fate far worse than death. To stay under the radar, Mizuki stuck to simple daily tasks, steadily accumulating points over time. Today, after months of patience, he had finally saved enough to exchange for his first treasure. The system offered a unique advantage. The first treasure could be purchased for only 5% of its usual price, but only from the arsenal of Gilgamesh. Though he already possessed the deviation sword, Mizuki lacked the magical power to wield it effectively. Thus, his first real choice was clear: the Skylock, a treasure that would bolster his defenses. The Skylock has been exchanged and placed in the king's treasury. 20,000 points have been deducted. Mizuki glanced at his now zeroed point balance and felt a fleeting pang of emptiness. But the excitement quickly overtook him. Open attributes, he commanded, eager to see how much his strength had grown. Attributes post, Skylock * integration ***. Strength * 145 points. Stamina * 118 points. Mental power * 175 points. HP * 1450. Mana * 1750, plus 2000 from Skylock. An average increase of over 130 points. Mizuki exclaimed, satisfaction blooming on his face. The sheer boost to his stats was exhilarating. Skylock was a calculated choice. While offensive treasures like the Deviation Sword were powerful, they demanded immense mana, at least 5,000 points for even 1/10 of its full power. For now, it was just a key. The Skylock, however, offered immediate and practical utility, making it invaluable for his current situation. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. Let's test this out, he muttered, heading to the privacy of their tiny bathroom, a place where no prying eyes could see. With a thought, Mizuki activated the king's treasury. 3 golden halos materialized behind him, each releasing a single chain of the Skylock. The glowing chains snaked through the air, their metallic luster shimmering under the dim light. The chains were not overly large, roughly the thickness of Mizuki's small arm, but they carried immense power. 3 chains, barely 3 mana points per second, he noted. The mana consumption was negligible. Testing further, he summoned 3 additional chains. His mana consumption increased by only 3 more points per second, bringing the total to 6. Efficient, Mizuki mused, observing the balance between mana recovery and expenditure. His passive mana regeneration, 1 point per second, meant he could maintain the chains for an extended period without depleting his reserves. He manipulated a single chain, testing its strength. The chain tore through the wooden wall of the bathroom effortlessly, leaving splinters scattered on the floor. The strength of one chain is equivalent to 2 adult men. With its durability, it can pierce walls with ease. Satisfied with his experiment, Mizuki dismissed the chains and closed the treasury. He then turned his attention to another skill. Extending his right hand, he focused his mana, forming a glowing blue sphere in his palm. Rasengan, he whispered. The spinning orb of energy appeared, its bright light illuminating the room. This was a skill he had painstakingly learned, a legacy left by his father Minato Namikaze. Though initially limited by his meager chakra reserves, Mizuki now had the mana to wield it properly. A standard Rasengan at last, he murmured, examining the sphere. It costs 500 mana points to form, but with my reserves now boosted to 2,000, I can use it 7 times before running dry. By comparing his mana to the chakra levels of seasoned ninja, Mizuki estimated his reserves were on par with a jonin like Kakashi Hatake. However, raw power was not the same as combat prowess. He lacked real-world experience, a gap he planned to bridge soon. Phew, Mizuki sighed, releasing the Rasengan and leaning back. At least I have the strength to protect myself and Naruto now. For the first time, I don't feel completely defenseless. The weight of constant vulnerability had been a heavy burden. Mizuki and Naruto had lived like prey, defenseless against the predators of the ninja world. But now, with the Skylock and his increased reserves, Mizuki felt a spark of confidence. Tomorrow, he resolved, I stop living in fear. It's time to show a little of what I can do, earn more money and grow stronger. Mizuki smirked, his golden eyes gleaming. The path forward was clear. Power required resources, and resources required action.
For him, life was simple.
With money, I can become stronger. And with strength, I'll protect everything I care about.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
That brat doesn't want to go to the ninja school. His aptitude should be very good, why not leave it to me to train? The roots on Danzo's side only inserted one hand into Umbu, which was monitoring the two brothers of Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit on guard against him, especially with such a sensitive thing. And let him do things outside, but never restrict, let him do it. Danzo knew very well that if he was worthless, the man in front of him would abandon him without hesitation and throw everything on him. However, he himself acknowledged this matter and sacrificed for Konoha. Under the light, there is always darkness, and darkness is indispensable, so let him manage these darkness. Forget it, Minato and Kushina have done a lot for the village. Have made one child a Jinchuriki, don't force the other child to do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, rejecting Danzo's request. But the truth is, he doesn't want to hand Mizuki over to Danzo. He knew that Mizuki would definitely become a killing machine in Danzo's hands, and most importantly, he will definitely use Mizuki to threaten Naruto. Mizuki is in his own hands. Since the other party is not a ninja, then let Umbu keep an eye on him. Jinchuriki is a very important part, and he will not allow Danzo to touch it. Okay. Danzo didn't say much. He naturally saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean that, and he was still guarding himself. But he doesn't care because he really wants to take his place and become the new Hokage. But in private, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't control what he wants to do. The roots belonged completely to him, and he used sealing techniques to control these people. Even Hiruzen couldn't learn anything from them, and they belonged completely to him. This kid looks a bit like Minato. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe with a bitter expression on his face. For Minato, a super manager, he is naturally very satisfied. It can be said that Minato is in front of the stage, while he is behind the scenes. All the hard work is done by Minato, and he is responsible for getting the benefits, without having to bear so much pressure. At the same time, Minato can also stimulate the efforts of the civilians, making them put down their guard and work hard for Konoha. But such a good candidate died? Jiraiya was unwilling to do the job, and Orochimaru defected again. To Tsunade, he was a little reluctant. Now I can only carry on by myself. Moreover, he saw the wisdom of Minato from Mizuki. It's a pity that this kid doesn't want to be a ninja, and he doesn't force it too much, because Mizuki grows up. He doesn't know how old he is, and he is already 65 now. It's a reward for Minato, and I won't force that child to do anything, just live in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen considers himself very tolerant. He gave up on crushing the kid and just used him as a fuse to suppress Naruto. Danzo preached about the Nine Tails monster, making the villagers hostile to the Naruto brothers, and they could only depend on each other. And the only one who has gained their trust is yourself? Mizuki's daily tasks are basically training tasks. Mainly magic manipulation. The effect is still obvious, the strength has been increased 10 times, but he didn't even break the chopsticks. Ninja school. Mizuki watched Naruto walk into the school and sneered. Just now Iruka wanted him to study too, but Mizuki still found an excuse to get rid of it. He has no time to study in this kind of place. Now that he has a certain strength, he can finally perform a little bit out of line. Daily tasks give very few points, more than a dozen points, or even a few points. It's mainly from my younger brother who is a tool man. The task types are divided into combat tasks, growth tasks, and daily tasks. The combat task is to defeat ninjas with names and surnames in the plot, and to get points equal to the opponent's strength and fame. At the same time, Genin is 50 points, Chunin is 200 points, and Jonin is 1000 points. The growth task is a task that can only be done after opening one's own power. Power subjects. Each subject will provide 50 points. Recruiting characters with names and surnames in the plot, you can get extra points. The king's territory, the territory you own, will provide you with points every year according to the population in the territory. The growth task cannot be done now, and Konoha can't take it down either. So I'm here to brush my brother. 200 points at a time? The same points as a Chunin, the child's strength. During this period, he also tried Ino and little Sakura. The two girls were also attracted by his beauty, so they asked for a competition, but they didn't refuse, and Mizuki easily pushed them down. But they only have 20 points. And Mizuki found that after defeating them, they would bully Naruto. After thinking about it, he gave up collecting points from them, and it was better to use his younger brother. But one person can only swipe once a week. Count 1 point. So it took a lot of time to collect enough points. 12 Xiaoqiang, they are all studying in this school now, and it's convenient to find them. It was not easy to rush into other people's families before, but now it's okay to block them after school. Anyway, I am a bad boy who didn't study, Uzumaki Mizuki said with some excitement. It's just that his behavior is a bit bad. After all, his combined age is more than 30 years old. To block a 7-year-old child, that is, a child in the first grade of elementary school, I feel a little complicated. If it was the 12 Xiaoqiang who were 12 years old, the age of junior high school students, he might not dare to take this list. Too dangerous? If you're not careful, maybe you'll die first. It's still an easy list for elementary school students. You are Uchiha Sasuke, I heard that you are a bad fart in school, dare to fight with me. Uzumaki Mizuki said this embarrassing line. He made a lot of mental preparations for himself when he wandered outside until school was over. The target has been selected, and the priority is Uchiha Sasuke. Next came Kiba, Shikamaru, Koji, and Chino. Little Sakura and Ino have a good relationship with him, so I'm embarrassed to do this, and Hinata, maybe the future sister-in-law after all, if he does such a thing, how will we meet in the future? So, blocking Suzuki is the best. Vortex Naruto. Suzuki looked at Mizuki in surprise. But soon, he found something was wrong, because the Whirlpool Naruto had no beard on his face, and his pupils were red, as if they were blood eyes. Naruto, are you talking about my brother? It's just that he said you are a bad fart, let's have a fight, I want to see if you are really that good. Uzumaki Mizuki quickly deducted the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with his toes in embarrassment. After all, I am in my 30s, so I feel somewhat ashamed to do this kind of thing. Umbu, who followed Uzumaki Mizuki, was very surprised. I didn't expect Uzumaki Mizuki to do such a thing. But this kind of thing has precedence, whoever bullied Naruto, he would beat him back. This Umbu also thought that Uzumaki Naruto was in school and was angry with this Uchiha kid, so Uzumaki Mizuki came to the door. He is very interested in watching this kind of children's performance. Humph. You do not deserve. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and said very mockingly. People of the Uchiha clan, aren't you afraid? Uzumaki Mizuki speaks the prepared lines. At the same time, the degree of dislike to Sasuke in my heart silently increased by a level. It's really stinky? What did you say? Okay, then let me show you how powerful the Uchiha clan is. Sasuke stared. How dare he say that about the Uchiha clan? Can't bear it? After speaking, he rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki with a diagonal skull bag on his back. Get ready to punch this guy hard. Uzumaki Mizuki's acting skills are very good, after all, he has been acting for so many years. Sasuke directly punched Uzumaki Mizuki in the face, very direct. Oh, don't blame me. Uzumaki Mizuki was a little embarrassed, but without hesitation, he threw out the flower he was holding in his hand. Wow, Sasuke was taken aback. It was originally planned to use sand, but Uzumaki Mizuki felt that it would be too miserable for Sasuke. So I chose to use flower? Good results. Sasuke, who was fighting this kind of gangster for the first time, had no experience at all, and was instantly slapped in the face by the flower, so he couldn't see it at all. After losing sight of his eyes, Sasuke was a little confused, and was swept down by Uzumaki Mizuki in an instant. Then Uzumaki Mizuki pinned him to the ground and punched him directly in the right cheek. Sasuke was in pain and was immediately scared. Whoa! Looking at Sasuke who was beaten and crying, Uzumaki Mizuki couldn't hold his fist a little bit. The face is really embarrassing. After crossing the ninja world and getting the template of Gilgamesh, I beat the 7-year-old Sasuke to tears. It's a bit out of place. Oof, next time you fart again, I will see you once and beat you once. Uzumaki Mizuki finished his harsh words and ran away. So embarrassing, as if he was the one to lose. Ha ha ha. Follow Uzumaki Mizuki's Umbu, almost laugh out loud. Is this a child's fight? It actually has 200 points, it really is at the same level as Naruto. Looking at the point reward prompted by the system, Uzumaki Mizuki felt his fist harden again. My younger brother is careful every time he hits it, but he can hit other younger brothers? Thinking of Itachi also beat up his younger brother and stuffed a crow into Naruto's stomach, Uzumaki Mizuki felt hardened again. Sasuke, it's time to beat up? Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Itachi, who was originally at the door of the house with a gloomy face, immediately changed his expression when he saw Jean weeping home. Seeing Sasuke who was covered in white powder so miserable, Itachi showed killing intent. This is his bottom line and his weakness? No one can move. Oni-chan. I was beaten after school, woo woo woo, he said I'm a bad fart. Also said that the Uchiha family is not good. I was angry and wanted to beat him, but he threw flour at me. I couldn't see it, and then he beat me. The small face on the right side of Sasuke is still a little swollen. After seeing Itachi, he quickly started to complain, sniffing his nose from time to time, looking miserable. Damn it, who is it? Uchiha Itachi, whose heart had sunk into darkness, immediately thought it was Danzo's fault. Or another family wants to be a dog, first come to the Uchiha family. He doesn't allow this kind of thing. It's Naruto's big brother, but he didn't say his name. Seeing the backer, Sasuke stopped crying and said to Itachi angrily, are adults bullying children? Damn it, you still use Naruto's big brother. When Itachi heard that it was the kid's big brother, he immediately got angry. If you have the ability to find him, what's the point of bullying a child? But soon he realized that the name Uzumaki Naruto, he only has one big brother, and his twin big brother should be younger than Sasuke. Now, he felt troublesome. The other party was a real child, so he couldn't take revenge himself. Okay, looks the same as that idiot Naruto, sure can't be wrong. ONI sauce, can you beat him up for me? Sasuke said very seriously. He wants his big brother to take revenge, anyway, that guy is also Naruto's big brother, so it certainly doesn't matter if he does it himself. In his view, this is the case. I'm already an adult, don't bully children. Itachi said helplessly. In addition to his identity, the fact that Uzumaki Mizuki is a child also prevents him from getting involved. Then what to do? He said he would hit me every time he saw me. Sasuke was wronged. Can't even my big brother help? What about Sasuke? At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku, who just got off work and looked tired, also appeared. This brat. Beside the dining table, Fugaku took a sip of his wine very speechlessly. Recently, it has become more and more difficult to get along between the clan and Konoha, and the conflicts have increased sharply. It upset him very much. You can't beat the fuck? Fugaku asked suspiciously. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the situation of the Whirlpool brothers, he also knew that the life of these two brothers was actually quite difficult. As for Sasuke, he has practiced since he was a child. Although he is mediocre, he cannot beat the opponent. He used means, hit me in the face with flour, couldn't see it, and got knocked out. Sasuke pursed his lips and said. He felt that the other party was playing tricks. Itake, take some time and teach Sasuke how to practice, let them solve the children's affairs by themselves. Fugaku also had no way to intervene in this matter. Okay. In this matter, Itake recognized his father, but recently, he was very short on time. Next time, I will definitely beat him. Seeing this, Sasuke hastily said. Indicates that he is a man of the Uchiha clan. Naruto is happy at school. With Uzumaki Mizuki around, Naruto and his peers are not so embarrassed. At least two people who think they are sisters-in-law will still talk to him. So I'm so happy. Uzumaki Mizuki also feels very happy, and the speed of accumulating points can be accelerated again. The next day, he changed his target. After all, he could only swipe once a week. This time it was replaced by Inuzuka teeth. You must be Inuzuka Iba, I heard that you are a bad fart in school. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Inuzuka Fang wearing a thick coat and said, Naruto, no, who are you? Inuzuka looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in displeasure. Then there was a fight. Same as yesterday, but today Uzumaki Mizuki prepared stink bombs and flour. Just beat Inuzuka to tears. Got 100 points. Not as tall as Sasuke and Naruto, the difference is twice as high, but Mizuki is already satisfied. At least it's better than doing daily tasks. Then on the third day, Uzumaki Mizuki chose Koji, called him fat, and then started fighting. After the end, Mizuki had an extra bag of potato chips in his hand. On the fourth day, it was Shikamaru, and the other party threw in the towel. On the fifth day Abarameshino, who took the shopping street lottery to get insecticide, got the victory. The sixth day was Niji, who was a year older than Naruto and the others, but also succeeded with the flower tactic. On the seventh day, it was Xiaoli, who cooperated with the challenge very well. Uzumaki Mizuki did not play tricks here, and controlled just the right strength. The two had a fight. On Umbu's side, report what Uzumaki Mizuki did this week to Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, every day, he would block these children after school and beat them up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised. In his opinion, Uzumaki Mizuki is a polite child. Didn't expect to do such a thing. What happened to the Uchiha clan recently made him very distracted, and he didn't have time to look at Naruto. And with Iruka here, if there is anything, he will definitely find out first and then notify himself, so he is not in a hurry. He beat these kids so that Naruto wouldn't be bullied at school. After all, everyone knows about Nine Tails. As long as it doesn't cause trouble, it's fine, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. He doesn't have time to care about ordinary small fights. He plans to talk to Uzumaki Mizuki the next time he sees him and let him go to the ninja school. Tell him the truth, if you don't study, you won't be able to beat these children in the future. Yes. Hokage has no objection, and his Umbu naturally has no objection. Just complete the task. Because of Uzumaki Mizuki, the Vortex Naruto seems to be normal now, and the report shows that Naruto is studying hard at school. Uzumaki Mizuki has been brushing for a month. Uzumaki Mizuki sent his younger brother, who had just received 2 fists of love from him, to school. When Naruto left, he looked unconvinced, but there was nothing he could do. Can't beat it? What are you looking at? In the classroom, Naruto noticed that Sasuke, Koji, and Inuzuka Kiba always looked at him, and he was very upset today, so he asked directly. I will definitely beat your big brother, Sasuke said directly. Using that method is not a good person. Thinking of that stench, Inuzuka was still a little scared. When I got home, I was vomiting non-stop. Tell you big brother, I'm not fat, Koji said seriously. You were also beaten by my big brother. Naruto wondered. No, who was beaten? It's just a contest. Inuzuka Kiba, Koji, and Sasuke spoke one after another. Boring. Shikamaru was lying on the table like a dead fish, not wanting to turn over at all. Class, be quiet. Iruka walked into the classroom and tapped on the blackboard. He felt that everyone seemed to study harder this week. It's just that there is a lot of noise, and I don't know what's going on. This week, Uzumaki Mizuki swiped thousands of points again. Hitting children has become a habit. But I didn't start too viciously, just cry. Only Shikamaru is the smartest. Although he was upset, he knew that he couldn't beat him, so he immediately surrendered. But the system doesn't agree, it must be beaten up. I'm dizzy when I'm walking around, and I don't know what Uzumaki Mizuki means. The family of the child who was beaten dare not speak out. Now the village is called Whirlpool, and they can't touch it. Instead, they have to be careful in the future. The 2 brothers can't have an accident, otherwise who knows if Hokage will be implicated in them. That mad dog, Danzo, in particular, is sure to hit the ground running. But what they don't know is that these 2 old guys, now all their attention is on the Uchiha clan, and they don't have time to care about these. A month has passed. 5,500 points. This speed is not bad. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his points with a satisfied smile. He was thinking about whether he should expand the scope of scoring points and score more people. But except for the 12 little strong, the rest are all powerful guys, just beat Iruka directly. After all, Naruto will hang out with him for a few years. The janitor duo was not very convenient to do it, and Pain didn't dare to go through the main door. Other ninjas with names and surnames are not so easy to brush, the risk is too great. Now it is still stable to play 12 Xiaoqiang, and he is thinking about whether to include the 4 girls in the option to collect points. A new month begins. Uzumaki Mizuki started his own plan to earn points again. But this time, I ran into a hard stubble. Uchiha Itachi appeared. Have you made up your mind? On Monday again, Uzumaki and Mizuki came to block Suzuki's time. Sunday was vacated by him, and Shikamaru just brushed his face and got points, and then went to find Niji. With Xiaoli, it was directly agreed to play a game on Saturday, so there is no need to go to him specifically, which saves time. This time I'm serious, this is Kunao, and it will bleed when cut. Suzuki also made up his mind. I can't continue to be beaten, even if I use weapons. I have it too. You can pick it up every day. Try to see who can use this weapon better. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, there is a ninja bag hanging from his waist. He directly took out a handful of Kunao and confronted Suzuki. Hey, it seems a little troublesome this time. Umbu, who was watching the show, was a little surprised. But thinking back to when I was 7 years old, I already knew that many seniors who were 3 years older than me had gone to the battlefield. Now this situation doesn't seem to be a big problem, and he thought that he could stop them at any time, but he was just 2 brats. Also, he looks so cool these days. Since he was born as a commoner, and Uzumaki Mizuki beat up children from big families, what would he think? I just think it's a pity that Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't go to ninja school. He is obviously very skilled and has high talent. And, there are many routines. Those brats from the big families were completely played around. In this case, if you die, don't blame me. Suzuki was already full of anger. He felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was not as strong as himself at all, but he played so many tricks. This time, he wants to defeat this guy with the shuriken technique that his big brother taught him. Even if it hurts the other party, it will not hesitate. He didn't dare to fight Uzumaki Mizuki, it was too dangerous, and who knew there would be potholes on the ground. Holding Kunao in his left hand, he took out 3 shurikens in his right hand and threw them out. 3 shuriken shots were fired, 2 of which hit him in a left and right arc, while the other shot directly rushed towards him. Attack him directly on 3 sides. But Uzumaki Mizuki easily knocked the front shuriken away with Kunao, and then rushed directly towards Suzuki. At the same time, clenched the left hand as if holding something. Here we come, flower attack. Suzuki never closed his eyes, kept them open, fixedly staring at Uzumaki Mizuki, trying to see through him. He has already hit this trick 4 times. Already very familiar. This time, I will definitely not be tricked again. Boom. Flashbang. Suzuki felt his eyes stinging, and couldn't keep opening them at all, so he closed them directly, and the tears couldn't stop staying. When Uzumaki Mizuki was about to kick Suzuki, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Mizuki popped 3 golden chains directly behind his back, and at the same time he himself rolled in front of a lazy donkey. After standing up, Uzumaki Mizuki frowned. Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi, dressed in casual clothes and with a forehead protector, just appeared behind him. At this time, 3 golden chains were tied directly to his right hand. Whoosh. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing? Umbu, who was protecting Uzumaki Mizuki, appeared directly at this time, looking at Uchiha Itachi very vigilantly. The flash bomb just now flashed him too, and he felt something bad right away. When he got a clear view, he was surprised to find that Uchiha Itachi was actually here. After Uzumaki Mizuki first started to do it, he felt at first that these big families would definitely come to trouble this kid. But after waiting for 2 weeks, he realized that the 2 brothers were living under the watchful eyes of Hokage, who dared to provoke them. Unexpectedly, the first one to appear was the Uchiha family, who have been very low-key recently. Just came to pick up my brother home. I thought someone attacked my brother. Uchiha Itachi said very calmly. It's just that his pair of red eyes seemed to indicate otherwise. Then you take your brother and leave. This Umbu naturally didn't want to conflict with Uchiha Itachi. His mission is to protect Uzumaki Mizuki, and he doesn't want to cause other troubles. But he discovered the 3 chains that appeared from midair. Before he could observe, the 3 chains turned into light particles and disappeared. Itachi took a look at Uzumaki Mizuki and left with Suzuki. This Umbu was also relieved. But the golden chain that appeared just now made him very puzzled. But he didn't suspect that it was Uzumaki Mizuki who did it. After all, he had protected Uzumaki Mizuki for a long time and knew that this kid was good. But there is no cultivation fruit chakra refining technique, let alone release ninjutsu. Did someone else be there just now, protecting Uzumaki Mizuki? Thinking of this, Umbu immediately shuddered. He didn't notice this at all. Sure enough, it's a Brahkan, and he actually went out in person, at a time like this. Uzumaki Mizuki showed a little panic look on his face. It was as if a child had been caught fighting by an adult. But the heart is a little vigilant. The Uchiha clan should be wiped out in the near future. This Umbu did not suspect him, but he was very wary of the guy who was protecting Uzumaki Mizuki from the void around him. If he couldn't get away, he would definitely have to find someone to help. Uzumaki Mizuki, just like ordinary kids, was scared and went home. After returning to the room, his face returned to calm, and he continued to cook for Naruto. Someone is secretly protecting Uzumaki Mizuki. 3 golden chains. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. Uchiha Itachi showed up to help Sasuke. He was not very surprised, because recently, he had already talked with Uchiha Itachi, only letting go of Sasuke. It is not normal for such a guy to help his younger brother if he can make the choice to give up the whole family and only protect his younger brother. Yes, and suddenly disappeared in midair? This Anbu replied seriously. Anbu's words gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan, and the remaining ones, have sneaked into Konoha village? Send Anbu, carefully investigate the situation around Uzumaki Mizuki and Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't suspect Uzumaki Mizuki either. Most likely too low. Uzumaki Mizuki has been growing up under his sight, it is impossible to have such power. Then the only possibility is that someone is secretly protecting the two brothers? Is Minato left behind? After Anbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a gloomy expression on his face. Now is the critical moment to solve Uchiha, don't want to cause more trouble? However, Jinchuriki is also at stake, and nothing can happen. Naruto's life here is quite peaceful. He is not as naughty as in the plot, and he knows how to listen carefully. In addition, Uzumaki Mizuki has practiced with him since he was a child. Naruto has a little foundation in physical skills. Not to mention being in the forefront, but at least not at the end of the crane. Although some students in the class excluded him, but 2 more sisters-in-law spoke for him, which made him very confident. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't suspect me. Uzumaki Mizuki, after waiting all night, found that no one came to him. On the contrary, there seemed to be some movement outside the house. It looks like it's looking for someone. Itachi, Brakan, is really annoying. Looks like my plans are going to change. Uzumaki and Mizuki are eating breakfast helplessly. Originally, his plan was to fool Uchiha Sasuke after the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Get the title deed of the Uchiha clan from him? Then his value will skyrocket and his strength will increase greatly. He has seen lottery tickets and so on, and the highest one won is 400,000 taels, which is too little money. Asuma's head is 35 million. Now with his predictive ability, he found that Uchiha is the best bargain. Uchiha's family land, no matter how worthless it is more expensive than Asuma's head, at least worth a few hundred million. So prepare to collect points while waiting for the bottom hunting time. Uzumaki Mizuki believes that if he gets the title deed from Sasuke, Uchiha's only heir, he can at least double his strength. Then he can use the deviation sword. Unexpectedly, this time he was forced to reveal the sky lock, and was targeted by Itachi. Uzumaki Mizuki felt helpless. Because of this Brakan, I have to change my plan. I wanted to stick to it, but it seems that the situation doesn't allow it now. For safety, choose a method with moderate risks and rewards. Uzumaki Mizuki, get ready to take a little risk. The next day, Naruto went to school. Uzumaki Mizuki secretly kept track of his previous performance, went out for a stroll, and bought some supplies for the family along the way. Then I picked up a wallet with a lot of money very smoothly. He can see it on the road every day. After picking it up a few times, he finds it more conspicuous. After that, he chooses to hand it over to the police force. Today, prepare for the same. But this time, he was going directly to the police force. On Anbu's side, today, there are 3 Anbu who came to protect Uzumaki Mizuki, just to find the guy hiding in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't allow it. There is such a guy who unknowingly hides in Konoha and meddles in his affairs. Ajisen, hello. I want to ask, where does Uchiha Sasuke's father work? On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he went straight to the police force with his wallet in hand. The 3 Anbu felt uneasy, but they still dare not attack this place. But the kid in front of him is Uzumaki Mizuki. If it were Naruto, he wouldn't let him get close. You, Uchiha Sasuke's father, he must be the son of the patriarch. What do you want from him? People in the police force, seeing Uzumaki Mizuki's appearance, were immediately taken aback. It can be said that, except for Hokage, everyone in the village knows the face of Brother Whirlpool. Thanks to Danzo's great publicity, everyone remembers the appearance of the 2 brothers. However, Uzumaki Mizuki is easily loved by adults because of his passive beauty. I got into a fight with Sasuke yesterday, and I'm here to apologize today. By the way, I picked up this wallet on the road, please give it to the person who lost it. Uncle, he must be in a hurry. Uzumaki Mizuki pretended to be aggrieved. This acting skill was learned from an elementary school student who had been studying for almost 25 years. Okay, the patriarch is in the innermost office, you can find him yourself. The man from the police force, after taking the wallet, said to Uzumaki Mizuki very kindly. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and then walked inside with a slightly hesitant look. Are you here to apologize? The 3 Anbu saw the mouth shape of the 2 talking outside and recognized the spoken language. Breathed a sigh of relief. Although Anbu is extremely powerful now, he can't directly rush into the police force. Can only guard outside. Boom. Uzumaki Mizuki found Uchiha Fugaku's office. The chief captain is not going to lead the team out on patrol every day, and there are also many things to deal with. Come in. Fugaku's deep voice came. Uzumaki Mizuki went straight in. Before entering the door, she was submissive, but after entering, her face immediately became calm. It's you? Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku would not mistake someone. And he knew that it was impossible to let Jinchuriki get close to their police force, so it could only be Jinchuriki's big brother, Uzumaki Mizuki. That guy who often bullies his son. Patriarch Fugaku, time is precious, so I won't pretend to be too much. Are you interested in knowing a piece of information about the big information about the Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Mizuki sat on the chair opposite Fugako very naturally. Then she looked at him and said very calmly, "You." Uchiha Fugako had a puzzled look on his face. Then his face changed suddenly. "Konoha actually wants to use you to frame the Uchiha clan," Uchiha Fugako said on a whim. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Uzumaki Mizuki to pretend to be Jinchuriki, and then plant them on the Uchiha clan. He felt that Konoha F4 and the others could do this kind of thing. After all, the Senju family is gone like this, and the Uchiha family is framed. Isn't it a normal operation? You have an imagination, but unfortunately you don't. I don't have that much time chatting with you here. If I stay for too long, I will definitely be suspected by Umbu. The guy who attacked Konoha last time and caused the Nine Tails rebellion will soon join forces with someone from the Uchiha clan and get the approval of the village to attack the Uchiha clan. If you don't care, Uchiha will end up being exterminated. Just like the Senju clan, it disappeared into the leaves and became a topic of conversation after dinner. After Uzumaki Mizuki said these words, he jumped off the chair and walked slowly towards the gate. He is waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to keep him. Wait. Uchiha Fugaku's stiff voice sounded as Uzumaki Mizuki's hand was on the doorknob. Do you have any evidence? Uchiha Fugaku poured Uzumaki Mizuki a cup of tea, then looked at Uzumaki Mizuki seriously and asked. Based on what he just said, he felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was definitely not sent by the village to frame him. Then this matter is very important to him. The safety of the Uchiha clan is his responsibility. Clatter. You should know this chain, the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing chains. The surviving members of the Whirlpool clan came to me, and at the same time helped me unlock the reserved memories that my parents sealed in my body. Uzumaki Mizuki began to flicker. He snapped his fingers. The king's treasury on the back opens the passage, releases the sky lock, and like lion majesty, floats behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Uchiha Fugaku stared wide-eyed, carefully observing the three chains. There are still people from the Uzumaki family who survived. Uchiha Fugaku endorsed what Uzumaki Mizuki said. At the same time shocked by what Uzumaki Mizuki said. When the Uzumaki clan perished, Third Hokage was inseparable. The Senju family, let alone the strongest family in Konoha, has withered rapidly in the past 10 years. These things are inseparable from Konoha's senior management. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. Now it's time to fool Uchiha Fugaku into thinking that the two sides are together. So, what you said just now, is it true that the people who caused the Nine Tails rebellion will join hands with others to deal with the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku has already believed more than half of it. So this matter is very important, he asked quickly. Of course it's true. I came to you with the risk of being exposed. Could it be that I just lied to you? As Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, he retracted the skylock. Who is that person from the Uchiha clan, and why is the village doing this? Uchiha Fugaku was a little confused. Knowing these things requires rewards. The relationship between us should not be that good. I can tell you this news for free. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Uchiha Fugaku calmly and said. He didn't come here to do good deeds. It's to give yourself a chance to become stronger. What would you like? Cooperating with the Uchiha clan on behalf of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku asked very solemnly. The child in front of him doesn't seem to be comparable to his second son. The other side, making him feel like an adult. The information about this matter is 100 million taels, and a solution is attached by the way. I want to completely save Uchiha. It seems useless to talk about the price now. If the first transaction can be successful, we will talk about it later. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The asking price is less than 3 Asuma heads. Now asking for the entire Uchiha title deed, Uchiha Fugaku will definitely not agree. Therefore, we need some money first, and the two parties also confirm the situation, so as to facilitate the next transaction. 100 million taels, this number is too much. Hearing this number, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. The head of an elite jonin is only 35 million taels. There are so many people in the Uchiha clan, can't we get this little money? The other party won't give you too much time to react. The sooner you start, the better. Now you definitely have no money, and I don't have time to wait. If you want to trade, send the money between 1 and 3 p.m. from Monday to Friday. Put it in my toilet at home. As jonin, it shouldn't be a big problem to avoid Umbu's inspection and do this. I see the money, and the solution will also be placed in the toilet the next day. So, that's all for today. By the way, as a reward for telling you this information, it shouldn't be a big problem to give me a scroll of shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking directly. Finally, he suddenly remembered that he lacked this ninjutsu, and he didn't care much about other ninjutsu, but the shadow clone technique is indeed a magic skill. Shadow clone technique. I'll write it down now. Although Uchiha Fugaku was a little puzzled, this technique didn't seem to be a problem for the Uzumaki family. But he also knew that the two sides were not that familiar now, so he didn't ask, and this technique was nothing, so he took out a scroll, quickly wrote the seal of shadow clone, and handed it to Uzumaki Mizuki. After taking the scroll, Uzumaki Mizuki put the scroll into the king's treasure curry directly in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku stared wide-eyed at this scene in surprise, but there was nothing. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, after putting the scroll in, he started his own routine. put his finger in the tea that Uchiha Fugaku poured him, and tapped it in the eye. The slightly warm tea made the eyes red all at once. As soon as possible, the sooner the better. If you are not afraid of risks, just think about it for a while. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly, although his eyes were red. Okay, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku is afraid to do anything to Uzumaki Mizuki now. Although I feel that some lions have opened their mouths, this information is far more important than this money to the Uchiha family. Thank you, I will be more careful next time I fight with Sasuke. Uzumaki Mizuki did not answer. Instead, he opened the door of Uchiha Fugaku's office, and said in a slightly sad tone. Then, under the eyes of many members of the police force, he left with tears in his eyes. Umbu outside was also relieved to see Uzumaki Mizuki coming out. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes were red, he probably knew what happened. It seems that the problem should not be big, and I think the Uchiha family should not dare to do this kind of thing. Uzumaki quickly followed behind Mizuki. After returning home, Uzumaki Mizuki calmed down. It's only 100 million taels, Uchiha Fugaku probably won't give up. If this is missed, then Uchiha Fugaku himself is stupid, but it doesn't feel like he should be that kind of person. Let's practice this technique slowly in the toilet. After learning this technique, it will be much more convenient in the future. After Uzumaki Mizuki confirmed that there were not too many omissions today, he began to cook dinner, waiting for Naruto to come home. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku stayed in the office all afternoon with a heavy heart. When I got home at night, I was still frowning. What's the matter? Is there anything troublesome today? Uchiha Mikoto handed the added rice to Uchiha Fugaku, and asked with some concern. Sasuke also looked at himself troubled, not knowing what kind of difficulty it was that would make his father feel troubled. It's just a small trouble, it's nothing, let's eat. Looking at his home, Uchiha Fugaku immediately made up his mind. Set foot on the road of trading with Uzumaki Mizuki, then you will have a complete falling out with the village. But if what Uzumaki Mizuki said is true, then let's fall out. The Uchiha clan can't just die in his hands. He wants to protect his people, protect his family. Uchiha Mikoto also heaved a sigh of relief seeing Uchiha Fugaku thinking about it. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Mizuki practiced Shadow Clone Technique while taking a bath. This technique is not difficult, the most important thing is that this technique has certain side effects. The fatigue suffered by Shadow Clone will be transferred to the main body. As long as you have enough chakra, you can basically use this ninjutsu well. Boom. After a few times, Uzumaki Mizuki performed this technique. Separated a Shadow Clone exactly like myself. The avatar can also open the king's treasure house and use the treasure inside, but I can't use the avatar because of the deviation sword. Uzumaki Mizuki quickly learned what Shadow Clone could do. Originally, I thought that if Shadow Clone could not use the king's treasure house, Shadow Clone would not be of great value to him, unless he went to practice ninjutsu. But now it seems that there is no need to spend this thought, as long as the mana is enough, you can use it casually. The next day, before Uzumaki Mizuki went out, he left a Shadow Clone in the toilet. In addition to waiting for Uchiha Fugaku, by the way, it is also a test to see how long Shadow Clone can exist. Now his chakra is close to 4,000, and half of it is distributed. But it is a pity that Shadow Clone cannot open the system interface, and can only use the king's treasure, otherwise you will be able to see accurate data. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Uzumaki Mizuki and Uchiha Fugaku's contact, as long as it wasn't Naruto. At this moment, he knew that Uchiha Fugaku must be trying his best not to do anything. How could he dare to do anything to Uzumaki Mizuki? It's here. What he didn't expect was that Uchiha Fugaku was now ready to turn against Konoha. He also used the same routine with Uzumaki Mizuki, leaving a Shadow Clone to stay in the office, while the main body sneaked directly near the house of the Uzumaki brothers. He scanned the area with the Sharingan very rigorously, and after finding that there were indeed no figures, he directly began to sneak in formally. Someone. After entering the room, Uchiha Fugaku turned hard. Because he found someone in the toilet? When Uzumaki Mizuki went out, to prevent Umbu from finding anything, he intentionally left the faucet open, and there was a sound of dripping water to avoid the avatar from being found. However, this kind of concealment means, for Uchiha Fugaku, there is no such thing at all. Coming. Uzumaki Mizuki's voice came from the room. It's not that he doesn't have any means of perception. The fine manipulation of magic power can also allow him to perceive subtle changes around him and the people around him, similar to a perceiving ninja. Hearing it was Uzumaki Mizuki's voice, Uchiha Fugaku froze for a moment. Then he watched the toilet door open with a wary expression. Deal, hurry up. It's just a Shadow Clone. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Here's the money. You can explain the things you said yesterday in detail now. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then took out a scroll, summoned 3 suitcases from it, and put them on the table. Then he asked Uzumaki Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a spy to your Uchiha clan, and that person contacted the guy who attacked my parents before, the so-called Uchiha Madara. This spy and Uchiha Madara are going to join forces to wipe out the Uchiha clan, and Konoha's root will be responsible for guarding the scene and not allowing anyone to approach the Uchiha clan's clan. This spy is your son, Uchiha Itachi, who has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't mean to hide it either. The two sides want to fight for the same direction, so there is no need to play tricks. So Uzumaki Mizuki told the truth directly. Tell him that your son is the greatest spy. Uchiha Fugaku was silent and did not speak. Why, don't you believe me? Uzumaki Mizuki wondered. If you don't believe me, it will be a bit troublesome to convince him. I believe that if it is Itaki, maybe it will really do this. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly looked a lot older, and his face became gloomy. However, he believed what Uzumaki Mizuki said. Now the Konoha executives have made it clear that they want to kill the Uchiha clan, so you have no choice. The way to completely solve this matter, if I tell you now, you won't believe it, so first tell you how to get rid of their carefully prepared plan this time. Uzumaki Mizuki continued speaking. He is not interested in taking into account Uchiha Fugaku's inner changes at this time, and he has come out to make a revolution, and he has no time for you to think about it. Just do it the day after the transaction closes. Uzumaki Mizuki was still the same as before, and continued to beat up the 12 young players. The points that should be collected are indispensable. After apologizing, I still continue to beat up other people's children. Umbu following Uzumaki Mizuki, all feeling amazed. Sasuke was beaten again. This time he didn't cry, but went home with a dark face. I didn't succeed last time. I hit 2 today. I feel a little tired. After Uzumaki Mizuki beat Sasuke, he went home happily. He saw several wallets on the road, but he didn't bother to pick them up. Now Wang's Hibeo Curry has 100 million. However, this 100 million does not give him a large attribute bonus, and it only provides about 10 points of attributes, but the mana value has increased by 1,000 points. Counting attribute bonuses, etc., the mana value has reached 4,880 points, which is only 120 points away from being able to use the deviation sword. It is enough to exchange the points for some rubbish now, but Uzumaki Mizuki is not in a hurry to use them now. He will naturally not waste the points. Looks like it's starting to move. On the way home, Uzumaki Mizuki saw many police officers patrolling the streets very seriously. This is a message from Uzumaki Mizuki to Uchiha Fugaku. Just count. Let Uchiha Fugaku tell Hokage that the so-called Uchiha Madara is going to attack the Uchiha clan. Tell him that the news came back from the Uchiha clan who followed Uchiha Madara, and that person died too. At the same time, it includes the spies buried in the Uchiha clan, and Konoha's internal may also be involved in this matter, and it is also mentioned together. Let Konoha mess around. This matter will make a big fuss, and let other families know about it. Everyone knew what was going to happen, and let him succeed. Do you want Konoha's face? So after this incident broke out, the Uchiha clan must be very safe recently, and it is impossible for something to happen, otherwise it would be that Konoha's face was swollen and swollen. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed furious at this time. Smash one of his beloved vases directly. But this could not calm the anger in his heart. The plan that has been prepared can only be suspended like this? He made many arrangements, added people to Danzo's men, and at the same time secretly mobilized a large number of ninjas from the border to hide around the village. It is only a month away from the official implementation, but now, the plan was exposed and the target knew about it, and even ran over to tell him that everyone who made this incident known. He suspects that there is no such thing as the Uchiha clan, and tells Uchiha Fugaku that there are spies among them. Danzo is dealing with the aftermath, sending back all the ninjas that were mobilized. Yudiden Koharu and Midokado Homura knew a little less. They were mainly responsible for more difficult tasks, but they also roughly guessed the plan, and they couldn't do anything at this time. Uchiha's police force is now patrolling the village, and they can't stop it. Now many families are staring at it. Last time the Nine Tails Rebellion, everyone was hurt. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan wanted to help, but was stopped by Danzo. This time it was aimed at the Uchiha clan, and then the police force was stopped, so it is really unclear. Sure enough, what he said is true. Uchiha Fugaku was actually a little bit incredulous, but the results of today's patrol dispelled his doubts. The police force did find a lot of strange traces, and there were more ninjas in the village than usual. It's no accident to find a strange place, but so many add up. Uchiha Fugaku was a little scared. If, as Uzumaki Mizuki said, the Uchiha family was slaughtered by that Uchiha Madara and his own son, then he is really sorry for the ancestors. Team leader. The evening patrol is about to begin. Before Uchiha Fugaku looked at the data in his hand, someone came and called him to go on patrol. Let's go. Fugaku put the data in the drawer and prepared to go on patrol with a serious face. Tomorrow is the second step. Eliminate dissidents, and trap all the unstable guys in the clan first. Uchiha Fugaku was thinking about it in his mind. He also gave Uzumaki Mizuki some more ninjutsu yesterday, and then got the second move plan. The first step is to let the Uchiha clan break the crisis of being wiped out in a short period of time, and the second step is to stabilize the internal situation of the Uchiha clan. Taking advantage of this incident, I immediately started to clean up the unstable guys in the Uchiha clan. Not only Konoha can make troubles, but there are also such people in the Uchiha clan. There was a traitor, but the traitor was his son, but taking advantage of this trend, it was enough to catch many hawks, and there were many people who supported Uchiha Madara. It doesn't mean to kill them. Anyway, there are many prisons for the Uchiha family, so just lock them in, and release them after the situation is stable. Prove their innocence. Uchiha Itaki, who was eating at home, looked stiff. This matter is not hidden. Uzumaki Mizuki made Uchiha Fugaku as big as possible, and many people know it. At this time, Shiyu's Haibo attack his heart is extremely complicated. He hopes that the plan can continue, and also hopes that the plan will stop. He was absent-minded when eating, and he didn't even notice that his cute brother had a dark circle under his eyes. Suzuki saw that Onai-chan was not reconciled to himself at all, and was so angry that he didn't even eat the rice. Uchiha Itachi couldn't even imagine that it was because he interfered in the duel between the children that this matter became like this. It's still a bit difficult to make the Uchiha clan loyal to me, but after taking the first step and experiencing the taste, I will definitely not think about continuing to be played to death by Konoha like this. When Uzumaki Mizuki was at home, he paid more attention to his younger brother. Big brother, do I have no talent? The three-body technique is so difficult to practice. I haven't learned any of it. Everyone else has mastered it very quickly. Naruto is not in the mood to eat today, because the school began to teach ninjutsu, but it was the most basic. The ninjas of big families such as Sasuke can basically be used immediately, but Naruto can't. The huge amount of chakra interference from Nine Tails made it impossible for Naruto to carefully control his chakra and release ninjutsu accurately. No, you are a genius. Whose brother are you? You are my younger brother, Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki could only comfort him in this way. He knew the reason, but it was difficult to solve it, so he could only rely on Naruto's hard training to solve it. Well, I'm a genius, I can definitely do it. Naruto nodded seriously. Then fuck off a few mouthfuls of rice. Well, you give me the chakra refining technique and the seal of the three-body technique, and I will study it. After you come back at night, how about I help you find the reason why you didn't fail? Uzumaki Mizuki could only say so in a roundabout way. In fact, to guide Naruto on how to practice, it is enough to get the 4 basic cultivation methods. It is good. Thank you, big brother. Naruto nodded hastily. He has always thought that his big brother is very smart, maybe he can find some way to help him succeed quickly. I hurriedly cooked, and after I finished eating, I started to take out the textbook and tell Uzumaki Mizuki how to practice. Uzumaki Mizuki pretended to be difficult, and deliberately copied the contents of the textbook. I got a lot of fire-style ninjutsu from Uchiha Fugaku yesterday, basically all below B level. Now it can be regarded as accumulating a lot of family property, at least similar to the wealth of an elite jonin. Take a week to learn, it shouldn't hurt Naruto. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished copying, this thought came to his mind. The disturbance of the Uchiha clan lasted for almost a week. Including the internal investigation of the Uchiha clan, many people know about it. Many suspected suspects were caught, and they were all locked up in the prison of the Uchiha family. When the movement of the Uchiha clan stopped, Sarutobi Hiruzen also held a meeting immediately, a level that only elite jonin and family bosses could attend. At the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't do anything, just talked about strengthening defenses to prevent Uchiha Madara's attack, etc., and then went down. I don't know, Chief Fugaku, how many traitors have been found this time? Can we transfer them to Root to deal with? On Danzo's side, he directly asks for someone when he comes up. Uchiha was destroyed. Danzo can be said to be the biggest promoter, because in addition to killing the Uchiha clan, he also wants to get the power of Sharingan. With a Shisui Sharingan, he felt that his strength had been greatly improved, and the arm that Orochimaru gave him could allow his body to bear more Sharingan. You can even get a glimpse of the secret art of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. The obsession with the position of Hokage made him try his best to improve his own strength, and the Uchiha clan, as his nutrient, should die well. To clarify, they have not confirmed that they are traitors, they just suspect the possibility. If it is confirmed, I will hand over the traitor to Anbu. Uchiha Fugaku said very calmly. The other patriarchs who came to the meeting looked at Uchiha Fugaku in surprise. How could he hand over his own people so willingly? Even if there is a problem, it is basically handled by the clan itself. At worst, they will be killed directly. How can they hand over the living to Anbu? Isn't that just letting Anbu deal with it and inquiring about their clan's information? Anbu can also help with verification, and it would be good to hand over some people to us for processing. But Danzo was unforgiving. The earlier you can get the Sharingan, the more you will increase your strength. I feel that the police force's vetting capabilities are adequate for this task. Uchiha Fugaku naturally won't back down. These old bastards fooled his son into doing that kind of thing. How could he let Danzo get what he wanted? Go fart? With Anbu participating, this matter can be resolved faster. Not to be outdone, Danzo continued. I think Anbu also needs to check himself. Last time Uchiha Madara found the production location of Mrs. 4th generation so easily, maybe someone revealed it. Those affairs are handled by Anbu, and the police force does not intervene. I think Anbu also needs to check to see if there are any traitors in it. Anbu and the police force check each other's personnel. Master Hokage thinks this opinion, how about it? Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku came to wave Tiandi Tongshao. Come on, let's see who has a clean ass. Over the years, the police force has really not benefited at all, and has been looked down upon every day. Look at the work Anbu has done these years, isn't it so clean? People from other families didn't speak at all, and the feeling of watching the show was very refreshing. Ino, Shika, Cho, as the main supporter of the Sarutobi clan, did not speak at this time. It's fine to keep your basics, and you're not interested in taking care of so many things, as long as you don't implicate yourself. All right. The police department has always handled its own affairs and is responsible for the safety of the village. Umbu is in charge of the outside world and handles some confidential tasks. It is not suitable for the two parties to censor each other. Take charge of your own affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen called a stop. Umbu must not be able to check. Because the movement is too big, it is easy to see the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be on the edge, not as weak as before. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen speak, neither Danzo nor Uchiha Fugaku spoke. The incident of Uchiha Madara's attack is the most important thing in the village right now. In the recent period, the umbu of the village will be increased, and they will be on duty everywhere in the village. Everyone, please ask your own clansmen not to make any suspicious actions to avoid being mistaken as traitors. Umbu has the right of priority and review. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the main reason for calling them this time. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened as he listened. This is robbing the power of the police force. When first generation and Madara were there, the police force was responsible for all the problems within the village. During the second generation, Uchiha was responsible for issues related to the village only, and Umbu would handle some tasks such as espionage. After the third generation came up, it began to slowly sharpen the knife, slowly expanding Umbu's power bit by bit. Until now, Umbu basically has the same ability as the police force in the village, and can directly attack the families in the village. But this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen means that Umbu can do whoever he wants, and the Uchiha clan is no exception. The meeting was over quickly. The faces of other family patriarchs are very calm, because they are used to it. And, it's no different than before. In their eyes, the police force and Umbu are the same, and they are used to curb their development and expansion, so they are very unhappy with both parties. Only the Hyuga clan, who are also a big clan, feel the pain of Uchiha Fugaku. It's better not to affect the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi said very calmly. Because the Hyuga clan has already been beaten once, and the price paid is his brother. At that time, he was even forced to die, but in the end it was his younger brother who was willing to pay the price of his life to end this matter. But this time, the ones who feel more angry are the third generation and Danzo. The Uchiha clan seems to be acceptable. This is where Hyuga Hayashi wonders. In the past, when this kind of meeting was held, it was Uchiha Fugaku who was uncomfortable, and after the end, he left with a livid face. Then the Uchiha clan was partially weakened. But this time, Uchiha Fugaku left with a calm face. Instead, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked a little uncomfortable, as if this time the target was not successful at all. Could it be that? Is this the third generation's plan? I remembered what the Uchiha family said. Uchiha Madara and the traitors of the Uchiha family conspired to kill the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi felt a little cold inside. In the end, I felt that I should stop meddling in my own business and go home quickly. The patriarchs of the other families are not fools either, knowing that this is a collision between Uchiha and the village. I don't know why the third generation project is targeting the Uchiha clan so much. After all, this time it is the foreign enemy who wants to kill the entire Uchiha. Although Uchiha usually dislikes them, he also knows that they are the backbone of Konoha. However, it has nothing to do with them. There is still 1 week left, and we can collect 10,000 points. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, looking at the accumulated points in his system, he felt much happier. Half a month has passed since the Uchiha clan incident. There was a turmoil in the village. The children didn't feel anything, but the adults felt it more or less. Those big families are a lot more honest, and some barbecue restaurants and hotels feel that their business is declining. It didn't have much impact on Uzumaki Mizuki though. What he should beat is to continue beating. However, more than 1,000 points a week is very fast compared to 1,000 points, but Uzumaki Mizuki still feels a little slow. If he can keep swiping like playing games, he can at least accumulate hundreds of thousands of points. After all, with his current ability, there is basically no big problem against ninjas below Chunin, all of which are the result of instant kills. The power of the Skylock is still very strong. Let's see if the Uchiha clan can withstand it. However, Naruto Sasuke and the others have become stronger and their points have increased slightly. It seems that they can continue to fight. However, I promised to guide Naruto. It should be possible to start. It's been half a month. It doesn't seem like a big problem to learn it. Uzumaki Mizuki was thinking about how to make money quickly, and at the same time, he had to think about his brother's heart to avoid hitting him. And Uzumaki Mizuki feels that he has recently exercised well, and his attributes have grown very fast. It feels like next month, you can reach 5,000 magic points and you can use EA. Uzumaki Mizuki waited for a wave of Uchiha's wool. It is a little troublesome to get rich by other methods, and since his life is not in danger, he is naturally not in a hurry. It is more important to look after your younger brother. I just have a holiday tomorrow, so I have time to train. Big brother, have you learned the 3-body technique yet? When Naruto woke up in the morning, he was surprised to hear that he was going to go out to practice. Well, I've already mastered the technique. As long as you master it, you should be able to learn it, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Hearing what his big brother said, Naruto was delighted. Quickly wanted to go to practice with Uzumaki Mizuki, just messed around, and the two went out directly. Go directly to eat Ichiraku ramen for breakfast. Basically, if you save money, Uzumaki Mizuki will bring Naruto here to eat. Recently, there is no need to pretend to be so economical, so I let go of eating. Filled with food, Uzumaki Mizuki took Naruto to a remote forest. Naruto, you should be able to feel chakra. Imagine attaching chakra to the bottom of your feet, like glue. Then find a way to stick your feet on the tree and climb up like this. When you can stand upside down on the tree like me and don't fall down, you should be able to master the three-body technique. Uzumaki Mizuki started the presentation directly. It's the simple tree climbing skill that wasn't even taught in Genin. He felt that the ninja school was simply a place where children were raised and used for brainwashing. It's amazing, big brother, how did you do it? Naruto stared dumbfounded. Similarly, Umbu, who followed the two brothers, was also very surprised. This kind of skill is naturally nothing to them, but they knew that Uzumaki Mizuki did not receive ninja school training, nor did he have anyone to guide him. I figured it out on my own. Simply genius? It's the method I just said. You start climbing trees. If you can succeed, the three-body technique should not be a problem, Uzumaki Mizuki said to Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto also tried to climb the tree, but the first step is not steady. He turned his head and looked at his big brother. There is no skill in this, you can only become proficient, come on, Uzumaki Mizuki said helplessly. Naruto had no choice but to turn around and continue trying. Soon, he felt as if he could stand on his first step, and when he raised his second foot, he fell down. It's like this all day. Great, finally able to climb so high. Naruto pointed to the place where he stroked with Kunao, which was about 3 meters away. For his current height, it is already tall, and he does feel that he is improving, which makes him very happy. Well done, you are very talented, Naruto. Uzumaki Mizuki patted Naruto's head, encouraging. Uzumaki Mizuki's performances were all recorded by Umbu on the side, and then passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki was targeted by Danzo. As expected of a descendant of Minato, he is indeed a genius. On Danzo's side, there's not much to do recently. The matter against the Uchiha clan was forced to stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to shrink his strength again, handing over a large number of tasks to Umbu who was directly under him. On the root side, he was sent out to perform those shady tasks. The plan he had prepared at first was useless now. It is well known that Uchiha will be attacked, so it is naturally not easy to do it at this time. After all, I knew it in advance, and if something happened, Konoha would be questioned. So Danzo, who has nothing to do, is counting on cultivating some newcomers. By the way, looking at these days, regarding Uzumaki Mizuki's brother, Naruto, he knows he can't intervene, but the other one, he has to try his best to get it. Okay. Half a month ago, I met with Uchiha Fugaku, suspected to apologize to Uchiha Fugaku. After school every day, I beat up Uchiha, Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho and other children from these families. It is suspected that the remnants of the Uzumaki clan exist. When Itachi appeared, did he actually stop Itachi? The more Danzo read the information, the more surprised he felt. Uzumaki Mizuki has no ninja training at all, but he can defeat these big family kids. The main point, Uzumaki Mizuki and Uchiha Fugaku met. Although he didn't think Uchiha Fugaku would do anything either, it was a good excuse. I suspect that Uzumaki Mizuki has been tampered with and can no longer stay by Jinchuriki's side, who knows what will happen. There is also the possibility of the Uzumaki family. He knows that he uses this as an excuse, and Sarutobi will definitely hesitate. What happened to the Uzumaki family back then, Konoha was very disgraceful, and he will definitely be shaken. Thinking that if one of his subordinates has a genius like Minato, wouldn't he want to take off? Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling hot all over, and directly took these materials and went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Father. Uchiha Itachi has not been on mission these days, and basically stays at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not give up his trust in him, and felt that he was still worthy of trust. So letting him back is to ask him to find out who it is that revealed this matter. Is it really what Uchiha Fugaku said, or a traitor appeared inside Konoha? Came back. By the way, you don't want to interfere in the fights between children in the future. It's good to let Sasuke temper a little. The children of the Whirlpool family have all come to apologize. I promise that adults will not get involved in the future and let their children solve it by themselves. Uchiha Fugaku reads the newspaper at home. Seeing his own son, his face darkened. But he still spoke to his son. What? Did the kid come to you? Hearing this, Itachi was taken aback, very surprised. Well, there is no need for adults to intervene in the quarrel between children. That's it. Uchiha Fugaku didn't want to talk to his son too much. But he knew that since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind, the Uchiha clan would be doomed sooner or later. So his headache now is, what to do next? Continue to trade with Uzumaki Mizuki? If the Uchiha family took this step first, the result must be good. I see. Uchiha Itachi lowered his eyes a little, answered with a nod, then turned and left. Leaving the house and standing at the door, he recalled the 3 chains that grabbed his arms. It appeared directly from the back of that vortex child. This kid is definitely not simple, but Sasuke is definitely not an opponent. That is, he has to be beaten every week. But now, he can't do anything. Now that the affairs of the Uchiha clan have stagnated, he has to act as a spy for both parties to confirm the situation. This time, my father didn't seem to ask me much about the things in Umbu. Uchiha Itachi also noticed that his father did not inform himself when he made a decision this time. So do you think that handing over this child to you can force out the remnants of the Uzumaki clan behind him? Meanwhile, Danzo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Want to get control of Uzumaki Mizuki. This matter can only be done with the consent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise, he can't do anything to the two brothers. Yes, since Uchiha Itake was going to be blocked at that time, then they will definitely not sit back and watch Uzumaki Mizuki just join the route like this. They will definitely come out to interfere at that time. If they don't come out, they will definitely contact this child in the future. Put it here at the root, it will definitely be able to better monitor and even grasp the situation. At the same time, this child's aptitude is very good. Without any training, he has mastered the three-body technique and even the method of chakra absorption by relying on the textbooks brought back by Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With a little training, he can become an excellent ninja. Danzo said very sincerely. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely agree. If it's just a little better aptitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not care too much. There are too many ninjas with good aptitude. But if it is to eliminate possible hidden threats, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never have any sensibilities to talk about. The person in front of him was a cruel and merciless existence. He treats his own people more cruelly than he treats outsiders. The only time when he was soft-hearted was when he let go of his favorite disciple, Orochimaru. Danzo hasn't seen Sarutobi Hiruzen soften at any other time. Everyone said that he was cruel, but the person in front of him was stronger than himself. Okay, then this child will be handed over to you. Tomorrow I will go and talk to him about it, and Naruto must accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said with a calm face. After the remnants of the Uzumaki clan are dealt with, I'll ask Danzo to let him back. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen made an excuse for himself. For Minato, he still feels slightly guilty. However, he will not soften his heart in what should be done. Today is Monday, it's time to bully Sasuke again. Uzumaki and Mizuki are washing the dishes left by the two brothers from breakfast in the morning. Housework is still fully covered by Uzumaki Mizuki. By the way, you can do daily tasks and control magic power. Now you can basically use two things at once, controlling the magic power like your arms and fingers, without any difficulty at all. This also makes his chakra control very easy. Moreover, after he learned the chakra refining technique, his magic power actually increased. In the past, it was completely used as chakra with mana, and Raiznan was used, as was Shadow Clone. The chakra in the body is completely unused. However, after learning how to refine chakra through the textbook Naruto brought back, the mana value increased by more than 500 at once. The magic power reached 5,400 points. Reached the minimum mana value for using the deviation sword, and still had 400 points to spare. The physique of the Uzumaki family is really powerful. I have so many chakra at the age of 7. As I grow older, chakra alone should be able to provide me with tens of thousands of chakra points. During Shippuden, Kakashi said that Naruto's chakra is 100 times his. Kakashi is considered an ordinary Jonin's chakra, with 4,000 points. 100 times is 400,000 magic points. I don't say half of Naruto, 1/10. It's enough for me to use the Skylock arbitrarily, and the deviation sword doesn't have any pressure. Uzumaki Mizuki feels that his future is promising. As long as he is 12 years old, Uzumaki Mizuki feels that his strength can be multiplied several times, not to mention that he can also be replaced with new treasures and other things at that time. There are only a few years left, and Naruto Genin just graduated, so he should be able to call the wind and rain. Ding dong. But before Uzumaki Mizuki could think for a while, the doorbell rang at home. Uzumaki Mizuki was puzzled, but still entered acting mode, pretended to be a child, and went to open the door. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seeing this old man, Uzumaki Mizuki's heart skipped a beat. But there was a slight smile on his face. Master Hokage. Attitude is okay. But Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little rusty, because Naruto called him Grandpa Hokage. However, there is no problem with Uzumaki Mizuki's title, but it feels that the relationship between the two parties is very distant. Mizuki, Naruto has been in school for so many days, do you want to go to ninja school? Sarutobi Hiruzen skillfully took out a white envelope. It contains living expenses. Although he knows that Uzumaki Mizuki is very lucky and can always pick up money. When he goes shopping in the shopping street, he frequently draws prizes to get free orders. But what should be given, still has to be given. Although this amount of money is not even enough to pay Genin. Uzumaki Mizuki was stunned for a moment, and then thought quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not be so free recently. But he deliberately came to find himself when Naruto was not at home, and asked about this matter. It seemed that he still attracted a little attention. If you can go, of course it's great. Uzumaki Mizuki changed his previous attitude and showed a slightly envious look. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mizuki actually changed his tone. Oh, now that the school is full, there may be no way to get in. But there is a better place with stronger training capabilities. I think you are very suitable. In at most 5 years, you can become a ninja on your own. At that time, you can protect Naruto well and never let him get hurt again. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uzumaki Mizuki very seriously. Hey man, is this the way to fool Uchiha Itachi back then? Uzumaki Mizuki shuddered. This time it seems to be troublesome. No matter how you look at it, this place is either Umbu or Root. Uzumaki Mizuki feels the possibility of Root a little more. There is no way for Danzo to attack the Uchiha clan, and instead focus on his own child. Although Danzo never appeared in front of him, Uzumaki Mizuki knew that this man must be staring at the two brothers. Naruto could not hand him over. Then I must have become his target, and I feel that if I control myself, I will be able to exert influence on Jinchuriki, not separated since childhood, just to cultivate feelings, and control Naruto through the use of feelings in the future. What a great idea. Master Hokage, I think I can do it now. Naruto's classmates can't beat me. I made them cry several times. They dare not bully Naruto. Uzumaki Mizuki could only speak, but his head was spinning wildly, thinking about what he should do. Turn your face now? However, it has not yet gained a lot of benefits from the Uchiha family to enhance its own strength. If he could use the lowest power of the deviation sword 3 times now, Uzumaki Mizuki would feel that he would not be under too much pressure. Now release the deviation sword once, and there will be no blue. The points are still a little short before they can be exchanged for what they want. Just procrastinate this week. Yes, you are very powerful now, but what about in the future? They have a family and can learn stronger ninjutsu. If you rely on your current combat methods, you will definitely not be their opponents in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen this side heart Ichiraku. Sure enough, it was for Naruto, so I went to beat up those kids. But why he stared at several big families and beat him up, he couldn't figure it out. But this year, it is true that the children of several big families are all studying in the same class. Ninjutsu. In fact, I have developed a ninjutsu myself. It is very powerful. I will definitely not lose to them in the future. If you don't believe me, Master Hokage, look. Uzumaki Mizuki is ready to reveal his credentials a little. By the way, delay a little time? Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not have chosen to hand himself over to Danzo if he had acted out of line. It's time to procrastinate for a while. So, Uzumaki Mizuki raised his hand and slowly condensed a Raisnon out. It was about the same level as it was before getting the Skylock, that is, the size of a fingernail. And it took almost a minute to condense and pretend to be laborious. Thanks to magic control, it is very simple to do this. This is Raisnon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in shock when he saw the blue light in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen went back. Uzumaki Mizuki just pretended to be struggling for less than a minute, as if chakra was insufficient and his head was sweating profusely. At the same time, he told Sarutobi Hiruzen that he wanted to think about it for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't persecute him either. After all, he didn't think the remnants of the Uzumaki clan could be so powerful. He just felt upset. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki is very concerned about his aptitude. If such talents are handed over to Danzo, a powerful ninja will definitely be cultivated by then. If Danzo uses Uzumaki Mizuki to do something in the future, such as Naruto, he felt that the possibility was too high. A fully obedient Jinchuriki with very strong aptitude, so what kind of monster will it produce? Is Danzo plotting to make Uzumaki Mizuki the new Jinchuriki? Think of these possibilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to back off a bit. After all, the risk is too great. And he just knew that Danzo seemed to be very skilled in sealing. Danzo has all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family, but many of them cannot be used. It seems that we need to speed up the progress. I wanted to spend Naruto's childhood peacefully, but you forced me. Uzumaki Mizuki felt ruthless. Then let's see who is more powerful? Then this week, when Uzumaki Mizuki scored points, he was much more decisive. He didn't deliberately use any routines, but simply suppressed attributes, and easily defeated a few children with speed. Beat Sasuke today, points are enough. Uzumaki Mizuki was waiting at the school gate. Now he just follows them directly, and Sasuke and the others are used to it, stopping when no one is around. They were also afraid of being beaten, but their family members didn't care, let alone the school, and they couldn't find other people to reason with them. Sasuke felt wronged and wanted to cry. Uchiha Sasuke, are you ready? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Jean with fear in his eyes, and felt that he had bullied this child too much. But after thinking about it, I helped him save the entire family, not being killed by his paranoid big brother, which is already a great benefit. After beating you a few times, I probably didn't feel the pain of seeing my parents die in front of my eyes. Thinking of this, Uzumaki and Mizuki's fists became more impolite. Snapped. Sharinon. Watch me give you panda eyes. Uzumaki Mizuki seems to be very angry suddenly. Sasuke, who was already on the ground, made 2 more punches. Make Sasuke's eyes into panda eyes? Wow. Sasuke cried again. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mizuki acted like a child who had done something bad. He ran away in a panic. Seeing Ambu following him, feeling speechless. I feel that Uzumaki Mizuki has a fixed time and a fixed role every week to beat these children, which is a bit too boring. But recently, Hokage-sama, let them protect Uzumaki Mizuki. Absolutely nothing will happen. But it seems that the children of those families should be protected. That's horrible. Hiruzen, how about Uzumaki Mizuki? Have you talked to the boy yet? Danzo waited a week here. Didn't wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply. It's not easy for his people to get close to the 2 Whirlpool brothers. Although he buried a secret, he didn't want to call it. I just looked at the latest report and found that the 2 brothers are still the same as before, and there is nothing else. This made him a little confused, and couldn't help but come over and ask his old friend. Uzumaki Mizuki's talent, he is very envious. Namikaze Minato has served as Hokage since he was 23 years old, and he was well known in the ninja world when he was a teenager. If Uzumaki Mizuki can be like Namikaze Minato, that is, a maximum of 10 years, he can have a very strong subordinate under him. So he desperately wanted to get Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks, Danzo is not unthinking. But this matter, he will not do it casually. After all, everyone has experienced the power of 9 tails. So Danzo is thinking, after he becomes a Hokage, he will use this trick to get a Jinchuriki who completely obeys his orders. I think this matter is still a bit inappropriate. After all, Minato and Kushina both sacrificed for the village and took a child as a Jinchuriki. There is only this child left, let him live a good life, don't force him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. Hearing this, Danzo's heart skipped a beat, knowing this can be troublesome. However, with his talent, being a ninja can give more to the village. It would be a pity to waste his talent like this. Danzo can't use force here either. If it were someone else, he would have done it himself, so there was no need to worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen. But after all, he is the orphan of the 4th generation and the big brother of Jinchuriki. Control is in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll let him go to a ninja school, start as an ordinary ninja, and if he wants to be Anbu in the future, I'll let him join your roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words completely chilled Danzo's heart. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has his eye on that child. Otherwise, the thankless task of dealing with the behind-the-scenes of the Whirlpool clan must be left to oneself. May I speak to him in person? If he doesn't want to, then forget it. Danzo still didn't give up. A puppet with such qualifications is not so easy to come across. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Danzo a surprised look. Just your appearance, plus the tone of your voice? If you insist, fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Danzo would definitely not be able to convince Uzumaki Mizuki. After all, even he, who is very familiar with the 2 brothers, can't change the other's mind. He felt the trust of his 2 children deeply. After all, even learning about Reiznon was only told to him. Anbu didn't even notice it here. When the child was practicing this technique, Anbu didn't know how to scold him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spotted the blind spot. But Danzo on the side decided to make good use of this opportunity to convince Uzumaki Mizuki. Sasuke, how did you become like this? Uchiha Mikoto was so distressed. Looking at my son's pair of panda eyes, I really can't laugh or cry. Check the calendar, it's Monday? It must have been bullied by the eldest son of the Kushina family. It's been more than 2 months, and she's used to it. Every Monday, Sasuke would come back all dirty. That guy is unreasonable. I was knocked to the ground, and he hit me in the eyes. Sasuke was very wronged. He felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was particularly ruthless today, and what he couldn't accept the most was that even though he worked so hard, he still couldn't defeat the opponent. It's so uncomfortable. Sasuke, who has a weak heart, feels extremely wronged. As he spoke, he began to sob. That kid, really? Uchiha Mikoto said angrily. Then he touched his son's head to comfort him. Although it was difficult for Brother Whirlpool, this woman felt somewhat angry today. It's too much to always beat your own son like this. What happened to Sasuke? At the same time, Itachi, who just came back, heard the cry of his stupid brother. I can't wait to come over. As soon as he thought that today was Monday, he knew what was going on. Also very unhappy, Heart Shinin couldn't help showing a trace of killing intent. Damn it, that kid. When he saw his brother's pair of panda eyes, he couldn't help but want to kill. It's too much. Why did you put such a heavy hand on your younger brother? He is very clear that Uzumaki Mizuki's strength should be able to easily defeat his younger brother. Now that my younger brother is beaten into panda eyes, it must be on purpose. Why did you go to father's office to apologize last time? That brat must be dissatisfied. Seeing that he continued to hit Sasuke, Uchiha didn't care, so he hit harder, right? Itachi was already thinking about whether he should warn that kid at night. Let him meet. Sasuke also has a big brother. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku also returns. It's been a little more stable lately, but within the Uchiha clan, there are still great contradictions. Uchiha Madara is going to kill them, and Konoha doesn't trust them. Many Uchiha feel very tired and feel that they should leave Konoha and there is no need to continue to work hard. There are also many ruthless guys who feel that they should seize the power of Konoha and let the Uchiha clan control Konoha. Only in this way can Uchiha be better protected. It upset him. Sasuke got hit by that kid again. This time the strike is too heavy. Look. Uchiha Mikoto said in a complaining tone. Is it? Uchiha Fugaku was startled when he heard this, but he still pretended to be concerned, and came over to take a look at his youngest son. When he saw those panda eyes, Fugaku frowned, as if he was very unhappy. But in fact, the same thought in my heart. Because, this is the contact method agreed with him and Uzumaki Mizuki. The two of them are not suitable to meet each other, and Uzumaki Mizuki has been stared at by Anbu all the time. If they want to contact each other, they can only prepare some outrageous methods. This method is Uchiha Sasuke who will come back to Fugaku's house every day. A specific injury means that they want to meet and contact each other. Panda Eye is this specific injury. The next day, at noon, meet at Mizuki's house. Sasuke, in a few days, I will teach you some powerful techniques, and I will definitely beat him next time. Uchiha Fugaku comforted his youngest son perfunctorily. He didn't know why Uzumaki Mizuki met suddenly, but it must be something bad. This made him somewhat uneasy, because after seeing that Konoha actually had the idea of erasing the entire Uchiha, he has been thinking about how to solve this problem. The Uzumaki family behind Uzumaki Mizuki is his only helper. You can't give up at will? The other party contacted me at this time. It seems that there is something very important. Well, I will definitely beat him. The simple Sasuke didn't realize at all that his father didn't take his beating seriously. I decided in my heart that I must beat Uzumaki Mizuki next time. But Itachi found out. He saw his father's absent-mindedness. Let him care a little bit, because in his opinion, Sasuke is the most important. Exchange goddess tears. And Uzumaki Mizuki, in the toilet, turned on the system and exchanged for a new piece of equipment. Noble phantasms and the like can't be exchanged now. Ordinary noble phantasms don't have much effect, and good ones can't be exchanged. In the price/performance ratio of 20,000 points, the most suitable for him at this time is the primary equipment Goddess Tears in the League of Legends. Does not increase any attributes, but increases the mana that Uzumaki Mizuki lacks most at this time. Tears of the Goddess exchanged successfully. Attributes: Strength, 155. Stamina, 128. Mental Power, 188. HP value, 1550. Magic value, 1880 points. Skylock plus 2000 points. 100 million magic value. 1000 chakra. 500 Tears of the Goddess. 2500. The use of skills will increase the upper limit to 7500. 7800 mana, which is nearly double that of Jonin. Tears of the Goddess can also increase 5000 mana, up to 12,800 mana, which should be enough for me. Uzumaki Mizuki felt a lot more relaxed when he saw his mana at this time. What he lacks most at this time is mana, and the second is combat experience. But this is the ninja world, not One Piece. The people here are very weak, and they can be suppressed with mana and kill each other. If it is in One Piece, Uzumaki Mizuki thinks that he should change some equipment that can break the defense, it would be better. No one is at home, and is Anbu watching. Uchiha Fugaku came to Uzumaki Mizuki's house as agreed. Sneaked in secretly, opened Sharingan, and easily found Anbu who was watching Uzumaki Mizuki's house around. This made him frown. However, it wasn't this Anbu that gave him a headache, but what happened after that. It seems that this time, there is really a lot of trouble. Uchiha Fugaku easily used illusion to control that Anbu. He is also a strong man with Mangekyo, although illusion is not his best skill, but he was recruited by a ninja who only has the strength of Chunin. It is still very simple matter for him. Even the other party didn't know what happened. However, the sooner it is resolved the better. He quickly sneaked into Uzumaki Mizuki's house. As agreed, there was the sound of the lighter cover being opened. Coming. Uzumaki Mizuki's shadow clone, push open the toilet door. What's the matter with contacting me so urgently? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a solemn expression. Because it hasn't been long since Uchiha stabilized. Originally, he was still thinking about spending this period of time stably, and then meeting again. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mizuki contacted him so soon. Danzo may be after me. If exposed, there will not be so many opportunities. So, I'm going to do something to get their attention. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Fugaku is already on a thief ship. Even if it is exposed in the end, the threat of the Uchiha clan is still greater than him. So he didn't hide anything and said it directly. He found out who you are. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was startled and asked hastily. If this is the case, it will be very troublesome. At this moment, he was thinking whether he had been fooled, whether that Anbu just tricked him into coming in under a cover. Maybe dozens of Anbu have been planted around, just waiting for him to go out, and kill him immediately? No, it should be because of my aptitude. Haven't I been beating your son and children from other families recently? It may be that he discovered that I have good qualifications, and he wants to train me under his subordinates. It is even possible that he wants to use me to replace my brother and become the new Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mizuki also figured it out quickly. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to take over himself, he must be sent to a ninja school for brainwashing. The so-called other places must be root. Danzo is an old man, but he will have no mercy for the two brothers. Even if their two parents gave their lives for the village? Guessing it is Danzo, you know what the other party wants to do. It is easy to guess. Including Yamato, the successor to the Konoha wood style? So that's how it is, but I don't want to get involved in this matter. Now Uchiha's current situation, you are also very clear. It is good to be able to stabilize. There are also a lot of troubles inside, and your identity is very sensitive. There is nothing you can do. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Then he spoke hastily. It was a fact, and he wasn't hiding anything. Unless they turn against Konoha, the Uchiha clan can't do anything. I told you before that changing the fate of the Uchiha clan and not being driven aside like a bereaved dog, have you considered it? Uzumaki Mizuki did not answer. Instead, he raised his head slightly, looked at Uchiha Fugaku seriously and said, after exchanging the tears of the goddess, now I can only say that I can make waves and have the power to protect myself. If you want to do something, you still have to cheat Uchiha. However, everything about Uchiha will be carried on his shoulders, and he will bear it. What is the method of the Whirlpool family? Do you want to fight Konoha openly? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mizuki to say this at this time. Then he said very seriously, a solid ally is still necessary. After experiencing the fact that Konoha wanted to destroy Uchiha, he didn't have any memories of Konoha. Everything, I will bear it. However, the Uchiha clan must also serve me. Uzumaki Mizuki said seriously. Saying this represents his commitment. He's not the kind of protagonist in fantasy novels who takes things from other people's houses and picks up their girls, and doesn't care about anything? What do you mean? Uzumaki clan want to take Hokage's position. Uchiha Fugaku was a little startled. He didn't want to do things like Konoha again. It's really disgusting. He only hopes that the Uchiha clan can leave Konoha completely and survive by themselves in the future. This kind of world is unreasonable. I don't like things like Hokage, and the top is my goal. Konoha is just the beginning. What I want to change is the whole world. There will be no such stupid wars in the future. Everything will change. Help me, change the world, and help Uchiha, change your own destiny. Uzumaki Mizuki said solemnly to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in shock. He didn't expect that a child would have such ambitions. For some reason, I said that my blood was boiling right now. What can the Uchiha clan help you now? If you are directly confronting Konoha, I advise you to give up. I can try to help you escape from Konoha. We will have a chance in the future. Uchiha Fugaku's side quickly calmed down. Although he didn't agree directly, he also started to help out with suggestions. I feel that the possibility is very low, but the child in front of me has such aptitude. Have no heart of being inferior to others, have the faith of a king. Signing this contract is enough, and there is no need for Uchiha to do anything else. Uzumaki Mizuki raised his hand, opened the king's treasure house, and took out a piece of paper about the size of an A4 paper. There are only a few words written on it, and there is not much content. I, and all of the Uchiha clan, pledge my allegiance to Uzumaki Mizuki. Uchiha Fugaku, read all the words on the paper. After reading, his face was a little weird. Because, he doesn't think this thing has much effect. Moreover, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although I don't think it's a big problem, I'm still very upset that I really want to sign this kind of contract. Well, just sign this contract. If you can, sign this one too. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Then he took out another contract from Wang's Haibeo Curry. This time it's the title deed. Transfer the ownership of the clan land of the Uchiha clan to Uzumaki Mizuki. It was Uzumaki Mizuki who allowed them to live on this land. Signing this will help you. Uchiha Fugaku felt. A kid is still a kid. He believes that this kid in front of him has the potential to surpass Hokage in the future. However, right now, she is still a little immature, and it is too simple to think about things. Yes, you can help me by signing this. The Uzumaki clan will soon show you our sincerity and prove our strength. Uzumaki Mizuki said. You sure? Uchiha Fugaku picked up the two contracts in his hand and gestured to Uzumaki Mizuki. Is it enough to sign this thing? He didn't think it was useful at all. Any promise can be backed out. When the village was established, the Uchiha family was so beautiful. Now, sure. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Owning in name is enough. The key is how to get the other party to sign the contract. Being able to force the other party to sign the contract will have the same result as direct grabbing. Now he doesn't have the strength to treat Uchiha like this, so it is very important to convince Uchiha Fugaku. If this can help you, then I agree. Uchiha Fugaku nodded from this side. Because in his opinion, it is not a big deal. If it can really help Uchiha get rid of his fate, it's a trivial matter. Take the pen handed to him by Uzumaki Mizuki, and then put the two contracts on it, and sign him the name of the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku? Is there nothing else besides this? Uchiha Fugaku handed the contract to Uzumaki Mizuki and asked. In his opinion, this matter was a little too simple. If his ally wants to do something, he should need other help. Do you know where Root's territory is? I want to send them some warmth. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. You. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised, but soon calmed down. He naturally had no objection to dealing with Gen. Immediately began to discuss with Uzumaki Mizuki. It worked. When I was a child, Uzumaki Mizuki, who was still blocking children from school outside, heard the system prompting him to increase his magic power and earn points. Sourcing Uchiha Fugaku Mangekyo Sharingan, earn 50,000 points. Recruit Uchiha Itake Mangekyo Sharinon, double agent points halved, get 50,000 points. Sourcing Uchiha Sasuke childhood acquired 20,000 points. Sourcing. Acquisition of territory Uchiha clan land. Get population 857. Acquire population points 77,200 points. Uzumaki Mizuki has been listening to the system prompts. It feels like winning the lottery. Although I know, let Uchiha Fugaku sign this contract, can get a lot of benefits. But did not expect. There are so many. The first is the recruited population. The second is the population of the title deed. Both points are double counted. For example, Fugaku counted 50,000 points in the solicitation. When it reaches the population, it can be counted once, 1,000 points of Jonin. That's why the population is less. If it was the whole Konoha, Uzumaki Mizuki felt that he should be able to get several million points at a time, and it would not be an exaggeration to double it 10 times. The total points have actually reached more than 247,000 points. Sure enough, I still come out to do things and develop quickly. Now, I have greater confidence. Danzo, I will send you warmth soon. Uzumaki Mizuki took a deep breath, holding his expression, not to laugh. Then after school, after having my teeth spanked, I went straight home. The two Umbu who were in charge of monitoring Uzumaki Mizuki didn't notice anything and thought it was normal. Back home smoothly, as always. But when he got home and opened the door, Uzumaki Mizuki froze for a moment, because he saw Danzo in his house, and Naruto hasn't come back yet. After school, Naruto will take a walk around before coming back. Recently, he has been working hard to practice skills such as climbing trees, and wants to improve his strength. So even if Uzumaki Mizuki beat up the other kids, he would come back earlier than Naruto. You are Uzumaki Mizuki, I am Danzo, and I am Konoha's assistant Hokage. Danzo lowered his head, looked at Uzumaki Mizuki who was staring at him blankly, and introduced himself directly. Hello. Uzumaki Mizuki was very puzzled at this moment, wondering why this dog came to him. I couldn't control my expression for a while, and finally chose to answer with a dumbfounded appearance. I'm here this time to find you. Third Hokage told you before, there is a place that can make you stronger quickly. In this way, you can better protect your brother. It only takes a few years for you to become an excellent ninja. Danzo also spoke directly. In his opinion, he has mastered Uzumaki Mizuki's weakness, just to protect my brother. After all, he read and read the information about the two brothers. As long as he grasps this point, he feels that there is no big problem in including Uzumaki Mizuki under the banner. This. Third Hokage said, let me go to school with my brother. Why do you want to go to another place to practice suddenly? This is not very good. Uzumaki Mizuki chooses to gag Danzo with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He exposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he would reason on this matter. Surely got Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. If you want to train yourself to be a capable man, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not choose to hand himself over to Danzo. Although he lied, Sarutobi Hiruzen must only think that the child is afraid of Danzo, so he will lie like this. What? Third generation, he said so. Hearing this, Danzo's eyes froze. He felt that Sarutobi had guessed something randomly, so he stopped the matter, and let him come over and ask in person. Thinking of this, he was very upset. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he really wants to get it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's doubts, Danzo did think so, but that was the last resort, and he wouldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Uzumaki Mizuki nods this way. My side is better than the ninja school. I can learn more and stronger ninjutsu, which will make you stronger. You become stronger one step ahead, so you can better protect your little brother. Danzo wants to use family affection as bait, but Uzumaki Mizuki will naturally not be fooled. You can't rely on anyone but yourself. I want to be with my brother, I don't want to be separated. In the future, my younger brother can be alone, and I don't need to continue to accompany him. Uzumaki Mizuki said like a little adult. And it's also true. However, this world is ruled by the weak and the strong, and only strength can better protect one's younger brother. Danzo's tone turned a little cold. At this moment, I can't wait to use force to take this child away. Or Sarutobi was too gentle, so that the two children did not see the cruelty of this world at all. Otherwise, I don't have to waste so much tongue. At this moment, Danzo began to blame Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Third Hokage will protect us. Uzumaki Mizuki had a half smile on his face. Watching Danzo frowned. Although there are more methods, they cannot be used at this time. He wanted to continue talking, but it was a pity that there was Umbu next to him, who would record everything and pass this on to Sarutobi Hiruzen. So at this time it is not good for him to force Uzumaki Mizuki to do something, including threats, and so on. I'm waiting for the day you change your mind. If you figure it out, you can come to me anytime. It's not easy for Danzo to say much here, so he left after leaving this sentence. Do it as soon as possible, find something for them. Uzumaki Mizuki watched Danzo leave calmly. I was already thinking about how to do it. At this time, he wanted to take Naruto away from Konoha. The identities of the two were too sensitive. I got help from the Uchiha clan, but the distance from crushing the entire Konoha is still too big. Leaving Konoha is nothing to Uzumaki Mizuki now, but he will be hunted down by Konoha all the time, and at the same time, Naruto can't live a peaceful life like this. This time the matter is over, let's think about the next step. Uzumaki Mizuki clenched his fists. Let's see if the status quo can be stabilized. No, then you can only turn your face. After Danzo left, Umbu soon reported the specific situation here to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sure enough, the child doesn't want to be separated from his brother. Arrange him in Jonin's school as soon as possible, so that Danzo's thoughts will be broken. However, the remnants of the Uzumaki clan are hiding there, and they have never been found. Is the matter of Uchiha related to them? Sarutobi Hiruzen is also really busy here. It is so externally, but it is a heavy blow internally. The few big families that were beaten could not hold their heads up, and only Ino, Shika, Cho, a loyal member of the Sarutobi family who had been following the Sarutobi family, was not suppressed much. Otherwise, why is the guide Jonin of the new Ino, Shika, Cho Sarutobi Asuma and not someone else? This was all arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The headache for Sarutobi Hiruzen now is how to deal with Uchiha and find the person behind the Uzumaki brothers. Exchange Kohler's dagger. Uzumaki Mizuki was in the toilet at night, turned on the system again to exchange for a new equipment. Jump knife? A piece of equipment in Dota. Doesn't add any attributes, but it has an extremely heaven-defying ability. Teleport? After using it, it can teleport to any place within a range of 120 meters. However, it only works if no one is attacked within 3 seconds. A low-end version of Flying Thunder God? You cannot teleport other people, nor can you teleport people away. but you can teleport to any place within 120 meters without marking. The reason why he chose to jump the knife is because Uzumaki Mizuki does not have enough fighting experience. More than 200,000 points are not enough to exchange for a piece of powerful defensive equipment. The teleportation of jumping knife is very necessary. Run directly at the critical moment. The cooldown time is only 12 seconds. The Utopia, which is far away from the world, cannot be exchanged now. This powerful item that can automatically recover from injuries and stop aging requires millions of points to exchange. Similarly, the exchange for ready-made outfits like lunatics is more than 300,000 yuan, and now the points are so small that they can't reach it. And it's okay to be beaten all the time. You can advance or retreat by jumping the knife, and it only cost 120,000 points. There are more than 120,000 points, which can be exchanged for other items at critical moments. I was planning to wait a few days, so let's do it today. Shadow Clone Technique. Transformation Technique. Uzumaki Mizuki is ready to do it today. Use 200 points of mana to create a shadow clone and stay with Naruto in your own home. And the body directly changed into the appearance of Gilgamesh. He stretched out his hand, from Wang's Haibao Curry, and took the jumping knife in his hand. Teleport. Looking at himself in the mirror, Uzumaki Mizuki directly activated the jump knife skill. In an instant, Uzumaki Mizuki disappeared into the toilet. According to what Fugaku said, Root's site is in a very remote place beside Linnan, the Death Forest. I don't need to look for it. When I get there, the people there should come out to welcome me. Uzumaki and Mizuki were in the shadows, moving slowly through knife jumps and their own dives. He remembered the route of the village clearly, and he also has the ability to perceive ninjas, sensing the existence of people around him through magic. This is all thanks to his daily tasks over the years, which allowed him to control the magic power in a subtle way. Otherwise, Raisnon is not so easy to rub out with one hand. What is missing is only actual combat experience. Uzumaki Mizuki came to the vicinity of the Death Forest smoothly. With the help of Uchiha Fugaku, he knows the patrol routes of the police force. At the same time, there is also Umbu's route, because now Umbu has a separate person who secretly monitors the police force. The two sides were in a stalemate, and it was easy to confirm Umbu's location. As long as you stay away from the patrol area of the police force, you will basically not encounter Umbu. Call. Let's start. Uzumaki Mizuki pushed the back of his head back, then directly walked towards the interior of the Death Forest in an open and aboveboard manner. In less than 2 minutes, he was being watched. Who? Two masked ninjas dressed as Umbu appear directly in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. One holds a dagger in one hand, and the other holds a shuriken. His tone was very cold, as if he was going to kill you if he didn't agree with each other. Where is Danzo? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. When the two roots heard what the guy in the shining golden armor said, they did not hesitate to do it directly. Grab the other person before talking. Using the body flicker technique directly, the two disappeared before Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes. Appearing again, the two rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki, one on the left and one on the right, ready to join forces to subdue Uzumaki Mizuki. Buzz. With these two roots, the pupils shrank. Because they saw it, a golden halo suddenly appeared in front of them. There was no time to dodge. Two golden chains, with arrow-like pointed ends, pierced through the bodies of the two of them in an instant. Puff. Clang. These two roots are directly oral blood. The skylock pierced the abdomen of both of them. They injected chakra into the weapons in their hands, trying to cut off the chain that suddenly appeared. But instead, his arm was numb from the shock. Unceasingly, don't know how to scold. Then I'll just call in. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Then with a slight wave of his hand, two halos appeared again, and two chains appeared from them, directly crushing the heads of the two roots that were restrained by the skylock and unable to move. It was like being headshot by a sniper rifle. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Mizuki froze for a moment, but recovered quickly. There is no mercy for them. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Find an excuse for yourself, and at the same time let yourself not be soft-hearted. If it was the other party, there would be no mercy. After all, it was the first time to kill someone. It didn't take long for Uzumaki and Mizuki to adapt. The effect of practicing magic control for so long is very good. It is so simple to kill two roots. Although it's only at the Chunin level, it doesn't consume much at all. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the point prompt of the system and confirmed the opponent's strength. Jonin are still rare. And here is only the periphery. Did you find it? Uzumaki Mizuki looked not far away, where several auras were approaching. Hiruzen still seems unwilling to hand me Uzumaki Mizuki. But right now, dealing with Uchiha is still the top priority. Didn't Itaka pass the information back? Danzo sits on the lofty throne he has set for himself. It was a very dark cave, but the place where his chair was placed was almost a meter high. He enjoyed the feeling of looking down on everyone. It's a pity that he didn't get the position of Hokage. Not yet, Master Danzo. Yamanaka Fang, who was on the side, quickly replied. So it seems that the so-called Uchiha Madara contacted by Itake has a problem. That guy, didn't he want the Uchiha clan to be wiped out, so he notified the Uchiha clan in advance. The people in Uchiha really can't be trusted. Danzo's face is very unhappy. After preparing for such a long time, the plan was suspended like this. At the same time, it also attracted Uchiha's attention. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to target in this way. He can only continue to suppress Uchiha's popularity in the village and make everyone hate them. Others, nothing is easy to do now. At this time, he can no longer trust Uchiha Itachi, let alone the Uchiha Madara who is in contact with Uchiha Itachi. Boom. Sudden. There was a strong vibration from the top of the cave. What happened? Danzo wondered. Who accidentally exploded the detonator? This possibility is too small, but the possibility of someone calling is also very small. Someone attacked, unidentified, approaching the base. There is a root that appears in the cave instantly. Half kneeling on the ground, lowering his head to report to Danzo. Who is so bold? Could it be that guy? Danzo said angrily. I didn't expect anyone to dare to do such a thing. This is provoking Konoha. It has been a long time since the village was established, except for the Nine Tails incident. There has never been an accident inside Konoha. This time, there are still people who dare to call the door, looking for death. The first thing he doubted was Uchiha Madara who cooperated with Uchiha Itachi, but he believed that that person was definitely not. It must be a treacherous guy from the Uchiha family who secretly imitated Uchiha Madara and tricked Itachi into being fooled. Is it near here? Uzumaki Mizuki has killed more than 24 roots. Altanen. Obtained more than 4,000 points. If he could brush like this every day, he felt that buying the Sword of Victory and the Oath would not be so far away. Hitting here, the magic power is only consumed a few hundred points. And it's still recovering, so it doesn't consume much. He killed all the way in the direction where Umbu kept rushing towards him. The area around here is relatively flat, and he felt more than a dozen breaths around. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of kunao and shurikens were fired, densely attacking Uzumaki Mizuki. N. But all these attacks were blocked by more than a dozen chains that continuously rotated around Uzumaki Mizuki that appeared around Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, the Skylock also took the initiative to strike towards the dark forest around it. Uzumaki Mizuki is all in. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Like these ninjas, he is invulnerable to damage. What is this? Those Umbu were all shocked. His own attack basically cannot cause any damage to this chain. The kunao thrown out was bounced off the chain instantly. The strength of this chain is beyond their imagination. What? The screams came one by one. The power of the Skylock is still very good. Like a lion majesty, they are chasing after those roots. After being tied up, it will weaken the opponent's attributes. The stronger the divinity, the better the effect. Uzumaki Mizuki thinks that the Lock of Sky should be the weakest against Might Guy, and the effect against the descendants of Otsutsuki like the Uchiha clan is the best. It's not that nobody wants to come and attack Uzumaki Mizuki to stop the attack. But around Uzumaki Mizuki, new chains will continue to appear, and the escapism they release is easily blocked by the wall composed of the Skylock. The Skylock is a noble phantasm that can be used to chase and restrain enemies, and can also be used as a defense. Offense is its weakest item. After the number exceeds 20, will the efficiency of my control drop greatly? Uzumaki Mizuki is also analyzing his combat power. Although the daily magic training, the effect is very good. But compared with Gilgamesh himself, there is still a lot of difference. For example, if Gilgamesh's magic control level is A, Uzumaki Mizuki's magic control level is now about C level, and there are about 2 levels apart. However, this level has already reached the level of control of Elite Jonin. No matter how strong it is cage level, and super cage level, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Madara. Come yet. But Uzumaki Mizuki was not given much time to think. Danzo came with a large force. Uzumaki Mizuki is not planning to turn Konoha tonight. It's just a demonstration. If the magic value is hundreds of thousands, then Uzumaki Mizuki would like to try dry turning Konoha. At that time, directly form a Skylock similar to Lego, Susanoo, and shoot it out. Uzumaki Mizuki takes back the Skylock. There are still a few Umbu who have not been killed, and he is not in a hurry to pursue them. Who are you? Danzo came out of the darkness and appeared in the moonlight. With a bandage on his head and a cane in his hand, he doesn't look like a good person. Kneel down, Danzo. In that case, I will spare your life. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Danzo coldly and said in a commanding tone. Ha ha ha. Use the spell of the golden chain, you are the remnant of the Uzumaki clan. It's really strange. Back then, I had deliberately prevented you from entering the land of fire and let Kirigakuer take action. How can a remnant party with your strength survive? Danzo sneered from his side. Then he spoke directly. Tell the secret that has been hidden for many years directly. The Uzumaki family asked Konoha for help, and at the same time sent Uzumaki Kushina, the princess of the Uzumaki family, as a hostage. I just hope that Konoha will lend a helping hand. After all, the Uzumaki clan was still helping the Fire Nation to withstand the pressure from the Water Nation. Unexpectedly, Konoha did not help at that time, but instead prevented the Uzumaki family from escaping. Hearing what Danzo said, Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes became colder. Although he has no feeling for the Uzumaki family, this guy is definitely right to take the blame. But it doesn't matter, just kill you now to avoid future troubles. Those 2 little ghosts of the Uzumaki clan will also become Konoha's tools in the future. You Uzumaki clan, it's over. Danzo continued to speak. The tone is equally cold. This kind of obstruction to Konoha should be cleaned up as soon as possible. Konoha doesn't have the energy to focus on this kind of guy now. But aren't the Uzumaki clan all redheads? Except for the 2 Uzumaki brothers, he had never seen the yellow-haired Uzumaki family. Then, you die. Uzumaki Mizuki has deep eyes. The ones from the previous life basically don't apply to this world. Whoever is ruthless can survive? Buzz. Boom. Behind Uzumaki Mizuki, a huge golden halo appeared. Then, a huge skylock with a thickness of nearly 1 meter rushed directly towards Danzo's position. Like a speeding locomotive, with the sound of whistling wind. Earth-style dirt flow wall. 5 Umbu stood up, formed a seal quickly, and then clapped their hands to the ground. A huge earth flow wall made by joint ninjutsu directly blocked Danzo and others. This earth flow wall is almost as thick as nearly 2 meters wide. However, it was easily shattered by the skylock. The hardness of the skylock is not comparable to this earthen wall made with ninjutsu. Danzo and the others had no choice but to dodge and use the body flicker technique to scatter around. Boom. The skylock hit the ground straight, and hit it deeply. The soil on the ground was directly hit and splashed in all directions. This power is stronger than ordinary Raise-non. Do it, kill him. Danzo jumped in midair and ordered directly angrily. How dare you fight back? Don't look who you're up against. I am Konoha's underground Dark Lord. A dozen Umbu charged towards Uzumaki Mizuki again. This time there are 3 Jonin in it. Uzumaki Mizuki controls the skylock, keeping these guys in check. The golden halo behind him illuminates the surroundings. The magic power is consumed a bit fast. I can't drag it on any longer. After you kill Danzo, leave as soon as possible. Uzumaki and Mizuki are still standing there. The attacks that appeared around him were completely blocked by the skylock. Seeing that escapism and shuriken were ineffective, and they couldn't get close, these Umbu variants threw poisonous smoke without hesitation. More than a dozen poisonous smoke exploded directly. Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't know wind style. Seeing this, he can only leave this area. The passage of the king's treasure house appeared directly on the ground. A skylock was placed directly under Uzumaki Mizuki's feet, lifting him up directly. It's like stepping on a giant python. Is this the adamantine ceiling chains? Danzo frowned, watching Uzumaki Mizuki's movements. This golden chain is indeed somewhat familiar. He had seen the Uzumaki clan use this technique with his own eyes. However, something feels wrong. The number of chains is probably too much. Also, the chains didn't come from the body of that Uzumaki guy, but in midair beside him, or even on the ground. This made him feel very puzzled. But among the ninjutsu he knows, only adamantine sealing chains is most similar to this jutsu. And this person, after he finished talking about the Uzumaki clan, was very angry. With this kind of performance, he doesn't believe that he is not from the Uzumaki family. Master Danzo. The opponent's strength is very strong, and there are too many spells, and they can't be destroyed. For reinforcements, call for more people to come over. Yamanaka asked Danzo. Although this is a base, the root also has work to do. In monitoring Uchiha, a large part of them are root people. Less than 30% of the remaining manpower is now. There have been many deaths and injuries, and it will be even more unfavorable for them if they continue to consume. No need, you can do it too, kill this guy early. Danzo shook his head, then spoke to Yamanaka Wind. Although the power of the opponent's adamantine sealing chains is very good, there are always times when they get tired. With this level of consumption, he felt that even the physique of the Uzumaki family should not last long. The truth is exactly what Danzo said. Dealing with so many ninjas at once consumes a lot of mana. It has already consumed thousands of points of magic power. If it continues like this, killing these people will consume nearly half of the magic power. For Uzumaki Mizuki, who is not ready to play to the end, it is definitely not enough to keep consuming. A golden halo appeared beside Uzumaki Mizuki. He reached in and took out a large key. Show your figure, bizarre sword EA. Uzumaki Mizuki chanted softly. With his right hand, he raised the key of the king's treasury, with the head of the key facing the sky. A dark red magic circuit bloomed instantly from the key. There are so many red magic circuits, it's impossible to tell how many there are at a glance. Like a tree diagram. This scene shocked everyone below. They have never seen such a thing, and for some reason it makes them feel a little chilled. Don't let him use it. Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mizuki standing on the chain in the sky, and the deviant sword EA gradually emerging in his hand. His pupils shrank instantly, and he immediately ordered loudly, with haste in his tone. He didn't know why he was flustered. He felt that if the opponent was allowed to use this attack, it might be worse. Yes, those roots saw that Danzo's tone was so anxious. They also froze in their hearts. Although I don't know what's going on, I also feel the danger. All roots want to stop Uzumaki Mizuki. All kinds of escape techniques and shurikens were thrown non-stop. But Uzumaki Mizuki also knew not to let these guys get close, and a large number of sky locks appeared from around to resist these attacks. At this time, the lock of the sky was completely used by him for defense. Buzz. The deviant sword EA in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand made a rapid spinning sound. The 3 sections of the sword began to spin, in the direction of positive and negative. An invisible position is gradually taking shape. Hateful. What the hell are you doing? Wind-style vacuum datama. Danzo is in a hurry here, seeing that his subordinates were still unable to break through the dense chains. So I can only do it myself. Taking a deep breath, his chest bulges directly. Then spit out a high-pressure wind ball, like a rocket launcher, and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki who was standing on the skylock and standing in midair. Boom. However, this phlegm-like wind style was completely blocked by an iron wall composed of 10 heavenly locks. Dividing this wind style into two will not affect Uzumaki Mizuki at all. Ready for judgment? Danzo. At the time of trial, tear the world apart with my deviant sword. Let's go on, TND will leave pishixing. Uzumaki Mizuki had a grim look on his face. Then without hesitation, he directly swung down the deviant sword EA in his hand. The energy of the red rotation burst out in an instant and spread everywhere. Stronger impact than water style, instantly hitting everyone in the field. The surrounding trees were torn apart in an instant, and then blown around, hitting those Umbu who couldn't dodge. But this is just the beginning. The surrounding space is cracked. However, there is only a small gap. But the power of space ignores defense. Those Umbu who were accidentally touched by the space rift were split into two in an instant, and were even swallowed by the space rift. What exactly is this? Danzo just turned around and ran away. Seeing the scene behind him, he couldn't help but tear his eyes apart. These are the men he recruited so hard. So many casualties all at once? Danzo. Uzumaki Mizuki naturally will not let Danzo go. Increase the magic power output of the deviation sword and inject more magic power. The scope of coverage continues to expand. The huge vibration attracted the attention of the whole village. Many people who experienced the Nine Tails chaos were awakened directly in their sleep. Boom. The red rotating energy exploded directly. Uzumaki and Mizuki saw Danzo being hit with energy, but he didn't have time to confirm whether the other party was dead, because the movement caused was too great, and his remaining mana is about 3,000 points. It was not enough to unleash another attack from the deviation sword EA, so Uzumaki Mizuki chose to leave here very decisively. Use the jump knife directly and disappear in place. This shock. Did he start today? Uchiha Fugaku's side was also awakened by the shock. Then I immediately thought of meeting with Uzumaki Mizuki today. He also can't help much, since Uchiha's police force has been given to watchers by Umbu. Recently, it has been even more extreme. So he couldn't give substantial support. He originally thought that the action of the Whirlpool clan would be executed after a few days. Didn't expect it to start today. It seems that even if I don't agree today, the Uzumaki clan won't wait too long. So thought Uchiha Fugaku, who was totally delusional. Then he immediately changed his equipment, and then prepared to investigate, by the way, to see if he could give a little help. It's also a good choice to at least interfere with Umbu. The ninjas in the whole village started to move. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had to get up from the bed and came to the Hokage building. What happened? Is the investigation clear? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Umbu, who appeared in his office. Master, third generation, it's the Death Forest, the roots are under attack. On the way in the past, we found more than a dozen Umbu corpses belonging to Gen, and now others are going over to investigate. However, we have not received any contact from Root, and the situation is unclear. This Umbu hurriedly reported the situation that had been investigated clearly. In the tone, there is a haste. Block the forest of death immediately. The whole village is on alert. Arrange 20 people to watch the police force, don't care what they do, and record everything you see. Arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After saying that the village was on alert, he hesitated for a moment, and chose to monitor the police force. Yes. After this Umbu received the order, he immediately left the room with a blink and went to arrange the matter ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked at the village outside the village where almost all the houses were lit up. He frowned deeply. He felt that Uchiha was still too much of an eyesore. After something happened in the village, people had to be assigned to monitor them. Make Konoha unable to exert his full strength at all. This stumbling block still needs to be dealt with. At that time, there was no breath on the field, but Danzo. Izanagi, I don't know if he died or not. Uzumaki Mizuki has returned to the village living area at this time. He is slowly approaching his home. Through the perception of magic, confirm the surrounding situation. Then use the jump knife to start moving. Fighting tonight did not use jumping knives. The power of the Skylock was even better than he had imagined, especially strong, and almost none of it was destroyed. It's just that after the number is too large, the consumption of magic power is also terrifying. However, the battle tonight made me more aware of my own strength. Relying on the noble phantasm, you can have cage-level strength, but you still don't have enough combat experience. The minimum power of Deviation Sword EA is almost the same as that of ordinary Tailed Beast Bomb, and it is even more destructive. If you have enough magic power, it will really destroy the world. When Uzumaki Mizuki is on the cooldown of the jump knife, in addition to using magic to perceive the surrounding situation. At the same time, I was still thinking about the situation of today's battle. Analyze your combat effectiveness. The battle relied more on the Skylock, but the Skylock did not disappoint Uzumaki Mizuki's first effort to redeem it. Offensiveness is average, but it works especially well when used to bind enemies and defend. So many uses? This supported the results of Uzumaki Mizuki today. If you change it to other treasures, it will be very difficult for you to rely on your personal strength. Uzumaki Mizuki certainly has no way to achieve this result so easily today. Teleport. Uzumaki Mizuki returned home without incident. Umbu basically rushed towards the Death Forest. The same goes for the police force. There were actually not many guards on the road. Uzumaki Mizuki uses the transformation technique to change the shape while moving himself with the jump knife. There is almost no movement, plus the perception of the surrounding situation, it is completely unnoticed. It's just that Umbu, who was in charge of protecting the two brothers, felt something was wrong when he finally returned home. Naruto was fast asleep. Because he trains very hard every day. Treading water and climbing trees are not simple exercises. For Naruto, who just entered school, he suffered a lot. This also allowed Uzumaki Mizuki not to wake up Naruto when he came home. Shinin points 4600. Jonin points 3000. Yamanaka wine 10,000 points. No Danzo. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the point reminder in the system. Finally confirmed the fact that Danzo is not dead. 10,000 points is not a lot, 10 times that of ordinary Jonin, but no points for Danzo. If you kill Danzo, at least 50,000 points will start. He's lucky this time. During this time, there should be no time to trouble me. There was nothing he could do about not killing Danzo. If you don't run at that time, it is basically difficult to run away. After all, he is not a ninja, and he is not good at it. Unless you spend money to buy equipment. But buying this kind of equipment feels like a loss, a waste of points. It's just the beginning anyway, and there's still plenty of time. It's just over 1,000 points and it's 150,000 points. Not bad. If only I brushed once a day. Uzumaki Mizuki looks at his points. I feel that it is so cool to score points like this, and it is more face-saving than going to block the children after school. Hateful. These are Shisui's eyes. Danzo survived by using Izanagi, and he still uses Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon. He had just put on these eyes for less than a year, and he wasn't that proficient. And it's too far away from Uzumaki Mizuki. He can't use the real power of this eye. It is even more impossible to attack Mizuki directly with illusion at a long distance. It can only be used as a consumable to save your dog's life. There was no peace in the village overnight. But Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm here, because it is basically impossible to find him here. But in the future, Umbu, who may monitor himself, and Naruto will become more. They really suspected that they had gone to the Uzumaki clan. But Danzo is not dead. I don't know if he guessed that he is not using adamantine sealing chains. There is also deviant sword EA. These things add up. It should make Danzo very puzzled. Only Danzo survived. 50 Umbu died. Is this the strength of the Uzumaki clan? In Konoha, they are so bold. Are there other families helping them? Uchiha Fugaku still knew the specific news in the morning. He was shocked when he heard the news. Because the Uzumaki clan dared to do this, someone must have helped. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort just to hide yourself. Our Lord Hokage, he probably won't be able to sleep peacefully during this time. Uchiha Fugaku had a smile on his face. To have such a strong ally, he feels that this is Uchiha's admiration. However, I don't seem to be an ally. I seem to lead Uchiha and join Uzumaki Mizuki's command. But soon, Uchiha Fugaku's face froze. The two parties are no longer in a cooperative relationship. After signing that contract, the two parties are already regarded as the relationship between monarch and minister, not master and servant. But in the future, if that child can really make it to that point, minister, just minister. At least, he has more tolerance than Konoha, as Fugaku thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he couldn't sleep at all. A sleepless night. After knowing exactly what happened, he was very angry. How dare you do this in Konoha's territory? Although those who died were all Danzo's subordinates, they were supplemented by Umbu. Root can be said to have been seriously injured, but it was not completely killed. At least half of the power has been preserved, so it is not considered wiped out. So many people died, you can't even confirm whether the other party is from the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy and terrifying. Across from him sits Danzo. Danzo's face is also ugly. He spent so much effort to get Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon, and it's gone? Although the arm made of first-generation cells has been transplanted, the Sharinon has not been transplanted into his arm yet, because he doesn't have so many Sharinons to experiment with. So only Shisui's Sharinon is used as a sacrifice for Izanagi. The chain ninjutsu he uses is indeed very similar to adamantine sealing chains, but the opponent's blonde hair color, and the means of the final attack, do not match the information of the Uzumaki family. Danzo's side is forced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's despotic power. I can only bow my head. Speak your own judgment obediently. But he didn't say anything about Izanagi. I just said that I was lucky and ran faster. The opponent was probably afraid of being surrounded by Konoha's hands, so after using the forbidden technique, he ran away immediately. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that what Danzo said might be a lie, he didn't care so much about how Danzo survived. Blonde hair color. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of the blonde hair of the Uzumaki brothers, then shook his head. I was thinking too much. It seems that it is the surviving descendants of the Uzumaki family, not the complete blood of the Uzumaki family, and then obtained some kind of secret technique. Is he alone? After Sarutobi Hiruzen said something to himself, he gave his analysis and asked Danzo. Only him. Danzo said those words stiffly. He took more than 20 Umbu and was defeated by one person. Shame? Then the opponent's strength is very strong, and they used two kinds of techniques, adamantine sealing chains and a powerful secret technique, and they have never used physical techniques. The opponent's strength should be at the level of a shadow. Is he targeting you this time because you are eyeing Brother Whirlpool? Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. This should be the only possibility. But when I went to Jinchuriki's house, not many people knew about it. It seems that there are internal traitors in us. This is the second time. What happened to the Uchiha clan is also because of them. Danzo also hated the guy who beat him at this time. Lost manpower. Lost face. and let yourself lose the precious Shisui Sharinon. The accumulation of these made him feel extremely resentful towards the person who attacked him. Actually surpassed the dissatisfaction with Uchiha for a while. Probably. Phew. Naruto needs more people to protect it, and nothing will happen. And Uzumaki Mizuki, use him as bait and find this guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Finally made up my mind? Now that the other party's purpose is determined, there is nothing to hesitate. Naruto cannot be sacrificed. But Uzumaki Mizuki can. Compared to a genius ninja who can be used by himself in the future, it's better to get rid of the enemy in front of you first, so as to avoid a bigger disaster. Are you going to hand him over to me? Hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up. He has been envious of Uzumaki Mizuki for a long time. Although the loss was heavy this time, if Uzumaki Mizuki was included in his subordinates, it could be regarded as recovering a little loss. Do not send more people to stare at him, and I will send people to trouble him. See if he can still sit still and watch Uzumaki Mizuki suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He wouldn't give Uzumaki Mizuki to Danzo. This time it is only possible to lose Uzumaki Mizuki, not necessarily. There are still chances of being able to take advantage later, so why give Danzo? He has also been on guard against the possibility of being bitten back by Danzo? I see. Hearing can't be handed over to oneself. Danzo was sullen like a pissed-off daughter-in-law. However, he is going to send more people, staring at Uzumaki Mizuki. This time, he will not miss again. I can't find the enemy. Sarutobi and Danzo, these two old guys, should be restless. Uzumaki Mizuki is walking down the street. The destination is Ichiraku Ramen. Lunch. Ordinary people are very calm along the way, because the news about Umbu's death will naturally not be told to ordinary people. But on the side of the big family, they should restrain their own clansmen, be more honest recently, and don't cause trouble. If you want to get rid of the entire Konoha at one time, at least you have to go beyond Shenluo Tianzheng and demolish it all at once. According to the extent of the deviant sword EA last night, at least 100,000 points of magic power must be injected at one time to achieve this effect. Nagato is also from the Uzumaki family. Basically, chakra relies on physical fitness. When I am in my 20s, it should not be a problem. Uzumaki Mizuki calculated how much mana it would cost to remove Konoha by himself. Although this village was protected by his so-called father's hard work. But he didn't have that kind of heart. I don't owe this village, but the village owes their brothers. After eating ramen, Uzumaki Mizuki started hanging out. There are 13 Umbu following me. It seems that they want to pass me and find the person behind me. Uzumaki Mizuki said slightly mockingly in his heart. Then, under the watchful eyes of many Umbu, he mixed into the women's bathhouse. Good guy. Relying on the passivity of his beautiful young man, he easily captured the heart of a girl outside the bathhouse, and was then brought into the women's bathhouse by this big sister. There is only a 7-year-old child, and the women are not too defensive. After entering, I was immediately noticed by other girls, and then I used a wave of facial cleanser. Finally Uzumaki Mizuki ran out in a panic. Phew, it's too scary. Uzumaki Mizuki was standing outside the bathhouse with a look of fear on his face. When women become hooligans, they are much more terrifying than men. Good guy. It's a woman, so I'm going to come and hug him. The Umbu who were in charge of monitoring Uzumaki Mizuki were all drooling angrily. This kid doesn't know what a woman is at all. Then these Umbu just looked at Uzumaki Mizuki's sister all the way, and the sister called all kinds of women. Then there are more fruits, vegetables, even meat, and various toys and so on. Umbu who was in charge of monitoring was a little numb, especially when seeing this child being held in the arms of a woman, with a smile that men are familiar with. This kid understands. This thought popped into Umbu's head. So, this makes them even more upset. Even the root of Danzo's subordinates, the tool man who has almost wiped out his feelings, feels a little unhappy in his heart at this time. Putting things back home, Uzumaki Mizuki started blocking elementary school students after school. Today is Koji? They shouldn't be fools. They won't think they can find the person behind me just by staring at me like this. Naruto and the others don't dare to play tricks, so they take me as a target. Next, there should be something against me. Uzumaki Mizuki was waiting in the familiar alleyway. At the same time, he was thinking about what methods the two old guys would use. Attack yourself directly? The odds are too low. Don't take the people behind you as fools. So it wasn't Hokage who made the shot? Accident? Or, the ninja attacks from other villages? It was a big joke that my mother, Kushina, was kidnapped by ninjas from other ninja villages. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that this might be the trick set by Konoha F4. His father, who was pure in middle school, thought he had found a clue, and then directly rescued Kushina. Good guy, this is a tool man who was appointed when Minato was still genin? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't have any affection for these old guys. It's like using ultimate. Be upright and grow your family. Disgusting. You came. But at this time, Koji came. Say hello skillfully. Once, Uzumaki Mizuki bought a bag of potato chips by the way and waited while eating. Before the fight, after giving Koji a sip by the way, the relationship between the two parties eased a lot. Well, are you ready for today? Uzumaki Mizuki nodded and asked. Let's start. Koji said indifferently. He doesn't have that much ambition for fighting. He just wants to wait to go to the convenience store to buy delicious food. Seeing this, Uzumaki and Mizuki acted directly. But Koji didn't just stand still and get beaten. Although he didn't like fighting, he didn't want to lose either. However, the battle was over soon. In terms of speed, Koji is naturally not comparable to Uzumaki Mizuki. Some expansion jutsu are too late to use. You lose. Uzumaki Mizuki puts his fist on Koji's face. I won't lose so fast next time. Koji hummed twice. Like a pig. Then get up from the ground. Hey, don't bully our children next time. Otherwise, I'll let the police force arrest you. But at this time, Akamike Dingza came over and said. Uzumaki Mizuki heard Akamike Chosa's embarrassment. We're just playing. Uzumaki Mizuki said with a worried look on his face. Let people from these families target me. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he immediately thought of what was going on. Is this the plan Sarutobi Hiruzen is preparing? After speaking, Uzumaki Mizuki hurried away. Dad, why are you here? Uzumaki Mizuki, he's not a bad guy, he gave me his potato chips. Koji looked at his father suspiciously, then defended Uzumaki Mizuki. In the future, don't play with him. Akamike Dingza smiled wryly. He didn't expect that he would come to do such a thing. After all, he has a good relationship with 4th generation, and they went on missions together. I didn't expect to be reduced to doing such a thing now. Then the next day, Narashiju also appeared. Then there is a Barameiji way. In the end even Hyuga Hayashi came along. But Niji didn't appreciate him very much and ran away. From now on, don't bully our children. Hyuga Hayashi said slightly intimidatingly. His tone was very serious. He knew what he looked like, but Hinata was scared to cry. Good guy, you are an acting school. Uzumaki Mizuki is at peace. This kind of boring thing didn't have any effect on him. From the looks of it, I knew that these people were forced. They are also not easy on themselves. Just like this, but it has no effect. None of them did anything, Hiruzen. Danzo is very dissatisfied with the actions of several family bosses. Let them do it deliberately and beat Uzumaki Mizuki, but none of them made a move. Phew, it looks like it's for Minato's sake. Since they don't do it, let your people do it. Spread fake news out. Tell everyone that Uzumaki Mizuki is the Jinchuriki, and then arrange to attack Uzumaki Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little angry. These family patriarchs did not give him face. But this kind of thing, he really can't force it. After all, doing too much will cause resentment. And by doing this, he actually wanted to test whether someone in these families had contacted the remnants of the Uzumaki clan in private. But now that he hasn't done any of them, he can't tell the difference. Are you serious? Danzo asked. Wouldn't it be strange if it was fake and could be seen at a glance? Let Uchiha Itake do it. He stayed in Uchiha, and he couldn't get any information. Already rejected by Uchiha, the organization called Akatsuki invited him again recently. Let him attack Uzumaki Mizuki, loot him, and leave as a renegade. See if that guy hiding in the dark can still sit still. Sarutobi Hiruzen said harshly. The Uchiha clan has really been unable to move recently. Then the utilization value of Uchiha Itake will drop a lot. The most important thing is that Uchiha Itake lost Uchiha's trust. Basically, they stopped calling him in meetings and rejected him openly. Then make the most of it. Uchiha reappeared with a faction and also attacked a possible Jinchuriki target. This kind of crime is a particularly good excuse for targeting Uchiha. This method works. Danzo nodded. Let Uchiha and Uzumaki go dog eat dog. Itake, you are in charge of the arrangements. Make him careful not to actually kill Uzumaki Mizuki. If the enemy can be dealt with first, Uzumaki Mizuki's life doesn't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally ordered. Naturally, he couldn't do it himself. And when he was fooling Itake, he was always a decent character. For Itake, a tool man, he also held the so-called guild, but when he did it, he didn't have the slightest intention of being soft-hearted. Okay, Danzo accepted it calmly. This is normal. There are many things in Konoha, not all of which are his responsibility, but his implementation. But in his heart, he also has his own ideas. Thinking, let Itake take Uzumaki Mizuki away and give Uzumaki Mizuki to him. He then controlled Uzumaki Mizuki and cultivated a tool man of his own. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not that single-minded. He always wants to overthrow him and take the stage by himself. Let me do it to a child? Uchiha Itake frowned. Although I can't wait to kill Uzumaki Mizuki. But he's doing it as Uchiha Itake and it's definitely going to cause Uchiha a lot of trouble. Now the clan and Konoha can barely get along, and he doesn't want to break this balance. Your father also intends to change. During this incident, many opponents were arrested. However, Uchiha's influence is still too great, and many people still have evil intentions. This time, the village plans to take advantage of this incident to attack Uchiha. After this time, Uchiha can no longer threaten Konoha, so the two sides will have the foundation to live together. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said to Itake. Itake was expressionless, as if thinking, is this the end? Itake asked seriously. Uchiha who is not a threat to the village, there is no need to solve it. Afterwards, your task is to keep an eye on the guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara, and find out who is the mole who leaked the news to Uchiha. I can guarantee on behalf of third generation that your brother will never be involved. Danzo continued on his side. This time to clean up Uchiha Fugako must not be left behind. You need to change to an obedient manager. Uchiha Itake's weakness, which he and Hiruzen both know, is his little brother. He doesn't feel the slightest bit of guilt about using human weakness to coerce others into doing things. Understood. I will do this, I hope you can keep your promise. Uchiha Itake's face was calm, but his clenched fist proved that he made this decision under a lot of pressure. Do it in 2 days. I remember it was Monday, when your brother was beaten. It just so happens that you can take revenge too, that brat has bullied your brother many times. However, if I want to live, my people will meet him outside the village. The person who hands the child to me will be your last job in the village. On Danzo's side, he said that I am very kind to you. The last sentence is to prevent this man who is already close to madness from killing this kid who has been bullying his beloved brother. After all, Uchiha is the most difficult person to control his emotions. It is precisely because of this that Mr. Tobirama will target Uchiha like this. Maybe it's a bomb. To understanding. After Itake answered, he put on a mask and left immediately. Restore the people around Uzumaki Mizuki to their original state, and assemble northwest of the village. Danzo followed suit. This time, I will definitely let you die without a whole body. Danzo was also angry at the guy who almost killed him last time. This time, he must repay the other party well. Reduced manpower. Uzumaki Mizuki took Naruto out here, ready to teach him how to practice. After going out, they found Umbu who was following their 2 brothers, and returned to the previous situation. Add up to a total of 5. But there were 10 people who followed him before. Then follow your own Umbu to evacuate? Naruto cannot be loosened. What's the matter, big brother? Naruto looked at Uzumaki Mizuki suspiciously. It's nothing, something may happen recently. But don't worry, I'll be fine. Uzumaki Mizuki patted Naruto's head, and said, it's just that the 2 of them are about the same height, so this move is a bit reluctant. What's up? Oh, I see, it must be big brother, you beat Shikamaru too much, they are going to join forces to deal with you, right? Naruto asked hastily. Immediately after that, he said with an expression that I knew. Are they going to join forces against me? Uzumaki Mizuki froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Hai knew the unexpected news. Seems like it. Suggested by Shikamaru, Koji, Kiba, and Stinky Sasuke, they've been together for the last few days, don't know what they're doing. Naruto nodded. Then tell what you know. Well, that should be it. But it's useless, your big brother is amazing. Uzumaki Mizuki laughed and said. What the 2 said was also recorded by Umbu. Only Umbu, who had been following Uzumaki Mizuki, felt something was wrong. Did the kid find anything? It seems very sensitive, but it's true, the 2 orphans have lived together since childhood, and they are very aware of changes in the outside world. This Umbu thought so in his heart. Uzumaki Mizuki came out to guide Naruto to practice this time. Mainly physical sparring. Chakra controls this aspect, and Naruto has made very good progress. Climbing trees can climb up to 10 meters at a time. Transformation technique has been used to good effect. It is the control of clone technique, which is still a little bit worse. But progress is visible to the naked eye. It hasn't been a week since the attack on General. It's impossible to give up looking for me so quickly. Then there is another plan. Is it the routine of deceiving my 2 innocent parents and arranging for other ninjas from Ninja Village to attack me? Uzumaki Mizuki thought to himself. Because there are so many ways. The reason why the black hand behind the scenes still exists in the village is because of the 2 of them. With a little energy, put all your energy on dealing with your own people. Konoha F4, well-deserved reputation. Uzumaki Mizuki sneered. To deal with his own people, the leader, he is well prepared for any routine. But to deal with the enemy, he was beaten passively, bowing his head and working hard. Let Hyagoniji's father die instead. He is obedient to the outside world, but strikes hard at the inside. Let me see what plans you have prepared. Uzumaki Mizuki isn't going to do much more either. They suspected that it was done by the Uzumaki family, so the 2 brothers could not escape. Are you ready? Shikamaru pointed his teeth, Koji and Sasuke asked. Niji and Lee were a grade older than them and were not familiar with them, so Shikamaru didn't look for them. And Shikamaru thinks that with the 4 of them alone, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki alone. He was also rushed. Being beaten every week, I can't stand it. The same goes for several others. Only Koji didn't feel much. Both Sasuke and Tooth were gnashing their teeth, wishing to hang Uzumaki Mizuki up and beat them. Okay, no problem. This time he will lose. Koji nodded. Teeth grin. And Sasuke nodded very vigorously. Go Sasuke. Shikamaru nodded and said to Sasuke. Today it's Sasuke's turn. They all remembered the day of the week when they were beaten every week. It's Sasuke today? Monday? Sasuke nodded, and walked out of school directly with his school bag on his back. The other 3 spread out according to the planned direction. They memorized the places where everyone was beaten, so this time they were going to surround them from 4 directions. Shikamaru even got a special net to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki. Kiba and Koji, along with Sasuke, were responsible for entangled Uzumaki and Mizuki, allowing him to successfully throw the net. Ready to get beat up, Sasuke. Uzumaki Mizuki did not change his actions. Continue to block these elementary school students. This time, I will win. Die, Uzumaki Mizuki. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki, Sasuke yelled directly, venting his dissatisfaction for so many days. His pair of panda eyes have not recovered to the original, and there are still some blue marks. Okay, do you want to put the blame on Uchiha if you do it at this time? Uzumaki Mizuki was taken aback suddenly, because he felt that there were 3 breaths, behind him, left and right. It just so happens that this is a crossroad, it's just a small alleyway, and there are no people coming and going. But soon he almost laughed out loud, because Koji hid behind the pole, but that belly didn't retract. Fire style great fireball technique. Sasuke didn't think so much. Seeing Uzumaki and Mizuki in a daze, he didn't hesitate to use the fire style he knew. The fireball is about 1 meter in diameter, which is not small. This is the result of his hard training for so many days. Good guy. Uzumaki and Mizuki jumped back a few times and went straight out of range of this fire style. Uzumaki Mizuki. On the tooth side, with both hands and 4 feet, he rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki quickly, looking like he was about to explode his ass. At the same time, Koji rushed over with an enlarged right hand. It turns out that they are teaming up to deal with me. Unfortunately, it's useless. Uzumaki Mizuki Ichiraku. Feel a little bit of fun. Then less than 10 seconds. Sasuke, Kiba, and Koji were knocked to the ground by Uzumaki Mizuki in turn. He used a little bit of strength, showing a physical quality beyond his generation. The speed exceeds their encirclement, then the result is obvious. Puff. But Shikamaru, who was hiding in the dark, cast the net aside when Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on Sasuke. It fell straight on Uzumaki Mizuki and Sasuke. Success. Shikamaru wanted to roar at this moment, to vent his joy. Then, he watched as his net passed right through Uzumaki Mizuki's body and landed on Sasuke. Oh. Shikamaru froze. Clone technique, you should learn it. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared from the side, said very calmly. Hateful. We lost again. Fang's right hand hangs heavily on the ground. Very angry. I said it's useless, Shikamaru. Koji accepted the result calmly. In his view, this is the reasonable ending. How can I repair it? Why is he so fast? Sasuke is also very angry. I almost cried out of anger. Uchiha is all sentimental. It's normal to have mood swings before you get blackened. Snapped. 1v4, the challenge is successful. After Uzumaki Mizuki pushed Shikamaru down, he raised his hand to show off. Except for Koji, the other 3 are very angry. But immediately, they were all stunned, because they saw a man dressed as Umbu appearing behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki also narrowed his pupils. An extra breath that I didn't feel appeared behind me. Who are you? Leave quickly. The Umbu who had been in charge of protecting Uzumaki Mizuki was startled. He didn't receive any news that his companions came to help. Without hesitation, he jumped out directly, ready to stop this person. Sherinon. These are his last words. Then the whole person fainted directly on the ground. In the illusion, boom. Then, a smoke bomb exploded. Ahem. Koji, the teeth they were choked by the smoke and coughed. When the smoke cleared, Uzumaki Mizuki was gone. Hey, what's going on? Shikamaru was startled. Little kids fight. Is it necessary to be so strict? He still knows about Umbu, but did he actually attack a child? Did he just say Sherinon? Sasuke looked at Umbu who was lying on the ground, with doubts on his face. These children were not given time to think. Bang bang bang. A few fireworks suddenly sounded in the sky. In less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 Umbu appeared around. Then they learned the news that Uzumaki Mizuki was kidnapped from Shikamaru who was a little awake. Uzumaki Mizuki. One of them, Umbu with white hair, stiffened when he heard the name. Then used the body flicker technique without hesitation and start looking for the prisoner's location. Soon, the word spread. Say Uchiha Itaki, loot the 9 tails Jinchuriki. This is naturally prepared by Danzo. Hateful. Itaki, why did you do this? Fugaku in the office, after knowing about it, angrily slapped a palm print on the table. I specifically said it was Jinchuriki. It seems that 3rd generation prepared it. Are you still jealous of Uchiha? But, Itaki, why did you kidnap Uzumaki Mizuki? Fugaku was really outraged at this moment. Now is the time to join forces with the Uzumaki clan. And his own son kidnapped the Uzumaki clan, which can be said to be a leader-like figure at this time. What does the other party think of Uchiha? The connection that was finally established is going to be broken like this? Then you have to bear the anger of the village? Who are you going to reason with? Call the squad leader, all dispatched together, and rescue the hostages for me. Fugaku couldn't bear it anymore. This time he's going to do it himself. If you can't save Uzumaki Mizuki, well, Uchiha is over. Yes. The members of the police force were also filled with righteous indignation at this time. Everyone was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Itaki. Do this kind of thing at this time. Obviously the captain has worked so hard, but Uchiha Itaki is a beast. However, when they assembled quickly and were ready to set off, was stopped. Danzo, now suspect the Uchiha clan, intending to attack Jinchuriki. The pursuit of Uchiha Itaki is all in the charge of Umbu, and the police force is not allowed to dispatch. Fortunately, there was a mistake this time, and it was Jinchuriki's big brother who was tied up. If there is another 9 Tails rebellion, Konoha will be destroyed. Danzo stood at the gate of the police force and stopped Fugaku and others. Then he said in a strange way. Uchiha Fugaku's angry face was stiff, his eyes couldn't be controlled, and he turned directly into Sherinon. A voice in his head calmed himself down. But there was another voice telling him, fuck this bastard to death. Again, like the night of the 9 Tails riot, preventing our police force from carrying out their mission. Uchiha Itaki is from Umbu, and Umbu is also responsible for what they did. Instead of backing down, Uchiha Fugaku chose to confront. After seeing that such a young child as Uzumaki Mizuki has the ambition to become a king, he felt that he could not continue to keep his voice down. What they got in return was just the opponent's constant targeting. Then it is better to resist? He's your son. Danzo said very directly. He belongs to the root and is your subordinate. To do such a thing is exactly what I suspected before. In Umbu, there are also undercover traitors. Maybe he was brainwashed by that so-called Uchiha Madara to do something like this. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly and continued. But that's all there is to it. He can't really beat Danzo and save Uzumaki Mizuki. At this moment, he only hoped that the people of the Uzumaki clan could defeat his crazy son. The Lock of the Sky. Itake, who just left the Konoha barrier with Uzumaki Mizuki, immediately felt something was wrong around him. Instantly dropped the Uzumaki Mizuki in his hand and used the body flicker technique to leave the spot. The moment he disappeared, 5 golden chains directly passed through the position of his body, head, feet, and even his waist when he was standing just now. It's you? Itake appeared on the trees in the distance. He opened the Sharingan, looked around, and found no enemies. This place has been cleaned up by the root in advance, and no one else will come. And those golden chains that attacked him, like Lion Majesty, appeared behind the child. Seeing this scene, he immediately thought of the man who attacked Genji. Is it this child? It's just unbelievable. You really are crazy. After attacking me, Konoha will not let Uchiha go easily. Last time, it was hard to stop Uchiha from being slaughtered. I didn't expect you to be the type who will never stop until Uchiha is pushed into the abyss. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Itake in a bad tone. This kind of person is already crazy. It is exactly the same as the person who was deceived by the pyramid scheme. Already paranoid. However, it is also easy to backfire on Konoha. After all, after doing everything that should be done, if he still fails to achieve his idea, then he will definitely retaliate. Who are you? You can't be Uzumaki Mizuki, and you're under my illusion. Uchiha Itake didn't dare to act rashly at this time. He is also very clear about what happened to the root. The strength of the opponent is definitely not weak. If it wasn't for the quick reaction just now, then it would be over. That strange chain made him feel palpitations. Illusion. Now that kind of thing doesn't work for me. Uzumaki Mizuki raised a strange-looking dagger in his hand. Amulet that breaks the precepts of all things. It cost him 150,000 points. It just so happened that I defeated a few kids today and collected enough 150,000 points. It can be exchanged for this object that can be strengthened by magic, the relationship connected by contract, and the life created by magic to return to the state before the spell is cast. It is the ultimate anti-magic treasure. Get rid of all abnormal states of the body. Of course, it also includes the increase. But you have to touch the other person's body, or your own body to do it. And this weapon basically has no attack effect. Putting it in Wangjibeo curry will only add a little magic power, and there will be no bonus to attributes. Similar to jumping knife. Powerful in a way, but other aspects are weak, very single effect. Just now when he felt a breath coming from behind him, Uzumaki Mizuki exchanged this treasure very decisively. Because, in addition to the weakness of the body, the other is illusion. At that time, I thought about whether it would be Uchiha Itake's shot. What's more, Obito will show up in person. Facing Uchiha, it is absolutely fine to make extra preparations. As it turns out, you were right. Illusion Sharingan. Uchiha Itake didn't believe it. And just so right, Uzumaki Mizuki looked him straight in the eye. So he used this illusion without hesitation. Swoosh da da da. But the result was a group of chains rushing straight towards him. Impossible. Itake jumped up and avoided the attack of the chain. Said angrily. His illusion was learned from Shisui. For so long, he never missed a shot. Now, it can be said that it is almost the best posture to release the illusion, and the opponent is not affected in any way. But Uzumaki Mizuki, although he has some other ideas about Itake, but he knew that if he tried to escape directly, the effect would be too weak. Use strength to explain it. Take out the deviation sword EA and hold it in your hand. Then he pinned the talisman that broke the commandments of all things to his waist, and then held the jumping knife in his hand. The Lock of the Sky, Uchiha Itake, who was chasing, flashed straight. He used fire style, shuriken, etc. to no avail. The Skylock is extremely hard, at least it will not be hurt by this level of fire style and ordinary iron blades. Since these chains cannot be resolved, then kill the person who released the chains. Itake chose to get rid of the troublemaker. With the Sharingan, he has completely seen through the root of the Skylock, and there is no way to catch him. And he charged directly at Uzumaki Mizuki. It's useless. Although you have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, at this moment, you simply cannot unleash the true power of Mangekyo. The halo lights up behind Uzumaki Mizuki again. A new Skylock bursts from the king's treasury. Uchiha Itake immediately made a sudden stop, his feet drawing a ditch in the ground. Time and space ninjutsu. Uchiha Itake said with a heavy face. Illusion is invalid. Shuriken is useless. Although the throwing is fancy, the opponent's chains that move his arms and fingers are stronger than his own shuriken technique. At the same time, he was even more shocked that Uzumaki Mizuki actually knew his secret. I started Mangekyo Sharingan by myself, and few people should know about it. Uzumaki Mizuki starts hunting Uchiha Itake. The current Itake can't even use Amaterasu, even if it is used. Uzumaki Mizuki can also use the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things to erase it. It can be said that this kind of illusion ninja is restrained to death by this talisman that breaks the precepts of all things. As for Uchiha Madara, the straight Sharingan, enhanced ninjutsu type is more difficult to deal with, and needs to be confronted with real strength. To deal with the phantom ninja-like attack, I have a lot of advantages. Escape. Report the situation of Uzumaki Mizuki to Hokage, then the village will definitely not have time to think about Uchiha. There is such a big risk hidden, and the village doesn't even know about it, so this matter must be very important to the village. Maybe it can be exchanged for the possibility of coexistence between the village and the family. Uchiha Itachi is bent on running away. He knew he couldn't catch Uzumaki Mizuki. It is less likely to send off the opponent. Now his Mangaku's pupil technique is only monthly. Amaterasu will not. Not to mention Susanoo. Plus illusion is invalid. Teiju didn't even have a chance to get close to 3 meters. In terms of ninjutsu, he can only be regarded as an elite jonin, not very strong. Almost overwhelmed by Uzumaki Mizuki. You ran away because you wanted to tell the village about me, right? But if you do this, Uchiha will be attacked by the village immediately. Because, Uchiha teamed up with the Uzumaki group. The contract signed by your father and I exposed me. Uchiha must be finished this time, and then there will be the Konoha civil war, and then he will be attacked by the other 5 major powers, and he will fall into war again. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the skylock that kept appearing under his feet, chasing after Uchiha Itachi fleeing fast in the forest. He really hasn't learned how to run ninja, but he is still very fast when stepping on the lock of the sky. Now only 10 chains are used, which does not consume much Uzumaki Mizuki. But Itachi, like a bastard, has no ears. To what Uzumaki Mizuki said, he didn't answer at all and just ran away. But there are still fluctuations in my heart. He felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was telling the truth. 3rd generation, Danzo, and the others, wipe out the Senjo family. Now it's Uchiha's turn. If you believe what this kind of person says, then you are really stupid. When the time comes, your parents, even your younger brother, will be killed by Danzo and take their Sharingan. Do you know why Danzo is targeting the Uchiha clan so much? Because what he wants is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. His right hand is replaced with a new arm made of 1st generation cells, which can withstand the backlash of the Sharingan. Use the Sharingan as a consumable, and use Izanagi, the secretary of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's innocent child. In the future, his eyes may become one of the consumables. Uzumaki Mizuki chased after Uchiha Itachi and kept talking. He has no verbal escape, because he is not good at it. But in terms of facts, he didn't think there was a big problem. What you said is true. Uchiha Itachi stopped, turned his head to stare at Uzumaki Mizuki and asked. Only Sasuke, never allowed? Originally, he already thought that he had no humanity. But when it comes to Sasuke, can't help it. What happened to Uchiha Shisui's eyes, you know very well. The guy who wants to join forces with you to eliminate Uchiha, doesn't he have the same idea as Danzo, using Sharingan as a consumable for Izanagi? Uzumaki Mizuki sneered. Uchiha Itachi's face twitched, and the anger in his heart could not be concealed at all. Why have I worked so hard for so many years? Who are you? Did you really sign the so-called alliance contract with my father? Uchiha Itachi asked. He didn't know why he spoke. Because he originally thought that he should be completely loyal to Konoha. When he spoke at this moment, he didn't know whether he was looking for information for Konoha, or he wanted to help Uchiha. I am me, the big brother of Uzumaki Naruto. If you want to change the fate of yourself and Uchiha, then surrender to me, and I will bear everything. Uzumaki Mizuki looked directly at Uchiha Itachi. His eyes were very sharp, as if he could see through the heart of a person like the eyes of an eagle. You will bear it. You can't even catch me. Why should I trust you? Although Uchiha Itachi was stared at by Uzumaki Mizuki, he was a little uneasy. But hearing what Uzumaki Mizuki said, he retorted without hesitation. There is no capital to try. One wrong move, and Uchiha could very well be doomed. Uchiha is definitely not Konoha's opponent. A fight will only lead to Uchiha's demise, and Konoha's loss is serious. If Uchiha had the chance to win, he wouldn't do it either. Catch you. This matter is very simple. Uzumaki Mizuki had a confident smile on his face. Uchiha Itachi's face tightened. Want to prepare to escape. But on Uzumaki Mizuki's side, the jump knife has already appeared beside him. Uchiha Itachi was shocked and chose to distance himself without hesitation. But dozens of golden halos floated around, densely packed chains, covering dozens of square meters around Uzumaki Mizuki. Although Uchiha Itachi reacted. But this time, the scope is too big. In the end, his right foot was entangled with a skylock, and before he had time to break free, other skylocks bound his other limbs in an instant. In order to prevent Itachi from forming a seal with one hand, the skylock almost entangled his entire palm. Look straight at me, miscellaneous cultivator. Want to change Uchiha's fate? Want to put an end to a future where Uchiha has been constantly at war? If you want, surrender to me. Everything about Uchiha is born by me. I, who was born to be king, will change Uchiha's destiny. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the skylock and lifted himself a little higher than Uchiha Itachi tied in midair. With the same red pupils, he watched Uchiha Itachi's head bound by the skylock and said you. Uchiha Itachi tried to break free, but I found that my strength seemed to have decreased a lot. The movement of chakra in the body has become abnormally slow. I was very shocked. But at his age, he doesn't know much about the Uzumaki clan. I just know that there is this family, but I don't know the specific news at all. But he knew that this family was good at sealing techniques. You now have two choices. One is death, I poach your Sharingan. The second is to surrender to me, hand over Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo to me, and I will take on Uchiha's destiny and change it. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Uchiha Itachi very coldly. Why do you know so many things? You even know that Shisui's eyes are in my hands. Uchiha Itachi asked in horror. This matter, only he himself knows. Didn't tell anyone that I have Shisui's eyes. He can agree with other things that Uzumaki Mizuki said just now, thinking that Uzumaki Mizuki knew it from other places. However, this matter is absolutely impossible. Only myself was present at the time. It is absolutely impossible for others to know. Take me as a god. Being able to know everything, including the identity of the so-called Uchiha Madara, and the fact that after you were about to slaughter Uchiha, only Sasuke was left behind. Let him hate you, hunt you down, and then return to Konoha as a hero. I also know. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. He's not going to stay here any longer. This time it was somewhat troublesome. Because he went back directly, it was a bit unreasonable. At that time, you will definitely have to check your own memory, which will be very troublesome. If his strength is exposed, he can only run away with Naruto and be hunted down all the time. This is a bit troublesome, so he wants to get rid of Uchiha Itachi before Danzo's people rush over. Let's see whether he surrenders or chooses to die. Uchiha Itachi was too shocked to speak. Everything the man in front of him said was true. It was clearly something in my heart, and I didn't even say it. He checked himself again, wondering if he had been hit by a stronger illusion. But I found that I was only restricted by chakra, and I was not under the illusion. You don't have that much time to think. 1 minute, I want to continue to live, work hard to change Uchiha's fate, or die here. Start the countdown. Uzumaki Mizuki said very coldly. The deviation sword EA was taken out, but it hadn't been used yet. But he kept it, ready to deal with Umbu who would show up next. Can I trust you? Itachi asked. His face was very serious. If you can't resist, you can only try to accept it. Now he can't just die like this. If you can really fight, who would be willing to bear this fate? Did you ever try to trust your father when you betrayed Uchiha? He believed me, now it's your turn. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Fugaku is because of the situation, which cannot be changed at all. Itachi didn't believe in Uchiha at all, and was too heavily influenced by Shisui's thoughts. After all, Shisui is a disciple of the second generation, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who was poisoned by the will of fire. And Shisui, the poison of the will of fire, is a stronger third-generation version than ever? Words of 3 Mangekyo in unison. Konoha F4 did not dare to do anything. However, Konoha F4 is still powerful in internal fighting. I, Uchiha Itachi, surrender to you. Itachi took a deep breath and spoke directly. Hiss. After he finished speaking, the skylock on his right hand turned into golden particles and disappeared. You can form Midra with one hand, use the summoning technique to summon the crow that placed Uchiha Shisui Sharingan. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. At this time, there is no time to waste. Call. Suppressing the shock in my heart. He really believed it at this moment. This person really knew everything? Boom. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. As Uzumaki Mizuki said, just summon the crow that placed the Sharingan. After the crow came out, it was immediately bound by the chain of the sky, then pulled in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki dug out this Sharingan directly, and then put it into King's treasure curry. Itachi frowned. After all, this is the last relic left to him by his best friend. Acquire special props Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Shisui. Increased attributes. Strength, 186. Stamina, 154. Mental power, 223. HP value, 1860. Magic value, 2230 points. Skylock plus 3000 points. 100 million magic value. 1000 chakra. 500 tears of the goddess. 7500 Mangekyo Sharingan. 1 piece. Uchiha Shisui 2000. Equipment, Skylock, Tears of the Goddess, Kohler's Dagger, Talisman of Breaking All Commandments, Mangekyo Sharingan, 1 piece. After Uzumaki Mizuki put Shisui's Sharingan into the king's treasury, he immediately got a prompt from the system. He turned on the system and carefully checked the Sharingan's data. It was discovered that the magic value increased by the lock of the sky has increased by 1000. This is a noble phantasm that increases power as you use it. Uzumaki Mizuki's attributes increase, and the increase brought by the sky lock will become stronger. Other equipment does not have this effect. The upper limit of growth is naturally the king's treasure house is stronger. As long as one has enough wealth, then the strength is unlimited. One piece has increased so much. If it is a pair, then the degree of enhancement to the current me is even more than the current sky lock. But unfortunately, in Danzo's hands, Uzumaki Mizuki also felt a little pity here. Then, he tried to mobilize the Sharingan in Wang's Haibeo Curry. He wanted to see how to use this equipment. Do you want to be embedded in your own body like Danzo? Buzz. It turned out to be stuck between the king's treasure house and the real world. Looking at Sharingan stuck in the halo, Uzumaki Mizuki was a little amused. But it looks a little scary. An eye floats in midair this is. Uchiha Itachi was equally surprised. Not sure what's going on here. Sharingan actually floated in midair, as if an eye had grown in midair. Illusion Sharingan. Uzumaki Mizuki controls the Sharingan through the king's treasury, using illusion on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was caught off guard and was hit instantly. After about 2 or 3 seconds, he woke up from the illusion. Horror appeared on his face. Is it possible to use Sharingan like this? Unheard of? Why can the Sharingan of the card owner in midair be used like this? He couldn't figure it out. However, he only woke up in 3 seconds because he was restrained by the sky lock, which caused chakra to flow slowly, so he woke up so slowly. Otherwise, it would be about 1 second at most, but this second is enough to decide the outcome on the battlefield. Clatter. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers and released the other sky locks on Itaki. It should be Danzo and third generation's intention to ask you to catch me. What are they going to do next? Uzumaki Mizuki asked directly. Know what the other party is going to do, so you can make the next judgment. Danzo asked me to capture you, take you to a location about 5 kilometers away, and hand you over to General. If you come across someone from the Uzumaki clan behind you, just kill him. Your life is not the top priority, killing him is. There is no hiding from Uchiha Itake's side either. After seeing that Uzumaki Mizuki was able to use Shisui's Sharingan, he completely believed in this person and had the power to change Uchiha. Coupled with that godlike ability to know everything, Itake felt that Uchiha could still be saved. This dog never forgets me. It's a pity that I didn't kill him last time. It's really a trouble for this guy to stay. Hearing Uchiha Itake's words, Uzumaki Mizuki knew that Danzo couldn't stop thinking about himself. I want to train myself to be a tool person, and I want to replace Naruto one day, right? And looking at it like this, it is very likely that it was hidden from third generation. Worthy of being a good friend? They are all insidious guys who have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. You should be able to tell the difference between a Danzo person and an ordinary Umbu. Don't go to root, leave me to normal Umbu, and run away. You stay in Konoha, but you will always be used. Go to Uchiha Madara's side and wait for my order. Uchiha Madara's ability is to make his body enter a different space and cannot be touched. It lasts for 5 minutes. There are some white things around him called white Zetsu. That guy is more dangerous, so be careful. Konoha's side, you fool yourself. Uchiha's side, I will take care of it, and nothing will happen to it, understand? Time is short, and Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't have that much time to talk. Just pick the important things, said to Uchiha Itachi. What's more, he didn't completely trust Uchiha Itachi, just telling him about it and making him feel in awe of himself was enough. Yes. Itachi's heart tightened, and he quickly agreed. He felt the mystery of Uzumaki Mizuki more and more, and he knew so much about this unidentified Uchiha Madara. Write down all the information that Uzumaki Mizuki said. In that organization, Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, is also there. You can try to get first-generation cells from him. That thing can alleviate the side effects of Mangekyo Sharingan, but there are risks, but I think you should be able to withstand it. In that organization, the ones to be careful of are the so-called Uchiha Madara, and the guy named Ju. That leader is just a fool, so don't worry about him. Hold on to Konoha, and just wait until I come to see. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. The most important thing is that time is too tight and there is not so much time. Otherwise, what about Uzumaki Mizuki? You have to teach Uchiha Itachi a lesson. Yes. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. Quickly record these things. At the same time, I feel more and more stable this time. Tear the world apart, heaven and earth, leave Paiji seeing. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and then raised the deviation sword EA without hesitation, releasing its power directly. Boom. The red rotating magical energy exploded instantly. The trees in front of Uzumaki Mizuki were torn apart. 2 or 3 spatial cracks with a width of less than 10 centimeters appeared, directly sucking in objects close to the cracks. After raging for about 10 seconds, the movement stopped. Uchiha Itachi swallowed. This power is indeed astonishing. The coverage area is about the size of 2 football fields. In this range, there is almost no complete tree, all of which are residues. All the deep soil on the ground was churned out, and several deep ravines appeared. It was like an earthquake. Catch me and run away. Umbu uses illusion to control a few to faint, and just leave 1 or 2 behind to run away with me. As Uzumaki Mizuki said, he put all the deviant sword and other things into Wang's Haibeo curry. Only the talisman that broke the commandments of all things was placed under his clothes and stuck in the rubber band of his trousers. No matter what, you have to be on guard. Okay. Uchiha Itachi didn't hesitate. Are you really only 7 years old? But when he was about to hug Uzumaki Mizuki, he couldn't help asking. If I were 12 now, I would have picked Konoha by myself. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Itachi stopped talking, and quickly started to act according to Uzumaki Mizuki's instructions. The devastation caused by the deviant sword immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people, including the Umbu who chased them out, and the roots of the Danzo arrangement. Over there, Kakashi heard the huge movement. He rushed over at full speed without hesitation. Although he has actually fallen into darkness and has no hope for life, completely became a tool man of the Walking Dead. But when he heard that his master's child had an accident, he still couldn't help it and rushed out, followed by 3 Umbu, members of his squad. And what surprised him the most was, why Uchiha Itachi? That person is obviously a very calm guy. Why? Found. But soon, Kakashi's Sharingan caught traces of the ground. Without hesitation, he speeded up and caught up. Soon he saw a figure, so he worked harder. In the end, the figure in front stopped first, and Kakashi led people to catch up. I didn't expect it to be Captain Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi said very calmly. With his left hand, Uzumaki Mizuki, who looks unconscious, is held by the waist, and the right hand holds the short blade issued by Umbu, which looks very normal. But the other Umbu on the field are all guarding against Uchiha Itachi to counterattack them at any time. Itachi, why are you doing this? He's just a child, and he has no enmity with you, why tie him up? This is what puzzles Kakashi the most. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Itachi came to kidnap Jinchuriki, and he would kidnap the wrong person, which was a little outrageous. If the Uchiha clan wants to fight among themselves, it is impossible for Uchiha Itachi to act alone. Then it is very likely that it is an order from Konoha's high level, so Itachi is performing a task. This is a secret. If you don't get out of the way, then he will die. Uchiha Itachi didn't know what to say for a while. Because in the original plan, he would not meet these Umbu, only the roots of Danzo. The most is to meet the people of the Uzumaki family, so the priority is to deal with the enemy, not the current situation. Give that child to me, and I will let you go, Kakashi said decisively here. Now in this situation, he has no confidence in dealing with Uchiha Itachi, and will also Uzumaki Mizuki protect the post. Uchiha Itachi is compared with Uzumaki Mizuki, so naturally Uzumaki Mizuki is more important. Do you think I'll believe that? Captain Kakashi. Umbu does things without compromise. I'm not a newcomer who just joined Umbu, Uchiha Itachi sneered. At the same time, as soon as he finished speaking, an Umbu around him fell silently, falling directly from the tree trunk to the ground. Beware of illusions, don't look at his Sharingan. Startled, Kakashi shouted hastily. At the same time, use Kunao to bounce the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi started running away again. Don't hurt that kid. After Kakashi caught up, the colleague gave orders. Then he slapped his hands on the ground, and the earth flow wall directly blocked Itachi's body. Itachi's side is also quite difficult, because acting skills must not be too outrageous, but also not too fake. It's almost like the last battle with Sasuke at that time, you need to control your own power perfectly. In the forest, you chased me for about 10 minutes. Finally, Uchiha Itachi threw Uzumaki Mizuki into the sky, and his colleague threw two Kunao towards Uzumaki Mizuki. This move made Uzumaki Mizuki think, did Uchiha Itachi want to kill himself? Shouldn't it have just used Shisui's Mangekyou to brainwash Itachi? Clang clang. But on Kakashi's side, he jumped up, blocked Uzumaki Mizuki's depth, knocked Kunao into the air, and at the same time relied on Uzumaki Mizuki. After he fell, the last Umbu beside him also fell. Uchiha Itachi was also missing. Why did you hand over the hostages to Umbu's people? Not long after Itachi left the battle, he was stopped by Gen's men. The tone is very bad. Danzo has been letting Uchiha Itachi go, and he is even more strict with his subordinates. Never let your guard down with Uchiha Itachi. Hold on all the time, Uchiha Itachi is a double agent possibility. I can't escape with hostages. And that Uzumaki clan is hiding in the dark, I was almost caught up by him just now. If it wasn't for Umbu's people, I should have lost to him. Uchiha Itachi calmly looked at the roots surrounding him. There are about 10 people. This number is already a lot. Because Uzumaki Mizuki killed more than 40 last time, Danzo also brought people to block Uchiha Fugaku. It is already very good to be able to squeeze out so many people. Has the enemy appeared? Why didn't you release the signal as planned? A small captain on the root side continued to question. There are indeed many unknowns about this matter, and it is all up to Uchiha Itachi to explain it himself. Naturally, they didn't quite believe it. That person is very powerful. You can go to see the battlefield. At that time, a large area was almost destroyed. And I want to protect the hostages and avoid being threatened, so I don't have time to release the signal. This task has failed, and I'm going to perform another task next. Get out of the way. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he said in a very bad tone. He is not affiliated with these people management. It was directly in charge with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, after Master Danzo comes over, we are making a decision, now you must stay. But Root here, naturally refused to agree. The situation is unknown. For a while, I didn't understand the situation at all. Coupled with deep doubts about Uchiha, they made the choice Danzo would have made without hesitation. Just like a dog imitates its master, Kakashi brought Uzumaki Mizuki to Konoha Hospital and gave it to the medical ninja for treatment. At the same time, several of his companions were also treated together. When the medical ninja was about to treat Uzumaki Mizuki woke up straight away. Seeing this, the medical ninja could only give Uzumaki Mizuki a simple check. The child was found to be in good health, with no major injuries other than a few scrapes. Kakashi's companions are a little bit miserable, although the ones in it are not Tsukuyomi, but ordinary illusions. It was enough for them to have a splitting headache and be treated in the hospital. Third generation project. Uzumaki Mizuki is safe and sound, but let Uchiha Itachi run away, when my subordinates. In the hospital corridor, Kakashi reports to Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the situation at that time, he still felt a lot of pressure. The main thing is that Uchiha Itachi has hostages in his hands. But one thing, he felt that Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to have any killing intent, and at the same time, he wasn't too cruel to Uzumaki Mizuki. And a couple of times their side's attack was going to hurt Uzumaki Mizuki, but was blocked by Uchiha Itachi instead. I know, it's good to be safe. Uchiha Itachi, there will be other people to deal with it. During this time, you should protect this child first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a calm face. Plan failed? It is not confirmed yet, we have to wait for the answer from Danzo. But the child was rescued by Kakashi, not from Danzo, which made him a little confused. Is there something wrong with Itake? Yes. Kakashi nodded and said no more. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen went in to see Uzumaki Mizuki, and then left. Hypocritical old guy. Uzumaki Mizuki lay peacefully on the hospital bed. In my heart, I was planning how to speed up my pace. These people are completely focused on dealing with their own people? If, like Cloud Shinobi Village, they want to develop outward, Konoha should be more united? So, the target was not caught, and another mission also failed. Danzo said to Uchiha Itake with a grim face. This time, he planned to kill two birds with one stone. Find out the Uzumaki clan hiding in the dark, and frame the Uchiha clan at the same time. At the same time, there is a small harvest, which can give Uzumaki Mizuki to the income. But failed too, only the planting of Uchiha, and it was barely able to continue. Yes, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Itake bowed his head like this, and replied very respectfully. It seems that there is no double-heartedness. But now, after seeing Uzumaki Mizuki's level, he feels that these high-level leaders in Konoha are really only focused on internal strife. However, there are indeed problems within Uchiha, but recently his father's efforts have stabilized somewhat. But Konoha is still unwilling to give up. You can no longer stay in Konoha. According to the original plan, go to the side of Uchiha Madara, monitor him, and investigate the situation by the way, whether people from the Uchiha clan have colluded with him. Although Danzo can't wait to send sculpture Uchiha Itake at this time, but still not working. Because Uchiha Itake still has value, this Uchiha Madara still makes Danzo somewhat afraid. Uchiha Itake's heartfeltness he could not confirm. But Danzo knows that as long as he can grasp Uchiha Itake's weakness, then he can only be obedient. That weakness is his family, and the whole of Uchiha. Still, what has to be done has to be done. This seal will destroy your head when you tell me information about me. Go. Naturally, he had already made preparations for what it could arrange for Itake to do. Finally, he added one more. What Danzo is best at is this kind of curse seal, which is used to control the use of human hands. Can make life worse than death. Coupled with the threat of the family, those ninjas can only be obedient. Uchiha Itake immediately disappeared before Danzo's eyes. I hope my judgment is correct this time. Uchiha Itake also has no way of knowing the future trend. I can only hope that I have changed to slaughter the entire Uchiha and made a new decision to save it all. But, will something happen to Konoha? This is one thing he can't understand. Will that person, who will become the new Hokage, change all that? 2 days passed. The whole village returned to calm. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, after careful inspection, it was confirmed that he did not have any curse marks on his body, including no illusions and so on. In the end, it was only found that the child's physical fitness was particularly good, and there was nothing else to gain. When he got home, Naruto was crying. After all, it is the only one to rely on. When he knew something was wrong, he almost ran away. Umbu, who was watching the surroundings, was really taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to let Uzumaki Mizuki go. Otherwise, in fact, he was planning to keep Uzumaki Mizuki for a while, and then make a decision whether to use it to find the guy hiding in the dark. It's okay, I'm amazing, you have to believe me. Uzumaki Mizuki stroked Naruto's head soothingly. This time loyalty completely angered him, and Uzumaki Mizuki was ready to make Konoha and others make a fuss. Uzumaki Mizuki is fine, but Uchiha is in trouble again. The whole tribe is almost surrounded by Umbu. The manpower at the border was dispatched back again. The people of the Uchiha clan felt dissatisfied again. This time it was the vast majority. When Uchiha Madara wanted to take everyone on a run, no one wanted to follow him. Because they have enjoyed a stable life, no one wants to bump into their mother-in-law. After second generation came to power, although it was a bit harsh on Uchiha, life was still going on. After the third generation came up, the village's attitude towards Uchiha changed. The distrust of Uchiha is almost on the surface. Especially after the end of the Senju family, they intensified and kept suppressing them. Reduced the powers of the police force. The fourth generation had just breathed a sigh of relief 2 years after it came to power, but it was gone, and Uchiha was almost destructively suppressed. Families were forced to change locations, from the center to remote corners. Now, almost ordinary people from the Uchiha clan have a bad attitude towards Konoha? Phew, just come back. Uchiha Fugaku finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news that Uzumaki Mizuki had returned safely. If you lose this last ally, Uchiha really can only take the road of being hostile to Konoha. He saw it clearly, Konoha F4 just wanted Uchiha to die. Without the support of the Uzumaki family, the Uchiha family can only go to a dead end. He will not sit back and watch Uchiha die like this. You mean, you failed to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so you defected? Obito asked suspiciously. Yes. I have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and then destroy Konoha. But the catch was wrong. The two brothers were too similar to be able to tell the difference. Uchiha Itake opened his eyes and said nonsense. He knew that the other party must know his goal. But he will still be invited. I see. It's too immature. To do this kind of thing, you should wait for the two children to do it together when they are at home. Blow up their home with detonators, force the Nine-Tails to protect Jinchuriki, and then use Mangekyo to take control. On Obito's side, he is very willing to share his experience with Itachi. But Itachi had no expression on his face, and had no intention of speaking at all. The matter of eliminating Uchiha, can't we continue? I just left Konoha too, join me and clean up the Uchiha clan. These people who betrayed me have absolutely no need to continue living. Seeing this, Obito could only continue talking. In order to continue to carry out the previously agreed plan, destroy the Uchiha clan. Obito needs a few spare Sharinans, but there is not much demand. He just enjoys bringing people into darkness. Uchiha Madara chose him, and he chose Itachi. Obito didn't think much about the matter of Uchiha, Sharinan or something. He just hunted down a few Jonin Uchiha himself. There is no need to kill the Uchiha family. Now Konoha is very strict with Uchiha. Although he is dissatisfied with Uchiha, he will not sit back and watch Uchiha perish. After all, this incident has been exposed. If something happens again, then Konoha will suffer a serious face injury, so it is not suitable to do it recently. Only then did Uchiha Itachi speak. He said it sincerely. In this situation, the success rate is very low. Kill some of them first, let Konoha feel the fear. What will happen if you betray Mrs. Madara? But at this time, a pitcher plant suddenly appeared on the ground. Exactly? With a very strange voice, he said something that made Itachi's fists clenched. That's a good plan, what do you think, Itachi? Obito also said in a suddenly enlightened tone. Then he asked Itachi what he thought. If I can, I'm fine. In the end, Itachi could only reply very calmly. If you really have to, then do it. The enemy in front of him is too dangerous, he can't be exposed yet. This information must be passed on, but it must not be given to Konoha. If Konoha knew, he would definitely choose to use his tricks and let this guy continue. I can only trust that person. Uchiha Itachi recalled Uzumaki Mizuki's haki and superior feeling when facing him. At this moment, he felt a little reliable. Absolutely, go investigate and prepare some time. Let's go there and give Konoha and Uchiha a little surprise. Naturally, Obito would not choose to miss this opportunity. There is Kamui. You can advance or retreat, just wave. In his eyes, the current Konoha is like a toothless wolf, without any threat at all. Yes, Lord Madara. Absolutely, this side is very suitable for acting. Have you found the other party yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Danzo, who was sitting across from him. This time, it took a lot of manpower and material resources. Taking advantage of Uchiha Itachi's defection, almost all the big families in the village were investigated. However, there is no way to find the hidden person. Almost checked the number of people in the entire village, trying to find the unreasonable one. However, no such person was found. Yes, but now I have confirmed one thing. That guy does show up when something happens to Uzumaki Mizuki. Danzo nodded. There was nothing he could do about Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction at this time. But this time, it is not without any gains. We have found the opponent's weakness. The child is handed over to you. Can you get rid of that guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Uzumaki Mizuki is also available for trade if necessary. Not Jinchuriki anyway. Sacrifice doesn't matter. It is to prevent Jinchuriki from having an accident, which is a little troublesome. But to make an excuse, let's say Uzumaki Mizuki is physically injured and needs treatment. If something really happened, it would be death. It's that simple. He became cruel, but he didn't know how to speak conscience. After he got what he wanted, he would pretend to be a little pitiful. This guy hiding in the dark, if he doesn't find out, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Danzo agreed without hesitation. He also hated the guy hiding in the dark. It hurt him to lose the most important Sharingan, killed so many of his loyal subordinates. Even if Uzumaki Mizuki is used as a human bomb this time, he will kill that guy. 5 days later, after Naruto goes to school, you just take him away. Leave the rest to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a very flat tone. In his tone, he didn't take people to heart at all. Uchiha Fugaku desperately wants to meet Uzumaki Mizuki. The police force returned to normal work, but the team members were all angry. For Fugaku, they really don't have any anger. But for Uchiha Itachi, for Konoha as a whole, they are completely disappointed. A cynical thought came to mind. Many people can't help but want to turn against Konoha, and it's all thanks to Uchiha Fugaku. But recently, it was not easy for him to run out. Because a lot of umbu staring at. This is the only way. Uchiha Fugaku decided this way. In the afternoon, he went home early. Found his little son. He didn't let Sasuke go to school these days, worried that he would be angered by the gossip in school. After crying at home on the first day, Sasuke thought that his big brother would do such a thing because of him. Because every time he was beaten by Uzumaki Mizuki, he would come back and complain to his big brother. So big brother must be trying to vent his anger on him. That's why he treated Uzumaki Mizuki like this. I blamed myself very much and cried many times at home. But about Uchiha Itachi, I couldn't explain it clearly to Sasuke. Fugaku and Mikato were very helpless. Sasuke, this time it's your big brother who did something wrong. You shouldn't bully the small with the big. That kid Uzumaki Mizuki is injured. We can apologize to him instead of Itachi, can we? Fugaku said to Sasuke. An apology is a real apology. The Uchiha clan did this kind of thing, although both parties knew that Uchiha Itachi was undercover. But what should be done is still to be done. Of course, I would also like to ask about what Uchiha should do in the future. Okay, I'll apologize to him instead of Unii-san. Suzuki nodded with red eyes. It's okay. Uchiha Mikoto gave a worried look. She is not Suzuki, so easily deceived. It would be very troublesome to find that child at this time. It's okay, wait for me at home. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, no problem. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't say much. Head straight out with Suzuki. Along the way, Fugaku spotted Umbu several times. The other party could almost be said to be watching him openly. When he took Suzuki near Uzumaki's house, Umbu appeared. I don't know Captain Fugaku, what's going on over there? What appeared was Kakashi. These days, he is protecting Uzumaki Mizuki. I watched Uzumaki Mizuki's Umbu before, and I got Ataka's illusion, and I'm still in the process of training. I brought the child here to apologize to that child of Whirlpool. What happened this time, after all, was my son's fault. If I don't come to apologize, I feel uneasy. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. This is the truth. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Fugaku, wondering for a moment if he should let him pass. However, Naruto is at school now. If Jinchuriki is not around, it is not so dangerous to approach Uzumaki Mizuki. He also didn't believe that the other party would take Uzumaki Mizuki as a hostage like Uchiha Itaka did. This uncle, Unii-san did something wrong, I will apologize on his behalf. It's all because of me, that's why I have so many Unii-san, because I was injured in a duel with Uzumaki Mizuki, and Unii-san has so many, woo woo woo. Suzuki started crying while talking. Kakashi's face stiffened. He is not very skilled in this matter. I'll watch from the sidelines. After saying this coldly, Kakashi disappeared immediately. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally he recognized Kakashi. The red eye under the opponent's mask, coupled with the white hair, directly exposed him. Let's go. Fugaku took Suzuki and walked to Uzumaki Mizuki's house. As for Kakashi, he was also sticking to the corner, waiting silently. Opening the door, one is slightly surprised to see Uzumaki Mizuki of Uchiha Fugaku. I thought about going to see him tonight. Unexpectedly, he came to the door by himself. Sorry. It's all my fault, I'm big brother. Suzuki still took the responsibility on himself and directly bowed his head to apologize. Nothing dealing with you. I will avenge this revenge myself. When I become stronger, I will find him myself. Uzumaki Mizuki continued speaking in a child's tone. But when he was talking, he said the word rest assured to Uchiha Fugaku in colloquial language by the way. He sensed that there was someone next to him, but according to the line of sight from that position, he couldn't see him opening his mouth, so he said with confidence. Seeing these two words, Uchiha Fugaku heaved a sigh of relief. Either way, it's our Uchiha clan's fault. Please accept our apology. Uchiha Fugaku also said with a very humble look. Kakashi, who was hiding on the side, was a little surprised. He didn't expect the patriarch to put his body down like this. It's the Uchiha clan, too many accidents happen. So difficult? Losing money. Uzumaki Mizuki said it very bluntly. Kakashi, who was eavesdropping, almost lost his footing. Still, it seems like that's what kids are supposed to do. I don't have much money with me. Tomorrow I'll ask Suzuki to bring you. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was also a bit frustrated, as if he didn't expect this result. Soon, the two left. Uzumaki and Mizuki stayed at home peacefully, writing and drawing. I drew a monkey, an elephant, and Ino, Shika, Cho and so on. Sure enough, it's best to choose an elephant in the end. If Konoha is messed up, it will be easier for me to do things. Uzumaki Mizuki decided. Uchiha Fugaku went to meet the child. After Danzo knew the news, he frowned. He felt something was wrong. But what was written in the information seemed so normal. Let's do it tomorrow. Danzo is not going to wait any longer. This time, he will complete the task well. Find the guy hiding in the dark. Don't let Uchiha interfere with him. And Uzumaki Mizuki stayed at home for a few days. Because Uchiha Itaki appeared last time, except for Niji and Xiaoli, everyone else's points have been cleared. Although in order to deal with Uchiha Itaki, a special treasure was exchanged. However, the day before yesterday, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Solicitation Uchiha Itaka Mangekyo sharing in success. Get 50,000 points. When he let Uchiha Itake go before, he knew that Uchiha Itake must still have something in mind. But he knew that Uchiha Itake would not reveal his identity in a short time. Unless you see no hope in yourself. But I don't know why I am willing to surrender myself again. With an extra 50,000 points as a maneuver, Uzumaki Mizuki is a little more stable. Uzumaki Mizuki is going to go to Uchiha Fugaku during the day, because at night, there are many Umbu who are responsible for protecting them. Because Naruto is also at home. Usually, there are only 1 or 2 Umbu watching him, and it is best to run out during the day. It is enough to leave a shadow clone and come back at noon the next day. But when he was about to go out, he felt more than 20 breaths approaching. This made him frown. This kind of formation seems to be ready to go to war at any time. What's the matter, Master Danzo? Is Uchiha Itaka back? Kakashi appeared in front of Danzo and asked suspiciously. Come over to Uzumaki Mizuki, why are there so many people? There are at least 5 standard Umbu teams, that's a lot. This is an order for the purpose of the 3rd generation. I will take Uzumaki Mizuki away, let your people retreat, and my people will take over here. Danzo gave Kakashi a cold look, and said. If Kakashi knew what he was going to do to the kid, there might be trouble. Unstable factors, he does not want to see. Take that kid, Kakashi said in surprise. He sensed something was wrong, but the person in front of him is undoubtedly Danzo. Thinking of what this person did, Kakashi's face was a bit ugly, but Danzo didn't see it with the mask on. You continue to be responsible for the protection of Jinchuriki. This child is handed over to me. After saying that, Danzo went right past Kakashi. At the same time, the roots that followed immediately scattered around and hid themselves. This action is somewhat dangerous, because it has been proved that the hidden guy will care about the two brothers of the whirlpool. But Jinchuriki didn't dare to try it, so he could only try this child. So be on guard, the other party will take advantage of this moment to attack directly. Bringing so many people is for this? Kakashi clenched his fists. But nothing is done. At this time, after the death of so many relatives and friends, he no longer has the heart to struggle. Like Obito, almost surrounded by darkness. Third generation uses Kakashi as a very good tool man, so there is no time to care about his heart. Not in the back, the class of Naruto is really troublesome. Nor would he choose Kakashi. Boom. Danzo was a little more polite and knocked on the door. Uzumaki Mizuki calmly opened the door. Danzo looked at him condescendingly. I have something important to tell you, let's go in and talk about it. The tone is undeniable. Uzumaki Mizuki puts Danzo in. As long as you're still alive, that's fine. Kakashi murmured. Danzo still responded decisively without any psychological struggle. After the hospital's examination, your body may still have sequelae, so you need to go to a specific place for treatment. Danzo started talking to Uzumaki Mizuki. He can take it away calmly, and he will not choose to use force. It's just that when he was talking, Danzo couldn't continue, because he felt the kid, so calm. Let him have a feeling that he is reporting with Sarutobi. He felt something was wrong. Buzz. Suddenly, the familiar golden light suddenly appeared in midair. Danzo's pupils shrank, and he wanted to leave here immediately. But the body that had just exerted strength stopped immediately. Mangekyo Sherinon distinguished heavenly gods. Uzumaki Mizuki said with his mouth open. Appearing in midair, Sherinon, who was stuck between the king's treasure house and the present world, started to spin the four hook pinwheels of his pupils. After about a minute, Danzo got down on one knee in total humility. Owner. Danzo shouted to Uzumaki Mizuki very respectfully. Tell me all about your plan. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. This man must die. After using it, he will use the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things to wake Danzo up. See what he did to make him regret it? Now, just be a dog. Yes. My plan is to use you as bait, and then. Danzo quickly explained in a low voice. When Uzumaki Mizuki heard about this plan, his heart became even colder. The lives of the beating workers are gone, and the children are not taken care of well, and they are used as bait. There is yours, Sarutobi Hiruzen, according to the original plan. However, the time is half an hour ahead of the time when the ninja goes to and from school. I don't have time to stay there all the time. Uzumaki Mizuki to Danzo. Yes. At this time, Danzo's memory has been completely rewritten. The person in front of him is everything to him, and he will obey what he says unconditionally. About 15 minutes after Danzo went in, Danzo came out with Uzumaki Mizuki. Kakashi saw this scene, although he had persuaded himself, but for some reason, the anger couldn't stop gushing out in his heart. Finally watched Uzumaki and Mizuki being taken away. All of you spread out and go around to guard against that guy's sudden attack. Arriving at Root's base, Danzo ordered directly. It's been almost a month since the attack on Danzo. Already changed to a new base. Once inside, Danzo dismissed everyone else. You have first generation cells here, right? If you have ninjutsu, ninja tools, etc., bring them to me. Uzumaki Mizuki sensed, no one else. Then sit directly on the throne that Danzo prepared for himself, and said to him, yes. Naturally, Danzo didn't have any objection and went to prepare right away. The cooling time is more than 10 years. If you continue to inject magic power, you should be able to reduce the cooling time by 10 times, but the cooling time is calculated in years. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the system. About the introduction of Mangekyo Sherinon Uchiha Shisui, there is an extra cooling time of 12 years. But this thing is really easy to use. In fact, Uzumaki Mizuki has two targets to choose from. One is Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other is Danzo. But Uzumaki Mizuki chose Danzo in the end. Because of Danzo's betrayal, Sarutobi Hiruzen can do more damage. After all, he is not the same as Obito. He is not interested in controlling what Sarutobi Hiruzen does to Konoha, revenge on society or something. However, if you stay quiet, the other party will make trouble. This makes him very unhappy. Let Danzo attract attention, and develop by yourself. Finally gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a shocking result. Enjoy his revenge? About half an hour later, Danzo came over with a bunch of stuff. He ordered those roots, arranged things one by one, and then let them leave. Uzumaki Mizuki, under the introduction of Danzo, began to put these things into his king's treasure curry one by one. Not much, though. Put a bunch of detonators and some rare ninja tools. Then there are some ninjutsu scrolls, and finally the first generation cells. It comes in glass tubes about the size of a child's arm. On the green solution, there are white objects about the size of a finger floating. Sarutobi Hiruzen has arranged for you to do a lot of things over the years. About the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, etc. Please explain. After Uzumaki Mizuki put away the things. After seeing that the prompt system added about 1 or 2,000 mana points, I didn't pay much attention to it. Then asked Danzo. Yes, the Senju clan was. This kind of activity must have Danzo involved. So he understands everything clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally never thought that Danzo would betray him. In order to prevent the internal division of the village, should we kill the forces capable of splitting in advance? It's amazing. Uzumaki Mizuki was short of applause. What a villain to file a complaint first. After getting the position of Hokage, he was afraid that the Senju clan would take it away. During the Second Ninja World War, they tried their best to arrange the Senju clan to go to the front line. Spread these news to Konoha. Let everyone know what kind of person their favorite Hokage is. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. After years of brainwashing, let everyone recognize their own Hokage. Let everyone see what it really looks like. Yes. Danzo has no comments. Correct. Do everything you can to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the priority is to keep your own life, and the most important thing is not to be discovered. One last word to Danzo before Uzumaki Mizuki was about to go. Has Danzo already taken that kid away? I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in front of him and replied very calmly. Whose child is the Whirlpool brother? The big boss in the village doesn't know. The surname swirls, but with the yellow hair and the blue eyes of a child, who doesn't know who the two brothers are. It is normal for Kakashi to know that brother Uzumaki is the child of his master. That kid will be fine. Kakashi finally couldn't resist asking. It's nothing, it's good for the kid, he'll be fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only say so to Kakashi. Umbu of the 4th generation faction basically listens to Kakashi. However, in recent years, he has basically been incorporated, but Kakashi is still very useful as a tool man. And he is his great-grandson, so he is one of his own people, so he believes in Kakashi more. Yes? Sarutobi Hiruzen said so. What else can Kakashi do? I can only leave and continue to protect Naruto. But when he returned to the vicinity of Whirlpool's house, he was stunned. Because he saw 2 figures on the window. Afraid of my presbyopia, I quickly posted it to the wall to eavesdrop, and found that it was Uzumaki Mizuki's voice. Kakashi was at a loss. Captain, Jen said, Uzumaki Mizuki will be taken away by them during the day and sent back in the afternoon. Usually there is only one person here to protect Uzumaki Mizuki. Kakashi's man came over and explained the situation to him. Hearing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Although I went to Danzo's Dragon's Nest and Tiger's Den, but I can come back every day, so it's not a big problem. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was fine. The next day, there was some gossip in the village, but the scope is not large. But it was known by Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he saw what the information said, the villagers were discussing things. He was a little shocked and angry. Who is it? Uchiha, or Hyuga? Who dares to be so bold? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Immediately arranged for Umbu to go down and find the person who spread these rumors. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised when they heard the news. Is this made by the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Fugaku only thought of this possibility because other families in the village simply don't have the guts to do such a thing. And most of the families are on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, because they shared the assets of the Senju family together. Therefore, although the village targets Senju and Uchiha, the reason why other families are silent is also because they have vested interests. Originally, in recent days, Uchiha's life has become sad, been targeted by many people, but today, he felt relaxed all over. Attention is drawn away. Sarutobi Hiruzen should not have time to trouble Uzumaki Mizuki at this time. Things didn't calm down as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Instead, it got louder and louder. Many ordinary villagers began to discuss it. Those members of the big family did not dare to say anything at this time, but the ordinary clan members also began to discuss in private. Because the truth is obvious. The Senju clan is finished. This is the main force that established Konoha. The first 2 generations of Hokage belonged to the Senju family. Including the current suppression of Uchiha, almost everything is done above board. It's just that in the past, the wind direction was led by Danzo, making everyone believe that Uchiha is just a bad guy. Some smart people in the village felt that something was wrong with the situation. People who restrain themselves one by one, don't make troubles, and can't discuss these things. Who the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen observes carefully with a crystal ball through the telescope technique. I found that those people didn't stop discussing at all, but intensified. Umbu's investigation didn't yield any results. I just found some papers about these things, which somehow appeared in some people's homes. There are also some ordinary people who have fallen under the illusion, and then began to explain these things. If it is a member of a big family, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have been unable to bear it long ago and let someone arrest him. But, this is civilians? Umbu can't intervene in matters that are not related to ninjas. We can only secretly kidnap and investigate the vice admiral, because these things in the village are in charge of Uchiha's police force. But now in the situation with Uchiha, how could he pull down and go to Uchiha Fugaku? This is premeditated. There is a problem within the village, Yudiden Koharu said. For this meeting, Konoha F4 has arrived. Didn't the Uchiha clan do it? If it's illusion, they're good at it. Mitokado Homura wondered. The 2 of them are more in charge of the border front of the Nation of Fire. In the village, Danzo is basically in charge. Give Konoha a stable rear. Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura are really not very good at fighting for power with Uchiha. Danzo, didn't you find it on your side? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked his best friend. In the past, this kind of thing basically didn't show up, so it should be dealt with by Danzo. The current situation makes him very dissatisfied with Danzo. My staff has been looking for the remnants of the Uzumaki clan recently. I was attacked last time and lost a lot of manpower, so I don't have manpower to deal with two things. Danzo said with a blank face. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Danzo. He felt that there was something wrong with his good friend. But he never thought that it was Danzo who betrayed him. Instead, I guess that Danzo must have chosen to let go of the fact that he was framed. Regarding Danzo's little thoughts, he thinks he can see clearly. After Konoha F4 finished the meeting, the village conducted a comprehensive search again. The police force is the first surveillance target again. But nothing was found. Uchiha Fugako naturally knew that at this time, he couldn't make trouble for his allies. Although I want to help and make this muddy water even more chaotic. But Umbu's monitoring was indeed very strict, and there was no chance at all. If you want to arrange for ordinary clansmen to do it, you are also afraid that you will be targeted. So in the end nothing was done. However, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Uzumaki Mizuki came to his office. It appeared suddenly. Uchiha Fugako went straight to the point. But the attack hit the skylock directly and did not hurt Uzumaki Mizuki. This, time and space ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugako sees through at a glance how Uzumaki Mizuki is here. It's the weekend, no need to go to Danzo's. Assigned a shadow clone, let him guide Naruto to practice. For his own side, he came to Uchiha Fugako. Captain, is something wrong? But at this time, people from other police forces outside asked. Because the movement just now was not small. Konoha slammed into the skylock fiercely. But fortunately, Umbu didn't really press every step of the way, following behind the members of the police force. But at the base of the police force, there were at least a dozen Umbu around. Uzumaki Mizuki finds a gap to use the jump knife, which is not easy. It's okay, something fell on the floor. Uchiha Fugako opened the door, poked his head out and spoke. He motioned for him to go to work, then closed the door, turned around and saw that Uzumaki Mizuki was already sitting on his office chair. His face stiffened for a moment, but he also sat in the chair where the guests usually sat very naturally. Those recent incidents are all the work of the Uzumaki clan. Third generation should be having trouble sleeping and eating. If you want to find the person behind the scenes, do you need the help of the Uchiha family? Uchiha Fugako made seals and arranged a small barrier to block the sound. While opening his mouth, he asked Uzumaki Mizuki. The plan is moving ahead. I originally planned to wait until I was about 12 years old before doing it, but now it seems that the other party doesn't want me to spend this time safely. Uchiha clan, do you have the heart to rebel? Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't strike up a conversation. Instead, it was said to Uchiha Fugako like this. Although 2 so-called contracts were obtained, it was not enough to restrain the Uchiha clan. If you want to get help from the Uchiha clan, you must first let Uchiha Fugako obey your orders. Of course, the Uchiha family is no longer willing to continue to endure such oppression. Uchiha Fugako said very seriously. He didn't know how strong the Uzumaki clan was. But looking at the situation now, at least it is much easier than the Uchiha family. Knowing that Konoha's high-level plan for Uchiha is to exterminate him, he has no reason to endure it. This deadly survival battle. What is your Mangekyo Sheri non-pupil technique? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Control metal. There are also strengthening metals. Uchiha Fugako didn't hide either. Which Uchiha Shin's ability is it? Uzumaki Mizuki remembered the most useless Mangekyo in Boruto. It seems that when the Uchiha letter was obtained, Mangekyo's ability was weakened a lot, just like when Danzo used it. The effect is simply not comparable to Shisui's. Although it seems that they are not so hanging, these two abilities are actually very powerful. Magneto is nothing more than that. This is the cell of first Hokage. It has a special effect on the Uchiha clan, and can reduce the burden brought by Mangekyo, or even completely eliminate it. Uzumaki Mizuki opened the king's treasure house, reached in, and took out a bottle of first-generation cells that he got from Danzo. After this thing, Uzumaki Mizuki took a few more, and they don't need money anyway. And the mana value given by this thing is quite high, with thousands of points. But after the second bottle, it will be halved directly, and then halved again. So Uzumaki Mizuki didn't keep this thing all the time. This. Uchiha Fugako looked at the white flocks floating in the green solution on his desk. He felt a little hot in his body. Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, in fact, he has not used it much. Because in Konoha, there are very few fights, basically he can finish the opponent without Mangekyo. But even so, he is also very clear, if he can use the Mangekyo pupil technique without restriction, how much his strength will increase. This thing is risky. If you can persevere and not be called by this cell, you can get the effect I said, and the amount of chakra will also be greatly increased. But the consequence of not persevering is that the whole person becomes a log and dies directly. The thing is given to you, whether you want to use it or not depends on your own choice. Uzumaki Mizuki explained the situation directly. There's a lot of risk in this stuff. It is different from the stable first-generation cells developed by Orochimaru and Do in the later period. This is basically the original version. Danzo's scientific research staff, and Orochimaru's gap is still a bit big. Ordinary people of the Uchiha clan should not be able to withstand this force. But with Mangekyo turned on, the survival rate should be higher. Many thanks. Uchiha Fugaku naturally chose to take down this first-generation cell. With one more whole card, now he feels that he can relax a little bit. Konoha should be in chaos soon. I hope Uchiha can stand up when I set off the horn of counterattack. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. He didn't say a word about attacking. Always be on guard. Uchiha will lead the way and follow in your footsteps. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and responded very seriously. He will never miss this life-saving straw. More than a month has passed. The rumors in the village did not stop, but became more and more noisy. The patriarchs of many big families felt that something was wrong. This kind of thing has not never happened before, but it was basically suppressed immediately. But now, it seems like no one manages it at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's popularity has almost dropped to the lowest point since he took office. The things that are exposed now are the persecution of the Senju family and the persecution of the Uchiha family. One of the three, Senju Tsunade, was secretly forced away. Knowing that Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was doing human experiments, he let the other party escape when he was captured. The fault of the envoy of the Kingdom of Thunder forced the head of the Hyuga clan to die, and finally had to be replaced by his brother. All kinds of lace news are everywhere. Many ordinary ninjas couldn't believe that such a thing existed. It's well painted on the bright side. The largest landlord was cut off, and the benefits that were distributed blocked the mouths of those big families. On the ordinary civilian side, the so-called promotion channel was given, and then Minato, who was born as a civilian, was appointed as Hokage, so that the civilians also felt hopeful. So everyone thought that Konoha was the best in Ninja Village. But I didn't expect that there was so much blood hidden in the audience. As a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo did it right this time? It made Sarutobi Hiruzen suspicious everywhere, and he already suspected Danzo. He started to send people to check the people around him. Hope it's not you, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's bong was pinched and broken. The gossip hasn't stopped these days. Seriously affected his overall control over Konoha. This is something he cannot tolerate. Konoha can't be messed up now. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he began to practice openly. When I got to the base, I started to practice ninjutsu, mainly wind style, followed by fire style. However, the mana value consumed by releasing the escape technique is not as labor-saving as using the sky lock. But practicing these is mainly to improve your magic power. The body of the Uzumaki family is not covered, and now his 8-year-old body alone provides more than 1,000 magic points, and it is still improving slowly. By Naruto's normal standards of 12 years old, there are about 20,000 to 30,000 points of chakra. Uzumaki Mizuki Template Gilgamesh. Strength, 190. Stamina, 160. Mental power, 243. HP value, 1,860. Magic value, 2,430 points. Skylock plus 3,000 points. 100 million magic value. 1,000 chakra. 1,120 tears of the goddess. 7,500 Mangekyo Sharinon. One Piece. Uchiha Shisui. 2,000 ninjutsu collection. 2,000 ninja tool. 2000 first generation cells. Asterisk 31750. Equipment, Skylock, Tears of the Goddess, Kohler's Dagger, Talisman of Breaking All Commandments, Mangekyo Sharinon, One Piece. The magic value of 22,800, this figure reaches 50,000, should be enough to attack Konoha. Now the method that can increase quickly is money, and then there are special props, such as White Eyes, or the Sealed Book. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his attributes and thought he wanted to solve the battle quickly. Magic value is still very important. Now in terms of physical fitness, basically a person can be regarded as 19 times that of an ordinary adult man. But this strength is not enough to deal with some masters of physical arts, and it is difficult to achieve a certain level in this aspect without hard training. Now the way to improve strength is Krypton Gold is the fastest. Danzo didn't have anything of value in his hands. Ninjutsu or something, counted as knowledge wealth, does not give much magic power. But if you get the sealed book, you can get at least 10,000 magic points. Danzo basically doesn't have many forbidden techniques in his hands. But luckily, Danzo has basically all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family in his hand, which is a little bit useful for Uzumaki Mizuki, and the bloodline bonus. Unless the Uchiha family, it should be difficult to win over other families, and it is easy to be backstabbed. Uchiha has no way to survive, otherwise he wouldn't fight with me. Suddenly Hiruto is too troublesome, and Shisui Mangekyo's cooldown is still so long. It seems that we still need to find some other way to become stronger. After Uzumaki Mizuki practiced, he sat under the tree and watched the changes in the system, analyzing in his heart. Here in Gen, Uzumaki Mizuki is safe, because every member of Gen has been cursed by Danzo. Basically these people no longer belong to Konoha, but belong to Danzo alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought he could control Danzo well, so he let him do it. But he didn't expect that after Shisui died, the memory would be rewritten. Let's steal the sealed book first, and show up to disgust Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you have the opportunity to kill him directly, then you don't have to show mercy. Uzumaki Mizuki decides what to do next. Now he has quite a lot of points in his pocket. Because he made Danzo sign a pact of allegiance, along with Root's pledge of submission. The increased points are much less than the Uchiha family. But including Danzo's 50,000 points, the total is less than 80,000 points. The number of people is too small, and there is no territory. The quality is also average, and a batch was killed by Uzumaki Mizuki. Danzo is too poor. Although he still has the title of the patriarch of the Shimura clan, it is not suitable to expose Danzo now. When the full-scale battle begins, just go to war while collecting wealth. Let Danzo give me a chance to surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen a bit. Uzumaki Mizuki decided to test it out first. See if you can kill Sarutobi Hiruzen straight away. This game has only just begun. He won't let these people go so easily. At night, Hokage building. Why would he do that? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. He's found evidence that it's Danzo who's spreading rumors in the village. The method is too familiar. He couldn't figure it out all the time, and Umbu never thought it would be root. But all too familiar. He couldn't help asking someone to investigate. It turned out that it was Gen's handwriting. Surely nothing to do with Uchiha, Hyuga? What kind of threat is there to a family that doesn't have any ambitions anymore? Ino, Shika, Cho, or another family? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a bad mood. He felt that the only possibility for Danzo to do this kind of thing was to keep an eye on his Hokage position. There is no other reason. But in doing so, Danzo has no chance of taking Hokage's position. Unless someone supports him. It is said that civilians are an important part of the village, but the position of Hokage still needs the support of a big family. He was able to stabilize the situation at the beginning, except that the Senju clan recognized second Hokage's order. There are also the support of the Ino, Shika, Cho families. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would not have let a person without any prestige take the position of Hokage so easily. Call. Spit out a mouthful of thick smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely uncomfortable. Because this person is Danzo, obviously the most obedient dog in his hands. Although there was a possibility of backlash against him, he didn't expect that the other party didn't even want a bowl for dinner. Now he can't find anyone behind Danzo, and it's hard to fight together. He doesn't have the guts of Mizukage to engage in the routine of the village of blood shadows in Konoha. Konoha is also not as easy to manipulate as Kirigakuer, but he didn't have time to sigh for a while. The sudden message startled him. Something happened to the sealed book? Is the sealed book inside? Danzo stands beside Uzumaki Mizuki and guides Uzumaki Mizuki. Yes, master. The sealed book is on the 3rd floor, and there are 5 Umbu who are constantly guarding it, and there is also an enchantment protection. There are about 10 Umbu below watching around, in case someone will come in. Danzo replied. This Danzo is just a shadow clone. He has other things to do. To snatch the sealed book, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't think it was that difficult. Okay, let's go, start working in 3 minutes. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and ordered to Danzo. Danzo's mission here is to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this period of time, a group of roots whose faces have been destroyed have been found. These people have no information in Konoha's ninja records. It's like someone who doesn't exist. The root people are all completely obeying Danzo's orders, and they don't have any feeling for Konoha, the will of fire and so on. Let them do whatever they want. Dry Hokage is the same? Yes. Danzo obeys Uzumaki Mizuki's order unconditionally. After agreeing, I directly contacted Shadow Clone and disappeared in smoke. Then, let's start the game. Bump. Uzumaki Mizuki flexed his neck. After confirming his physical condition, he directly used the transformation technique to become Gilgamesh again. Then, used the jump knife directly to teleport, and appear on the roof of the building not far from the Hokage building. Boom. A huge skylock pierced through the roof directly. Uzumaki Mizuki slowly fell from the entrance of the cave stepping on the skylock. On the way down, Umbu, who was in charge of guarding, rushed forward without hesitation. But it was bound by the lock of the sky in an instant. Some Kunao shurikens that flew over were also knocked away by the skylock that appeared around Uzumaki Mizuki. Illusion Sharinon. Skylock only caught 2 Umbu. There are 3 more moving quickly in the room, looking for opportunities. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't give them this chance, and directly used Shisui's Sharinon, using illusion. 200 magic points per person. Instantly lost combat effectiveness. The effect is very good, but it's a little feeble. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his own magic power, which was almost 1,000 points of magic power consumed. If you feel chaotic, the skylock is more suitable. Ka. What? Uzumaki Mizuki jumped from the skylock and landed on the floor. At the same time, he controlled the lock of the sky and pinched off the hands and feet of these Umbu. Not killing them is not because of soft-heartedness, but if these Umbu are injured, Konoha will have to spend more energy to take care of them. At that time, I will be able to face fewer enemies and cause them some trouble. This is it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Naruto was able to steal it back then, and I wouldn't believe it even if I killed him. Looking at the densely packed seals on the ground, and the placement pattern that looks like an altar, Uzumaki Mizuki can clearly perceive that there are a lot of chakra here. If you touch it casually, you will be injured by bullets, and the operator will be notified. But Uzumaki Mizuki very calmly took out the talisman of breaking the commandments of all things. Pick up this fancy dagger and push it forward gently. The barrier is broken. Uzumaki Mizuki took this thing and put it on the sealed book. Sure enough, there was still a seal on it, and Uzumaki Mizuki felt that the talisman that broke the commandments of all things was working. Tried several times after that, no response. Only then did Uzumaki Mizuki put the sealed book in the king's treasury. Acquire the treasure sealed book. Provides the fusion of effects and ninjutsu collection, 13,000 points of magic power, good guy, a bit powerful. Uzumaki Mizuki couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the increase in his magic power. This thing seems to have a lot of good things. Compared with the ninjutsu scroll given by Danzo, it is much more valuable. Magic value, 2,430 points. Skylock plus 3,000 points. 100 million magic value. 1,000 chakra. 1,120 tears of the goddess. 7,500 Mangekyo Sharinon, One Piece, Uchiha Shisui. 2,000 ninjutsu collection. 13,000 ninja tool. 2000. Good guy, directly broke through 30,000. Uzumaki Mizuki felt like he could puff up a bit. But there was no time for him to think too much. Umbu downstairs had all rushed up. Uzumaki Mizuki was not polite here. Dozens of Skylocks rushed out instantly, and directly confronted the ninjas who had already surrounded the wall. There are many valuable things in this building, and Uzumaki Mizuki is going to take them away. However, there is quite a lot of noise here. Many ninjas nearby have discovered it, but this is an area where casual approaching is prohibited. So the ones rushing over are basically Umbu. It's him. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage building took out his crystal ball, used the telescope technique, and looked at the building where the sealed book was placed. Spotted the guy who was fighting a dozen Umbus. That golden hair, and the armor that looks elegant and luxurious. And the golden chains that keep coming out from behind him? This is the enemy he has been looking for recently? Now it's finally here? Damn it, the sealed book was taken away so quickly. How did he break such a powerful barrier so quickly? Sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen took one last look, and at the same time changed into the battle armor he used in battle. He's going to do it himself this time. This time he wants to prove to the people in the village that he, Hokage, is not the kind of guy who just stands back and watches. But he had just jumped out of the Hokage building, and was ambushed on the way. Dozens of detonators exploded together. The blast shook the entire Konoha. That direction is Hokage Rock, the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugako was startled at home, jumped directly onto the roof, and turned on Sharinon to observe. He thought about it, but he still had to do some superficial work. Keep an eye on the child at home, I'll go out for a while. He was going to take people over to have a look and show his existence. At the same time, to see if there is anything that can help this righteous man. He thinks it is very likely that the Uzumaki family did it. This sudden attack caught Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. The entire right arm was burned. It's all right, Hokage-sama. I'm here to treat you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dispatched, naturally followed by Umbu. Umbu was with him just now, and was affected by the explosion, and 5 of them died. At this time, the other Umbu surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle. The medical ninja in Umbu hurried forward to treat Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. Arrange detonating symbols in this kind of place. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it was the person he guessed. After all, he wouldn't believe that it wasn't someone inside Konoha who could not arrange such a detonating talisman in such a place. Whoosh whoosh. But before Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm was healed, more than a dozen people flew out of the surrounding area again, bursting with pain. Umbu who surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen also immediately dispatched, using escapism or kunao to directly change the direction of detonating kunao. Then the two sides fought directly, but the attacking side was obviously suppressed by Umbu. Danzo sent 12 men this time, not many, but they were all dead soldiers. Knowing that he was going to lose, he detonated the detonating charm on himself without hesitation, and died together with Umbu. Wind-style hurricane technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm was quickly healed. It was just a simple burn, and it quickly recovered with the healing technique. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen did it himself. There are many people on Umbu's side, and they are all rushing towards the direction where the sealed book is placed. The most important thing is that Umbu participated in the battle, and ordinary ninjas did not come. The only one who can freely enter and exit this area is Jonin. Ordinary ninjas dare not approach casually. The powerful wind style instantly sent the 3 ninjas flying. But then, there was a huge roar. The flesh and blood blasted to pieces by the detonating talisman fell directly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Get rid of them, don't leave them alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very cold. This time I was really angry. After saying this, he rushed directly towards the building where the sealed book was placed. The surrounding Umbu immediately fought with Danzo's dead soldiers. Priority to rescue pregnant women and children, followed by the elderly and women. Retreat this way, don't panic. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, disaster relief began. Although the villagers don't trust Uchiha very much, after all, it is the law enforcement department for so many years. At this time, everyone still chooses to believe in Uchiha. I can't let the helper go, it's better to lighten the burden on the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Fugaku's side stood on the street near the Hokage building and decided to help. He then followed the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Ino, Shika, Cho 3, I was a little flustered when I saw Uchiha Fugaku. Everyone knows it. The positions of the two sides are different. Although there is no hatred. But it is not possible to act together. And they feel like being stabbed in the back at any time? Clan Chief Fugaku, don't you need to maintain the stability of the scene? Nara couldn't help asking for a long time. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, I was stopped by Hokage's assistant Danzo, and when my son escaped last time, I was stopped by Danzo again. This time I want to prove that Uchiha is absolutely loyal to Konoha, so I hope to act together with the three to prove that I am acting to protect the village. Uchiha Fugaku started to play tricks. Hearing this, the three of them felt uncomfortable all over. The speed of support was instantly delayed. Earth-style Earthflow River. After Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the place, he saw Anbu fell to the ground. Basically all alive. But the hands and feet were pinched and broken by the lock of the sky. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help burning with anger. So I used Earth-style when I came up, preparing to change the terrain and restrict the opponent's movement. It's finally here. When Uzumaki Mizuki saw Sarutobi Hiruzen appear, his heart was very peaceful. Although Danzo was asked to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew the possibility was very low. And he didn't let Danzo use all his strength to attack, he just sent the dead warrior to disgust Sarutobi Hiruzen. See it like a waterfall, flowing down the ground to your own earth style. Uzumaki Mizuki jumped lightly and directly stepped on the skylock that appeared from a height of about 5 meters. Easily escaped the attack of Tuliudehi, wind-style cyclone. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger overwhelmed his reason at this time. For so many days, he has been restless. This is the person in front of me? At the same time, Danzo's betrayal made him extremely angry. Moreover, he felt that the two parties seemed to be hooked up. This is the most unacceptable point for him. A whirlwind with a height of nearly 10 meters appeared, producing a strong suction. It even sucked in some Anbu who couldn't move around. Boom, boom boom boom. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he directly used the 20-in-1 huge skylock. Use 3 shots at once. The huge skylock broke up the cyclone in an instant. The skylock inserted into the ground from the air directly interfered with the rotation of the airflow, like a vortex in the water, directly hitting an indestructible Rui golden cudgel. The other 2 skylocks attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. Earth-style Earthflow Wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen only used 2 seals to release a huge mudflow wall nearly 2 meters thick. But this thing doesn't have much effect on the skylock. The hardness is too bad, and it cannot be compared with the skylock at all. It was instantly shattered by the 2 skylocks, but also lost the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This way. Still, Uzumaki Mizuki's perception isn't weak. I don't know if this ability is due to the daily task training usually given by the system, or the system of the Uzumaki family, or the aptitude of Daddy Cheap. Boom. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen who appeared at the foot of Uzumaki Mizuki. He patted the armor on his arm with his right hand, and directly summoned a Fuma Shuriken. The arm guard of the right hand was directly broken in the ambush of the detonating talisman just now, and now only the left hand can be used. Then throw it directly at Uzumaki Mizuki who is standing on the skylock, and at the same time use the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the Fuma Shuriken turned into dozens of shots, almost covering the range that ordinary ninjas can move. The lock of the sky. Uzumaki Mizuki swung his right hand down. Dozens of skylocks rushed out of the king's treasure house. He slammed into those Fengmo Shurikens fiercely. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the ever-extending skylock and left the collision range. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack did not stop. With a Fire Dragon, it rushed directly after Uzumaki Mizuki. Is this the high-end game? The oppressive force is completely different from facing ordinary ninjas? Uzumaki Mizuki continued to control the skylock and knocked the dragon apart. Against ordinary Anbu, skylock is almost invincible, except for a few ninjas with strong physical skills and fast evasion. The others basically lose their fighting power when they are touched by the skylock. But on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, although he is several decades old, his reaction speed and movement speed are extremely fast. Coupled with the powerful ninjutsu that is almost always 2 or 3 seals, Uzumaki Mizuki can hardly do anything to Sarutobi Hiruzen just relying on the skylock. Sarutobi Hiruzen uses escapism almost non-stop, because he couldn't get close to Uzumaki Mizuki, and Uzumaki Mizuki didn't want to play melee with the old man. Knowing that it is his own weakness, Uzumaki Mizuki will not go to the iron. Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed compound ninjutsu. A water dragon bomb with a cloth edge dancing with electric arcs rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Being good at 5 attributes, and the shape changes and nature transformation of 5 attributes, really amazing. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he felt that his skylock was not so strong before this ninjutsu. Dozens of fused skylocks, like golden dragons, rushed towards this lightning water dragon bomb vividly. This lightning water dragon bomb was easily pierced by the skylock. What? But soon, Uzumaki and Mizuki startled, because he saw the lightning water dragon bomb that should have been pierced by the skylock actually divided into 4 small lightning water dragon bombs, moving in a claw-shaped arc, rushing towards him. Uzumaki Mizuki can only release 4 more skylocks, and collide with these 4 scattered lightning water dragon bombs. Finally found your flaw. But this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped up and appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki. The hands have already started to seal. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 3 meters. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepares this move, sending Uzumaki Mizuki straight away. He found Layton, which works best against Uzumaki Mizuki. The other party's adamantine sealing chains do not seem to isolate lightning. I found your flaw. Illusion sharing on. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled. There was no panic like Sarutobi Hiruzen expected. Behind Uzumaki Mizuki, the passage to the king's treasury appeared. a Sharingan, appearing directly next to Uzumaki Mizuki's shoulder. Then spin straight away. The lightning style, which was just one print away, stopped immediately. The whole person fell down feebly, and around his body, the passage of the king's treasure house appeared directly, and more than a dozen sky locks were directly tied to Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Boom. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a shadow clone. Uzumaki Mizuki was a little surprised to see that what he had dealt with for so long was just a shadow clone. The old silver coin, that is, the old silver coin, with such a strong perception ability, was actually concealed by the other party. It seems that when I was using Tuliabai, I used shadow clone, but I didn't see it at all. Unexpectedly, the Uzumaki clan still has people with your strength alive. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, slowly emerged from the quagmire created by the Mudflow Taiga released at the beginning. Like a person made of clay, he soon took the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His face was very cautious. The shadow clone that was separated just now, but half of his chakra was separated. Originally, he thought he had a chance to win, but the opponent's combat experience was really mediocre. But unexpectedly, the other party actually has Sharingan. All of a sudden, it made him feel a little headache. What is the origin of the other party? Your kindness to the Uzumaki clan, I will repay you well. Uzumaki Mizuki stood on the skylock, standing in the air, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen below. This kind of enemy is really difficult to deal with. The attack power of the opponent is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. It is estimated that a skylock cannot withstand more than 2 ninjutsu, and if it exceeds it, it should shatter. However, if this thing is broken, it will not do any harm to the skylock, but the effect will be greatly reduced. If it's just me, it's really difficult to deal with you. But, this is Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very cold face. As soon as the words are finished, a dozen umbu jumped out of the surrounding immediately. At the same time, there were Hyaga Hayashi, Abarame Jiwei, Inuzuka Claw, Ino, Shika, Cho 3 patriarchs, and dozens of ordinary ninjas. In an instant, a large number of ninjas gathered here. All of them stared at Uzumaki Mizuki in midair with sharp eyes. Including, about a kilometer away, Uchiha Fugako watched by the 2 umbu. He also stands on top of a tree and uses Sharingan to watch the battle. The matter of approaching the battlefield was finally stopped. Zishi. It's Danzo who does it? He is accompanied by Uchiha Fugako. Is that the trump card of the Uzumaki clan? But now surrounded by so many ninjas, is there any possibility of escaping? Uchiha Fugako was a little anxious. Glancing at Danzo next to him, he couldn't help but want to kill this guy, but in the end, he held back, and doing it now will only cause a big battle between the 2 sides, and Uchiha can't see victory at all. Now he can only hope that the other party can escape. This way there is no need for contradictions. He never thought that the opponent could win. So many people looked at me, I was a little scared. Uzumaki Mizuki said this with a deadpan face. If you surrender, I can spare your life. The blood of the Uzumaki family is not much now. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, he started pretending to be a nice guy. The other ninjas around did not move before Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Let your own Hokage pretend to be a wave of B. This game has just begun, how could it end so quickly? After you served as Hokage, Konoha's strength became worse day by day, and he could only be beaten passively. External obedience, internal heavy blows, killing the Senju clan, persecuting Uchiha, suppressing Hyaga. Uzumaki Mizuki wasn't afraid. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. The big brothers below, upon hearing this, their faces changed somewhat. The ugliest one is naturally Hyaga Hayashi, he is the party involved and still present. Uchiha Fugako is far away, so it's very impressive. Can't wait to go up and scold a few words. Kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately turned cold. He didn't mean to argue. This time, it was about his most uncomfortable place. Heart-to-heart technique. The first to do it was Yamanaka Hai. Unleash your family ninjutsu directly at Uzumaki Mizuki in midair. Okay. But soon, Yamanaka was startled. He felt his ninjutsu, obviously hit the opponent. But it doesn't work at all. Being my enemy is the biggest wrong choice you have made in this life. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. But the people below didn't care so much. Get started right away. 8 trigrams air palm. It may be his younger brother's future father-in-law who took the lead. It seems that he wants to show Sarutobi Hiruzen that he is still loyal. Shadow binding. On Narashiju's side, he also uses his family's secret ninjutsu. Other ninjas such as Umbu began to throw kunao and shurikens, and many of them released ninjutsu. All of a sudden, Uzumaki Mizuki became a big boss existence and was besieged by everyone. The golden light instantly illuminated the faces of those present looking up at Uzumaki Mizuki. The dense locks of the sky fell like a torrential rain. All kinds of attacks were instantly swallowed by the lock of the sky, and none of them could get close to Uzumaki Mizuki. Everyone was taken aback by this powerful attack. Boom! The skylock hit the ground straight. The soil on the ground was directly overturned. A black shadow rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki along the skylock. Failed. Nara, who was still pinching his seal in midair, expressed the same surprise as Yamanaka. Let you all experience the true power of the skylock. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his mana. Then he spoke confidently. Stop him, don't let him use this technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and ordered directly. At the same time, he himself released a dragon fire technique to interfere with Uzumaki Mizuki in midair. Air-to-air means have always been relatively lacking. Few of the ninjas present had such power. Expansion jutsu. Akamika Dingsa's body swelled directly, and his whole body became nearly 20 times bigger in an instant. Almost at eye level with Uzumaki Mizuki. Then he slapped directly and attacked Uzumaki Mizuki. Buzz. However, around his limbs, a golden halo appeared. The skylock, about the thickness of an adult's thigh, rushed out of the king's treasure house. If you use an ordinary skylock, I'm afraid it will be torn off by him directly. But when Uzumaki Mizuki released the skylock to control Akamika Dingsa, the attacks of those ninjas did not stop. Uzumaki Mizuki directly stepped on the skylock, like a swimming dragon, avoiding the attack below. Fall. But Uzumaki Mizuki will not be the kind of character who is always dodging beatings. With a sharp wave of his right hand, the sky was once again illuminated with golden light. The densely packed passages of the king's treasure house have been opened. Spread. Nara Luyu shouted directly. At the same time, he tried to find a way to untie the chains on his good friend Akamika Dingsa, but found no effect. Through Yamanaka Hai's Tongzin technique, they knew that the chakra on Akamika Dingsa was being absorbed by this chain. It felt like the chain that could have been torn off, but was unmoved at this time. Truth is within range of firepower. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke suddenly. This time, what was shot from the king's treasure house was no longer the skylock. It's a ninja? Detonate Konoha. Wind Demon Shuriken. There are also various knives and other weapons. It was densely packed and rushed to the ground in an instant. About 100 detonators exploded. The huge impact caused many ninjas present to feel tinnitus. This destructive power is not inferior to an ordinary tailed beast bomb. None of the surrounding houses or trees survived. In this attack, more than a dozen people fell directly. What the hell is that spell? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong. The jutsu that exudes golden light does not seem to be the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Only the skylocks appeared before, which he believed to be the secretary of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine ceiling chains. But now it seems that this is not at all. Summoning technique. Come out, Ape Demon King. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he could not be careless. More than a dozen ninjas were injured, and death could not continue. Boom. Is it troublesome again? The Ape Demon King came out and greeted him very skillfully. Very troublesome? Become a Vajra wishful stick, Ape Demon King? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a solemn face. Looking up at the sky, there has been no man who has fought directly since he appeared. He felt that he hadn't figured out the opponent's cards at all. The other party looked indifferent, and it seemed that he was far more confident than himself. Transform. Boom. Come on, Sarutobi. The Ape Demon King didn't hesitate, and directly turned into a stick, standing on the ground. At the same time, Akamika Dingsa, unable to withstand the attack of the detonating talisman, lifted the expansion jutsu without hesitation. It suddenly became smaller, and the skylock was loosened immediately. Before the skylock was about to catch him, Nara used the shadow restraint technique to pull him back. The firepower is too little, and it can't be suppressed for long. Uzumaki Mizuki said helplessly, feeling that the king's treasure house that he had almost completely emptied at once. Danzo doesn't have much in stock, after all, it can be used by less than 100 people. And detonators are expensive. There are only some ordinary ninja tools that can barely be recovered with the lock of the sky. The counterattack is about to begin. Then I'm going to start doing it too. Don't blame me for dying from this trick. Uzumaki Mizuki saw the following, and many ninjas began to form seals. Many people have started to give themselves buff, ready to do it. He didn't hesitate anymore. Boom. The magic circuits all over his body directly erupted with a strong impact. Boom. In an instant, there was a strong wave on the ground. Starting from Uzumaki Mizuki's feet, a golden impact spread directly towards the surroundings instantly. The impact directly knocked away the gravel on the ground, and the ground instantly became smooth and clean. This is... Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback. With his white eyes, he saw a piece around him, completely covered by this golden light. An area of nearly 500 square meters was covered by this golden light. Back away. Hyuga Hayashi saw the golden ripples where the chains appeared, appearing in large numbers on the ground. After giving the warning, he started running without hesitation. The same goes for other ninjas around. Although I don't know what it is, but this kind of battle. They panic? It is the breath of the stars that is awakened. Uzumaki Mizuki began to say the release spell. Extend it, Vajra stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a move at this time. He felt that releasing ninjutsu at this time was useless at all. Then you can only force the opponent out of this area, and let the opponent's technique fail. The Vajra wish-fulfilling rod was extended in an instant, reaching almost instantly, and it was about to hit Uzumaki Mizuki. I will walk side by side with human beings, so, people of the world, I hope to lock up the gods. But Uzumaki Mizuki's release spell was also finished. The whole person's body directly turned into a golden light, so dazzling that the people below could hardly see the situation in the sky clearly. Boom. In an instant, densely packed skylocks protruded from the ground. The Vajra wishful stick hit the skylock directly and stopped immediately. These heavenly locks are automatically fused one by one, turning into thicker and bigger skylocks. In the end, it turned into skylocks about 1 meter thick. The skylock that rushed to the sky, turned around directly, and rushed towards the people on the surrounding ground. Is this a miracle? Uchiha Fugaku, who was outside the attack range, watched this scene dumbfounded. That night, the entire Konoha saw the golden light that almost illuminated the night sky. Then, the ground of the village jumped again. I don't know how many people died, but if I beat Naruto to death, I would be a little embarrassed. However, this trick really consumes magic power. Uzumaki Mizuki leaves the field. Looking at the glowing red mushroom cloud near the Hokage building feels good. The reason for running away directly is that the mana value is not enough. There are only about 5,000 magic points left. The trick just now consumed tens of thousands of mana points. However, what consumes the most is the previous battle, and afterward resisting various attacks. The manipulation of the treasure is still a little bit worse. Then you can only use the quantity to pile up, and the consumption of mana will be more. If you can point more detonating symbols, you can also kill many people. Who is it? On Uchiha Fugaku's side, someone came over. The angry mushroom cloud just now scared him. At this time, he suddenly used Sharingan and saw someone coming, which made him very alert. Could it be that Danzo is preparing to kill him directly here? So you called someone over? Now is the right time? The village was attacked, and the situation of a large number of high-level officials is unknown. It doesn't seem to be a big problem if he dies alone. But the figure that appeared shocked him. It's the guy who attacked Hokage just now. I'll leave it to you to handle it. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared here because it was the agreed retreat direction. And when he came over, he also confirmed that Danzo and others were here. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku is also here. He didn't want to tell him about Danzo, but when it happened, he couldn't say much. Yes, Danzo took the order decisively. Then he greeted his subordinates and began to disperse, looking like he was looking for the murderer. Wait for the signal. The next time the golden light shines on Konoha, it's the time to do it. Uzumaki Mizuki, in the form of Gilgamesh, said to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha will definitely live up to expectations. Uchiha Fugaku was startled here. I don't know why Danzo would do such a thing, but he joined forces with the Uzumaki clan. The heart is very complicated, but he also knows that this is not the time to ask more questions. Danzo actually became one of his own, and Uchiha Fugaku felt that this time he was stable. Found a great partner. Whether it is now or in the future, the Uzumaki family can believe it? Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and then started moving again with the cooled jump knife. Konoha is very confused now. The impact of the star's breath of the skylock just now frightened many people. When he got home, Uzumaki Mizuki found no one at home. There is also no Umbu surveillance around. Finally, I found the message left by Shadow Clone, which was written in non-mainstream Martian Chinese characters. Said to go for refuge. Defeat Inuzuka Claw, earn 10,000 points. Defeat Akamika Dingza, get 30,000 points. Defeat Yamanaka Hiki, get 30,000 points. Defeat. Knowing that Naruto was fine, Uzumaki Mizuki turned on the system and looked. They are all points given by defeating famous people. Just like the experience value of killing monsters in the game, a large area was densely collected. However, Uzumaki Mizuki did not find Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, as well as Hyuga Hayashi, and Narashika Issa. Shinin did the most, followed by Jonin. About 120,000, plus the previous 150,000, a fraction of 270,000 points. It's still fast to get the points for fighting, just relying on daily tasks. It's hard to get a handful of points for A-level treasures in this life. Seeing the number of points, Uzumaki Mizuki felt very comfortable. This time the risk is not too great. All attention is drawn to the Hokage building. Coupled with Danzo's support, running is relatively simple. At first, I thought about running for a while, and then looking for a chance to disappear with a jumping knife. I don't know if Bai Yan saw something. I probably won't say it. Uzumaki Mizuki suddenly thought that Hyuga Hayashi has no information about being defeated, so he should keep fighting and keep his eyes open. But he didn't care too much. At most it revealed that Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo had something to do with the people who attacked the Hokage building. He only became himself when he was close to home. However, Uzumaki Mizuki thinks Hyuga Hayashi will not speak. Because tomorrow, there are more surprises waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga Hayashi is soft-tempered, and if he knows that Danzo is involved, he will hold back for a few days, check the situation, and then make a decision. Mostly, giving away Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku won't do the Hyuga clan any favors. As Uzumaki Mizuki said, the Hyuga clan is also suppressed. Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga. Konoha's three largest families. The prophets are all small families, and the Hyuga family has not taken advantage of the Senju family's interests for so long. In addition to killing his younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi naturally doesn't have a good impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's solve it within 2 months, and the stable development will not give a chance. Then I can only raise the king's flag and start to expand my kingly way. Uzumaki Mizuki looked out the window, the village full of lights. There is no guilt in my heart. What you get in return for giving your life is to treat your children like this. If you are cheap and your parents are still there, the father may not be sure, the mother will definitely destroy Konoha? Well, let him do it. After Konoha panicked overnight, she found that things were not as bad as the last Nine Tails riot. So soon they all went home. Uzumaki Mizuki also successfully released Shadow Clone, and then started a peaceful life. No one would have thought that such a thing would be done by an ordinary child. Kakashi did not go to the war, but was trying his best to keep an eye on the two children to avoid accidents. After all, Jinchuriki's priority is second only to Hokage, so nothing can happen. However, he found that Uzumaki Mizuki was very calm, and Naruto is much flustered, like a normal kid. But he wouldn't think that it was Uzumaki Mizuki who did it. Konoha Umbu suffered heavy losses. Akamike Choza directly broke an arm. Yamanaka Hai was seriously injured and is being rescued. Inuzuka Claw is also being rescued. These are all lucky. At the critical moment, there was a secret technique of his own family, and it exploded, and he survived. Common Umbu, basically not much survived. Konoha's Hokage building collapsed in the immediate aftermath. On Hyuga Hayashi's side, because of his white eyes, he could see all the attacks clearly. Dodged the direct impact of the skylock. However, the impact was directly blocked by him using revolving heaven. Last night, he kept spinning, but he didn't close his eyes. Danzo, Uchiha, and Hokage, the Hyuga clan can't get involved. Stable. The Hyuga clan can't have an accident, maintaining the status quo is the best choice. Hyuga Hayashi, sure enough, saw the meeting between Uzumaki Mizuki, Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku. He didn't know exactly what the relationship between the parties was, but it has nothing to do with his Hyuga clan. Facing the enemy head-on, the Hyuga clan is coming? What happens after that has nothing to do with Hyuga. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, the situation in the village was stabilized. Umbu suffered heavy losses, although he mobilized many ordinary ninjas to help. But on the bright side, it is the police force that maintains the situation in the village. Uchiha Fugaku justifiably works. At the same time, we are collecting information and confirming the situation. The only thing that is unclear now is the status of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's about Hokage, but it's classified. Even if he was really injured, he would not go to Konoha Hospital for treatment. If something happens to Hokage, then Konoha is really in danger. It seems that something has happened. But it was almost noon, and Hokage hadn't shown up yet. This is enough to explain the problem? Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on the hospital bed at this time. The whole body is almost wrapped like a mummy. The main target of Skylock is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He doesn't know Susanoo, let alone wood style. Just relying on the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes will not have much effect on the strengthened Skylock. Moreover, his strength is indeed incomparable to the peak period. I released Shadow Clone once in advance, which consumed a lot of chakra. If I want to use 5 kinds of escapism, I can't use the 5 dragon combo technique at all. Can only escape. Basically burned all over. It is the Ape Demon King who resists the greatest power of the Skylock. The Ape Demon King turned into a cage, which is a technique called the Vajra Prison Wall. In the plot, use this technique to resist the wood style of first generation. But facing more than a dozen huge Skylocks, the parallel wishful stick was directly interrupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen blended into the soil and escaped most of the impact. What's the current situation in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. There was some confusion, but the situation has stabilized. The damaged area was only near the Hokage building, not near the residential area. It was late at night and there were no ordinary casualties. However, about 50 people were killed and injured in Umbu, and many are still being rescued. The sealed book was taken away. In Ino, Shika, Cho, Yamanaka was being rescued, and Akamike Dino lost an arm. Other scattered losses are still being counted at this time. Mitokado Homura replied. He and Yuditen Koharu don't usually work in the Hokage building. Like Danzo, they also have their own separate office location, but it is public. Did not receive the spread of last night. Where's Danzo? What is he doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a cold face. Everything is clear, all that is needed is evidence. Danzo really betrayed him? The partner is actually a member of the Uzumaki clan. This made him puzzled. Aren't the two sides deadly enemies? This is what he least understands. Danzo betrayed himself, he had thought about it, but it will be joined by other people? It was the Uzumaki family that Danzo personally dealt with back then? Regan, watching the Uchiha clan. He personally went to intercept Uchiha Fugaku's approach last night. Mitokado Homura replied. He didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, but he also felt that something was wrong with Danzo. After all, they have been friends for so many years. It was slightly different from before, and he felt it immediately. Someone call him over, I have something to ask him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very coldly. Whatever happened to Danzo, he couldn't be allowed to continue like this. Get him under control first, and don't let him continue messing around. It seems that everyone has forgotten his coldness in the past. When 4th generation came to power, he basically conveyed the image of himself as a good guy. Okay, I'll send someone to find him. Mitokado Homura nodded. The most important thing now is to stabilize Konoha's situation and prevent any troubles. Boom. But suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside the room. Who is it? Mitokado Homura went up to open the door. Master Assistant Danzo summoned everyone in the village, but I don't know what to do. Just saying there's an important announcement to make. Outside the door is an Umbu. He said in a hasty tone. Anyone can feel, what is the purpose of Danzo doing this kind of thing suddenly at this time? What the hell are you going to do, Danzo? Mitokado Homura is next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Yuditen Koharu, of course, is outside. She also knew about Danzo's gathering of villagers right away. So he rushed over immediately and questioned Danzo. Don't you think Konoha is too weak now? Being forced by a single person, or even a tailed beast, can cause heavy casualties. Danzo said to Yudiden Koharo very seriously. Then what does that have to do with what you're doing now? Yudiden Koharo looked calm. Like Midokado Homura, she sensed something was wrong with Danzo. Although Danzo used to be weird, but now it's so weird. Hiruzen is no longer suitable for the position of Hokage. He's too weak. I will be the new Hokage. Danzo said very seriously. The position of Hokage is really his dream. But because of the distinguished heavenly gods, he now obeys all Uzumaki Mizuki's orders. And Uzumaki Mizuki, let him convene the people today, explain again what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, and at the same time announce that he has become the new Hokage. You. Crazy. If you do this, the village will only become more chaotic, and then it will only fall into chaos. Maybe it will cause a war, and be targeted by other ninja villages. Yudiden Koharo stared at Danzo intently. She couldn't believe that Danzo, who only sacrificed in the past, would do such a thing. After I become Hokage, I will solve these things. Now, don't stop me, Danzo said very indifferently. After finishing speaking, he moved directly towards the place where the people gathered. These ordinary people were naturally recruited by the police force. After all, there is not enough manpower at all, and the police force is responsible for ordinary things in the village, so the people naturally believe it. I will never allow it. Stop it, Danzo. Yudiden Koharo was angry. She wants to stop this guy with her own hands. It's too late. How could I be unprepared for such a thing? If you want to cause a fight in front of the people, regardless of the casualties, then come here. Boom. It was just a shadow clone that was targeted by Yudiden Koharo. When the smoke disappeared, Yudiden Koharo was furious, and hurriedly gathered his hands and rushed towards the place where the crowd gathered. It's so lively. Uzumaki Mizuki also came with Naruto, just in the last position. I bought a popsicle for Naruto, who didn't know what was going to happen. There were 2 of them in total, 1 for each person, and they started snorting behind. Kakashi also felt something was wrong. But without Hokage's order, he didn't dare to leave casually. The safety of Jinchuriki is very important. And next to it, people from the police force kept appearing. Guarding against Uchiha has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. How is the situation? On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, he was covered in injuries and couldn't leave at all. But he also has a telescope technique, which allows him to watch what is going on from the hospital bed. It was Mitokado Homura who came over and he found Yudiden Koharo and asked directly. Danzo has gone crazy. He wants to be Hokage desperately. Yudiden Koharo said angrily. The 2 ran quickly on the roof. It's less than a minute away from the destination. Everyone. I am Hokage Assistant Shimura Danzo. This time, I have called everyone, and I have something very important to tell you. Actually, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a qualified Hokage, but a failed Hokage. He is passionate about power, and he is afraid that the Senju clan will affect his rights, so he uses war to keep the Senju clan dying. Then came the Uchiha clan, who felt that the police force had too much power, and began to suppress them. Recently, they bought Uchiha Itachi, a traitor, with the intention of conspiring with the enemies outside the village. They wanted to drive Uchiha to extinction, and directly slaughtered the entire family. Danzo appeared decisively here. Go straight up to the prepared mic and start yelling at Sarutobi Hiruzen for his faults? He laid out everything clearly? Brute. How dare he? These things are obviously done by him. The bandage on Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was bleeding directly. The teeth are almost gnawed. Through the telescope technique, he can see clearly. When Danzo appeared, he felt scared, but he didn't expect that the other party was going to burn with him. It's over. Come a step late. Mitokado Homura looked at Danzo standing on the high platform in disbelief. The surrounding villagers couldn't stop their surprise. The most angry ones are naturally the Uchiha clan who are guarding the scene and stabilizing the order. Good guy? It turns out that Hokage actually did so many things to persecute Uchiha behind his back. I can't stand these things anymore. In addition, yesterday, Hokage was actually defeated by one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is not worthy of the position of Hokage at all. That's why I propose that Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage be removed and I, Shimura Danzo, take the 5th Hokage. I will treat everyone fairly and will not do anything to persecute my own villagers. Danzo started canvassing for himself. Uzumaki and Mizuki laughed at Danzo's shameless performance. You are the best at persecuting your own people? He made Danzo do it because Danzo was worthless. Root's family fortune, he has almost taken it. Danzo couldn't fight with manpower at all, and he killed some of the most powerful men. So, use your spare heat. Uzumaki Mizuki took Naruto home. He didn't need to read the next thing. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen is his most important order. So, there should be a big battle going on. At the same time, there is Uchiha's backlash and the distrust of the villagers. There are also the chaotic minds of the major families. The bosses feel wrong. What did Sarutobi Hiruzen persecute them? It wasn't you who persecuted them, Danzo. But no one stood up to explain. They all felt that it was best for themselves and their family not to get involved in this matter. All the bosses here immediately summoned their clansmen to go home. What is left is basically Umbu. At this moment, these Umbu are also at a loss. The police force, retreat, all go back. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku naturally would not choose to participate. He doesn't trust Danzo, he trusts the Uzumaki clan. The strong man of the Uzumaki family said. When Uchiha made a move, it was the time when the golden light shone on the Mu Yetian sky again. Team leader. Members of other police forces were very angry at this time. Many people can't help opening Sharingan. Now is not the time, everyone listen to me, retreat. Uchiha Fugaku ordered again. Only then did the people from the police force be taken away. Only ordinary civilians remained. They are the most ignorant, and they are also the worst. But in this world, being able to become a villager of Konoha is considered a pretty good thing. But life and death are not in your own hands. Shimura Danzo, bought by Kirigakur, has betrayed Konoha. What he said just now is all false, don't believe it. Mitokado Homura appeared directly when the other family patriarchs were retreating. Explained out loud. The villagers froze for a moment. Things beyond their cognition can't be distinguished at all. At this time, I don't know who to believe. Everyone, go home, it's dangerous here, it's not suitable for approaching, let's go. Yudiden Koharu also came over and said to everyone. Some clever villagers immediately started running away. Seeing this, the others immediately followed. All of a sudden there was a wave of evacuated people, and the streets were almost full. Screams, cursing, and crying sounded one after another. At this time, no one pays attention to them at all, they only care about their own interests. You can't stop me. And you think, my purpose is only this. Danzo looked at Yudiden Kohara and Mitokado Homura who appeared in front of him, and said very calmly. Could it be that? Boom. Mitokado Homura has yet to utter the next sentence. There was an explosion somewhere in the village. You are crazy. Everyone, grab Shimura Danzo, live or die. Yudiden Koharu ordered very decisively. The direction of the explosion just now was where Sarutobi Hiruzen was healing. This is a hidden location, and only a few people in the village know about it. Unexpectedly, Danzo could do this. Do you have to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? Throughout the afternoon, Konoha heard roars everywhere. Danzo's men, one by one like crazy, chased and killed Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately. And around Danzo itself, there is not much root protection. Basically, there was no resistance, and they were caught by Yudiden Koharu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not dead. It's just that the injury is more serious. He had fallen into a rage. Who is the person behind you? Why do you do this? Even if you want Hokage's position, we will solve it internally. If you do this, you are pushing Konoha into the abyss. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the prison with his injuries. Danzo also suffered quite a bit of injury, but not as badly as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. Did Konoha decline in your hands? Are you worthy of the teacher? Is that how you treat the Senju clan? Danzo's rhetorical question directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen calm down. He could see that something was wrong with Danzo. These things were clearly discussed by the two of them. But now, Danzo blames himself for everything. That's not how Danzo does it? Could it be that Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinan rewrote his memory? Isn't Shisui dead? Cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen's back immediately. When Shisui was killed, he naturally knew about it. This ability is too pervert. He is afraid that Shisui will use distinguished heavenly gods on him and rewrite his memory. Danzo got it easily. Get rid of Shisui. Those who went to ambush Uchiha Shisui at that time also included his men. Although he knew that Danzo had a Shisui's Sharinan, he knew that the other party could not reach the power used by the Uchiha clan himself. Otherwise, Senju Tobirama, the teacher of my Grandmaster Ninja World, would have recorded these things long ago. However, that was when he didn't know that there were first-generation cells. Is it Uchiha? Sure enough, they are dangerous families, they should be dealt with as soon as possible, and we can't continue to let them go. This time, I'm afraid we can't live together. We must find a way to kill them. Uchiha Itake. Through Danzo's performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately guessed that Danzo hit distinguished heavenly gods. After so many years of Hokage, killing Senju, killing Uchiha, and suppressing Hyuga, he didn't dare to breathe loudly, so he still has the strength of internal fighting. So he thinks it's Uchiha who is behind the scenes. After all, no one would think that a child could do such a thing. So, he is going to continue to take advantage of the innocent heart of Uchiha's young man? Use external forces to deal with Uchiha. By the way, let's make an example to the monkeys. Let other families with ulterior motives see clearly what the consequences of offending him are. Prison him up and don't let him die. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left these words, he left immediately. Although he was seriously injured, he couldn't stop at this moment. The anger in his heart supported him. Get rid of Uchiha. The whole Konoha inevitably panicked. People from big families stay behind closed doors. The police force no longer maintains order in the village. Umbu suffered heavy casualties. Rumors abounded in the village. Many people have no idea what the future holds. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on standing up, he wanted to stabilize the situation. But many people in Konoha have other calculations in mind. Is the Uzumaki family going to fight? On Uchiha Fugaku's side, they have already tried their best just to maintain it and not let the clansmen go out to make trouble. But thanks to his hard work over the years, everyone also believes in him. Otherwise, it is estimated that the Uchiha clan has begun to attack Hokage by now. In this situation, Uchiha Fugaku has to think that it is the Uzumaki family who did it. It hit people's hearts and pointed at the most uncomfortable point of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So he thinks, is the Uzumaki family ready to take the final blow and send Sarutobi Hiruzen away directly? Patriarch, the visit from the third generation is almost here. But it didn't wait for Fugako to think too much. The subordinates of the police force appeared in front of him and said quickly, "Third generation project." Hearing this news, Uchiha Fugako was taken aback. Then quickly calmed down. He doesn't feel that the alliance between Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan has been seen through. Now, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen who should be worrying, not their Uchiha clan. He hurriedly led the team out to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the opponent is Hokage, the leader of the village. "I don't know that the third generation is coming, so I'll welcome you. For the police force, I will integrate it as soon as possible, because many people believed what Danzo assisted before, and now I am explaining the situation so that they don't believe the other party's lies." When he came out, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen walking towards him. Uchiha Fugako stepped forward and spoke directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who said this, was very uncomfortable. He came this time to stabilize Uchiha. "I don't want to start a war with Uchiha at this time. I didn't expect the other party to have such a weak attitude. I will trouble you." Unexpectedly, Danzo was bribed by people from Kirigakure to do such a thing. "Still framing me, doing such inhumane things, and wanting to destroy Konoha. I will definitely give Uchiha an explanation for this matter. But before that, the stability of the village, I hope the police force can handle it well." Sarutobi Hiruzen also spoke very kindly. The two of them didn't talk for long. Soon they parted. "As soon as possible, we can't delay any longer." Leaving the range of the police force, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Uchiha Fugako isn't quite right. So confident. This is completely different from the submissive look in previous meetings. At this moment, he wished he could attack the Uchiha clan right away. Divide more benefits, let those hyenas make the most appropriate decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to deal with the Uchiha family in the same way as the Senju family. Used to share the benefits after Uchiha's demise, this time, the Sarutobi family is no longer needed, and they are all divided up, so that those families will be at the front one by one. This old thing is about to start. Similarly, Uchiha Fugako is also feeling the pressure. He feels the same way as Sarutobi Hiruzen. The attitude of the other party is completely different from before. Although it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is very kind, but when he speaks, he is particularly insidious. Danzo used to be like a loyal dog, jumping and biting at the front, while he tried to persuade the fight from behind. Persuading and persuading, the rights of the Uchiha clan have become less. He didn't feel much at first, but now it's very obvious. Notify Uzumaki Mizuki as soon as possible, and let him pass the news to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Fugako is also a little anxious here. He couldn't catch Uchiha off guard. The battle was inevitable, and the village's ill will toward Uchiha was simply too great. Then, your allies are very important. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, it's quiet. Losing the umbrella of Danzo, he should be a little more careful when studying ninjutsu now. The ninja school started as scheduled, so he arranged for a shadow clone to hang around and deceive Umbu. And he himself was at home, reading the sealed book. This thing is indeed valuable, and it cannot be placed in Wang's Haibeo curry, as an item to increase mana. Impure world reincarnation, lack of material, doesn't look very difficult. The risk of this forbidden technique is very small to me. Unless it is a big boss like first generation, Uchiha Madara, second generation, ordinary ninjas, there should be no way to undo this technique by themselves. Uzumaki Mizuki, while on Danzo's side, crammed into the basics of Geninaz. It is mainly about not printing, so I have studied it hard. So I can understand some ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Ordinary techniques are not very necessary for him, because the effect is not as good as using the Lock of the Sky. Taking the Book of Seals, in addition to filling the treasury, is also for the impure world reincarnation. He doesn't like other forbidden techniques at all, and there are many family secret techniques in them, which are of no use to him. Now, just wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to flip the table by himself. Then, fall into despair. Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm here. At this time, he has the chance to win. Has impure world reincarnation, and first generation cells. Find any sacrifice, and you can call the first generation out to help. In the future, there may not be time for such a peaceful life. The village is very depressing, but this is for the big families. For ordinary people, it feels back to before. The police force resumed normal operations and began to deal with the normal affairs of the village. But Umbu, and the police force, have already started a lot of collisions. With Danzo's words, people in the Uchiha clan are very alert. Although he is out on patrol, he also has the job of collecting intelligence. Patriarch, if you don't act first, when Konoha recovers, they will attack us first. In the secret gathering underground of the Uchiha clan. Most ninjas in Uchiha have them, and those who are outside are responsible for guarding them. I'm ready, I've contacted my allies, they will help us. Uchiha Fugaku said. He recalled that when he went to find Uzumaki Mizuki yesterday, he saw him flipping through the sealed book in front of him without any scruples. At the same time, tell him that he can do it at any time now. Uchiha is willing to fight first, and the Uzumaki clan will support. Or if Konoha deals with Uchiha first, the Uzumaki clan will also support. It probably means, steady, this wave. It's just that the risk is borne by the Uchiha family. Because, Uzumaki Mizuki felt that Uchiha Fugaku still treated both parties on an equal footing. But Uzumaki Mizuki wants them to understand that he is in control, not Uchiha. They are ministers. The patriarch is really reliable. He has already found an ally. It's somewhat easier this way, but if we take the lead and get rid of Hokage, can we occupy the orthodoxy? The manpower is basically in the village, we can fight at any time. Hear Uchiha Fugaku say so. These people of the Uchiha clan have relaxed smiles on their faces. Facing Konoha alone, everyone is still very stressed. I don't know who the allies are. However, some people asked for information about allies. Others did not speak, and many people also wanted to know, but after the traitor Uchiha Itachi appeared, everyone also doubted whether there would be other traitors. The Uzumaki clan. They still have remaining strength. They were the ones who attacked the Hokage building before. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and decided to tell the news. Because he felt that a big battle was going to happen soon, so he had no intention of hiding it. As long as it doesn't involve Uzumaki Mizuki. Awesome. With such an ally, I feel like I've won this time. By the way, we might as well tie Jinchuriki too, in case it can be used. The people off the field were all excited when they heard that they were such a powerful ally. Some became even more arrogant and wanted to kidnap Jinchuriki. This is not okay. Jinchuriki is too dangerous. Now Konoha can't control Jinchuriki, let alone use tailed beasts, neither can we, so forget it. Hearing that someone is going to kidnap Jinchuriki, Uchiha Fugaku panics. Hastily opened his mouth to stop. What a bad thing to do this. This is to make their Uchiha clan perish? The Uchiha clan is going to rebel. Uchiha Itachi has received news from Konoha. He wants to pass back the news that Obito will attack Uchiha again. There is a dedicated contact point for Konoha, which stores information and transmits it in coded text. He managed to find some time to come here, but what he learned instead was this matter, which immediately stunned him. Damn it, I don't know anything about what happened in the village now, so I can only trust him. Uchiha Itachi is in a hurry. Please write it in the newspaper and let him find a way to implement the plan last time. At this point he had a hard time making a choice. All the manpower must be mobilized back. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Mitokedo Homura. In Konoha, too much Umbu was lost. If you want to deal with Uchiha and solve it with certainty, you will naturally have to call in more people. He is already frail, and his strength is no longer what it used to be. The battle with Uzumaki Mizuki completely woke him up. Too many people is the last word. With so many people, a lot of people would be killed just by throwing up the explosive Konoha. Yes, avoiding the sight of the police force, they have assembled 5 kilometers away from the village. Now there is no employer coming. Don't worry about being discovered by Uchiha, Mitokedo Homura replied. In fact, he didn't agree very much, and made a big move in such a short period of time. But hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis, guessing that Uchiha Shisui may not be dead, rewriting Danzo's memory, causing such a big loss. He also felt that Uchiha could not stay. Still no news of any Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and asked further. On Shisui's side, after using this trick, it cannot be used again for a short time. Unless Shisui was deceiving him back then, otherwise, Shisui's combat effectiveness would drop to the level of elite Jonin. Then the one to worry about is the archenemy of the Uzumaki clan. If you are alone, you may no longer be the opponent of the other party? No. After investigating all the files, the Uzumaki family should be completely wiped out. Although there may be surviving blood, there is no inheritance at all. Unless a hidden branch house escaped back then, otherwise, this would not have happened. Mitokedo Homura said hastily. This really doesn't find anything. There is no news about the Uzumaki family at all. Forget it, the other party may not be from the Uzumaki family. Anyway, get rid of Uchiha first, that guy might show up right then. Uchiha Itachi, what's the situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled that from the golden ripples, the ninja tools and detonating charms fell overwhelmingly. He felt a trace of familiarity. Like, flying thunder god? He conveyed that Uchiha Madara may not be able to do anything for a short period of time and is out of his sight. It may take a while to get the program off the ground. Mitokedo Homura replied. Because this matter was too urgent, he felt that there was no big problem on Uchiha Itachi's side. After all, this Uchiha Madara is not from Konoha. The day after tomorrow, do it directly the day after tomorrow. Set the scope of the battle within the Uchiha tribe, and try not to affect ordinary people. That's it, let's arrange it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without hesitation. He didn't want to procrastinate. Lost Danzo, Umbu, and Gen also suffered heavy losses. It was a disgrace to him that the Hokage building had been destroyed. He desperately wants revenge. At the same time, it proved to the families in the village that he was still inviolable. It's back, Naruto. Uzumaki Mizuki is cooking dinner for Naruto. Naruto's appetite has been increasing recently. Uzumaki Mizuki also took him to eat and drink without any scruples, spending every day. Watching Umbu, who followed the two brothers, was speechless. Felt richer than them? If you eat barbecue or something, you can serve 10 plates and 10 plates directly. Naruto's height has begun to be a bit taller than his peers. Well, school ends early today, I don't know why. But I'm not lazy, I just came back after training outside until dark. Naruto nodded, then hurriedly washed his hands, and brought the prepared dishes to the table. Although there are no parents, Naruto feels something is missing. But when he got home and saw his big brother was there, he felt that this was his home. Is school dismissed early? Maybe it's something to prepare for. Rest early today, take a holiday tomorrow, and accompany you to practice. Uzumaki Mizuki served the last dish, wiped his hands with his apron, and brought the dish to the table, saying to Naruto, "It is good." Naruto was very happy. He naturally has no opinion. I just feel that my big brother is a bit too powerful. He obviously didn't train much, but he was better than himself, which made him a little discouraged. Can't help but do it. I saw a lot of strangers during the day today, and the number of Umbu protecting Naruto has increased. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, perception is obvious. Strangers are nothing, but the main thing is the number of Umbu protecting Naruto. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also guarding against this move. The Nine Tails Rebellion put a little too much pressure on him. Had to guard against this move, especially Uchiha. Around 8 o'clock, Naruto fell asleep. Because cultivation is indeed not easy, it is very tiring. As soon as the body was exhausted, he fell asleep immediately. It feels like we're going to do it tonight. Uzumaki Mizuki opened the door and stood in the corridor, looking into the distance. I feel that the night tonight is very dark. You two go over there, you go this way. No one is allowed to approach now, and those who ignore the reminder will be killed. On Kakashi's side, a protective circle is being set up, divided into warning circle, combat circle, and protection circle. He didn't know exactly what the village was going to do today, but he could feel that this matter must be dangerous, and it was still inside. Otherwise, how could Jinchuriki be so closely guarded? Yes. Those Umbu who heard the order immediately followed Kakashi's words. The hands were quickly dispersed. Before they die, no one will threaten them. This time, they must be protected. Kakashi's face is very determined. After arranging his men, he saw Uzumaki Mizuki coming out. Is he looking at me? But soon, he was surprised to find that Uzumaki Mizuki's gaze was on him. After a slight movement, the other party also rolled their eyes. This surprised him, he didn't expose himself. Kakashi, come here. Whirlpool Shisha made a mouth shape. He knew that Kakashi was the best at reading people's lips. After reading the lips, Kakashi was shocked. The other party knows his name? He felt something was wrong, but found Uzumaki Mizuki was still staring at him. After a moment of hesitation, he passed. You know me. With a leap, Kakashi jumped up the corridor, appeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, and asked directly. At this time, he was wearing a mask, and his voice changed slightly. Do you do these things because you like this village, or to protect the ideals in your heart, or just to complete the so-called tasks? Uzumaki Mizuki, leaning against the railing, asked directly. Kakashi felt like a father and son talking. The father is asking himself about his work. Uzumaki Mizuki almost smoked a cigarette. You, what the hell do you know? Kakashi panicked a little. If it were someone he was familiar with, he would naturally not have too many ideas if he asked this question. However, this is just a child, and the two parties have hardly met each other. However, he was able to ask such questions that pointed directly to his heart. I'm judging whether you are an enemy or a companion. After all, you are my father's disciple, but you are also Konoha's ninja. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Kakashi really panicked this time. What's the problem? I know everything. Don't panic. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. Are you here now? Am I an enemy? I'm here to protect you. Kakashi feels that his thoughts are very confused, and the preface is wrong. But it probably meant it. It's coming soon. Whether you want to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen, or with me, you have only two choices. Uzumaki Mizuki turned around, looked at Kakashi and said seriously. Why? Is the third generation project going to do something to you? Although Kakashi felt absurd, he still asked the child. It's not what he wants to do to us, but what I want to do to him. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Kakashi was stunned. Here are several meanings. Boom. But at this time, there was a sudden explosion in the village. The battle has begun. Kakashi, have you made up your mind yet? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Kakashi looking at the firelight from the Uchiha tribe what happened. Kakashi felt ridiculous at this moment. But he also felt that this matter was very important. Before you don't know how to choose, follow me first. Today, the situation in Konoha will completely change. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Kakashi. After finishing speaking, a golden halo appeared behind him. The skylock appeared from it, and then spread directly into the room, directly binding Naruto who was asleep, together with the quilt, out. Naruto is his weakness. At this moment, he would not trust anyone, so he had to bring it with him. Kakashi is barely trustworthy, but his current power is not enough to protect Naruto. Kakashi looked at the golden halo, and the golden chain. I thought of the man who had been hunting in the village these days. But, this is just a child? When that guy showed up, he was obviously at home all the time. Don't think about it, the one who attacked the Hokage building and took away the sealed book was me. What kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen is, you know better than me. Did your father really be forced to death by the so-called rumors? Isn't it threatening his status, so he had to die? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Naruto who didn't wake up at all, and heaved a sigh of relief. If he wakes up, use Shisui's Sharingan to stun him, which is somewhat troublesome. But then, hearing the explosion, the result was the same. The tragic fact, now is not the time to let Naruto know, let the big brother be responsible for the pressure. What's going on? Why are you so strong and know so many things? Or, you hit Uzumaki Mizuki, you are from the Uzumaki clan. What makes Kakashi most unacceptable is that the other party is really just a child. After all, he didn't have the strength of Jonin until he was 12 years old. If what the child in front of him said is true, then what is his strength shadow? If it's true, I am who I am. Perhaps, it was my parents who left some memory and inheritance in my body, which made me become stronger so quickly. I'm going to Uchiha now. If you don't want your men to die here, let them stay here. You are the only one who follows. The others die. Uzumaki Mizuki wasn't about to waste time either. After giving a possibility, he said directly to Kakashi. Then, he was going to go to Uchiha first. Avoid Uchiha is really finished in one shot. After all, the opponent can also attract a lot of firepower. After finishing speaking, a golden halo appeared directly under his feet, and Uzumaki Mizuki rushed into the air directly stepping on the skylock, and at the same time, the skylock behind him followed directly behind him with Naruto. Kakashi was shocked, because he felt that the possibility seemed great. Could it be that this child really learned everything from his master and mother, and at the same time inherited these powers? Captain, what is that? The Umbu who were in charge of protecting the Uzumaki brothers couldn't help being shocked when they saw Uzumaki Mizuki, who was constantly changing the skylocks in the sky and moving forward at the same time. They never knew that Uzumaki Mizuki had this ability. And this ability is too familiar? They have been popularized many times. If they meet this person, they will immediately flee with Jinchuriki. You all stay here, this is my order. I'll go after it myself, and I will guarantee the safety of Jinchuriki, so don't follow me. Kakashi didn't hesitate in the end, and said very decisively. His job is to keep Naruto safe. Uzumaki Mizuki's safety is second and not that important. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has repeatedly asked, no one from Hiyu's Haibo's family should be allowed to get close to Naruto. These Umbu were a little uneasy, but their trust in Kakashi made them stop. Hurry up, take the elderly and children to retreat and hide in the ancestral hall. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, he commanded his own people to retreat defensively. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really so bold and did it so quickly. He originally thought that the two sides would rub off for a while, and then they couldn't bear each other, and then shot out angrily. Unexpectedly, so decisive? Fortunately, I took precautions in advance. Today, something was wrong, and many outsiders came. He immediately arranged for someone to patrol outside the clan area at night. Early warning was issued. Otherwise, it would be a heavy loss if the opponent directly punched in. Yes. Uchiha, with red eyes, was about to fall into a rage at this moment. Fight against the Konoha shinobi who are slowly advancing inward from the outside. What Sarutobi Hiruzen wants is stability, and the battlefield is set within the Uchiha tribe, and it cannot spread to other places in Konoha. In this battle, in addition to the usual combat troops, ninjas from many families also participated. Divide Uchiha's interests, including Uchiha's money, ninjutsu, and land. This is all wealth. Facing ninjas with several times their own side, Uchiha did not fall into a big disadvantage. For the ninjas who have turned on Sharingan, it is easy for one ninja to beat two of the same level, but it is very difficult for three ninjas. But this is at the level of Chunin, above Jonin, the gap is not that big. However, the blood successor boundary family still has a bit of confidence to be so fierce. Shuriken, let go. On Konoha's side, someone organized the use of ninja tools, throwing them in a wide range, like bows and arrows, falling densely. Mangekyo Sharingan Magnetron. Seeing the almost overwhelming Konoha, he rushed in the direction where a large number of clansmen retreated. Uchiha Fugaku did not hesitate to use his own Mangekyo pupil technique. Those shurikens that were supposed to fall quickly and shoot ordinary people into hedgehogs stopped in midair instantly. Then, Uchiha Fugaku strengthened these shurikens with another Mangekyo's pupil technique. Then quickly controlled these shurikens, condensed into a huge Konoha, and rushed towards those ninjas. Like a treasure of slaughter, it instantly harvested a large number of ninjas who had no time to escape. There were countless casualties. Sure enough, he also has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen is watching the battlefield through the telescope technique. He was guarding against the Uzumaki clan. Can't get off the field directly. If it is killed by the sneak attack, then it is all over. This time, he summoned the vast majority of ninjas. The Hyuga clan was also forced to move, because the order Sarutobi Hiruzen used was to kill Uchiha who betrayed Konoha. A co-worker hinted slightly that Hyuga would take Uchiha's place. Hyuga Hayashi doesn't believe it at all. But the other party came to the door. Instead of cooperating with Hokage, is it going to cooperate with Uchiha? Other families are also out. After all, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is persecuting with justice, not with Hokage's right. So there are more than 5,000 ninjas preparing to participate in the battle. All the people in Uchiha add up to less than 1,000. Just over a third are ninjas. One hits 10 and there are many more. It's hidden very deep, and it hasn't been exposed. It seems that they have been guarding against us. Yudiden Koharu said. The tone is a bit bad. Just once, almost dozens of ninjas were killed or injured. Mangekyo Sharingan, sure enough, is very strong. Send more people, use ninjutsu to suppress, Uchiha Fugaku can't be rushed out. Mitokado Homura continued. No one else has an opinion either. The order was passed on immediately. Phew. Damn it, there are too many people. Uchiha Fugaku, I'm starting to feel a little strenuous. After fending off a few waves of attacks, he kept using Mangekyou's power, manipulates metal and attacks in a large area. In just a few minutes, he almost eliminated nearly 200 ninjas. But he knows, it's just Genin and Shinin. Jonin probably has none. This is only used by the opponent to consume Uchiha's combat power, and then the elite will be sent to counterattack Uchiha. Boom. What? Boom. There are detonating symbols and the sound of ninjutsu exploding around. The fire continued to light up. A large number of houses were set ablaze. There are dead bodies everywhere. Uchiha Fugaku felt a little weak. At this time, Uchiha was not as powerful as when Konoha was established. The most important thing is that he lost Uchiha Madara, a strong man who can be called a god. Will the Uzumaki clan come? Uchiha Fugaku felt a little uneasy at this moment. However, the hand movements are not slow, controlling a large number of ninja tools, forming an iron shield, blocking the fire style jointly used by Konoha shinobi. But I was very flustered. If the Uzumaki clan does not come, then the Uchiha clan may perish today. This is... Kakashi was still shocked when he saw the tragedy of the battlefield. I'm going to help Uchiha now, how do you choose? Should I stand against me and help Sarutobi Hiruzen, or help your master's child? Uzumaki Mizuki and Kakashi are about a kilometer away from the battlefield. There were a few people around who came to stop him, and he was directly stunned by the Sharingan illusion. Don't ask why this kind of question, what is the fact, you know very well. I think you are my father's disciple, so I gave you so much time to think about it. Now give me a result. Keep watching, half of Uchiha's people will be killed or injured. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to ask Kakashi. Kakashi's face was very tangled. It's too hard to choose. He's not stupid, the way of nature Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a nice guy. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen gone, Konoha will be affected. Help you, what will be the result? Will Konoha perish? This is your father, who worked so hard to protect it. Kakashi asked the question anyway. This was the question he most wanted to figure out. Having seen the outside world, do you think the world of ninjas is cruel? As the son of a hero, who gave his life, and their children are treated like this, do you think it is reasonable? Uzumaki Mizuki asked flatly. Only after experiencing it personally can I know how hard Naruto has been. Unforgivable. Everyone eats their parents' blood-steamed buns, but they treat them like this. I don't owe them anything? Unreasonable. Kakashi said hesitantly. He thought of Obito, who was also a member of the Uchiha clan, who also dedicated his life to Konoha. However, the village still treats Uchiha like this? Make a choice, I'm going to do it. As Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, a golden halo appeared behind him again. A Sharingan emerges from it, facing Kakashi. Otherwise, Uzumaki and Mizuki will not give Kakashi any chance to fight back. The so-called fate and fetters are to be cut off by him. I will protect Naruto, but will not participate in this battle against either Konoha or Uchiha. Kakashi said decisively without hesitation. Go away, don't come close to us, or I will do it. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. He couldn't accept this statement. Who knows if he will be backstabbed? It's even more distracting to take him with you, so it's better to play by yourself. You. Kakashi did not expect such a result. Buzz. Boom. Don't get close, I will really kill you. A skylock popped out directly from Uzumaki Mizuki's left shoulder. Hit the ground directly in front of Kakashi, punching a hole. Glancing at Kakashi, Uzumaki Mizuki casts a mild illusion on Naruto using Sharingan. I fell into the world I fantasized and liked, and completely isolated from the outside perception. Stepping on the lock of the sky, he rose directly towards the sky. Did I choose wrong? Kakashi naturally couldn't do anything to his master's two children. He couldn't betray the village. Trapped in a dilemma. Susanoo? Uchiha Fugaku was almost cornered. 5 jonin, plus dozens of ninjas, were besieging him. Aren't you here yet? Uchiha Fugaku stands in the fuchsia Susanoo, looking up at the night sky. He didn't see the golden color he hoped to see. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were already bleeding. This is the Mangekyou Sharingan, the consequence of overuse. Around him, a dozen Uchiha gathered. Konoha's elites are basically dealing with them here. There are still quite a few small teams in the distance, scattered to deal with other Uchiha. Clan chief, the reinforcements of the Uzumaki clan haven't arrived yet. Surrounded by famous Uchiha, the abdomen was cut open, and the intestines were about to fall out. But at this time, they still had to work hard. Hurry up, the other party will definitely come. That's all Uchiha Fugaku could say at this time. Hearing what the patriarch said, these people can only continue to work hard. Fortunately, they are not weak, although they have been trapped inside Konoha as if they were imprisoned. But the actual combat ability has not fallen. Plus Uchiha Fugaku is here, and a lot of manpower is here at once. It seems that the battle is stable. People from the Uzumaki clan, who haven't appeared yet, seem to have given up on Uchiha, Yudiden Koharu said. Almost half of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were killed or injured. There are still 5 hours before Li Tianliang. Enough? Too many people can kill Uchiha. It's just that with the loss of so many ninjas, some manpower is tied on the border. Don't be careless. The Uzumaki clan may not have many people, but they are all very strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. He couldn't believe that guy wouldn't show up. Is the opponent already here? If you find a key position, you will help Uchiha defeat the enemy and find a way out? If Uchiha is not killed here, Konoha will have to share his strength in the future to deal with Uchiha's revenge. He is still very afraid of a family with a strong man like Uchiha Madara. Heaven, there are people in the sky. Suddenly, the ninja of the Hyuga clan, who were in charge of monitoring the surrounding situation, sounded the alarm. All the people in the camp looked up. I found the chains that glowed golden under the moonlight. Boom, boom, boom. After the person yelled out the notification, the sky was almost instantly covered by a golden halo. The densely packed huge chains of the sky chains fell from the sky. It hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound like a shell falling. Reinforcements are coming. Everyone, start fighting back. Uchiha Fugaku saw the golden light. Instantly excited. Immediately shouted loudly. The morale of the Uchiha clan was shaken instantly. Start fighting back. He actually directly counterpressed the Konoha shinobi who were several times the number of himself. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki also slowly fell from midair, and the landing position was Uchiha Fugaku's side. It's you? Uchiha Fugaku is getting excited here. But when he saw the fallen person, he fell into shock. It's Uzumaki Mizuki, this kid. Although he knew that Uzumaki Mizuki might be more heaven-defying than his eldest son, he never thought that the strong man who attacked Gen and the Hokage building was actually Uzumaki Mizuki himself. Impossible. Meanwhile, just as shocked as Uchiha Fugaku, was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Telescope technique sees clearly? The user of that golden chain is Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, there is Uzumaki Mizuki deep, and the person bound with chains is actually Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. The people of the surrounding Uchiha clan were also shocked. It was actually a child, and there was a child behind him. Does the Uchiha clan accept what is written in this contract? Uzumaki Mizuki took out the contract, signed by Uchiha Fugaku, and showed it. This. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the clansmen around him, all looking at this contract. His face turned red. After all, at the time, he didn't think about it, but it was really useful. So I never thought about fulfilling the contract. Patriarch, what is this? The ninjas around Fugaku were stunned when they saw this contract. Doesn't this make the Uchiha clan all become other people's retainers in the future? Many people are somewhat unacceptable. The Uchiha family is willing to fulfill this contract. As the king, Zimming, I will fight with all my strength. If Uchiha is unwilling to perform, as Uchiha's help to me, I will fight until chakra is insufficient, and then I will leave. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. This contract cheated him of points, which was of great help to him. But whether they are willing to admit this contract is another matter. Now he has enough strength to run away with Naruto. It's no problem to give Uchiha a hand before running off. If this contract is accepted, then the Uchiha clan is his people. Then he will not give up, but will attack with all his strength. Everyone's face was cloudy and uncertain. Behind Uzumaki Mizuki, the locks of the sky kept appearing, and some ninjas who rushed over were dealt with. Can you really change Uchiha's fate? Uchiha Fugaku asked suddenly. When he signed the contract before, he just had hope and wanted to test it out. This kind of thing, if you say betrayal, you are betraying. He will not be bound by this paper contract. But now, he feels that the child in front of him is really capable of doing what he promised himself at that time. When he becomes an adult, will he have the strength of first Hokage and Uchiha Madara back then? Certainly. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. Uchiha Fugaku glanced around. Houses were nearly set on fire. And the fire is not too far from the ancestral hall. Since he will perish if he can't hold on, why not surrender to someone who can change Uchiha's fate? I, Uchiha Fugaku, would like to be Lord Uzumaki Mizuki's retainer. Uchiha Fugaku knelt down on one knee, bowed his head and swore. The people of the Uchiha clan around saw their patriarch, although they were unwilling. But seeing Uzumaki Mizuki, through the lock of the sky, easily intercepted the surrounding ninjas. There are also clansmen who continue to die around them. I, Uchiha, would like to be Lord Uzumaki Mizuki's retainer. The other Uchihas around also imitated Uchiha Fugaku's actions and words, knelt down on one knee and swore the oath. Then let your king lead you to fight back against the shameless attack from Konoha. Uzumaki Mizuki shouted directly. At the same time, with his left hand, he brushed his hair back. The raised right hand holds the key to the king's treasury. In an instant, dense red magic circuits appeared, and finally compressed to form the deviant sword Ie, which appeared in the hands of Uzumaki Mizuki. Yes, the blood of the surrounding Uchiha clan was boiling with enthusiasm. I feel like I have found my backbone. Rally and get ready to fight back. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little crazy. He could not accept this result. It turned out that the enemy I had been wanting to find was actually hidden under my nose. After catching Danzo at that time, he inquired about Root's action records, and felt something was a little wrong. Because according to Danzo's approach, after getting Uzumaki Mizuki, how could it be possible to send it back every day? It is completely different from Danzo's previous methods. Now that I think about it, it turns out that Danzo won Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods at that time. Reanimation Jutsu. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, there is no arrogance. Grabbing a Konoha ninja directly with the skylock, and then without hesitation as a sacrifice, he took out a bottle of first-generation cells from Wang's Haibeo curry and put it on the ground. Then used the reanimation jutsu. The white dirt directly swallowed that ninja. The people around were stunned, not knowing what was going on. This forbidden technique, basically few people know. At the same time, more and more people surrounded him. Behind Uzumaki Mizuki, a golden halo continuously emerged, and the Skylocks attacked densely. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, lead someone to arrive. However, before he paid more attention to Uzumaki Mizuki, his eyes were attracted by another figure in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. This is impossible, could it be, impure world reincarnation? For Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, he was shocked to see the face that was almost exactly the same as that on the Hokage rock. This made him feel a lot of pressure. What's wrong, third generation? When you see a teacher you know well, do you feel ashamed of him? After all, you could have killed his people and almost wiped out Senjo. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. All kinds of flames that exploded around him shone on his face, making his face bright and dark. This is, first Hokage. Yudiden Koharo said tentatively. They are disciples of second generation, but only Sarutobi Hiruzen, and first generation second generation have studied. Who are you? It's impossible for a child to possess such strength. Since childhood, you have been under surveillance. You have never shown anything special, only recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about first generation, but questioned Uzumaki Mizuki with a grim face. This is unacceptable to him, he has been deceived for so many years. Even Danzo felt like he was playing him in his hands. Anything wrong will be noticed by him. But this kid, over the years, he didn't notice anything wrong. It's normal not to know. I can see everything you do, so we don't owe Konoha anything. Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm. He didn't mean to explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This kind of person still thinks that the two brothers are alive because of his charity. However, the village their parents bought with their lives treated them like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, but Senju Hashirama woke up. This is Konoha's ninja. Senju Hashirama looked around blankly, found a little familiar. Uzumaki Mizuki immediately raised his sword finger and controlled Senju Hashirama. This guy's strength is not comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. First Hokage, there is one thing I want you to witness. Today is the day I beat third Hokage. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Oh, impure world reincarnation. Child? Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and felt a connection with him. I understand what's going on. But he was surprised to find that the performer was just a child. Monkey. What happened? Then he turned his head and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was stooped, he recognized him. Then he asked. First generation project. Uchiha Rebellion, I'm leading people to suppress it. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally can't talk about Uzumaki Mizuki. He really can't say that a child has provoked Konoha's internal turmoil. He was afraid that the Senju clan would threaten his status, so he persecuted the Senju clan. Now the number of people is withered. Except for your granddaughter, the village has not heard any news about the Senju clan. Similarly, he feels dissatisfied with Uchiha, who holds great power, and constantly weakens Uchiha's power, and even wants to exterminate it. Uzumaki Mizuki followed suit. The surrounding battle gradually stopped. The two sides center on the first generation and divide the two sides. The situation on the court was very strange for a while. Konoha's ninjas are naturally in awe of first generation. The same goes for the ninjas of Uchiha. At this time, the two sides have a kind of intention to let the ancestors judge. Is this true, monkey? Senju Hashirama is a little disbelieving. He didn't think that Sarutobi, who was as well behaved as a child, would do such a thing. After the death of the second generation, the war begins again. The Senju family is the one that suffered heavy losses. I did not persecute the Senju family, first generation. 8 years ago, people from Uchiha attacked the then Nine Tails Jinchuriki, took control of Nine Tails, persecuted the village, and suffered heavy losses, so I have been on guard against Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen also started to explain. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't do it right away, but let first generation be like a judge, just to kill people. What Sarutobi Hiruzen has done has always been advertised as being for the village. Then let the man who built the village judge whether what he did was right or wrong. If it is judged as wrong, then Sarutobi Hiruzen's credibility to Konoha Shinobi will decline rapidly. Then, it might be possible for anyone to listen to his Hokage's order. Did so many things happen? Senju Hashirama frowned. He naturally believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was a disciple he had taught. But in the current situation, he doesn't feel that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said is true. It's so nice to speak. Since you think it is possible for Uchiha to overthrow Konoha, that's why you did it. So, what do you do with the two Uchiha boys who have a heart for Konoha and aspire to be Hokage? Uchiha Shisui tricked him into being willing to mediate between Uchiha and the village, and then let Danzo sneak up on him, take his Mangekyo Sharinon, and assassinate him. Uchiha Itake, deceive him that Uchiha will not die, the village will fall into war, and there will be more casualties. Force him to contact the enemy and assassinate the entire Uchiha together. Is this kind of thing what Hokage should do? Uzumaki Mizuki explains the evil deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen here. The surrounding Uchiha clan were all stunned at this moment. Shisui turned out to be so dead. Itake was also deceived by Konoha's people. Bastard, is this Hokage? Everyone in the Uchiha clan was angry. They didn't doubt Uzumaki Mizuki's words because there was no need for that. And, it sounds a lot like the truth. The people on Konoha's side couldn't believe it. Especially ordinary ninjas, mostly genin and shinin. They are all civilians, and they believe in Hokage. Everyone can be treated fairly, so they work so hard. But now, Hokage deceives even those who want to be Hokage for the good of the village. So, is this Hokage still trustworthy? Is this true, Sarutobi? Senju Hashirama asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm face. That was all done by Danzo and I didn't know it. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wouldn't admit it. Danzo isn't dead yet, you can bring him over and let the first generation project inquire in person. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. He got the pupil art of Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan, and you said, Uchiha Shisui was murdered by us. But Danzo, why did you get Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique, and your memory was rewritten? You are cheating. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he found a loophole in Uzumaki Mizuki's words. Just pointed out loud. Oh, that one. Danzo rewrites memories, I did it. Uzumaki Mizuki finished. Golden ripples appeared behind him, and a Sharingan was stuck in the middle of the ripples, which was extremely frightening. The Sharingan of the three goblets quickly spins up and becomes the Mangekyo Sharingan of the four windmills. This Sharingan was given to me by Uchiha Itachi. Before Shisui died, he entrusted his remaining Mangekyo to his best friend. But I didn't expect that you old guys really hate Uchiha so much, you want to drive Uchiha to death. Now you bring Danzo over here, I'll help him undo the distinguished heavenly gods, and then ask first generation to ask, how about that? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. He will step by step, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen into a corner? Senju Hashirama's face started to look ugly, looking into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, with disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to defend, but really couldn't find any reason to refute. He didn't dare to bring Danzo over either. If the truth was out, then he wouldn't have any leeway. Are you a child of the Whirlpool family? Blonde hair is rare. This matter is Hokage's fault, and I hereby apologize to the Uchiha clan. However, let's stop the war and keep fighting. Only the two sides will lose. Konoha is sorry Uchiha. Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and said. In the end, he knelt down on his knees and apologized to the Uchiha clan. The members of Uchiha's family were slightly moved when they saw this scene. As for the people on Konoha's side, their faces were slightly ugly, and the ugliest one was naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uzumaki clan was also killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Now there is no Uzumaki family, and the rest are only people with the blood of the Uzumaki family. As the two children of the fourth Hokage, their parents sacrificed to seal the nine tails, but their children were treated like monsters. Being hostile by the villagers and being used as a tool by the Konoha executives is an existence that can be sacrificed at will. Obviously the son of a hero, but became a monster. I can't forgive. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Senju Hashirama with a mocking look on his face. It's so simple. Work hard for your ideals. But this ideal was wrong from the very beginning? Senju Hashirama raised his head in disbelief, looking at Uzumaki Mizuki with sadness in his eyes. He didn't expect this child's life experience to be so miserable. At this time, many ninjas on the field didn't know about it. After hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's explanation, their faces were full of shock. It turns out that Jinchuriki is actually a child of the fourth generation. Still trying to blame Danzo. It's so miserable for him. He was completely treated as a trash can by your so-called best friend, and all the faults were blamed on him, isn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen would like to defend a few words. Said it was to prevent their children from being targeted by the enemies of the fourth Hokage, so they did this. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't give him the chance to explain it at all. Also, Senju Hashirama. I brought you Impure World Reincarnation out, not for you to apologize, or to reconcile. You rejected Uchiha Madara. The decision to unify the entire ninja world was wrong. Because, only when all people are citizens of one country, then war will not happen again. This time, I, Uzumaki Mizuki, will rule the world and end the ninja war. Because of me, I was born to be a king. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Senju Hashirama and said very seriously. The people on the field were shocked by Uzumaki Mizuki's words for a moment. Am I wrong? Senju Hashirama was stunned when he heard this. In the current battle situation, you are at a disadvantage. It's not enough to win. Your strength is no match for Konoha at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly immediately. He can't let morale down. This battle must continue. But even though he said so, many ordinary ninjas have doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. Although first generation did not outright say that he was wrong. But first generation's apology to Uchiha has proved everything. What illusion makes you think that my strength is only at that level? Uzumaki Mizuki tilted his head slightly, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. The face is full of disdain? Is war still unavoidable? Senju Hashirama's face was troubled. Naturally, he didn't want to see the village he built turned into the ruins of war. He wants to stop it. Ninja of Konoha, if you are afraid of death, then run away. I will not hunt down deserters. Any ninja who stands up with a weapon in his hand, I will consider him an enemy. The time to escape is only 2 minutes. Let's start. After Uzumaki and Mizuki finished speaking, the countdown began. Senju Hashirama wanted to say something, and Uzumaki Mizuki directly controlled it through the control seal of Impure World Reincarnation. You are also an important combat power. If you want to stop the war, you still have to speak with your fists. Also, with your wood style, rebuilding Konoha is not too strenuous, is it? Uzumaki Mizuki on Senju Hashirama. Do it. Kill Uzumaki Mizuki. The opponent abuses forbidden technique, controls first Hokage, intends to subvert Konoha, is the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very decisively. Some ninjas who followed him around had some hesitation on their faces. Umbu, on. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered without hesitation. Umbu's ninjas are loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was not controlled by the curse seal like Gen, his heart was a little complicated at this time. But Hokage ordered, right? This is the rule that must be followed when entering Umbu? Let's do it. First Hokage. Uzumaki Mizuki, of course, used Senju Hashirama unceremoniously. Unlimited blue labor, no need for nothing. Senju Hashirama had a painful expression on his face. Keep your hands in a row though, and use wood style. Wood style King Kong recruits wood. The ground instantly bulged, and a tree directly pierced the ground and grew into a towering giant tree, blocking those Umbu. At the same time, the branches of the trunk, like flexible arms, rushed towards those Umbu. Uchiha's ninja side also followed suit. They were moved by Senju Hashirama's apology, but now, they have their own king? Protect our king. Uchiha Fugaku yelled. The surrounding Uchiha also dispersed immediately, blocking in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. The war begins again. But Senju Hashirama's wood style still has a hand. Uzumaki Mizuki's order was only to let him defeat Konoha's ninja, not to kill them. So his actions are more of a stop. Stop the Konoha shinobi attack. Forcibly use wood style to separate Konoha's ninja from Uchiha's ninja. Although Uchiha's morale is stronger, but the manpower is indeed insufficient. It is indeed too strenuous to face so many ninjas in Konoha. Although there were still a few ninjas rushing over, they did not pose any threat to Uchiha's people. Is this the strength of first Hokage? Seeing this scene, the ninjas on the field were all shocked. After all, most of them are from the younger generation, and few of them have seen the true strength of the ninja god. Now this level makes them feel insurmountable. Grumble. But suddenly, there was a very rapid and piercing sound. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan looked at the strangely shaped weapon that Uzumaki Mizuki held in his right hand in shock. The dark red sword body, and it is still 3-stage, is spinning rapidly at this moment. At the same time, on the tip of the sword, there is a trembling breath, which is constantly getting stronger. You have less than a minute to escape. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the lock of the sky and kept rising. It stopped at a height of about 70 or 80 meters from the ground. The ninjutsu, ninja tools, etc. that kept emerging from below were stopped by the genius lock that appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki in the golden light that almost illuminated the night sky. Naruto was still behind him, sound asleep. Senju Hashirama felt that the accumulated power in the sky seemed a bit strong. Can't let him use it, attack with all his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally felt it too. After finishing speaking, he quickly used Shadow Clone himself, and separated out 4 Shadow Clones. Although it is a bit difficult, it has to be done. People of Uchiha, stand back. Uzumaki Mizuki shouted. Uchiha's men retreated without hesitation. Only Uchiha Fugaku stayed behind. But now Konoha's ninjas are all focused on Uzumaki Mizuki high in the sky. 5 escaped alien bullet technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulls out his own trick. The compound attack of 5 attributes is not inferior to the general tailed beast bomb. At the same time, the surrounding ninjas also released different ninjutsu, densely packed towards Mizuki who was spinning tears in the sky. Narrate the original, the heavens and the earth split, open up with the praise of nothingness, the world is torn apart by my deviant sword. The nebula is sweeping, the so-called heaven and hell are actually the end of the eve before the creation of the world. Be silent in death. Heaven and earth, leave the Inamalish, Inamalish. Wang Hao. While Uzumaki Mizuki spoke the liberation language, at the same time, he pinched his eccentric sword downwards without hesitation. The dark red energy accumulated at the tip of the sword burst out in one go. Just like in the Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara used fire style alone, facing the feeling of the Ninja Alliance. However, the power of the deviant sword is even stronger. Those dense ninjutsu were swallowed by the huge dark red energy almost instantly. At the forefront is Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5-Deo Dalian Dengxian. However, he didn't hold back for almost a moment, and disappeared into the dark red energy directly. When dealing with Danzo, Uzumaki Mizuki used the AoE of the deviation sword EA. But this time, the power is concentrated at one point, which belongs to the pouring of energy, like releasing waves. The dark red energy instantly concentrated the ninjas on the ground. More than 1,000 ninjas directly faced this devastating attack. The red light directly devoured them. The ground instantly cracked and exploded. A red mushroom cloud rises directly. The explosion sound broke out after the mushroom cloud rose. The impact of the sound explosion directly destroyed the surrounding houses. Senju Hashirama watched all this happen in front of his eyes, and a large number of ninjas vaporized directly in front of him. It wasn't that he didn't want to be rescued, but that he couldn't move his body. Uzumaki Mizuki is guarding him, with the example of Uchiha Madara in front. He doesn't want to be counterattacked. After all, this technique is also the first time he uses it. Who knows if it is the same as the original version used by Orochimaru. The range of the attack also covered Senju Hashirama. He soon also felt this force, and his whole body was swallowed up. However, this attack doesn't last long because Uzumaki and Mizuki don't have enough mana. It lasted less than 2 seconds, and it was unsustainable. It's very destructive, but it's too expensive. Seeing himself reduce tens of thousands of magic points, Uzumaki Mizuki felt that the magic points were still not enough. After the explosion, the field was very quiet. But Konoha's side, there is some commotion. During this time, the night was full of explosions. Let the villagers of Konoha sleep well at all. Many people heard the shock today, but they didn't wake up, thinking that it would be the same as before, and nothing major would happen. But outside, there were many panicked voices. These people had to open the curtains first, looked outside, and then froze. Surrender, or die. Uzumaki Mizuki said to about 1,000 ninjas on the field. The scope of the destruction just now is only more than 200 meters in diameter, which is not too large. But that's the central area, the high-rises like Sarutobi Hiruzen, all gathered in that pile. Clang. Snapped. Many ninjas were shocked, and some even couldn't hold the kunao in their hands, and fell directly to the ground. 843 As the first person kneels, more and more ninjas around him kneel. That existence in the sky is God? Gudong. Uchiha Fugaku swallowed. He felt that he ran very fast just now, otherwise, he should be finished. This child was the one he had seen before, that's right, it wasn't played by anyone. But this power? He must be able to rewrite Uchiha's fate. Also shocked was Kakashi. He has been outside the fighting range, but through Sharingan, he can clearly see and hear the situation on the field. He never thought that Uzumaki Mizuki would have such strength. Looking at the almost destroyed center, with no life at all, he felt that Konoha was about to change. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he kept hearing system prompts, which were reminders of the points obtained by these ninjas who surrendered to him. Get tens of thousands of points at once. The main reason why these ninjas are willing to surrender is Uzumaki Mizuki's questioning of Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. Everyone knows that Uzumaki Mizuki is the son of 4th Hokage, so everyone agrees with him to a certain extent. In their view, he is one of his own. Add the words of 1st Hokage, so I am not so rebellious about surrendering. If it is an enemy, then they will naturally continue to resist without hesitation. Senju Hashirama recovered physically. He was only affected by the edge, and without any resistance, he was destroyed in an instant. After recovering, his eyes were full of sadness. In his opinion, these people are just children? Ninjas are just that cruel. If this is not resolved, then there will always be wars in the future. As long as everyone becomes a collective, even if there is a fight, it will not cause huge casualties. Uzumaki Mizuki slowly fell from the sky, land next to Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Fugaku slid over here, he has already identified the boss at this time. Clearly feel the gap between myself and Uzumaki Mizuki? The opponent is still young, as long as Uchiha follows him, sooner or later he will be able to stand on top of the world. If everyone can feel each other and recognize each other's pain, such battles will not happen. You never tell your secrets to others. Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with a bad face. If it wasn't that he couldn't move, he would definitely go up and teach the child a lesson. You grew up in an environment where there was only Uchiha as a foreign enemy, although you had to go to the battlefield. But we grew up in an environment where everyone hates us, and we still have the possibility of being used at any time by the so-called own people as a tool. Obviously, we are the sons of heroes. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Senju Hashirama calmly and said, "Who doesn't have a hard time? Mutual understanding? What is the use of this thing? Profit is the root of everything? Without absolute power to suppress, then greed will swallow people up." Senju Hashirama could not refute. He clearly knows that it shouldn't be like this, but he has to do this feeling. He is very clear. When I realized this, I was already 10 years old. But now these two children are less than 10 years old. He turned his head and glanced at the Hokage Rock, which is the village he and Madara built together. Why did it become like this? Am I really wrong? Senju Hashirama was caught in doubt of himself. If I had listened to Uchiha Madara back then, would such things not have happened in the future? It was very quiet on the field at this time. Konoha's ninja didn't know what to do at this time. Those who have not surrendered dare not attack Uzumaki Mizuki at this time, because they are afraid of death. Only Uzumaki Mizuki himself knows his details. In fact, he just stood up today, so he is naturally ready to back up. He is going to use the luck of the sky to continuously plunder wealth and increase the accumulation of the king's treasure house to increase his magic power. The skylock was originally used to recover the treasure house thrown out by the king's treasure house. It is not a key item in battle, but Uzumaki Mizuki does not have any treasures to throw. In addition, the magic value is not enough, so I have been using this treasure. What are you going to do next? Become a Hokage? Senju Hashirama asked Uzumaki Mizuki. Losing Hokage, Senju Hashirama naturally knows how hard it is for Konoha. If no one is looking at Konoha, the village will easily collapse and disperse. It will only fall into the cycle of war and chaos. What's so good about being a village head? I will be the king of this world. Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head. Leave the position of village head to others. He has no such interest. In the future, if my younger brother wants to be a Hokage, I will give him the position of village head. But it is estimated that at that time, he should become the king of the ninja world. You don't have this chance. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly came. Everyone turned their heads and found Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his face was weak, but he didn't look injured at all. It turned out that after releasing the 5 dragons, he ran away without hesitation. Nothing left to fight hard. Ambu beside him used the 4 purple flame formation to delay him for a while, allowing him to find a chance to escape. Just now he has been hiding in the dark, eating Bingliang pills. Then, use the forbidden technique Ghoul Seal. This is Ghoul Sealing, you should know what it is. Your father used this trick to seal 9 tails in your brother's stomach. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, and the phantom of Shinigami appeared behind him. Monkey, you. Senju Hashirama froze. He naturally knew this technique, but he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to do this. Although I don't know about you, why do you have such a fishy strength? Maybe Minato left behind. But that's all for now. As a 3rd Hokage, I have the same belief in sacrificing myself, just like your father. In order to protect this village, I will also give my life. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said almost moved me to tears. The surrounding ninjas also looked moved. Many people actually sobbed. So, why do you treat the son of a hero who sacrificed himself to save the village? Let your men spread the word about the monster 9 tails and make everyone hate us. Is it because I am afraid that after I kill you, I will attack the Sarutobi clan, and force the Senju clan to death just like you, and then want to slaughter the Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Mizuki chuckled. Then he asked directly, since you have said that you are moved, why do you do this kind of thing to the descendants of people who did the same thing as you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. His face turned black again. The surrounding ninjas also reacted, as if there was nothing wrong with it. The Uchiha clan obviously gave up and rebelled against Konoha with Uchiha Madara. But I still can't get your trust. Uchiha, who trusted Konoha wholeheartedly, was framed by you to death. Your speech is disgusting, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a king, I will not do the same thing as you. I will only revenge for revenge, and revenge for hatred. The king will admit it. The king comes to allow. The king will carry the whole world on his back. I'm not your trash. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen with cold words. Self-absorbed dirty fellow? Compared with the kind of guy who was evil from the beginning, this kind of person did good things for himself, but the guy who killed other people's whole family is even more annoying. Silent again? The ninjas around were also persuaded by Uzumaki Mizuki. Stop it, monkey. Senju Hashirama also spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely going to die. I want Konoha to continue to survive in this chaotic world. Uzumaki Mizuki is definitely a good pick. At the beginning, he made a wrong decision, but now he feels that choosing Uzumaki Mizuki seems to be a good choice. I can't stop. 1st generation. He is evil and will bring the world into war. The ninja world will suffer countless deaths and injuries. Such people cannot continue to exist in this world. Be permanently sealed with me. Take your brother. I don't know if you can escape this trick. If you dodge, then your brother will be buried with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Senju Hashirama's words. He couldn't stop and hated Uzumaki Mizuki. Obviously, the action against Uchiha was a little bit close. Without the intervention of this person, it would definitely not have turned into such a consequence. It was he who ruined himself and Konoha. Without Uzumaki Mizuki, Konoha will definitely be able to continue. Yutaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura who came with him just now are just shadow clone. After they die, they will continue to inherit their will? The ghoul has blocked this move. I have been prepared for a long time. After all, without 1st generation and Uchiha Madara's Konoha, this move and Uchiha's Mangekyo can pose a threat to me. Let me show you what despair is. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled, then spoke. At the same time, he held the amulet that broke the commandments of all things that had been pinned to his waist all the time in his hand. The ultimate treasure against magic. Of course, this thing also has its own limit. Like Deviation Sword EA, the liberation attack of the Sword of Victory and Oath, this level of nuclear bomb explosion is definitely unbreakable. But it is far from enough for the ghoul to seal off such tricks. I do not believe. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of madness. Then directly controlled Shinigami's arm, passing directly through his abdomen, making a sound like roasting meat. Then this almost transparent arm rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Snapped. Uzumaki Mizuki used the talisman that broke the commandments of all things, and swiped forward lightly. It touched Shinigami's paw. In an instant, this arm disappeared in midair. Disappeared at the same time, and that Shinigami. What? Although there is no sound. But the people around seemed to have heard the tragic cry before the Shinigami disappeared. It's over. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a face full of despair and said, what the hell is going on? This sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen has said it countless times. This is the forbidden technique of your Uzumaki clan? The forbidden technique, which was able to directly seal the 9 tails that everyone was helpless at that time, why is it so invalid? He even felt that he didn't have to pay the price of using this forbidden technique able to live on. Bilala. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't answer his question, but tied him up with a skylock. There are many ninjas around, and they are still very loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this scene, I want to go forward to save Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it was blocked by wood style used by Senju Hashirama. In the name of the king, I sentence you to death. Execute now. The way of the death penalty, plunge into the world of infinite betrayal, die. Uzumaki Mizuki controls Senju Hashirama and stops those ninjas. At the same time, take out the Mangekyo Sharinon of the water again. People who believe in you like this will also cheat, so feel what it feels like to be constantly betrayed. Uzumaki Mizuki controls Shisui's Mangekyo Sheri-non, casting illusions on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra had little Sarutobi Hiruzen left, and could not dispel the illusion at all. In the world of illusion, he could only keep roaring one after another. Limbs were firmly bound by the lock of the sky, and Chakra, who kept suppressing him, made him unable to do anything. In the end, he just died alive in the illusion world. Senju Hashirama was furious at this time. He felt that this child was too cruel, but being controlled, he couldn't even speak at this moment. We can only stop those ninjas passively. Uchiha Fugaku is also helping out. Surrender, or die. You have only two options. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished off Sarutobi Hiruzen, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. Some of them had already given up resistance, but they didn't turn around and attacked their original companions, they just didn't move forward. There is no action. But there is still a part that didn't stop and wanted to kill Uzumaki Mizuki. However, most of the most powerful ninjas among them were eliminated by the deviant sword EA just now. There are many rotten fish and rotten shrimp left, which are basically chinin. Many ninjas put down their weapons, just like the previous ninjas, they stood aside and did not move on. At this time, many bigwigs of the family are paying attention to this place. They did not expect this result. Especially Ino, Shika, Sho, but also family bosses like Kaiga. They were forced by Sarutobi Hiruzen to teach this kid a lesson. At this time, I couldn't help but feel a little scared. At that time, if you really do it, you will die. The last time Hokage played against Uzumaki Mizuki, they almost killed them. But it was precisely because of that battle that this time, they basically didn't come, and those who came were some middle-level pillars of the clan. Although it hurts to die, at least none of the bosses died. Surrender, lay down your arms, and wait here. 1. For those who want to die, I will satisfy you. Today, let Konoha disappear on the map of the ninja world. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the skylock to rise again, and then raised the deviant sword EA. Seeing this scene, the people on the field couldn't help but fell into panic. Just now, it was the attack released by this weapon that directly annihilated everything that was released. Moreover, to erase Konoha from the map? Isn't that the people in the village are all going to die? Don't you want to end the war? If you do this, what's the difference between you and those who started the war? Senju Hashirama spoke from his side. Just now he has been controlled by Uzumaki Mizuki, unable to speak at all. Originally, he wanted to scold Uzumaki Mizuki for killing Sarutobi Hiruzen like that, but at this time he just wanted to keep Konoha. Then, I will give you time to inform the villagers before dawn that those who are willing to surrender will survive, and those who are not willing to surrender will die if they do not run away within this time. Uzumaki Mizuki, with a look of hesitation, then spoke. But the fact is that if you want to wipe off the tens of kilometers of Konoha's land on the map, the magic value is far from enough. But if you scare it, the effect is very good. And at this time the points have reached 500,000. It can be exchanged for a lot of useful equipment, and there are also those that increase the mana value. So he has confidence. Many ninjas around are a little desperate. What the hell is this demon? For Uchiha Fugaku, I feel that Uzumaki Mizuki is a bit too much. But now, he is a subject and cannot refute the king's words? Don't you want Konoha to become king? Senju Hashirama is a little confused. Whirlpool spent so much effort sleeping soundly, isn't it to get Konoha? In your time, for you and Uchiha Madara, were ordinary ninjas really necessary? Genin Shinin, and even Jonin, in your eyes, are not all creatures, at the same level as ordinary people. It's the same for me. So they are of little value to me, and if they don't want to submit to me, then kill them, lest they start a war in the future and waste their hands and feet to solve it. Uzumaki Mizuki said very directly. Super cage level, and below cage level, are not a kind of creature at all. 5 cages beat Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't play with them seriously, and left them covered in bruises. But now, there is still a gap between Uzumaki Mizuki and super cage level. But in terms of attack power, follow? This kind of attack beyond everyone's imagination is enough to scare them. Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment. This kid is more domineering than Uchiha Madara? Clan Chief Uchiha, go inform those clans and see how they choose. Surrender, or die. Starting with the Hyuga clan, let them choose their own life and death. Uzumaki Mizuki greeted Uchiha Fugaku, and gave him an order. By the way, silently recover the mana by yourself. The speed of recovery is still very fast now, and it won't be long before most of it can be recovered. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked and immediately agreed. Although he had been fighting for a long time just now, and his eyes were a little blurry, but he felt that he was full of energy at this time. Leaving the battlefield directly, ran towards the Hyuga clan. Want to discuss this so-called opponent for many years. You too, bring your own family and those who are willing to surrender. The king forgives you, and you will be the king's people from now on. Other figures are unwilling to surrender. After all, I am not a demon. Ordinary people leave here, and ninjas who are warriors can be buried here. Uzumaki Mizuki continued speaking. The ninjas around who had given up resistance immediately ran away after hearing this. They are going back to bring their own family and surrender to Uzumaki Mizuki. The other ninjas who originally wanted to resist also came up with this idea at this time. It's important to survive. If Obito and others didn't take the destruction of the world as their theme, it wouldn't be possible for the 5 major villages to join forces. All fought hard. Senju Hashirama was silent. He did not approve of this approach. The situation on the field suddenly calmed down. Those ninjas who were not afraid of death and wanted to kill Uzumaki Mizuki were stopped by Senju Hashirama. At this moment, the surroundings fell into darkness. The house that was set on fire just now was blown out by the impact of Uzumaki Mizuki's attack. The bulbs of the street lamps also shattered. In the middle of the battlefield, a deep hollow appeared. Uzumaki Mizuki took Naruto and stood on the roof of the street on the Uchiha side. During the period, there were still ninjas rushing through the siege, but they were all caught by the skylock, and then directly twisted and died. Gradually, footsteps appeared. Lots of people are coming here. Although the people who were notified did not believe it. But, here it is. The court was not silent, there was always crying. Women, children, most of these too. Hayaga Hayashi appeared, looking at Uzumaki Mizuki with a hard face. The Hayaga clan, Hayaga Hayashi, here on behalf of the Hayaga clan, surrender to the king. Hayaga Hayashi knelt on one knee and said with his head down, "King allow." Uzumaki Mizuki responded flatly. Hayaga Hayashi accepted this fate and silently stepped aside. Apart from the Hayaga family, other families did not appear so quickly. However, a large number of civilians gathered here, and they all saw the pothole in the center, and they were all terrified. "Do you want to fight him to the death?" There was despair on Yudin Koharu's face. At that time she wanted to go there with Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen only let them send clones. Sure enough, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, something happened. Does it make sense? It is definitely impossible to kill him. When Konoha is seriously injured, he will be targeted by other ninja villages, and he will also be destroyed. Ask for flowers. If you're lucky, you might be able to survive, but it's also turned into a village like Kusanagi village. Also, beware that he will make a comeback. You know, he's only 8 years old. Mitokado Homura said with a wry smile. There's no point in holding on. Whether it is now or in the future, it is not an opponent at all. So what is the purpose of continuing to hold on? Yudin Koharu had nothing to say. Uzumaki and Mizuki waited and did nothing else. More and more people leaned over. When it was almost dawn before Litian, people from other families also came. Ino, Shika, Cho, Inuzuka, Abarame and other families. Most people's complexions are a little numb. Obviously such a result is unacceptable. However, they felt that it was unnecessary to continue to fight Uzumaki and Mizuki. Can't see the odds. And, both Yudin Koharu and Mitokado Homura, committed suicide. At the same time, an order was sent to those Umbu, asking you to inform the ninjas in the village to surrender to Uzumaki Mizuki. The last family to come is the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family. The sky was also slightly red at this time. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on the lock of the sky and rose slowly. Everyone looked up at Uzumaki Mizuki. Sunrise. The sun shines on Uzumaki Mizuki, giving him a golden glow. It makes many people feel dazzling. Surrender to my people, kneel. Uzumaki Mizuki looked down at the crowd below and spoke directly. The sound is magically amplified so that everyone in the village can hear it. Crash. Kneel down a large piece at once. People from the Uchiha clan also came out not long ago, and they all knelt down at this time. Suzuki raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in midair in shock. What happened? Small head, big question mark. In the same way, there are a few children who were beaten by Uzumaki Mizuki. All of them feel amazing. The king is here to forgive you. From now on, you are the king's people, and everything you own belongs to the king. And the king will bear everything for you. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Many people looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in the sky in amazement. It feels like it's a bit powerful. The system prompts keep refreshing. A large number of points are increasing, and the numbers are constantly changing. From today onwards, you will be the subjects of the Uruk Empire, and I am your king, Uzumaki Mizuki. Uchiha Fugaku, Hayaga Hayashi, lead your subordinates, wipe out all ninjas and ordinary people who have not come. Those who leave Konoha don't have to chase after them. After Uzumaki Mizuki declared the state, he ordered Uchiha Fugaku and Hayaga Hayashi to work. Yes, the two of them naturally have no opinion. Uchiha Fugaku, at this time, already regards Uzumaki Mizuki as a god. Hayaga Hayashi, on the other hand, wants to show more performance in front of the new boss. Narashiju, Abarame Jiwei, reorganized the ninjas into a team of 100 people and a small team of 10 people. Heitake Kakashi, lead people to maintain law and order in the village and stabilize the status quo. Uzumaki Mizuki began to arrange. At this time, everyone was numb, and someone gave an order, and they could only follow it. Although many people are still ready to make a move, but at this time, there is still no one. Senju Hashirama, help rebuild. By the way, on top of Hokage Rock, build me a palace, it'll do just fine, and I'll replace it with a new one soon. Uzumaki Mizuki finally said to Senju Hashirama who was looking around from below. Call, it is good. Senju Hashirama felt pissed off. But, there is no way. I blame my idiot brother for creating such ninjutsu. Even if he died, he would be called out. Seeing these things that made him sad. Many ordinary people feel that the sky is about to change. But the ninjas of some families feel as if they just changed their allegiance to another person. But very confused about the future. They don't know what the future holds. When ninjas, they know the future is to fight, it is inevitable. But now, it is not clear what their so-called king wants to do. I just know that Konoha lost. For 3 days in a row, Konoha was recovering. Normal business gradually resumed. The school has also begun to officially start classes. Police forces began patrolling. Konoha's ninjas were scattered into small teams, responsible for helping rebuild Konoha. Naturally, the damage received this time cannot be compared with the Night of the Nine Tails rebellion. However, there are still many places that need to be repaired. Senju Hashirama's ability is really awesome. Big brother, is this the graveyard of our parents? Naruto said sadly. Uzumaki Mizuki brought Naruto to honor his parents, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kukuna. Yes. Don't be sad, it won't be long before I will resurrect them. Uzumaki Mizuki patted Naruto's head and said, unlock Impure World Reincarnation, get Rinnegan, use Rein Tensei. 7 and 4 Kingdoms. As long as you find a solution to the side effects of Rein Tensei, basically resurrection is not a big problem. The talisman that breaks the commandments of all things may be invalid, because trying to use it, to remove the cooldown of Shisui distinguished heavenly gods, does not work. Really? Naruto was shocked. He never knew that people can be resurrected after death. Real. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. The points reached 3.5 million. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the points in the system and felt his heart expand. The attributes and so on have also increased a little bit. Exchange, Seraphim's Embrace. Uzumaki Mizuki directly exchanged for the equipment that can add the most mana to himself. Direct fusion and upgrade of Tears of the Goddess directly consumes 1 million points. Seraphim's Embrace. Increase magic power by 15,000 points. Increase mental strength by 100 points. Provides spiritual power equal to 3% of the magic power of the equipment. Magic Shield. Generate a shield made of magic power, absorbing 25% of the current magic power damage, lasting for 3 seconds. Uzumaki Mizuki opens his own template. Template Gilgamesh. 195. Stamina, 168. Mental power, 793. HP value, 1680. Magic value, 7,930 points. Skylock plus 3,000 points. 100 million magic value. 1,000 chakra. 1,300 embrace of seraphim. 15,000 Mangekyo Sharinon. One Piece. Uchiha Shisui. 2,000 Book of Seals. 13,000 Ninja Tool. 2000. Equipment, Skylock, Seraphim's Embrace, Kohler's Dagger, Talisman that breaks all commandments, Mangekyo Sharinon. One Piece. The magic value exceeded 40,000 in one fell swoop, reaching 43,430 points. From this point of view, the effect of sealing is quite strong. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his mana and felt very good. According to one Raisnon with 400 magic points, more than 100 Raisnon can be placed. Looking at it this way, I found that it was all due to equipment bonuses, but at this age, the body has not yet grown up. If you work hard, at the age of 10, you should be able to provide tens of thousands of magic points just by your physical fitness. There are still 2.5 million points. This number is not very good, just change another equipment. 11. Exchange Wind King Barrier. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the number of points, somewhat unhappy. Finally, I exchanged for a treasure again. In fact, it can be exchanged for a lot of equipment, but in terms of use, it doesn't have much effect, not as good as the Lock of the Sky. In terms of attack, Philigian EA is also the top. So Uzumaki Mizuki is now more of an exchange for some auxiliary equipment. Deduct 400,000 points. Exchange successful. Wind King Barrier Level C. Anti-person treasure. In addition to the advantage of making the attached equipment transparent, the compressed wind can also be used as a one-time long-range weapon. Added 1,500 points of magic power, and more than 10 points of attributes. Not bad. Uzumaki Mizuki took a look at the attribute changes. Nothing too big a problem. Exchange this, is used for sneak attack. If it is attached to the Skylock, only one can be covered at a time. In the future, after I learn swordsmanship, the effect will be very good, and the magic power consumed is not too much. The next step is to modify the current system. In a short period of time, it cannot become stronger quickly. Now that you have become a king, manage your own country well. And every year, these people will provide him with points. Then, he should treat his own people well. The distance from becoming the real hero King Gilgamesh is when the treasure of the king, Curry, is full of system equipment. Soon, Uzumaki Mizuki called a meeting of the First Uruk Empire. Those who came to the meeting, besides those family bosses, also had captains who were divided into teams. The number of participants was less than 70, but they are all important personnel in Uruk. The first thing is to recall all the ninjas who are outside. If they don't want to come back, they will leave Uruk, and there will be a 3-month period. The second thing is that in the future, B-level and genin techniques will be learned in the ninja school. The textbooks of the ninja school will be reorganized, and tree climbing, treading water, and sea-level ninjutsu will be listed as normal teaching content. The third thing is that ninjutsu below A-level will be open to all ninjas, including the secret techniques in the Book of Seals. Ninjutsu above A-level can be exchanged through contribution points, including the family's secret techniques. Value calculation will be determined within a month. The fourth thing is to plant food, and plant all the surrounding land that can be planted for me. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly in the conference room. The people in the audience fell into silence for a moment. Senju Hashirama also got in the mix. No one cares about him. Restricted by Uzumaki Mizuki, not allowed to do anything to anyone, only after building the house. He became the mascot. Uzumaki Mizuki, a tool man who can't eat or drink for nothing after being summoned, will naturally not waste it. He is not in a hurry to go back to 5.7. Because I want to see what Uzumaki Mizuki will turn Konoha into. I want to make sure that I am really wrong. The silence off the court was divided into two factions. One group is ordinary ninjas, and they are naturally ecstatic to hear that they can learn ninjutsu below B level at will. In the past, they had to work hard to obtain these ninjutsu. The other faction is the family ninja. They look ugly. Because, family secrets are all kept in the sealed book. Now take it out and teach these civilian ninjas? I can't bear it. This is digging up their roots. My lord, these secret techniques have been passed down from generation to generation in our family, so it's a little bit. It was Narashika-isa who spoke. He has been very lucky, not by too serious injuries. The last battle did not follow. At the same time, the last words of Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura were conveyed by him, so that other ninjas gave up resistance. But facing the kid Uzumaki Mizuki, it is indeed difficult to feel awe in his heart. But knowing the number of ninja casualties under his command, he couldn't hold back. Narashiju's words stagnated the enthusiasm of the commoner ninjas below. But soon, they accepted the fact that ordinary ninjas, and these family ninjas with secret art inheritance, really couldn't compete. Most civilian ninjas are cannon fodder. Everything about you belongs to the king, do you understand? But Uzumaki Mizuki naturally won't give any face. Turning his head and looking directly at Narashiju, he lowered his head in fright. Although very angry, his fists were clenched tightly. However, there is no meaning of resistance. At that time, I didn't dare to do anything. 25. Now, who wants to turn their backs? Senju Hashirama didn't expect this child to be so domineering towards his own people. It feels like it's going to fall apart sooner or later. The family that has chosen the secret technique can exchange for any forbidden technique in the sealed book, except for impure world reincarnation. In the future, if this family wants people to learn this forbidden technique, they will not have to pay any price, but the candidates must be approved and discussed after approval. Anyone have any objections? Uzumaki Mizuki continued speaking. There are many families in Konoha, and their faces are slightly moved. The value of the forbidden technique is not worse than the secret technique, and even more valuable than the secret technique. If it is exchanged in this way, then they will not lose money. Moreover, in the Book of Seals, the ninjutsu of their families is the most basic. For example, the three families of Ino, Shika, Sho only have basic secret techniques such as heart-to-heart technique, some expansion jutsu, and shadow imitation. The core is not written in it. It is definitely not a loss to change to forbidden technique. Wang, does forbidden technique include flying thunder god technique? Someone asked impatiently. This technique can make fourth Hokage famous in the ninja world. If you can learn this technique, it is worth it. Many people are interested in this technique. Include multiple shadow clone technique, tandem paper bombs, spiritualization technique, 8 inner gates formation, ghoul sealing, and Li Sixiang sealing technique belong to forbidden technique. Although ninjutsu such as flying thunder god technique are not forbidden techniques, they are listed as forbidden technique levels and can only be exchanged for one type. However, the cultivation requirements of this technique are very high, and ordinary people cannot achieve it. Whether to exchange it or not should be carefully considered. Uzumaki Mizuki explained. There are many techniques that are not forbidden technique, but the value is equally high. For example, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, the Raiznan of the 4th generation, the ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru when he was still in Konoha, etc. The family ninjas below have no comments. These ninjutsu can be exchanged like ordinary ninjas, but the requirements are slightly higher, but if they are achieved, they will be exchanged daily. Growing food is the next first task, and ninjas who have nothing to do must participate. Hyaga Hayashi, arrange for the ninjas of your Hyaga clan to learn the knowledge of mines, and then look for mines around Konoha for development. Uzumaki Mizuki kept saying. The people below can only obey orders and can't do anything else. About 10 minutes or so, I finished talking about everything I had to do. In the past, Konoha was a complete military town, and there was no such thing as planting and mining, because the name of the country of fire does not allow it. If Konoha can be self-sufficient, what else does the land of fire need? So through various materials, Konoha's lifeline was stuck, so Konoha had to obey orders. My lord, how will we treat the nation of fire in the future? Narashiju then asked. In the past, he helped Mitokado Homura and Yudiden Koharu to deal with the fire nation. Let the fire country daimyo wait for death. Right now there is not enough food, let's plant the fields first, and when the food is enough the car starts to work. My goal, the ninja world, is this place. Now that I have extra energy, I will invade southeast, all the way to the sea, occupy the territory of the former Vortex Kingdom, and gain access to the sea. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Naturally, other people on the field did not dare to have any opinions. I just feel that this king is really hacky. The first task is farming. If you find it too troublesome, ask that person for help. Today's meeting is here. 5 days later, the list of Uruk government officials will be confirmed, and that's it. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he got up from his seat. Then directly release Shadow Clone, disappearing in front of everyone. The one mentioned, of course, is Senju Hashirama. Let him go to farm, he is definitely a good hand, maybe he can directly give birth and accelerate growth. Uzumaki Mizuki's body, naturally near Naruto. After all, this is his only weakness now. The people on the field also looked at each other at this time, and they always felt a little uncomfortable. Then, let's arrange people to farm first, everyone has no objections. Nara Shikaku asked. The others shook their heads. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, no job was assigned. Then we can only continue to be in charge of the 287 side of the police force as before. Human sociality is not destroyed in a stable transition environment. The vast majority of people now just feel that they have lost the stability of the past and don't know what the future will look like. But life can go on. Uzumaki Mizuki is also practicing himself. Now it is an open and above-board cultivation. The main thing is to refine chakra, and the second is to practice various swordsmanship. In the Book of Seals, there are also swordsmanship about the Heitake family and other families. Ninjutsu or whatever, it's easy for Uzumaki Mizuki, because the training of daily tasks in the past is to control magic power, which is very helpful for practicing ninjutsu. Physical skills are lacking, so I practice swordsmanship hard. Collect the treasures of this world, expand your territory, and increase your people. According to the current situation, it seems that only Obito and his group are a threat to me, and the others, unless there is an alliance of 5 major powers, otherwise, there is no big problem. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the information about the outside world and made a judgment. The establishment of Uruk will definitely be strongly opposed by the Fire Nation. This should be the first battle. Konoha's great changes, there is no intention to hide anything. And at the beginning, many ninjas ran away and brought the news directly. Among these ninjas, there are also many spies from Ninja Village. In just over 10 days, the news spread throughout the ninja world. The nation of fire is in turmoil. But the Fire Country daimyo immediately arranged his own manpower to take over the defense line of the ninja world. At the same time, by these ninjas on the line of defense. He said that he would regain Konoha for them and so on. Convinced many ninjas at once. And some surrounding countries feel a little ready to move. But they want to wait for the civil strife in the land of fire before they take action against the biggest fat sheep in the ninja world. The most shocking was Uchiha Itachi. Okay, the leaves are gone? No one has clarified what happened to Konoha, but the news that came out only said that it was done by the Uzumaki family. It really worked. Uchiha Itachi still couldn't believe it. He didn't know what was going on with Konoha at this time. However, if the other party breaks away from the Fire Nation and establishes an independent country, then war is unavoidable. When I heard the news, I was shocked. I didn't expect that there is such a person in Konoha. On Obito's side, there was a look of surprise on his face. Today, Obito was going to take Uchiha Itachi to kill Konoha and trouble the Uchiha clan. But now, what's going on? Konoha collapsed first? That blonde man, the village he desperately guarded, just disappeared. Specific information is being collected. However, according to intelligence, the big brother of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a child, defeated Konoha's ninjas, killed 3rd Hokage, and took over Konoha. Ju's tone was also full of surprise. When he heard the news, he wondered if White Zetsu was messing around. He has lived for thousands of years, but he has never seen such a thing. Although I have witnessed many reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, none of them are so outrageous. The 2 most powerful are Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But the 2 of them also started to exert their strength after they were 30 years old. That child, as long as he is 8 years old. You said that he defeated 3rd Hokage, also defeated Konoha's many ninjas, and then became their new commander. Obito asked sarcastically. In this case, what about a liar? This is fake news from Konoha. Uchiha clan, someone has awakened Mangekyo Sharinon. Then controlled the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, used the power of 9 tails, and defeated the ninjas of 3rd Hokage and Konoha. This is the truth. Obito judged without hesitation. Very reasonable. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak from the sidelines. During this time, he ran to Kirigakure, killed a companion, and then awakened the pupil art of Amaterasu. However, he felt that the absolutely obtained information was true. At that time, I lost to him, but of course he wouldn't say anything about it. This time I'm going to Konoha, who knows what's going on. That's probably true, so did Uchiha take over Konoha? Absolutely understand here. His energy is mainly focused on collecting Jinchuriki news. Konoha is very troublesome, not to mention the barrier in the village, and there are people from the Hyuga clan. White Zetsu is easy to spot. Therefore, the vast majority of White Zetsu are placed in the positions of the other 5 major countries and are responsible for collecting intelligence. Since that's the case, let's get the 9 Tails Jinchuriki directly this time. There is no need for such a Konoha to exist. Obito decided this way. In his heart, he also has some fetters with Konoha. For example, back then, he wanted to be Hokage's man wholeheartedly. Let's go now, it will be very troublesome when Uchiha completely stabilizes Muyen. After finishing speaking here, dive directly into the ground. You should not be Konoha's spy. If it is, then it is a bit too miserable. After all, Konoha is gone. Obito looked at Itachi and said, I came here in pursuit of greater power. Uchiha Itachi replied very coldly. But the news that Uchiha Madara is going to do something seems to be difficult to pass back. He didn't want the village to be caught off guard, so he was thinking about how to deliver the information. Very well, this time, let's kill Uchiha. Obito nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru looked at the information and fell silent. He obtained information, and absolutely the same. It says, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's big brother, the son of 4th Hokage, defeated his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and also defeated Konoha's ninja. The most important thing is that this person is only 8 years old. This world is really amazing. Minato's child, how can you do this? Or, is this child Minato himself? Orochimaru didn't think the news was false. In his opinion, whether Minato transferred his soul into his child's body was the only way to do this. If this is the truth, then there is certainly nothing wrong with this fact. It seems that it is necessary to go back. Orochimaru killed the experimental subject he had prepared. This time the experiment failed again. But now, he feels that things on Konoha's side make him more interested. Same with Orochimaru and Jiraiya and Tsunade. Lichien's, Konoha is their village after all. When something like this happened, they had to go back. Jiraiya naturally didn't believe it. It feels so unreal. Minato's child? As for Tsunade, the mood is very complicated. She didn't know what she was going to do when she went back. Obviously, there was no one she cared about in the village. Many people from Ninja Village are also approaching Konoha, wanting to know more detailed information. On Konoha's side, everyone is preparing to farm. Earth-style ravine technique celery. Senjo Hashirama clapped his hands together, saying what happened. Under the influence of his chakra, the ground directly split into gullies of less than 10 centimeters. This is a ninjutsu developed by himself, which is specially used for farming. If you have time, write down all the ninjutsu you know. Uzumaki Mizuki watched Senjo Hashirama perform the technique. It feels pretty good. It's just sea-level ninjutsu, and the consumption is not very high. It is completely possible for farmers to learn the chakra refining technique and then use it by themselves. A ninja with such a strong productivity is all used for fighting. This is the most wasteful thing in this world. Impure world reincarnation shouldn't be able to control me from doing this. Senjo Hashirama was speechless. I feel like this kid is overachieving. He was also a family ninja, so he naturally knew how much change it would take to let go of ninjutsu and let others learn it. Now the Konoha families are forced by Uzumaki Mizuki's despotic power and dare not resist. But it also gave benefits, and calmed down the hearts of these families' resistance. He felt very satisfied with this move. Turns out it can still do that? Give it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, in the future, more new ninjutsu will be continuously developed. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't care too much about Senjo Hashirama's jutsu either. At the level of Senjo Hashirama, for the attributes he has mastered, he basically calls for whatever he wants. This is thanks to fine control over chakra, and a deep knowledge of attributes. Sealing is just one way to induce. For beginners, it is a good way to get started. No patience at all. However, you did a lot of things that I dare not do. 947. Konoha will become stronger and stronger. Senjo Hashirama was a little helpless. It doesn't make much sense for him to write about ninjutsu or not. He just wanted to tease the kid. But it seems that the other party is more aware of his own understanding than himself. You are limited by the world. Limit your thinking, dare not break the common sense, but I don't care about those. As a king, I own everything my subjects have, and likewise, I have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Now that you have received the protection fee, you will shoulder your own responsibilities, but war cannot be avoided. Soon, you will face the attack from the Nation of Fire, and at the same time, the surrounding countries will attack the Nation of Fire. The entire ninja world will be plunged into war. This is what Senjo Hashirama cared about the most in the past. He doesn't want to be dead anymore. So I would rather be humble and other shadows whose strength is far inferior to him bow their heads, and even give them the tail beast half-souled and half-gifted. I hope to use this to stabilize the situation, make everyone afraid of the power of the tailed beast, and then stop the war. War cannot be stopped. CFCH. Even after I unify the ninja world, a new war will break out. As long as I have a clear conscience and fulfill my responsibilities as a king, that's fine. Uzumaki Mizuki has no interest in popularizing the history of the Otsutsuki clan with Senjo Hashirama. The ninja world has stopped, and the invaders will not stop either. Senjo Hashirama likes to make everything better, and he will think about the worst possibility. Let people pass on this technique, write it on the bulletin board in the village, and let everyone learn it. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Shiranui Genma on the side. This guy used to be his own cheap father, 4th Hokage's bodyguard. He lacked a younger brother to run for him, so he finally chose him. A few days ago, the candidate for the political affairs officer was confirmed. Uchiha Fugaku General Marshal of the Uruk Empire. Narashiju Uruk Imperial Affairs Officer. Heitake Kakashi Uruk Empire City Defense Commander. Hayagawa Hayashi Uruk Empire Finance Minister. Akamike Choza Uruk Empire Minister of Agriculture. Basically, most of the work has been done by someone, and Uzumaki Mizuki is not interested in managing the country. Just grasp the general direction. As long as the strength is enough, the king will always be the king. This kid. You used to be the guard of the 4th generation, right? Is he the same? Senjo Hashirama asked Genma Shiranui at the side. That's not the case. 4th generation looks at him, he is very kind and treats us very well. Shiranui Genma replied. When he was selected as Uzumaki Mizuki's non-commissioned officer, he thought he had made a mistake. But for Uzumaki Mizuki, he didn't have much resentment. That's the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and Mito has that temper too. Senju Hashirama thought this way. King, there are many spies in the country near us. It seems that the other 5 major villages are very concerned about our changes, and there should be quite a few people sent by the Fire Nation. Uchiha Fugaku reports from Uzumaki Mizuki. Without the shackles, Uchiha Fugaku felt himself lighten up. The Uchiha clan was reused. The manpower of the police force was dispersed, and the King's Guard force was established separately, and it was dispersed to the foreign offensive force. Castle defense was handed over to Kakashi. Now a new team formed by people from several families and many civilian ninjas is responsible for the comfort inside Konoha. Don't worry about their investigations or anything. If you want to come in, you must register carefully, and those who use false identities will be killed directly. Now this is the capital of Urok, not a ninja village, there is no need to hide it so closely. If you dare to destroy here, then I will personally pay back to them. Uzumaki Mizuki to Uchiha Fugaku. Come in or not, investigate intelligence or something, there is no threat to him. From the moment he officially became king, the world has entered the level of nuclear bomb treatment. For him now, the Kingdom of Fire naturally has no resistance, but the manpower is really not enough now. The second is that I don't want to become an enemy of the ninja world so quickly. Cultivate health and rest, let yourself develop. At the same time, cultivate enough talents to take over the Emperor's land and population. Yes. Uzumaki Mizuki said so. Uchiha Fugaku naturally has no opinion. Rebellion Uchiha Itaki. Some time ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen contacted him and asked him to find a way to bring that Uchiha Madara back and attack Uchiha. During this time, the other party is very likely to appear. Then Uchiha Fugaku said. When he said this, his face was naturally not very good looking. After all, this traitor is his own son. But he was relieved when he knew that Uchiha Itaku was connected with Uzumaki Mizuki and handed Shisui's Mangekyo to Uzumaki Mizuki. My son seems to be saved. Arrange the white-eyed team to conduct a comprehensive sweep of the inside and outside of the village. Leave this matter to me, and I will give this Uchiha Madara a little surprise. When Uzumaki Mizuki heard this, his face finally changed. Excitement, and killing intent. Uchiha Fugaku sees both emotions. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku should go. Sunin, and Obito, the fastest to come back is Jiraiya. After all, he is still Konoha's ninja. Although he left because he couldn't get used to some things in the village, he was also an intelligence ninja and had been providing various information to the village. A ninja found me, but they didn't come to ask me about my situation. Has something really happened to Konoha? Now let me approach so easily, is it because you want to lure me in, and then do it? Jiraiya felt a little uneasy. The news of Konoha's accident spread throughout the ninja world. He didn't think it was fake news. But now, Konoha's defenses are so loose here, and he clearly knows that he has bad intentions. But it's still so simple to let him in. Soon arrived at the familiar Konoha gate. You are, Lord Jiraiya. If you want to enter the village, you need to register first. The iron at the door recognized Jiraiya at a glance. But not long after the smile appeared, it stopped quickly, and then spoke with some confusion. I just need to register, can I go in? Jiraiya asked. Yes. The situation now is similar to the past, and it is more relaxed. It's just that Konoha has become an independent country, Urok, from a subsidiary of the Fire Nation, which is different from the previous ninja village's requirements, and is a little more relaxed. Katsuki Izumo said. For Jiraiya, everyone naturally admires and gives a certain amount of respect. And what was said was not a secret. It is to help Jiraiya understand the current situation and prevent him from doing anything out of the ordinary. Third generation, is he really dead? Jiraiya nodded, then asked hesitantly. After all, in his opinion, how could this old man who didn't know how much he knew could miss and be dealt with in Konoha? Yes. Already buried. A lot of people went there, but Wang didn't stop them. Steel Iron said. The person died, and Uzumaki Mizuki didn't want to let him die without a whole body. After all, someone else killed his parents. Your king, the surname is Whirlpool, isn't it? Jiraiya didn't expect that so much information could be obtained so easily. Did the other party really never think that he would come to attack Konoha? Yes. The two nodded. Jiraiya didn't ask any more questions. He wanted to see it all for himself. It was easy to check in. Jiraiya entered the familiar village. It was found that there was not much change, but the number of people entering and leaving the village was a little bit more. All the way to Hokage Rock here. The Hokage building is gone. However, the residue or something has been cleaned up. Now it's just an empty lot. I looked up and found that there seemed to be a house on top of Hokage Rock. Before he could think about going up, he was stopped by someone. Master Jiraiya, it belongs to the area of the royal palace and cannot be approached. Kakashi stopped Jiraiya. Seeing Kakashi, Jiraiya was very surprised. However, he found that there were no ninjas around him. Boom. It's amazing, it's so simple to be able to separate so many points. Naruto looked at the 3 shadow clones that he had created after using shadow clone, and he didn't feel any difficulty. This technique is much easier to learn than the avatar technique. During training, you can split out one more shadow clone to practice together, so that you can gain more experience, but the physical burden is also heavy. Now that your body is growing, you can't bear too much. After you are 12 years old, you can use more than 3 shadow clones to exercise. Uzumaki Mizuki explained to Naruto. In addition to practicing by himself, he also guided Naruto by the way. Now there are not so many restrictions, let him learn what he can learn naturally. The ninja school has now begun to teach C-level ninjutsu, but Shadow Clone is a B-level ninjutsu, which is more chakra. It's not the manpower that the ninja school would teach, so Uzumaki Mizuki taught it himself. Naturally, Naruto has no objections. Removed 2 Shadow Clone, leaving only 1, and then the 2 continue to practice treading water together. The technique of Flying Thunder God is really difficult. As for Uzumaki Mizuki himself, during this period of time, in addition to gymnastics training, more energy was put on Flying Thunder God. Other families know the importance of this technique, and the whirlpool water will naturally not miss it. But it's not that easy to master. This is the most original version, the 2nd generation version. It's not an improved 4th generation version, so you need to have enough talent to learn it. It is not something that can be done overnight if you want to achieve the level of self-defeating your father. Asking for flowers. Now the practice is the most basic, to send the items away. The 2nd stage is to determine the coordinates. The 3rd stage is to lock the position of the coordinates and transfer the items. Then I dared to experiment with myself. After all, this technique is very risky. Maybe if I teleport my body up and down separately, it will be over, or it will be stuck in the wall. Wang, I heard that you are looking for me. But at this time, a confident man wearing a green tights and a watermelon head appeared. It's about the technique of 8 inner gates formation developed by your father. I want to use the former 3rd gate as a taijutsu training course for the ninja school. After all, it is your family's art. If you take it away, I will give you compensation. Do you have anything you want? 0. Uzumaki Mizuki asked Might Guy. This guy, when he was doing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wasn't there. When he came back, everything was over. In the end, I found that everyone surrendered to Uzumaki Mizuki. He refused. Challenge Uzumaki Mizuki. Then drive to the 6th gate. Uzumaki Mizuki finds a chance. The skylock is directly on the body, and then controlled by the Mangekyo illusion. After that, he put the deviation sword in front of him, and the battle ended. At the 6th gate, the skylock could no longer bind him, and he almost tore off the skylock. When he opened the 7th gate, it would be really difficult to solve. There is no task to do now. Can I go to the ninja school to be this gym teacher? As Might Guy spoke, his eyes lit up. Looking at this confident guy, Uzumaki Mizuki is a little afraid that the student will be a little hot-blooded. Uzumaki Mizuki finally agreed. Then watched the guy trot upside down and disappeared in front of him. Jiraiya is back. Maybe she doesn't want to restore Konoha. Looking at Jiraiya under the Hokage rock, Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm. This person is genuinely good to Minato's children. It is completely different from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which has the nature of exploitation. It's just that he is the enemy who killed his teacher now, and I don't know how he will choose. But Uzumaki Mizuki thinks, it is very likely that it is easy to let go. After all, in this world, such things as killing teachers are very normal. In the end, Jiraiya didn't meet him. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't bother him, and let him wander around in Konoha. Now Konoha no longer has so many restrictions. Access is unrestricted except for this wood-style 3-story tower on Hokage Rock. During the period, many other people also mixed in. They are all investigating how this ninja village, which used to be the strongest in the ninja world, was destroyed. The 2nd batch arrived, Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru's side is far away, and he also has his own things to do, so he is not so fast. As for Tsunade, they stopped all the way, collecting information about the current Konoha, hesitating whether to come or not. There's no vigilance at all. Abandon the plan of Ninja Village and choose to become an independent country. On Obito's side, 267 easily captured a member of the city defense. After using the Sharingan to easily get the information, he directly twisted the opponent's neck and killed him. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. He felt that the uneasiness suppressed above Konoha had disappeared. Because during the period, he saw that the people of the Uchiha clan and the people of Konoha did not have those barriers, and the two sides seemed to treat each other equally. That's all he wanted to see. Do you have any ideas? Do you do it directly? Also, your father seems to have Mangekyo Sharingan too. You don't know the news. Obito and Itachi, in a remote corner of Konoha. It is easy for them to hide and not be discovered by the city defense. I don't know at all. I have always been ignorant of my father's strength, because the chances of Uchiha being able to fight are very few. Uchiha Itachi said. He also just knew the news. I don't even know my father has activated Mangekyo. If I really took action at that time and planned to exterminate the Uchiha clan, if I met my father, then I would probably fail. Since Konoha is like this, there is no need to exist. Besides Uchiha, it's buried with everyone else. Your Mangekyo is an illusion type. I will leave it to you to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and I will deal with the others to buy you time. Obito said directly to Uchiha Itachi. Anyway, this world will reappear in infinite Tsukuyomi. Then, it's okay to destroy it. It is no longer Konoha's place, and there is no point in keeping it. In addition to the fact that it can be eliminated at any time, he feels that he should not miss this opportunity. Wouldn't that be very risky? It's not that the opponent is powerless to resist now, they have defeated 3rd Hokage's leader, and they must have something to rely on. Uchiha Itachi naturally didn't want this. Now he is almost watched dead, and there is no chance to inform the village at all. If something happens to Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the consequences will be serious. Try it, it doesn't matter if you fail. Or, are you scared? Obito, wearing a mask, turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi. The only hole on the mask revealed a red light. No, it just feels too risky. Uchiha Itachi said very calmly. Obito chuckled secretly. He naturally knew there was something wrong with Uchiha Itachi, but he doesn't care. This kind of feeling that makes the other party struggle very much makes him enjoy it very much. Then it's settled. I don't know if that child from the Uzumaki clan is the cover of the Uchiha clan, Obito said directly. Itachi couldn't say anything more, but just nodded slightly. But the heart is really anxious, thinking about how to pass on the information. The news of the disappearance of the city defense team members was quickly discovered. Kakashi immediately arranged a wide-eyed team and began to investigate the situation. Uchiha Fugaku is also very concerned about this matter, and arranges all staff to be vigilant. He felt that there was a good chance that it was the Uchiha Madara who came. What happened? Jiraiya has been in this Konoha for 2 days. Gradually became familiar with the situation. He even saw first generation, but he didn't go up to say hello. Be very careful. Obito, a little surprised. And seeing the Hyuga clan almost use the white eyes without any scruples, I feel that I don't have the seriousness of Konoha in the past. The 3 white Zetsu were all found, but they sneaked into the ground and escaped directly. Absolutely here too. He is in charge of gathering intelligence. But it's difficult. Those who mix in normally can easily inquire about the situation. But for someone like him who likes to sneak in the most, it is very troublesome. The white eyes scanned for almost a long time, and after discovering the situation, it was even a large-scale investigation. It has a great influence on him. It seems that tonight's operation may not be very smooth. That being said, the Obito is pretty darn easy. Because, Kamui brought him a sense of self-confidence, too much. 4th Mizukage is in his hands. Successfully controlled 9 tails and destroyed Konoha. The only thing is that I lost money under 4th Hokage, but the opponent is already dead. But he thought it was very easy to escape, so he had the confidence to go for it. For him now, there is a feeling of playing a game, and he can start over at any time. He feels that the things that have been destroyed can reappear in infinite Tsukuyomi in the future. Get the 9 tails first. And it is very likely that there are people from the Uzumaki family, golden chains, such as adamantine sealing chains. If they are caught, it will be very troublesome. Absolutely said at the end. It feels like the news that came out seems to be somewhat true. Most importantly, the news that an 8-year-old child defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen and controlled Konoha is a bit too fantastical. Therefore, I definitely think that it is very possible that there is some strong man left in the Uzumaki clan, who has joined forces with the Uchiha clan. He, like Sarutobi 5.2 Hiruzen, is bewitched. After all, no one would believe that an 8-year-old child is really that strong. Okay, take action at 2 o'clock in the morning today. Before that, let's take a rest, Obito said to Itachi. At this time, the 3 of them were all outside the range of Konoha. After all, for Obito, if he wants to get in, it is very simple through Kamui, and there is no pressure at all. Okay. Uchiha Itachi was very anxious at this moment. But I don't know what to do. He dared not deliver the message. Because he felt that the guy named Ju was everywhere. Tonight, you don't need to watch the night, Kakashi said to Uchiha Fugaku. The 2 are near Hokage Rock. There are about dozens of ninjas scattered around. The Uchiha clan is mostly. Next is the Hyuga family, and then there is a group of Ino, Shika, Cho. Basically it's for warning. Trouble may arise recently, be careful. Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku didn't make it clear. Said that he suspected that his son might show up with the guy who attacked Konoha. Ordinary people should not be our king's opponents. Kakashi wondered. He didn't even feel that he was here to protect Uzumaki Mizuki. It's more like helping to give an early warning. There is also a Jinchuriki to protect, but now there is no such thing as a Jinchuriki. As everyone knows, the 2 brothers are descendants of the 4th Hokage. Is the son of a hero. It is also because of this that the villagers are not so rebellious against Uzumaki Mizuki's rule. Coupled with several policies introduced by Uzumaki Mizuki, it is indeed of great help to ordinary people, so ordinary people have begun to support Uzumaki Mizuki. Uchiha Madara, he may come back and attack Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, and still revealed some information. Avoid Kakashi's side, will act carelessly. The guy who started the 9 Tails rebellion. Hearing this, Kakashi was startled. But as soon as they finished speaking, both of them tensed up. The news was exposed. Or is it Uchiha Itachi, an undercover agent sent by you? Obito slowly emerged from the distorted space. When Kakashi and Uchiha Fugaku turned their heads, Obito appeared in front of them. Looking at this masked guy, the 2 dared not be careless. Appeared. Be careful of his ability, time, and space type. Attacks can penetrate his body, but before touching any objects, you have to return your body from the different space to the present world. Uchiha Fugaku immediately explained to Kakashi. This information was told by Uzumaki Mizuki when he said that Uchiha Madara might come. You know me very well. It seems that Konoha has collected a lot of information before. Obito was a bit surprised here. However, this information can be known not long after fighting with oneself. It's a pity that we can't be caught off guard. Boom boom boom. At the same time, there are detonators around and explode directly. This is Obito's homebrewed attack using the white Zetsu brought by Kamui. The target was the 3 floors protected by everyone. Hateful. Whizzing. Kakashi's face was ugly, but Uchiha Fugaku has already launched an attack, and 2 Konoha directly passed through Ota's body. But he immediately rushed directly towards Obito, and at the same time the Sharingan of Sanguyu also turned into Mangekyo. No need to hide his strength anymore, he felt as if the shackles had been broken. To be the patriarch of this second family must be a bit strong. Obito didn't dare to be careless either. After all, he didn't know what the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique was. On Kakashi's side, he also used Shuriken to interfere with Obito's hollow. Focus on me and you'll regret it. The target of my visit this time is not you. Obito watched the attack of the 2 calmly, without blinking his eyes. As long as you don't fight back, the other party has nothing to do with you. But he had to care about himself, because he could easily appear behind anyone at any time and take his life away. 1 minute. Uchiha Fugaku timed Obito hollow. Uzumaki Mizuki also told him that the time to maintain this penetration is about 5 minutes. It's just that he didn't tell Kakashi just now, because he wanted to paralyze the enemy in front of him. Kakashi, you go over there. But Obito's words still made Uchiha Fugaku a little concerned. After all, the glory of the Uchiha clan is all hoped by Uzumaki Mizuki at this time. So absolutely nothing will happen. Kakashi nodded, then rushed towards the castle without hesitation. Perhaps, you underestimate me a little. Obito, of course, will not let Kakashi go so easily. For him, it's just a game. Whether you can get 9 tails or not is not that important. Just be happy. See Obito rushing towards Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku followed without hesitation. Just as Obito's arm was about to grab Kakashi's back, Uchiha Fugaku held Konoha directly and stabbed Obito through his body. And Obito changed hands and grabbed Uchiha Fugaku. Take it to Kamui space and he wins. Starve to death? No other operations are required. Whoosh. But when Obito's palm was about to catch Uchiha Fugaku, another attack came. Obito stopped grabbing and Konoha flew straight through his head. He turned his head and glanced, but found no other ninjas. At this time, those ninjas who were responsible for protecting Uzumaki Mizuki all went to the side of the castle, and no one was scattered. Is this what your Mangekyo Sharingan is capable of? Obito guessed right away that it was Uchiha Fugaku's fault. But he doesn't know whether the other party can control the things he touches, or can only control ninja tools, or something else. Somewhat vague, but the matter of controlling item attacks is confirmed. I have no intention of explaining my abilities to the enemy. Uchiha Fugaku continues to throw all kinds of ninja tools, trying to consume Obito's hollow time. Clang, clang, clang. But suddenly, both of them were attracted by the vibration from afar. 3 huge skylocks were inserted directly into the ground. And Uzumaki Mizuki, as always, stepped on the skylock, and at the same time protected Naruto with the skylock, standing in midair. At the same time, another figure appeared directly beside Obito. Missed. That child, there is indeed a problem. Uchiha Itachi said to Obito. Obito raised his head and looked at the somewhat familiar blonde hair in midair. I once held these 2 children in my arms? Are you kidding me? But at the same time, he didn't believe that one of these 2 children could defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shouldn't strength be accumulated step by step? Is it the same as yourself? Hung up. I was planning to spend time looking for you in the future, but I didn't expect you to appear first, Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Mizuki slowly fell from midair. When it was 10 centimeters away from the ground, the skylock disappeared and fell directly on the ground. Looking at Obito and Itachi, he spoke directly. What did you say? He is Obito. Kakashi asked in shock. Looking at the masked man in disbelief, he looked up and down. Very excited, but felt a tight heart. If he was Obito, what did he do? This made him unable to understand. Who are you talking about? I don't know this person. Likewise, Obito was taken aback. His pupils shrank, and he asked in a very hoarse voice. However, his head was already spinning rapidly, thinking about how his identity was exposed. That identity has obviously been abandoned, and now he is Uchiha Madara. But, this child, why would he know? When I was born, I really thank you for sending me a few detonation talismans. This kind of kindness, I will never forget it in my life. So, are you ready to die? Uzumaki Mizuki naturally has no obligation to explain. Immediately after waking up, before he could figure out the situation, a detonating talisman was attached to his body. That was the closest he was to death in his life. It is also because of this that he has been very careful not to reveal any secrets about himself. I don't want to make myself special and be noticed by others. This world faces death at any time, which was taught by Naoshin. Do you remember what happened back then? Obito froze. Because at that time everyone on the field was killed by him. The only survivors on the field were these 2 brothers. So when he was born, he was conscious. Whoosh. But in response to him, 2 skylocks passed through his body. Leave this guy to me, and you guys deal with Uchiha Itachi. The others retreated and told Naruto to watch the inside of the village and make sure nothing happened. Uzumaki Mizuki to Fugaku, and Kakashi. Then he said to the guards around him. Who knows the purpose of Obito's visit this time? Do you want to capture Naruto directly, or have other ideas? If pain also comes, then it will be very troublesome. Yes. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, of course, he didn't have any objections, and directly attacked his son. Are you really Obito? But Kakashi is still obsessed with this issue. You can get an answer if you scold Nohara Lin. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. However, golden halos continuously appeared behind him, and the skylock kept appearing. He's wasting Obito's hollow time. You bastard. Obito is angry. This is the only point in his heart that no one can touch. Although at this time he thinks everything can be restored through infinite Tsukuyomi. But it's not accessible to anyone? Being fooled by others, and still acting like a god, it's disgusting. Uzumaki Mizuki said bluntly. At the same time, he opened his hand and held the deviation sword EA in his hand. Apart from consuming Hollow's time, the only way he can attack Obito is to use the power of the deviation sword. Tear space? It's just that this requires an opportunity, and the other party doesn't have to escape so quickly. I just wanted to have fun, but now, you must die. Obito is angry here. Charge directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. The dense locks of the sky passed through his body directly. When he wanted to touch Uzumaki Mizuki, the dense sky locks almost covered his body. Now that his spiritual attribute has reached 800, his mana recovery rate per second is 400. Just the consumption of ordinary sky lock, there is almost no pressure on him. This is the level of a Raisnon per second. Is it only to this extent? No wonder I could only watch Nohara Lin die at the beginning. Uzumaki Mizuki provoked him unceremoniously. Naruto behind him is still the same as last time. He is dreaming a dream because of the illusion. Until Naruto has no power to protect himself, he can only do this. Illusion Sharingan. Obito was irritated and even angrier. But the sky lock came out fast, let alone around Uzumaki Mizuki. Obito couldn't find any chance to touch Uzumaki Mizuki at all. Therefore, he could only use the illusion that he was not good at. He thinks that Uzumaki Mizuki is so young, it is impossible for him to be so powerful in all aspects. Illusion Sharingan. One of the golden halos behind Uzumaki Mizuki, Shisui's Sharingan appeared, also using illusion. Obito's illusion, hitting Uzumaki Mizuki, was directly broken by the amulet of breaking the commandments of all things pinned on his waist. The illusion performed by Uzumaki Mizuki made Obito fall into a trance. But within half a second, Obito still woke up. The skylock is less than 5 centimeters away from his body. This made him feel a little scared. What happened to that Sharingan? Obito just couldn't figure it out. Why is the Sharingan floating in midair able to use illusions freely? The power seems to be stronger than his own. If it wasn't for my Sharingan reaching the level of Mangekyo, I guess I couldn't wake up so quickly just now. Obito, answer me. Why did you do that? Why did you attack the teacher, and Mrs. Kushina? But at this time, Kakashi on the side broke out. Charged directly towards Obito. The face is full of anger. Kakashi has basically confirmed that this masked man is Obito. But he can't figure it out? Why would Obito do this 7? I'm not in the mood for a play. But Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the skylock to tie Kakashi, who was caught off guard. Kakashi and Obito are entangled, so it is difficult for him to play the best effect. If there are more individuals, it will be an obstacle instead. So it's better to solve it by yourself first, so as to avoid sending people's heads and hindering yourself. Obito was also stunned by Uzumaki Mizuki's move. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mizuki will attack Kakashi first. Kakashi's side stared at Obito's side. That man never came every time we were in danger. When I die, and when Lin dies. Obito, wearing a mask, couldn't help but refute Kakashi in the end. He doesn't think he is wrong. Such a powerful ninja also has a flying thunder god who can reach his disciples at any time. However, when it is dangerous, it will never be there. How could Obito, who already hated the whole world, not blame Minato? But Mr. Minato, he didn't do it on purpose. He also had a task to solve at that time. Kakashi argued loudly. He couldn't accept seeing his former friend turn into this. Do you think what you see is the truth? It's just being lied to. You are living in a lie. Nohara Lin died because of you. She is just implicated by you. Uchiha Madara is eyeing you, making you a tool man, in order to keep you in the dark, just like what you did with Uchiha Itachi. He himself pushed you into the darkness. Uzumaki Mizuki is telling the truth here. The attack of the skylock has not stopped, it has been passing through Obito's body. There is only one chance, so Uzumaki and Mizuki can't miss it. If you miss, Obito will definitely not give the second direct, and will run away immediately. What did you say? You're lying, it can't be true. Obito asked in disbelief, but immediately fell into a rage. He didn't believe that Lin was killed by himself. Can't believe the result either, because if that's true, what has he been working on all this time? Obito charged again towards Uzumaki Mizuki, but still the same, there is no gap in the skylock. Although Obito was angry, he didn't lose his mind. Why does he know so many things? Never hide it aside. He was shocked that this kid knew so many things. Why did people know about things that only he and Uchiha Madara knew? At this time, he somewhat regretted it. Didn't investigate any more information, just came here. Get into this situation? Whether Obito, a tool man, can continue to be used, is not clear to him at this time. So strong. A reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Black Zetsu was shocked. This kid's strength is ridiculously strong. No one knows exactly what the chains are capable of. After being tied up, can't they use hollow? Obito stopped. He can't find a hole? The opponent's attacks were too dense, and he didn't know what the chains could do, so dare not touch it easily. Is there no other way? It's the same as the scene when I watched Nohara Lin die. Painful. Hoping to impose that feeling on someone else. Uzumaki Mizuki keeps sending out questions, asking for Lanning. Weapons that destroy space are not cheap. If you can buy it now, Uzumaki Mizuki will take it out and kill Obito without hesitation. Shut up. Obito is angry, but he found that there was nothing he could do about this child. You escaped this time, and you won't be able to escape next time. I'll gather the Jinchuriki faster than you can, then take the Rinnegan and ruin your plans. Let you taste the taste of despair again. Uzumaki Mizuki was also genuinely angry, although it is possible that he was ordered to attack his own cheap parents. But it could also be Obito's own will. Since I like darkness, I will stay in that kind of place for the rest of my life, and don't crawl out. B. Suddenly, a white Zetsu popped out of the ground. Next to Obito, speak to him. Boom. But a skylock rushed directly towards this white Zetsu. At the top of the skylock, there is also a raise non-condensed, which directly hits white Zetsu's face. Headshot him straight away. Want to escape? You want to taste that powerless feeling again, don't you? Uzumaki Mizuki was talking. The deviant sword in his hand also spun. On Kakashi's side, although he is very angry with Obito, he doesn't want to see Obito die. Surrender Obito, you are no match for the king. Seeing the deviant sword that was making a harsh sound, Kakashi directly opened his mouth and shouted to Obito. Shut up, you piece of shit, Kakashi. Obito glared at Kakashi angrily. At this point he has regained his physical body and is increasing his hollow time. He thought no one knew the secret. Leave now? He did not want. This guy knows too much. At the same time, it completely pissed him off. But what made his head even more confused at this time was that Uzumaki Mizuki said before that Lin died because of Uchiha Madara. This made him very concerned. Because during this period of time, after his strength became stronger, he felt something was wrong. When Kirigakura was doing old work, he didn't find out about the plan to use Lin as a tailed beast bomb at that time. Try it and see if you can catch my move. How about I tell you more facts, if I can. Including the fact of why Lin died. Uzumaki Mizuki held the deviation sword. His body was wrapped in dark red rotating energy. It's like an electric fan tied with a ribbon. Any attack is ineffective against me. You can't hurt me at all. Obito continued to speak confidently. However, the tone became heavy. He didn't think the other party would speak lies at this time. This trick must be about techniques such as time and space. Time of judgment. Tear the world apart with my deviant sword. Let's take it. Heaven and earth, leave Pai Ji seeing. Uzumaki Mizuki waved the deviation sword EA without hesitation. The dark red was compressed into the magic power of ultimate, and instantly burst out like a laser. Obito feels the breath of death. Want to escape? Kakashi didn't have time to speak. The red light seems to have swallowed Obito. Then, a red light directly cut through the sky above Konoha. About a kilometer away from the village, it hit a mountain peak and exploded directly. A mushroom cloud rose instantly. Kakashi stared blankly at the place where Obito disappeared. A gully was drawn on the ground by the energy. If the move that Wang released just now was not above the Hokage rock, but on the ground of Konoha, the entire Konoha will probably be pierced through. The same result as the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb. Uzumaki and Mizuki don't know either. The hit is not free. However, he saw ripples in the space, which seemed to have an effect on the space. It's just that he used the minimum magic power injection just now, and at the same time compressed and selected single target attacks, so it should only cause damage to the space covered by the light. But the repair speed is very fast, so I can only see the ripples in this space. Sharingan reissue. However, Uzumaki Mizuki has been watching with Sharingan just now, using it to remember the scene just now. After reading the picture recorded by Sharingan just now, it is much clearer than what he saw with his own eyes. Is it just a shoulder injury? Uzumaki Mizuki clearly saw that Obito was submerged in the ground. And feeling the danger, he turned his body sideways ahead of time, like Slash, and fell down, as if there was no gravity. Finally, the scapula of the left shoulder, directly engulfed. At the same time, cracks appeared in the space. I haven't seen any information about Obito since then. It is possible to be affected by space tearing and die directly. It is also possible that he survived. Uzumaki Mizuki leaned and Obito survived. It was in his character to prepare for the worst. This power is still very strong. But it's not ninjutsu, but it's caused by the weapon in your hand. Senju Hashirama emerged from the shadows. Not long after the battle started, he came. It's just that I have been watching from the side, and there is no crime. Because I don't think it's necessary. It's all your fault. If you had listened to Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't have come this far. Find an agent and execute his shit plan. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't take kindly to Senju Hashirama. What's the plan? But Senju Hashirama didn't care, but asked curiously. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't say anything, just to make you feel bad. Stop it, Fugaku, Itaki. Itaki is mine, please arrange for Fugaku to re-register his identity. Hey, take Kakashi Urok Empire's city defense commander's position is revoked, and Bao's Haibo Itake will be in charge. Let Kakashi go to farm. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly to the two fathers and sons who were still in line over there. Kakashi's position was also revoked. If he wasn't a disciple of his own cheap father, Uzumaki Mizuki would definitely be planning to lock him up. But thinking of his younger brother, he is also an impulsive guy. It seems that he should have inherited the character of his cheap mother. Uchiha Fugaku naturally has no objections. On the other hand, Itaki remained silent. He was still shocked to see Uzumaki Mizuki beat the masked man with his own eyes. But soon relieved, If you don't have such power, how did you get Konoha? Kakashi was silent. He has no objection, because he really violated the king's order. However, he couldn't figure out why Ode was like this. Related to Uchiha Madara? Come out, Jiraiya. Uzumaki Mizuki, after dealing with Kakashi, turned around and said to another person not far away. Such a big movement naturally alarmed Jiraiya. Especially in the afternoon, with so many people patrolling, it naturally attracted attention. Are you, really Minato and Kushina's child? Jiraiya came out from the shadows and couldn't help asking. Yes. Are you coming back to avenge your master Sarutobi Hiruzen, or are you going to take a look and leave? Uzumaki Mizuki nodded and admitted directly. Then asked Jiraiya back. Now Jiraiya is not worth much. If you want to fight, Uzumaki Mizuki can go up by himself. There is also Senjo Hashirama, who has been working for nothing, and he is not polite if he can go whoring for nothing. For Jiraiya the requirements are not so great. In Sunin, the only thing he cares about is Orochimaru. He still remembers the fact that technology is the primary productive force. You are so mature. Jiraiya wanted to say, are you a monster? But this word still did not say finally. A disciple of the monkey. Senjo Hashirama is very interested here. He also noticed Jiraiya today, but didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, this person is actually a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Follow the rules, no one will control you. Chat yourselves, keep your voice down, we're going to sleep. Ask for flowers. 0. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. In the end, they ignored the two of them, and took Naruto directly, and went back to get ready to rest. First Hokage. Do you think there is anything wrong with that kid? See Uzumaki Mizuki disappear. Jiraiya couldn't help asking. Well, I think it's very problematic. However, what can you do if you have a problem? Did you beat him? Senjo Hashirama replied seriously. Then asked Jiraiya back. At this word, Jiraiya paused. I thought I might give it a try, but seeing the attack similar to the tailed beast bomb just now, he thought, forget it. The body loses a lot of blood. If it wasn't for the enhancement of white Zetsu and first-generation cells before, you should be dead now. 0. Ju looked at Obito, who was being treated by 2 white Zetsu, and said directly. Ugh. Obito roared like a beast. It hurts so much. The wound was less than 5 centimeters from the heart. In the end, it wasn't that Ju answered him, he should have lost blood and died. I must take revenge. Let him try the taste of despair. Obito growled. But in his heart, he was extremely calm. Originally, there was no trust in him, but at this time it was raised to the extreme. If you turn your face at this time, then you will die. The opponent will definitely choose Nagato as his replacement. He wants revenge? No matter who killed Lin. He wants to find the truth and take revenge? Think about living first. Ju said in a male duck voice. At the same time, other ideas came into his mind. When Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, he was not far away, and he could hear it clearly. He doesn't believe that Obito has no thoughts in his heart. It's just that right now, the right tool is not good for me. The most important thing is that the people of the Uchiha clan are too paranoid, and it is not enough to rely on the heart surgery technique left by Uchiha Madara to control him. There isn't enough to drive Uchiha crazy, and it's easy to backfire. After all, no one knows Uchiha better than him. The next day, the village was a little chaotic. But after knowing that the king had dealt with the enemy, he settled down again. There is no need to tell ordinary people about these things, just let them do what they should do. If he hadn't taken care of ordinary people yesterday, Uzumaki Mizuki would have directly used the deviation sword to tear apart the space, covering thousands of meters around him, without giving Obito a chance to escape. However, on the high-level side, Kakashi was suddenly replaced by Uchiha Itachi, and they were somewhat concerned. Because the Uchiha family is responsible for too much authority. However, due to Uzumaki Mizuki's deterrence, they did not dare to say more. But I have some ideas in my heart. Uzumaki Mizuki is not interested in what they think or what. With Naruto's current body, it's hard to control 9 tails. Vortex 060 Mizuki asked Senjo Hashirama. Naruto's own combat power is too weak now, but now he is still laying the foundation. But Obito's side is really troublesome. In case of staring at Naruto, it will be a headache. If Naruto can control 9 tails chakra, then he can somewhat protect himself. If he was like you, it would be easy. Now he has too little control over himself. Even if you simply give him 9 tails chakra, it won't work. It's not like a child holding a kunao at all, it's more like an ant holding a kunao. Can't do it. Senjo Hashirama explained directly. Controlling 9 tails is not difficult for Uzumaki Mizuki and Senjo Hashirama. A Skylock, plus a Mangekyo Sharingan. The other one can hold 9 tails with one hand without any experience at all. But for Naruto, it's still too far away. Can 9 tails be drawn out without injury? Uzumaki Mizuki asked next. Take this thing out and keep it, and put it back in when Naruto is strong enough. On the contrary, my cheap father still has half of it in his stomach, and if he loses it, he can replace it. Chakra is compatible, strip 9 tails, Naruto will die. Senjo Hashirama replied. Okay. Uzumaki Mizuki no longer harbors that thought. We can only slowly cultivate Naruto to increase his strength, and reach Chunin's strength as soon as possible, and then we can try to use 9 tails chakra. So, what exactly did Uchiha Madara do? How did the one with the mask get tricked by Madara? It's Senjo Hashirama's turn to ask questions. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki released Shadow Clone and disappeared directly. Annoying brat. Senjo Hashirama didn't expect to be cheated. Standing where I am, I can't laugh or cry. In Konoha, there are more and more spies. But they didn't dare to make trouble, Tianfen calculated in his mind. There were also quite a few who wanted to die, and wanted to get close to the house on the Hokage Rock, but were directly killed on the spot. Uzumaki and Mizuki demanded of them that there was no need to leave them alive. Anyway, the enemy is nothing more than the whole world. Always call. The news about Konoha's interior spread quickly. The Fire Country daimyo is very angry. The combat power that has been cultivated with so many years of money is gone in one fell swoop. As a result, now they can only recruit a team of wandering ninjas to form a border line, which is very difficult for the safety of the country of fire. Recently, there have been many ninjas from other countries who have driven straight in and broke in. When other ninja villages around got the news, there was some commotion. There are no restrictions on the genin technique for Class B, including some family secrets. You can also learn at will. With enough contribution value, you can exchange forbidden technique. This information almost made those spies in Konoha cry. That ninja acquired ninjutsu without going through untold hardships and risking his life. Now that Konoha has figured out how to sell it, the value of ninjutsu has shrunk from Lin Chiling to Luo Yufang's. Only a group of ninjas headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen died, and the other ninjas were not seriously injured. Then Konoha's strength has not shrunk too much compared to before. Oniki put down the information. The country of fire is stuck in the middle of the ninja world, and may face threats from the other 4 major countries at any time. But now there is an extra Uruk Empire, stuck inside the land of fire. This was originally a good thing for neighboring countries. However, the actions of this Uruk made the shadows of the other 3 major villages very concerned. Kurigakure is still in civil strife, and has no interest in paying attention to other things. It's a very innovative idea, but if you do this, you're making enemies of the entire ninja world. Onoki also cared about open ninjutsu, because this is the basis of family power among those ninjas. Now this foundation is likely to be trampled at any time. Only by killing this so-called Uruk can it be resolved. These people who stand at the top of the ninja pyramid will naturally not refuse this matter. However, the Yin family is not in the same group. You must guard against other people, and avoid being attacked by others when you do it yourself. Not to mention that many people have hatred among them. Therefore, if you are tied up, you can't let go of your energy to do it. If Obito hadn't declared war at the beginning, but had come in sneakily, the success rate would have at least doubled. Very bold. But, 8-year-old. For 4th Reikage, he doesn't quite believe this. However, he agrees with this policy, because in Cloud Shinobi Village, the largest family is behind him, and the rest are actually not that big. And there are not too many ninjutsu in 4.2 and Cloud Shinobi Village, so the impact is minimal. So, 3rd Hokage is really dead. Tsunagakuer lost Konoha as an ally. Luo Sha has a headache here. After all, they are allies. Should I help with revenge? But there is also the threat of Uegakuer. Everyone wants to eat the delicious strawberry Konoha, but they were afraid to stretch out their hands, and they were stabbed in the back with a knife. When the time comes, kill yourself first. Konoha. With his chest upright, Tsunade brought Shizune and a pig to the gate of Konoha grandfather. Tsunade didn't expect that he hadn't had time to check the changes in Konoha first. Just came across one that surprised her. Oh, it really is Tsunade. When I sensed the breath, I still couldn't believe it. You have grown so big. Senjo Hashirama patted Tsunade on the head cheerfully. The shot of Tsunade has no momentum. The grandpa and grandson are chatting. Uzumaki Mizuki is looking at the newly established Uruk Research Institute. If you have a smart head, send it here as much as possible, improve various machines, and then produce civilian machinery first, after the weapon room, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. The person in charge of the laboratory is Yoshisuke Tono. That is, the scientific ninja developer where Boruto transferred. Wang, now we are even more lacking in sources of ninja tools. Without the help of the Nation of Fire, everyone's ninja tools are somewhat inadequate now. Tajik Tono to Uzumaki Mizuki. He prefers to study scientific ninjutsu, and use a simpler method to use powerful ninjutsu. Just follow my orders, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki gave him a cold look. The king's order is not for questioning. Yes? 25. Tono Yoshisuke was frightened by Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes and broke into a cold sweat. Hastily replied. Don't dare to think any more. Radios, as well as machinery for transportation, should be researched first. You can study ninjutsu of A level and below A level. If there is a shortage of talents, apply directly to Hyaga Hayashi. Get out the finished product as soon as possible. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he left directly. It is very convenient to use ninjutsu for farming or something. Cultivate land with earth style, water with water style, and cut with wind style. It is a little more troublesome to sow seeds and tie them up. Mining here is even simpler. On Hyaga's side, a mine has been found. Use earth style directly to push out the ore from the ground. Crush it on the spot, then fire style smelt it. Survival efficiency does not know how many times faster. Sealing with time and space scrolls is expensive, so Uzumaki Mizuki asked to make a device that improves the transportation force. The carriage is too slow. Radio is also used to improve communication efficiency. Now there are refrigerators and TVs, but the telephone is not widely used, which is really strange. However, the TV can only play videotapes, and has no other functions. The task of the research institute is still relatively heavy, but there are not many talents, and a leader is still needed. Uzumaki Mizuki said helplessly after seeing the situation of the institute. Are you going to bring Orochimaru back, please? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Uchiha Itachi. Now that the village doesn't know what's going on outside, it might take a while to find Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, then replied. Meaning, grab Orochimaru's petty tricks, and trouble Orochimaru? Forget it, just wait for 2 years. In 2 or 3 years, my strength should not have many opponents in the ninja world. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't want to waste this time either. The most important thing is not necessary. Knowing that you will be invincible, why waste time? Obscene development is fine. Just relying on the points given by the Uruk territory every year, it is enough to exchange for a good thing for a year or 2. Didn't get the first generation cells from Orochimaru, this is for you. If you think your eyes are not working, try it. Uzumaki Mizuki opened the king's treasure house, took out a bottle of first generation cells and threw it at Itachi. Many thanks. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head in thanks. Danzo, do you want to kill yourself? He's being held in a dungeon now, and today I plan to get rid of him. Uzumaki Mizuki asked Uchiha Itachi. Danzo has not been resolved. Been busy all this time. In addition to cultivation, you also need to look at the affairs of Uruk. Most things are handled by Narashiju and Uchiha Fugaku. Nara is in charge of internal affairs, while Uchiha Fugaku is in charge of security issues. Uzumaki Mizuki is not interested in going to court every day like an emperor. Just confirm that there is no big problem with the big root, and then put forward your own requirements and let them do it with their lives. If you can, please let me come. Uchiha Itachi's mood fluctuated a little. This is the enemy who killed his best friend. He is also a character who wants to destroy Uchiha. Of course he hates it. Boom. Then you take my shadow clone with you. Please don't let him die so happily. Uzumaki Mizuki split a shadow clone, and then gave the shadow clone the talisman of breaking the law of all things. He also has to look at Naruto. Now he is playing guard Athena. Or in other words, guarding his blackened seal. It doesn't feel like a big brother, more like being a father. However, there is only 1 or 2 years, and it happens that I can practice slowly. Watching Uchiha Itachi disappear with shadow clone, Uzumaki Mizuki continued to practice flying thunder god technique. Master, are you here? On Danzo's side, his whole body was bound by iron chains, and his body was covered with sealing spells. This was done by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Mizuki didn't let anyone touch him. I released all the restrictions on him, made him sober, and took care not to let him make any noise. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Itachi. Yes. After Uchiha Itachi agreed, he immediately opened Mangekyo Sharinan and looked at this enemy. I knew that the master would definitely come back to save me. Danzo also made a happy sound. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, very calmly, he gently touched his shoulder with the amulet that broke the commandments of all things. Clang. The iron chain tied to Danzo's body shattered directly. It fell on the ground and made a crisp sound. At the same time, the sealing technique that covered his head disappeared immediately, and the scroll shattered. Danzo froze for a moment. 367. Then a look of despair appeared on his face. Looks like I remembered. I'll leave it to you, let him die a miserable death. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. It is not a big problem to be able to crack the pupil technique. It's a pity that it can't be a bug. Let Shisui Mangekyou's distinguished heavenly gods cool down a little faster. Demon, you are the devil. How could Minato give birth to a child like you, who can do such a thing at the age of 8, and have such a mind? Danzo stared at Uzumaki Mizuki. For so many days, without enough food and drink, his body has long been extremely weak. Not as much resistance as imagined. Let you see the real horror. If you like the eyes of the Uchiha clan so much, then let you die under the power of these eyes. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi couldn't bear it and didn't give Danzo a chance to say more. Directly launched the pupil technique. Blood slid directly down the corner of the eye. Danzo was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights under the illusion, before he died completely. Burn the body. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Affirmed Uchiha Itachi's approach. If it had been him, there would have been no means of torture, and he would probably have been killed directly. Killed Uchiha more, and finally died under Uchiha's hands. Nemesis unhappy. After that, Uzumaki Mizuki handed over to Uchiha Itachi the remaining parts of the roots. It depends on whether he is willing to stay and be a subordinate, or directly destroy humanely. Uchiha Itachi was demoted to deputy, and Might Guy took over. Became the leader of the city defense. On Kakashi's side, Uzumaki Mizuki is going to let him continue farming. Sober up. If you run away to find Obito yourself, then you don't have to worry about it in the future. There are actually quite a few people who defected. Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't care too much, though. Anyway, it will be my own in the future. Now that I have run away and been recorded, and I will still be alive in the future, then I have to consider the consequences. Finally met with Tsunade. It was brought by Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya, who came along with me, came along. We, the Senju clan, still have some legacy. It's impossible to have nothing. I think you should give us some land so little Tsunade can live. Senju Hashirama spoke righteously to Uzumaki Mizuki. Give those properties to the families in Konoha. 11. Why don't you go there yourself and ask each of them for a little bit? The Sarutobi, Shimura, and Ino, Shika, Cho families should all be involved. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the sealed book as if nothing had happened. By the way, answer Senju Hashirama's words. Money and so on. He actually has a lot now, all of which were accumulated by Konoha before. It's just that if you take it away, there will be no money turnover. So it's not a fight, and Uzumaki Mizuki is not going to take that money. Getting it in your hand should add more than 30,000 magic points, but it will take some time to put it in. Usually, Uzumaki Mizuki can't spend any money. When you want money, the ground will have it for some reason. Those guys, how could they take money out? Tsunade snorted directly aside. What was unacceptable when leaving at that time was that the Senju clan suffered serious casualties. In addition, my lover and younger brother were sacrificed. At the same time, her proposal that each team be equipped with medical ninjas was also rejected. It completely disheartened her. Beat them if you don't pay them. With the first generation project here, are you afraid that you won't be able to beat them? Uzumaki Mizuki yawned. Reading will make him feel sleepy, no matter how much mental strength he has or how fast he is studying, but he always wants to yawn. Now Uzumaki Mizuki has come up with a trick of whoring for nothing. Use the ghoul seal, call out the ghosts and gods, and let him take out other people's souls. Then I use the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things to kill the ghosts and gods. It's a bit unreasonable, but it seems to be very useful, this trick. Hey, kid, I'm your elder. Kushina will call me aunt, please be polite to me. Tsunade said very hacky here. And the truth is exactly as she said. Then try it first, see if you can take my trick, and then I'm considering whether to call you an elder. Uzumaki Mizuki took out the deviation sword very calmly, and said to Tsunade, "Smelly brat, you bastard, okay, come here, whoever is afraid of whom." With Senju Hashirama next to him, Tsunade was childish in no time. Standing straight up, Mizuki glared at Uzumaki and said loudly, "Very bold. With my grandpa protecting me, no one is afraid of anyone? Calm down Tsunade. It will kill people, the attack is no worse than tailed beast bomb." Jiraiya quickly grabbed Tsunade. "Little Tsunade, don't be angry, you can't beat him." Senju Hashirama also quickly persuaded. This granddaughter follows him, a bit naive. "Tsunade, if you are interested in becoming the head of the medical department, you will be given hundreds of thousands of taels a month, and you will have a detached house to live in. Others, if you want to be in debt or something, go find those who took your things. Jiraiya, if you have time, go and get Orochimaru back, and I'll send you a note that the massage will be free forever." Uzumaki Mizuki put the sealed book and the deviant sword back into the king's treasury, and then spoke. "Tsunade is great value. Top talents in the medical department. Jiraiya is a little worse, and he doesn't think much of it when he is asked to be Naruto's mentor in the future, fighting and so on. If you can get Orochimaru back, it's fine. That's it, little Tsunade, you can eat and drink enough in the future, don't gamble anymore." Senju Hashirama persuaded Tsunade here. Most importantly, Senju Hashirama wanted to gamble with his granddaughter shortly after meeting Tsunade. "I found out that my granddaughter was much more unlucky than myself, and owed a lot of debt. That's horrible. Although the granddaughter's strength is not bad, but he doesn't want Tsunade to rob. So it's better to find a job and support yourself." "Humph. For grandpa's sake, I won't argue with him," Tsunade said with a cold snort. Uzumaki and Mizuki left without talking nonsense. He is going to take revenge on this woman in the future and make her work overtime like crazy? "Mizuki, you just said that you want to bring Orochimaru back, did he provoke you?" Jiraiya, on the other hand, took small steps to catch up with Uzumaki Mizuki, and asked him in a low voice. "He has good scientific research ability, and I plan to let him manage scientific research." Uzumaki Mizuki didn't bother about Jiraiya calling him by his name. The current him is indeed a bit majestic and not enough. The passivity of the beautiful young girl is indeed a bit too friendly. Only those who have seen their own strength have fear in their hearts, and the group will respect themselves more. Jiraiya, on the other hand, didn't care that much. He studies the human body, and many people will die. Jiraiya said with a frown. "Isn't it okay if I call, get it, until he goes to study other aspects?" Uzumaki Mizuki wondered. I'll try my best to catch him." Jiraiya had nothing to say. "Can do, naturally is the best." "Akut? Kang. Is someone talking about me? Is it Jiraiya that idiot? Konoha has become like this, he should come back. I don't know if he was caught, or he wanted to avenge the old man, or just bowed his head." Orochimaru used a very feminine face here, and the person who was registering at the gate of Konoha used a false identity to warm in easily. "As soon as I came in, I sneezed." Then he directly locked in his heart who was discussing himself behind his back. Orochimaru wandered around Konoha for a day and collected a lot of information. There is no security in Ninja Village at all, it looks like an ordinary city. Is this going to break away from Ninja Village completely and become an independent country? However, if you don't have the strength to protect yourself, you will only be swallowed by others. Orochimaru commented on the current situation in Uruk. "I think that if you persist for more than 10 years, it is very likely that you will be swallowed up by other ninja villages." However, he didn't really care about this place. To destroy is to destroy. He came here this time just to meet the person in charge of this place. Want to find out if it is Namikaze Minato or not. He is very concerned about this soul reincarnation technique. If this news is true, then it must be the truth. However, after using this technique, does your personality change? I never thought that someone like Minato would be so crazy. Orochimaru stood on the street of the commercial street, looking towards the house on Hokage Rock. Very conspicuous. He was somewhat scared this time, because I know Uchiha 293 Itachi is also here. But he felt that he came to talk to Minato by himself, not to make trouble, so he shouldn't have too much trouble. Moreover, he felt that he had no problem with his ability to escape. The night was getting dark. Orochimaru easily slipped past the guards and sneaked directly into the forest next to Hokage Rock, slowly sneaking towards the castle built by Senju Hashirama. Your smell, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Come out, Orochimaru. It was Jiraiya, not Uchiha Itachi, who stopped him. Interesting, didn't you come here to avenge the old man? Orochimaru came out slowly from the ground. Looking at his long-lost old friend, he sneered directly. Run away. If caught, he is not a person who will soften his heart at will. Jiraiya gave Orochimaru a complicated look. Now Konoha village is still there, but Konoha shinobi village is gone. Orochimaru is a rebel or not, and no one cares about it. But Uzumaki Mizuki won't let it go if they come to you, and the whirlpool water, CFBD, tree has been thinking about catching Orochimaru. Oh, do you think I'm the type to get caught casually? Or, do you think Minato has the ability to kill me? Orochimaru sneered, then asked Jiraiya. Minato, what Minato? Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then asked suspiciously. The matter of Minato's death is clear and unquestionable. He was back then. It's been almost 10 days since I came back, but I haven't seen anything about Minato either. Stop acting here, kid, that's what Minato has achieved with his own soul. Unless it is reported that the king of Urok is a child, it is false news. As long as it is true, then it is only possible that Minato's soul turned into a corpse, or he did something else. On Orochimaru's side, he didn't hide this matter, and directly expressed his conjecture. Is this real? Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. That Minato would do something like encroach on his own child's body? No, at that time only Kushina was sure to die. Minato couldn't die at all. How could he do such a thing? But Jiraiya immediately dismissed the speculation. It's so unreasonable. What if it's for 9 tails, and blood successor limits? Perhaps he also feels the limitations brought by his own body. After all, his talent is almost the same as mine, and his physical body greatly limits him. Orochimaru said confidently. With a friendly appearance, it is easy to pretend. But talent is different. No way. Jiraiya doubted herself a little. Thinking of Minato's usual attitude towards things, he doesn't look like that kind of person at all. Let me see him and I'll know. Aren't you going to stop me, or are you helping him and killing old man Sarutobi? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya calmly, and asked him back. Jiraiya's face is tangled up here. He didn't want his friends to throw themselves into the trap. However, he is very concerned about Orochimaru's speculation. Go ahead. If it doesn't work, just surrender, he won't kill you. Jiraiya is going to let Orochimaru try it. Anyway, in the end, my good friend will not die. Moved slightly out of position, as if to let Orochimaru pass. But it was Uzumaki Mizuki who walked over instead of letting Orochimaru walk over. How do you feel about what I just said, Minato? Orochimaru asked directly. It's all bullshit. After thinking about it for so many years, I have been greedy for other people's bodies. Why didn't I think about strengthening my own body? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't expect Orochimaru to come straight to his door. After hearing the conjecture that Orochimaru said just now, he knew what was going on. It turned out that this guy had lied to himself? Open your mind? Just guessed wrong. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's first words, Orochimaru was ready to come up with evidence for guessing. But I was shocked by what Uzumaki Mizuki said in the second sentence. Own body. Orochimaru said tentatively. For example, use your own genes to make a cloned body, and add blood lineages from other families into it, such as first-generation cells, cells from the Uchiha family. You guess what the possibility of such a body will be in the future. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke seductively. Orochimaru is simply unkillable. So Uzumaki Mizuki was going to say something that would interest Orochimaru and make him stay and work for himself. That will be the most powerful blood successor in the world. However, this is a bit too difficult. The secrets of human genes are not so easy to crack. Even though Orochimaru said that, his eyes started to light up, thinking about how to plan the first step. Okay, I've told you so much. Enough? Join my subordinates, work for me, I will tell you more secrets, so that you can reduce the chance of encountering a dead end. How about it? Uzumaki Mizuki invited Orochimaru. Are you Minato? But Orochimaru asked suddenly again. Just try it and you'll know. Uzumaki Mizuki took a deep breath. I still don't plan to talk more with this kind of researcher. Catch it, beat it, and then lure it. Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, dense golden halos appeared directly beside Orochimaru. The lock of sky jumped out by the way, bound towards Orochimaru's body. But the sky lock easily broke Orochimaru's arm dash. The arm fell to the ground and turned directly into a mud field. It turned out to be just a soil clone. 5 minutes later. I surrender. Orochimaru held up his hands, watching the Uchiha clan pair the father and son who opened Mangekyo. There is also the Mangekyo floating in midair with a halo on his shoulder behind him. There is no escape for Orochimaru. Uzumaki Mizuki tied him directly with Sky Search. Itachi, go up and give him a knife to see if he is real. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly to Uchiha Itachi. Itake didn't mean anything polite. Pulling out the short blade behind him, he went up and gave Orochimaru a knife, directly piercing the side of his abdomen. Vomit. Orochimaru vomited blood directly. He didn't expect the opponent to strike so hard. Jiraiya, I leave it to you to seal it, and then take him to be healed by Tsunade. That's it for today, disband. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he released Shadow Clone directly. Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru, waiting for the Jiraiya seal. Oh, I've said it all, let you go. Jiraiya said so though, but there was a bit of sarcasm in his tone. If you are disobedient, you will suffer. 5 elements seal. Then, with 5 fingers, poke directly on Orochimaru's stomach. Seal his chakra. Then directly summon a toad that is 1 person tall, put him on top, and then take him away. Uchiha Itachi watched the two leave. How about it, is it Minato? Jiraiya, on the toad, asked Orochimaru. Let Orochimaru go and he definitely won't, but it's okay to ask. Do not know. However, it is very strange, if it is really an ordinary child, it is impossible to have this kind of strength. There must be something weird. Orochimaru said with certainty. But there is no evidence. If you run away, don't implicate me. Oh, I caught you and got a coupon for a free massage, what a pity. Jiraiya was speechless here. Now, what about Mizuki Uzumaki again? It is powerful, but does not know the details, and at the same time controls the impure world reincarnation of the first generation. How to solve this? The most important thing is that the other party didn't do anything too outrageous. It's good to stay and take a look. By the way, let's find out who this person is. Orochimaru was quite calm. Although the abdomen is still bleeding, it looks like it will die at any time. The next day, Uzumaki Mizuki came to find Orochimaru. Are you okay? Let's get to work. Can squeeze. Uzumaki Mizuki will not give up naturally. Do you already have a research institute? How many research bodies are there? Lying on the hospital bed, Orochimaru asked directly. You'll know when you arrive. Uzumaki Mizuki did not explain. Taking Orochimaru directly, he arrived at the research institute and found Fangsuk Tono. You are Lord Orochimaru. Tono Yoshisuke was a little excited. If it wasn't because he remembered that Orochimaru was a traitor, he probably would have gone over to touch it. Tell him about your research plan, and then the institute will be in charge of him. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Orochimaru was also curious about what this research institute does, so patiently listened to Tono Fangsuk's explanation. You want me to study these things? It has nothing to do with the human body. After Orochimaru listened, his face was full of surprise. He originally thought that this person was also a lover of human body research. I can handle that kind of thing myself. Answer now, if you can do it, you will do it, if you can't, I will send you to see Sarutobi Hiruzen right now. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Orochimaru indifferently and asked. If it's just about the human body, he doesn't want Orochimaru. Orochimaru took a deep breath, feeling that this person is too arrogant. There is no trace of Minato at all. For doing this, what did you say you would pay me? Orochimaru asked. If there is a little gain, then it is not impossible. Asking for flowers. The truth about blood successor boundary, the ancient history, can facilitate your research on blood successor boundaries human body. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Just such a little thing, if it is broken, it will be of little value. Well, after these research tasks are completed, will you tell me? Orochimaru nodded, then asked. If this reward is true, then the wolf is qualified. As the person in charge of the research institute for a long time, it is fine not to do things by myself, but to arrange others to do them, but it is fine to finish them. Uzumaki Mizuki thought for a while, then said. Make a deal. Orochimaru agreed. Then that's it, you have completed the current task, and I will tell you the truth about the blood succession boundary. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he directly cancelled Shadow Clone. You are progressing too slowly now, find a way to add people. After Uzumaki Mizuki left, Orochimaru's side was also not polite. Tono Katasuke tightened his body, quickly obeyed Orochimaru's arrangement, and began to direct. Xiao, the 4 major villages, Ju, and the possible Uchiha Madara. There are so many enemies fighting now, and the next few at Satsuki will not appear in a short time. Let's go beyond cage level as soon as possible. After Uzumaki Mizuki received the memory of Shadow Clone, he got up and stopped the practice of Flying Thunder God. Basically everything to do is done. The rest is to expand and deal with the entire ninja world. Step by step. Strength has the highest priority. Everything else can be slowed down a bit. However, during the weekly meeting, Naraluyu raised a question. There are grains and iron ore, but there is a shortage of general commodities, and trade is needed. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Narashiju's report and read it directly. Yes. Narashiju nodded. This is the only trouble in this country right now. After all, not everything can be self-sufficient. Although you can eat enough and wear warm clothes, you still need it for daily consumption. Then, arrange the team first. From Konoha, go directly to the country of Nami, and occupy the area behind this first. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The people around, upon hearing this, were somewhat ready to move. Because of interests, in Konoha village, there are not many benefits to earn. Now mining, farming, and so on, the wages for ninjas are not very high, but not dangerous. Some ninjas are still used to fighting, want to do something else. And these families in Konoha are all interested in expanding. They have a much wider view. Discovery management doesn't seem to be that difficult. As long as they have territory, they can also obtain more benefits. I don't ask too much. After occupying the territory, ordinary people can't grab it, unless the other party makes a move. There are no restrictions on nobles, but they can only steal money, and other things are not allowed. To kill nobles, you need to get the approval of more than 70% of the local ordinary people. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Death and injury are inevitable. But abide by his rules. Uzumaki Mizuki is not prepared to intervene. If you do this, then 960 is about to go to war with the nation of fire. Narashiju reminded. That's the only thing to watch out for. It seems a bit troublesome to directly kill the Fire Nation daimyo. It will make the Fire Nation chaotic, and a lot of people will die. Uzumaki Mizuki thought for a while, then said. Population is points for him. If there are too many casualties, it feels like a loss. And the Land of Fire is the most populous place. But there are hundreds of millions, at least 1 or 2 million people, and a 10, there are more than 20 million. But the points provided by each citizen are 50 points. Over 1 billion in one wave. The people around fell silent. It is a bit too arrogant to say that you are going to kill the Fire Country daimyo. If we occupy the nation of fire, do we have enough manpower to defend the border? Uzumaki Mizuki asked suddenly. Now there are only about 10,000 ninjas. Many of the ninjas who were on the border before took refuge in the Fire Country daimyo, and did not choose to return to Konoha. It may be a bit difficult to send all the people out to guard the border. After confirming with Hyuga Hayashi, Narashiju hastened to report. Wrapping up looks somewhat ridiculous. Because Uzumaki Mizuki was sitting alone on a golden throne, and the others were standing, slightly bowing their heads in the direction of Uzumaki Mizuki. Only when you speak, you dare to look up. Kill the Fire Country daimyo, and the ninjas in the past should be obedient. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itake, Narashiko Haisa, Hyuga Hayashi, Akamaike Chosa, Yamanaka Hiki, Abarame Jiwei, you all follow me to the capital of the Land of Fire. Uchiha, 2 families of Hyuga, 30 people, other families 20, Sarutobi, Shimura, 100 people, and 10 medical ninjas. That's all. Get ready in 3 days and go straight away. Uzumaki Mizuki finally decided. I wanted to grow steadily. After thinking about it, it is still faster to develop in a wave of greed. A wave of hundreds of millions of points, the strength directly surpasses cage level. Basically, unless there is a 6 paths level, otherwise his strength must be invincible. He doesn't have to be afraid of being besieged by other 5 major powers. The people below were shocked. Should we launch a general attack now? Narashiju was shocked. Originally, I just wanted to discuss how to make Uruk foreign trade. In fact, Konoha also has many specialty products, which can be sold for a lot of money. Didn't you expect your own king to be so brave? It is enough that the border is stable and enough management talents can be found at the same time. Isn't it easy to kill daimyo of the Fire Country? Hokage 12 soldiers, it's nothing. I asked you to bring people there to recruit the ninjas from Konoha faster and stabilize the situation in the capital. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Just take Naruto on a trip, and at critical moments, just use illusion to make him sleep. There is nothing else to worry about. 100 million points you can buy a lot of things. Armed directly to the teeth. What Ryujin Jaka, Tensa Zanjutsu, or the Sword of Victory and Oath? Anti-beating can be exchanged for fanatic armor, distant utopia, and other defensive equipment. The more Wang's Haibeo Kuri accumulates, the stronger he becomes. Uzumaki Mizuki's words moved Ino, Shika, Cho and others very much. If successful, the position they manage will directly become the entire Fire Nation. But it's also a big risk. Go get ready. When you're not around, find a suitable deputy to take over. But instead of waiting for their answer, Uzumaki Mizuki ordered. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Hastily agreed. This matter was regarded as a secret by them, and they began to prepare. And Uzumaki Mizuki said directly to Naruto, would you like to visit the capital of the Land of Fire? I'm planning to go there for a few days. Uzumaki Mizuki said in a tone that seemed to invite a spring outing. Really? I want to go, but the school. Naruto's eyes lit up. He hasn't left Konoha since he was born. Leave it to me, you just prepare what you want to bring. Uzumaki Mizuki said. No problem, Naruto happily went to prepare. After taking over the Nation of Fire, a war should break out within half a year. Other countries should not sit back and watch a ninja-born person like me possess such great power. Class is still a very important part, used to maintain the interests of the ruler. Uzumaki Mizuki is already thinking about how to prepare next. The most important thing is not to die too many people, after all, they are all points. However, managing the country is still very troublesome, and you need to find an agent. Uzumaki Mizuki thought this way. Fighting and grabbing territory is simple, but managing it is very complicated. Oh, it's all trouble. As a king, you still have the obligation to bear the responsibility. Uzumaki Mizuki said seriously. To collect benefits from the people, then as a king, you have to shoulder the responsibility. If you come out to mess around, what you pay attention to is morality? Is the manpower ready? 3.2. At the same time, the Land of Fire Daming Mansion. A group of ninjas knelt down in front of the daimyo. They are all his elites. Yes. The white-haired Kazuma replied very respectfully. I should have listened to you back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen is such an old thing, so unreliable. This time I leave it to you. Get rid of the king of Uruk, a small country, and take back Konoha's ruling power. I will hand it over to you in the future, by candlelight. The Fire Country daimyo held a fan in his hand and said very coldly. What happened this time left the kingdom of extinction in a state of desperation. He is very angry. This needs those people to pay with their lives? Must complete the task. And put a cruel smile on Ma's face, the information that I thought was going to be concealed, but when I left, it was above board. Because a group of people left directly from the gate of Konoha. There is no cover-up at all. Uzumaki Mizuki found Orochimaru, asked for the summoning scroll from Ryokai Cave, and signed his name. For this matter, Orochimaru didn't have too much resistance. I didn't find Jiraiya, because the toad is reserved for Naruto, so don't use the same one yourself. Summoning technique. Uzumaki Mizuki is directly at the gate, using summoning directly. Naturally, Naruto couldn't keep up with everyone's speed. It is a little inconvenient to carry Naruto with the Skylock. So the purpose of taking the scroll is to find a mount that can move with Naruto stably. Orochimaru, summon me. Have you prepared the sacrifice? What comes out of summoning is wands. Purple skin, plus 2 pairs of horns, one big and one small. Looks a bit like a cobra's neck. It is one of the 3 summoning beasts alongside Gamabunta and Katsuyu. Illusion Sharinon. 25 saw this thing. Uzumaki and Mizuki are not interested in communicating. Use Shisui's Mangekyo directly to control Mangekyo. In the pain of one snake, the appearance of Sharinon appeared in an instant. Orochimaru was also on the side, watching this scene with some envy. In the past, he asked one snake to work, but it always took a long time to prepare afterwards. Although there is this value, but doing this to animals still makes him very dissatisfied. Now seeing the summoning beast that I treat with care, being controlled by people like this, I feel like I have been greened. So big. Naruto exclaimed. When you graduate from ninja school, I'll find you another summoning beast, no smaller than this one. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Naruto. Then he directly lifted Naruto and jumped onto one snake's head. There were about 200 people around, all looking up at this scene. Set off. Uzumaki Mizuki declared directly. Then through Sharinon, control the 10,000 snakes to move forward. Uchiha Fugaku and others are also ready at this time and are mentally prepared to make a big deal. Unexpectedly, they are only one step away from the status they imagined in the past. From a toolman ninja, directly to the status of the ruling class. Everyone on the field, whether they are convinced by Uzumaki Mizuki or not, hope that this battle can be won. A group of people left without explanation. Anyway, Konoha has nothing to guard against now, and there are enough people left to take care of the family. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki left the summoning spell on first generation, and summoning can come over at any time, and let him look at Konoha to basically solve most of the problems. Naruto was very excited when he just came out of Konoha. But after looking at it for a while, I found that it was all forest and land, so I didn't feel anything, and went straight to sleep. When one snake moved, his head was still very stable, and he would not be awakened even if he fell asleep. Before I left, I took from Konoha's treasure, curry, a wealth that increased my magic power by about 20,000. Now that there are more than 60,000 mana points, fully unleashing the power of the deviation sword EA should be enough to destroy the entire Konoha at once. Uzumaki Mizuki calculates his fighting strength. Unless it happened directly in the past that Pain and Obito teamed up, or the other 4 shadows from Ninja Village teamed up together. Otherwise, it's a win. This battle is as simple as finding something out of a bag. Uzumaki Mizuki has already started to think about what he should do after getting the points. It was a quiet day on the road. Things are basically handled by Uchiha Fugaku themselves, and Uzumaki Mizuki basically doesn't care. Just take Naruto to several rivers to catch fish, and then grill the fish directly. The surrounding ninjas spread out directly to monitor the situation. Seeing the way Uzumaki Mizuki and Naruto eat fish, the people around can't feel that this is the decisive master. 2 days later. You mean, the country of fire also sent people out, and they are rushing towards Konoha? Uzumaki Mizuki asked with a strange face. The people of the Hyuga clan discovered the information through the lips of their mouths when they were resting. It should not be false news. The leader is a ninja named Wama, one of the 12 daimyo guardian ninjas from the land of fire. In the past, he had a lot of resentment towards Konoha. He thought that the ninja should be completely controlled by the daimyo. Konoha should be responsible for it herself. Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Several big family members around also gathered together. This guy has a lot of ideas. There is nothing wrong with what you said. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded approvingly. Fugaku and the others froze. What does it mean? The Fire Country daimyo doesn't have this ability, so I will be the king of this country? That's fine. Let's see if Kong is smart. Stay and work for me when the time comes. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. Hearing this, everyone smiled. This king, they themselves can't figure out the other party's intentions. In case of a sudden convulsion, it will make them feel uncomfortable. Then tonight, let's surround them, do it in advance, and subdue them. Uchiha Fugaku asked tentatively. After all, he is in charge of fighting externally. 190 It's just that it's more difficult to catch alive than to kill. No, I'll go by myself. At 2 o'clock in the evening, Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head, then spoke directly. He also knew the trouble of catching alive. But if these people were defeated, I would get some points, and if they took refuge in me, it would be counted as points. Basically no one can brush in Konoha. Recently, he brought Sunin into his own dominion and gained 200,000 points. Defeating Obito gives 150,000 points. A total of 35 points were obtained, and there were basically no other gains, because Konoha is his own person. Now the points are 245, which is still 50,000 short of 250. Yes. With orders, Uchiha Fugaku naturally has no other opinions. At 2 o'clock in the evening, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Uzumaki Mizuki covered a Sherry non-sleep illusion again, put it on with a skylock, and then beckoned Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi to leave together. Narashiju and the others looked around without looking sideways, and didn't dare to look at Uzumaki Mizuki. They can also see that Uzumaki Mizuki cares about his younger brother very much. It's not that I don't have ideas, but I dare not move. You mean, the enemy bandits from Konoha left the village with the patriarchs of the big families in Konoha and some elites. The direction is the capital of the country of fire? Kazuma frowned, looking at the spy sent to Konoha. It is very simple to pass on Konoha's news now, basically there is no limit. As long as you are not messing around, making trouble, basically no one cares about you. The only place that is not allowed to approach is the Hokage Rock, and the places of the major families. Strangers are not allowed to approach. In other places, it is basically above board. There were a few brave ones who directly reported the name of the Fire Nation, but no one cared about them. Yes. No one knows the specific news, and there is a lot of discussion in Konoha village. The spy quickly replied. He couldn't figure it out either. But the combat effectiveness of the group of people who left the village is definitely the best in Konoha. So he followed them without hesitation and left. They fled desperately along the way, but found that no one was chasing them at all. As for Uzumaki Mizuki and the others, because they had to take Naruto to rest and wait, they made this deep and came here first. There are only two possibilities. One is to fight for a name, let the Fire Country daimyo recognize this country, or be willing to continue to serve the Fire Country like Konoha before. The other one, the intention is the same as ours, it wants to attack the daimyo, it's wishful thinking. Hema's side is sure, and the people on Konoha's side must have second thoughts. If it is the first type, then you must contact the Fire Country daimyo in advance, it is impossible to come here without saying a word. Forcing the palace? Snapped. Boom. He just stood up and said these words. Then I found that the people I brought around started to fall to the ground inexplicably one by one, and stopped moving. They are from the tree, the ground, and the top of the tree. The distance between them is very far, it doesn't look like poisoning at all. This made his pupils shrink sharply, and he jumped up directly, wanting to leave this place. But he saw that the surrounding ninjas were still falling down one by one. The people who brought it also noticed this scene, and they all started to panic, and immediately looked around. Over there? W. And the horse found the golden light. Without hesitation, he threw a kunao over there. But it was directly knocked into the air by a golden chain. Shisui's Sharinon is really easy to use. Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't have the capacity to accommodate people. Otherwise, training Shisui to be the next generation of Hokage will definitely bring Konoha to the peak again. Uzumaki Mizuki came out of the forest very calmly. Standing beside him are Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, who are ready to fight. Because Hima brought a lot of manpower. There are more than 200 numbers in total. Even if they are all genin, killing them all is not a matter of time. Seeing the enemy, the ninjas around were relieved. In that kind of darkness, when you watch your companions fall one after another, but you don't know what's going on, that's when it's the scariest. People from Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi. The one in the middle is what you call the king of kids. It just so happens that our mission this time is to kill you, so let's die here. No wind, no motion, no destiny, do it. Hima directly ordered his 3 disciples. This is his most important subordinate. The strength of the 3 of them has already reached the level of Jonin, and they belong to the best in the kingdom of fire. King, let me deal with them. Uchiha Fugaku recommended himself. He also somewhat wanted to show his own strength and let Uzumaki Mizuki rely on himself. After all, Uchiha's glory rests on him. Me too, king. On Hyuga Hayashi's side, he also pushed forward and said unceremoniously, Earth-style Tuliing dumplings. But the ninjas on the Nation of Fire side are not interested in listening to their conversations. Without moving, he directly used his best earth style, inserted his hands into the ground, and when he lifted it up again, he had already lifted a huge earth ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Throw it directly towards the 3 of Uzumaki and Mizuki, preparing to break up their formation. Then come apart and besiege them. No, I'll do it myself, you just need to prevent anyone from running away, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Although there is a mummy like Naruto tied behind him, but it doesn't affect his combat effectiveness too much. After finishing speaking, a skylock rushed out directly, and a raise-non was placed on the front, directly blasting the soil ball. Go together, Hema ordered from behind. At the same time, he himself is making seals. Numerous ninjas did not keep it either. Ninjutsu and ninja tools were directly released in large quantities. From C-level to B-level ninjutsu, the secrets are coming. At this level, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi are a little bit tingling. Thinking about whether my Susanoo and Revolving Heaven can block so many ninjutsu and ninja tools. Miscellaneous cultivators, look straight at me. But Uzumaki Mizuki just opened his mouth while reaching out and wiping his hair back. At the same time, densely packed tunnels of the king's treasure house appeared behind him. Overwhelming, it is not inferior to the ninjutsu and seriousness released by many ninjas on the field. Nearly 1,000 locks of the sky rushed out directly from the king's treasure house, covered almost all positions in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. Those ninja tools and ninjutsu were all shattered in an instant, and none of them could get close to 3 meters in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. So many sky locks hit the ground directly, causing huge vibrations. That's what the king is doing. A Barame Jiwei, who is wearing sunglasses, can see the golden light slightly emerging in the sky. Nara Luyu and others felt the pressure. Irresistible pressure. But at the same time, I am glad that Uzumaki Mizuki did not choose to kill them all, but brought them into his banner. Impossible. Hima looked in front of him, and the manpower he brought was almost lost. The broken limbs of the body and the blown head were scattered all over the ground. I was a little angry all of a sudden. I killed a little too many people. Good Wangzhou, I was planning to let them work part-time. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. The one blow just now consumed more than 5,000 points of mana, which can reach the lowest level of the deviation sword, and the power is naturally huge. Because each skylock has been injected with more magic power, otherwise, it may not be able to block so many attacks. But now, with more magic power, be self-willed? Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi looked at Uzumaki Mizuki's unchanging face, and felt the pressure in their hearts. How ruthless you are to your enemies? And Uzumaki Mizuki just counted how many points he earned just now. The final result was about 35,000 points. Only more than 170 people died, less than 200. It's a bit dangerous, it's very close to 2.5 million points. Uzumaki Mizuki is still worried about this at this time. Earth-style ultimate creation soil of the dead. And the horse here is no longer waiting. Without hesitation, he used his own forbidden technique. Just now, when his subordinates attacked Uzumaki Mizuki, he released the soil prepared to be stained with the breath of death through the sealing scroll in advance. Uzumaki Mizuki was stunned when he heard the name of this technique, and then watched the other party perform without doing anything. And the remaining ninjas on the Fire Nation's side were completely scared out of their wits and did not dare to do anything at this time. But he didn't dare to escape, so he could only escape to Kazuma, watching Uzumaki Mizuki and others very nervously. Puff. In the soil, someone drilled out of the soil. In the end there were 4 of them. But Hema didn't stop here, and continued to use this technique, throwing himself out of the dead body next to the soil contaminated with the breath of death, and resurrecting him again. All of a sudden, more than 30 people appeared. Zombies. Something similar to Impure World Reincarnation. Uzumaki Mizuki was slightly surprised. But he seems to remember this scene. Is it the same state as Shode? If it can't be killed, it will be troublesome. Does 663 need to kill the operator? Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku said separately. They are afraid that these people are like the first generation. If they cannot be killed, then it will be a headache. Try it and you'll know. Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm. Kill them, Beijan, Xingdu, Shinma, Freezing Rain. And Manu shouted. These few people were opponents who had previously clashed with his ideas. Also a member of the Guardian Ninja 12. Together, the 4 of them are able to unleash a powerful lightning style, the Thunderman. You can mobilize the power of the weather to kill the enemy. This time, the main combat power to eliminate Konoha is to rely on the 4 of them. Others are all cannon fodder, used to attract attention. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he just moved forward slightly. 4 skylocks with a thickness of 1 meter rushed out of the king's treasure house like giant snakes. The 4 dead bodies don't move that fast, and they only control the 4 skylocks, and Uzumaki Mizuki can also perform micromanagement. Was directly smashed into pieces. There was a few seconds of silence. Uzumaki Mizuki found that these corpse fragments, not gathered together, then recondensed. Instead, it turned into mud and fell to the ground without moving. That's it. Uzumaki Mizuki said in surprise. You, who the hell are you? And the horse was shocked. This is gone? Looking at the surrounding subordinates, it was less than 1/5. Then he looked at the child king he thought he was, and asked with a very stiff face. Such a person, that is, how could there be no layers in the past? He couldn't believe it. It was just a child? Someone will tell you later. Clatter. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Mizuki lost interest. This person doesn't feel good either. Directly use Shisui's Sharinon to use the illusion, directly making him freeze, stopping in place and not moving. Master. Those uncharacteristic generations are still alive. After all, strong strength and luck are indispensable. However, there is almost no room for resistance. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't kill them this time, and tied them directly with the skylock. Call someone over here to fix it. The leader, see if you can ask something, if there is any other value, if you are willing to take refuge in a small position, the same is true for the others, if you are willing to live and work for me, if you have no faults, you can get down. Uzumaki Mizuki to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and replied. It felt like it was getting easier and easier for Wang to deal with these enemies. When he was dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen's Kfag, he felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was somewhat tired. But now, basically there is no pressure. Soon people came over and started processing. The one named Kazuma did not choose to surrender in the end, and was killed directly after being read by Atake with Manjikyo. The rest of the ninjas surrendered quickly, and many of them were former Konoha ninjas. Hima's apprentices were also killed. They were deeply brainwashed by Kazuma, and they completely respected the name of the Land of Fire. Naturally, it was impossible to surrender to the traitor Uzumaki Mizuki. Brainwashing education seems to be necessary, but like Sarutobi Hiruzen, boasting that he is the strongest Hokage is a bit too much. However, before long, I should be the strongest. After Uzumaki Mizuki learned the information, he signaled Uchiha Fugaku to solve it by themselves. The Fire Country daimyo is really under a lot of pressure. To deal with daimyo of the Nation of Fire, he doesn't have much to extinguish. Mainly things to do after taking over the Nation of Fire. It seems that we need to show our own strength and deter the surrounding countries. Which one to choose? Iwagakur, or Cloud Shinobi Village, these two are the most arrogant. Tsunagakur is Konoha's younger brother before, but he has rebellion, but defeating Tsunagakur is not so oppressive. Uzumaki Mizuki was already thinking about what's next. That's the trouble. Dealing with the Nation of Fire is not easy. Fugaku and the others were busy all night, and they took care of the rest. Everyone knew the general situation and knew that the daimyo of the Fire Nation would definitely not be able to resist them. This news made them a little excited. Just one step away. After the settlement, they are the most powerful people in the entire Fire Kingdom except Uzumaki Mizuki. And at the same time, the 4 surrounding villages also basically knew the news. Their ability to transmit information is naturally very strong. Basically, within the territory of the Fire Kingdom, they can transmit it back within 3 days. But when they knew, Uzumaki Mizuki had already taken people with him, and he was less than 2 days away from the Land of Fire. Is there a war between the two sides? Looks like it's time to do it. Wait for any winning side to slow down, it will be very troublesome to deal with. Tsunagakur wants to help this Urok, or the Land of Fire. It depends on the opinion of the daimyo. Except for Mizukage, the True Water, the other 3 shadows were all moved. However, to provoke such a war, the daimyo's permission is still required. They all contacted their big benefactor one after another to see if they want to intervene to carve up the big landlord of the Fire Nation. What did you say? The people of Konoha are approaching me. The daimyo of the country of Fire, after hearing the news, was extremely frightened and angry. He didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to be so bold. And he won't feel that the other party is coming to surrender to him. Then there is only one possibility, like the people I sent, do they want to come over and get rid of themselves? My lord, yes. According to their speed, after 1 day at the slowest, they should reach the outside of the city wall. The spy quickly replied. Uzumaki Mizuki and others did not hide their figure at all. And there is no way for one snake to hide. Uzumaki Mizuki's current chakra has been maintaining it for summoning, and it doesn't take much effort at all. So naturally, I didn't change to a new one, and went on a rampage all the way. It can be said that I opened up a road from Konoha to the capital of the country of Fire. Just a little crooked. Call all the ninjas and kill them. Don't let them get close to this city, understand? On the side of the Fire Nation daimyo, he said angrily. Immediately, a few ninjas hidden in the dark appeared, knelt down on the ground, and replied very respectfully, yes. There will be more manpower mobilized this time. There are more than 500 numbers. However, this is also the only means of protection for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After all, the border now needs to be guarded, and almost half of his manpower has been dispatched. There are not many main combat forces to protect him. These people are the last line of defense of the capital, and there are also a large number of militias, but the combat effectiveness of these people is average. Mainly rely on bow and arrow to kill the enemy. You can see some city walls here. This city is quite big. Uzumaki Mizuki stood on top of his head like a 10,000 snake, looking towards the capital of the country of Fire. It looks much bigger than Konoha. This kind of place is suitable for the position of the capital of the country, and Konoha is still a bit short. My lord, the ninjas from the Land of Fire will come face to face with us in about 15 minutes. For Hyuga Hayashi, standing on top of 10,000 snakes, he lowered his head slightly and reported to Uzumaki Mizuki. Although I feel that I will rush over like this, it will be a little bit. However, they are strong enough. And in terms of detecting intelligence, they are no worse than the Land of Fire. More than a dozen people from the Hyuga clan almost scanned the surrounding area with a diameter of 50 kilometers. Basically, there are few gaps that people can sneak in. It seems that he is not an idiot, and he has no such daydreaming idea that we have come to seek refuge. Stop here, wait for them to come, and I will deal with them myself. Uzumaki Mizuki does not pass up any chance of scoring points. The last time he killed Hima and his group, the points were stuck at 2.48 million points, which was close to 2.49 million points. In this wave, there are hundreds of people, not just 10,000 points. Yes. After Hyuga Hayashi watched Uzumaki Mizuki's raging power head-on, he no longer dared to have any opinions. Under absolute strength, everything is a paper tiger. Hyuga Hayashi conveyed the news to Uchiha Fugaku, and Fugaku began to arrange the formation. All the members retreated to the rear of one snake. Except for a few people from the Hyuga and Uchiha clan who are responsible for paying attention to the situation in front, everyone else is retreating. After about 2 hours, the battlefield was cleared. Only 2 or 3 are not bad, reaching the level of Konoha Jonin. However, it is also the degree of being killed in seconds. All were defeated by Uzumaki Mizuki alone, and the densely packed passages of the king's treasure house covered the entire area. The lock of the sky bound these ninjas, and these people from Konoha are responsible for persuading them to surrender. Those who are willing to surrender and have no major problems will accept it directly. If you don't want to, just kill it. Naruto took a nap, and in the morning on the back of 10,000 snakes, training with chakra absorption, spent a lot of energy. When he woke up, the matter had been settled. Big brother, are you going to bring the land of fire? After Naruto woke up, he was a little excited. Because he can also see the city wall in the distance? Well, we should live here in the future, what do you think? Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, then asked rhetorically. Oh, then Koji Shikamaru and others, won't we be able to see them in the future? I don't want to leave Konoha. Naruto quickly shook his head and said. It's rare to make a few friends at school, and he doesn't want to leave. They will all come later. By the way, you haven't seen it yet, you big brother, my real power. Asking for flowers. This time, let me show you what is truly powerful. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Naruto. After all, Naruto can't be kept secret. There is always something to show. Before Konoha's side, they did it to acquaintances, fearing that Naruto would have some thoughts in his heart. After all, it is still young. But now, there is not so much to care about. There is nothing else to do except to worry a little bit about the psychological problems. And he also tries to kill as little as possible, because there are points. Real strength. I want to see. Naruto nodded. A recent change, Uzumaki Mizuki though, and he probably talked about it. But he always feels that all this is not because they are the children of 4th Hokage, but because of his big brother, so the people around him are very polite to him. So my big brother must have a secret. Is this time the moment of revelation? The news of the failure of the manpower he sent was quickly passed back. After hearing the news, the daimyo of the Fire Nation seemed somewhat terrified. Because, he is also afraid of death. How many people can be transferred now? The Fire Nation daimyo asked. Master Daming, there are about 100 other people who are the last guards of the Daming Mansion. Ordinary militiamen can mobilize 15,000 people. 5 militiamen can deal with an ordinary genin, which can be regarded as a force of 3,000 genin. The personal guard ninja of the Fire Country daimyo replied. This is the last guard force of the Fire Country daimyo. The Guardian Ninja 12 can only be regarded as the next level of daimyo's defense force. As a daimyo, one must have a power that completely respects one's own will to act. All attack. Send all the combat power, this battle must not be lost. Although the Fire Country daimyo looks thin and small. But at this moment, he also knew that he had no way out. The manpower at the border was too late to be mobilized back, and they could not be mobilized back. Then you can only rely on the strength in your hands to find a way to get rid of the opponent. This battle has attracted the attention of many people. Although I may not be able to come in person, the spies around me recorded everything very seriously. Uzumaki Mizuki and the others stopped directly at a location about 300 meters away from the capital city wall of the Kingdom of Fire. The city wall was covered with dense crowds of people. They were all militiamen, with bows and arrows in their hands, and if they were not out of range, they would have fired in volley. Fugaku, Itake, Hayashi, and Ino, Shika, Cho, you three, go and capture the Fire Nation daimyo, it's not a problem. Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Although it is faster for him to go in person. But this time, I want to show my strength to Naruto. At the same time, I feel that I won't give too many points for catching the Fire Country daimyo. Avatars are divided according to strength, not status. September 63, so he didn't go there himself. No problem. Uchiha Fugaku replied immediately. Hayaga Hayashi, and Ino, Shika, Cho 4, also responded quickly. They believed that this was a certificate of nomination requested by Uzumaki Mizuki. Take something practical to prove your determination. After all, if you attack the daimyo of the Land of Fire, there is no room for turning back. The mountains over there are not inhabited. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and then greeted Uchiha Izumi who was on the side. I don't know that Huo Sunma didn't bring it out. Now the person in charge of helping is Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itake's girlfriend? Anyway, Naruto likes this young lady very much. So Uzumaki Mizuki also arranged for her to be a valet, responsible for delivering messages and answering questions. Yes, King. There are villages in the gentle areas, but there are no people living in the mountains. Uchiha Izumi replied. I smashed that hill, so you can take the opportunity to go in and do it. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Naturally, Fugaku and others did not have any opinions, and everything was arranged by Uzumaki Mizuki. The people on the city wall looked nervously at the 3 people below. That giant purple snake is very eye-catching. There are many ninjas who are ready to move at this time. Because they all want to make great achievements, if they kill each other, they will definitely be appreciated by the Fire Country daimyo. But the fear of death still made them stop. Naruto, look, your big brother's strength is very strong. Uzumaki Mizuki greeted Naruto who was a little scared at this time. When he saw the people on the city wall, their faces were very fierce, but there were also many people who were afraid. Big brother, here we are, what are we doing? Naruto asked with some doubts. Didn't it come to play? How does it feel? It seems a bit strange. From now on, this place will be our home, and the entire Fire Kingdom will be ours. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't explain much either. While speaking, he took out the key of the king's treasure house, lifted it up, and turned it into the appearance of the deviation sword EA. Oh cool, what is this? Naruto was immediately attracted by the deviant sword in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand. This is my weapon. The name is Deviation Sword EA. After Uzumaki Mizuki answered, he directly raised the deviant sword to the sky. The hurried voice sounded again. Fugaku and the others looked at the weapon in awe. Naraluyu and the others also couldn't take their eyes off them. Could it be this weapon is the secret of this man's strength? What is that kid doing? Why did you bring the child to the battlefield? Why don't you try it? Shoot this child with a bow and arrow, and scare these people in Konoha. That child, is it Konoha's so-called king of children? On the city wall, many people saw Uzumaki Mizuki in action. Everyone has a different idea, but those who look down are all militiamen. On the ninja side, many people felt the pressure. The legend about Konoha Kid King is actually very widely spread, but many people didn't take it seriously, thinking it was fake news. But now, everyone could see clearly that the respectful attitude of the two children standing on top of the giant snake and the ninjas around them did not look like a fake at all. Tear the world apart, and leave the Pizzy Star. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, softly singing the liberation language. Then he swung the sword directly towards the uninhabited mountain. A burst of dark red energy burst out in an instant, rushing out directly from the tip of the deviation sword. The people on the field were all attracted by this ray of light, and the field fell silent for a while. After about 2 seconds, a huge mushroom cloud rose, accompanied by a red light. For a moment, the blue sky was almost dyed red. Then the sound of the explosion came slowly, accompanied by a huge impact. This mountain peak is about 3 kilometers away from the city wall. The people on the city wall can still be seen clearly. The huge impact caused many people on the city wall to be unable to lift their heads. Those who were unlucky were directly lifted and fell to the bottom of the city wall. Wait until the impact stops. The people on the city wall were all terrified. Even those who did not see clearly what happened in Rear Admiral immediately set their sights on the child holding the weapon. This is your strength, big brother. Naruto was also trembling with fright. This level is the first time I have seen it. It made him feel absolutely powerless. Probably less than half. If you use it with all your strength, you should be able to directly destroy about 1/3 of this city. Uzumaki Mizuki patted Naruto's head and said soothingly. Uchiha Fugaku and others have actually seen it once, but when they see it again, they still feel a little lost. But when the impact came, they were awakened by 2.9, and then quickly sneaked into the capital of the country of fire. Abarame Jiwei, you arrange someone to persuade you to surrender. Tell them to open the city gate and surrender before it gets dark. Otherwise, I will launch the attack from the city gate just now and penetrate the city directly. Uzumaki Mizuki greeted Abarame Jiwei directly without waiting for Naruto to answer. The Abarame family is very low-key. It is also incorporated into the agricultural department and is mainly responsible for helping to apply pollen. By the way, help with mining. Yes, King. Abaramezi bowed slightly, then went over to greet the staff indifferently, prepared to use the loudspeaker, and began to surrender to the people on the city wall. Many people on the city wall were terrified. After hearing the words of surrender, there was no desire to resist. Although many people are loyal to the Fire Country daimyo, but seeing the attack just now, everyone was wondering whether his body could last a second under this attack. 20,000 points of magic power, the power is not bad. 1. For Uzumaki Mizuki, check the consumption. In a few minutes, it can be restored to full. Now the mental power attribute is high, and the recovery speed is extremely fast. As long as the protracted battle does not consume the magic power in an instant, it will be able to recover soon after dragging on. At this time, it is slightly Obito's meaning to use hollow. When not in use, it can increase the cooling time. Is this war? Naruto was a little confused at this moment. At this time, he was alone, and he didn't know what he was doing this time. Yes, because they are going to deal with us, we will deal with them in advance. If you lose, you will lose everything, including friends, family, you and me, so you can't lose. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke a little to the extent that Naruto could understand. We can't stop the war, should we talk about it? Naruto wondered. He feels that many people will die in the war. This is not too good. Have you seen little Sakura and Ino? Will they have a good talk with you? Some people can't make sense, so they have to rely on their strength to speak. I am strong, so you have to listen to me. Uzumaki Mizuki instilled in Naruto the idea that fists are the last word. Small Sakura and Ino are also shown as illustrations. Naruto has suffered a lot at the hands of these two. This seems to be the same. Originally, Naruto was a bit arrogant, but thinking of the unreasonable appearance of little Sakura, I feel that I am a big brother. The effect of persuading surrender seems to have no effect. The city gate has not been opened yet. Although people on both sides know that it doesn't seem to matter whether the city gate is opened or not, but those people on the city wall basically lost their will to fight. Because of fear of death. Can't see any odds. So why beat it? There are not so many people who are really willing to die for the name of the land of fire. Many have to think about their wives, children, and families. All want to live. King, there is still no movement. Need to take the initiative to attack. My parasites have already sneaked into the city wall, ready to explode at any time, leading people to rush in and carry out more favorable oppression. Abarame Jiwei came to the top of Wanshi again about an hour after the surrender, and replied to Uzumaki Mizuki. Wait for Fugaku their situation, and the surrender continues. Clarify how we treat them. Those who come directly to surrender now will not be purged at that time, targeting the nobles. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Be smart, then forget it. Not smart, you are so rich, if you don't rob you, who will you rob? In the early stage of starting a business, who didn't almost have money? The way he governs is different from the current nation of fire. These nobles who used to maintain stability in the past are of no value to him. Yes. Abarame Jiwei understood what Uzumaki Mizuki meant. Then arrange immediately. Boom boom boom. Inside the city, there were a lot of explosions. The movement is not small. After about a few minutes, I saw a purple-red Susanoo crashing directly through the city wall. He rushed out with a group of people. At the same time, dozens of ninjas rushed over, but did not wait for them to approach. The densely packed skylocks directly forced them back. Those who didn't have time to react were directly caught by the skylock. Fortunately, my life is not disgraceful, King. This is the name of the land of fire. Uchiha Fugako has both eyes, Kakuzo has tears of blood. Ino, Shika, Cho also suffered from many injuries. Only Hyuga Hayashi is slightly better. On Uchiha Itaka's side, there are also blood and tears in the corners of the eyes. Have someone announce the news that the Fire Nation's daimyo has been captured, let them surrender. If you don't agree, let them taste the attack just now. Uzumaki Mizuki greeted Abarame Jiwei again. Certain casualties are still acceptable. If you can manage this country better and make some people honest, then try it. He wasn't in the mood to influence them one by one. Knowing that you are on the right path, there is no need to waste this time. Yes. Abarame Jiwei is still very calm. And those people on the city wall finally panicked. Their boss is gone, what is the purpose of continuing to work hard? A large number of bows and arrows were stopped and thrown from the city. There seems to be internal strife in the city. Those who give up resistance, just get down on the ground. While standing still, kill them immediately. Uzumaki Mizuki directly amplifies the sound through magic. In an instant, a large group of people fell on the city wall. Those who are still standing, Uzumaki Mizuki is not polite here, directly use the lock of the sky to take it down. The force of resistance soon lost its voice. Then Konoha's people went to open the door. Uzumaki Mizuki undid 10,000 snakes summoning, took Naruto, who was a little timid, and walked in directly. At this time, a large group of people fell to their knees and prostrate themselves on both sides of the street. Arrange manpower, take over the city defense in the city, stabilize the situation, and don't allow chaos. Uzumaki Mizuki ordered. The people around immediately started to disperse. In the end, there were less than 20 people left in 880 to stay with Uzumaki Mizuki. Seeing so few people, many hidden enemies wanted to move. When we get to Daming Mansion, hundreds of people have died. Naruto was knocked out by Uzumaki Mizuki in the middle. 2 bloody scenes, still not suitable for children to watch. The riots in the city lasted until dawn the next morning. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Those guys who ran away should be spies, and they went back to deliver the news. As long as the 4 major villages don't join forces to attack, it won't be a big problem. Uzumaki Mizuki is not idle either. His mental strength is so strong that he doesn't need to sleep so long every day. There is a lot of information here in the Daming Mansion. All of the above shows that the Kingdom of Fire is somewhat dangerous. The main part of the defense line is in the country of rain and the country of grass, as well as the country of field and the country of iron. The side near the Kingdom of Wind has the least defense. And the country of water is almost defenseless. Because the Fire Country daimyo already thought that the area should be handed over to Konoha for defense. This is because Konoha's side is closer to the coastline. If the Kingdom of Water invades, it will be Konoha's side instead of the Kingdom of Fire. The matter of changing the name and surname of the Land of Fire instantly detonated the entire ninja world. Many countries don't believe that the Fire Nation, which ranks first in overall strength, is actually gone like this. The Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder are directly preparing for battle. The same goes for the Kingdom of the Winds. It's not that these big names have much hatred for Uzumaki Mizuki, nor do they want to gain much benefit. Because they feel threatened. Since Konoha has the ability, change the name of Fire Country? So what about the ninja village in their country? Does it also have the same power, can knock down their big names at any time, and sit in this position by themselves? This is the most intolerable thing for these big names. Then, let's go to war. Consume ninja village's power. At the same time, it is possible to kill the ninja rebellion and the enemy who reached the top of the daimyo. Of course everyone is happy. At the same time, the power of ninja village was consumed. By the way, they can also take the opportunity and find a way to pinch the neck of Genin village. This kind of thing can't happen again. A ninja is a ninja, absolutely cannot change class and become a daimyo. This is absolutely not allowed. Touched the interests of all ruling classes at this time? So the big names of these 3 countries are very tacit, and they are all ready to go to war, Including the country of water, under strong pressure, he had to force Kirigakuer, and was forced to send troops to fight. I didn't expect that brat to have such courage. However, there is no room for others to tolerate his continued existence. Said in a hoarse voice. Kirigakuer has no problem here, we must dispatch all the staff to deal with the Uruk Empire. Obito said very coldly. He narrowly escaped death and survived. The recovery ability brought by the first generation cells is so powerful that he kept his life and survived the treatment of White Zetsu. It's just that his hands are replaced by White Zetsu's arms. Let Tan feel a little uncomfortable. During this period of time, he kept a close eye on Obito. Both sides are acting in tacit understanding, and no one knows the other's plan. Absolutely, in the absence of suitable candidates, they are naturally unwilling to get rid of Obito. Obito also doesn't want to leave like this before the fact that he doesn't know the truth and wants to revive Lin in Infinite Tsukuyomi is completed. In the previous ninja wars, at most 2 of the 5 villages attacked Konoha together. But this time, the 4 major villages were dispatched together, and Konoha also lost a lot of manpower. It is not an easy task to survive. There is some gloating here. For this person who messed up his planned deployment, he was naturally very smoky. Not to mention, the future is likely to be the biggest stumbling block. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is his younger brother. If you want to catch Nine Tails, you have to pass his level. Taking advantage of these ninja villages going to attack Konoha, let Akatsuki dispatch to capture Jinchuriki. Don't miss this opportunity. Obito spoke his mind. It seems to be working hard. It's like there is no other idea at all. Okay, I'll inform Nagato. It's as if he didn't notice anything here. Still the same reply as always. Because the capture of Jinchuriki did not conflict with his plan, but was to promote it. No matter what, he can have a backhand. Obito can't find his position, let him do it. He doesn't think he'll capsize in Obito's hands? So, are the 4 major powers going to attack us? Half a month later, Uzumaki Mizuki was in Daimyofu, which has now been changed to the king's castle. Below, Uchiha Fugaku is reporting that the 4 countries are going to send troops to the Uruk Empire. Yes, there's been very little withholding of this news. It should be the daimyos of the 4 countries who deliberately promoted it, especially the daimyos of the Land of Thunder. They intend to send troops together and want to get rid of us. Uchiha Fugaku replied. Those ninjas on the border quickly turned against each other. After all, now that the nation of fire is gone, who will send them money? Not yet the new king? To be loyal to whom is not to be loyal. Although some were still afraid, they ran away and fled to surrounding countries. But most of them stayed and stabilized the status quo. The external intelligence system was finally restored. What about the small countries? Are they all going out together? Uzumaki Mizuki continued to ask. The Kingdom of Grass has agreed to start an attack on the border of our Uruk Empire. There is no movement from other countries. The country of Iron has no intention based on neutrality. However, there is no movement from the country of Rain right now. Hanzo of Rain Shinobi Village didn't have any intentions either. Tsunagakur and Uegakur seemed to have sent someone there. Uchiha Fugaku answers questions from Uzumaki Mizuki. Recently he is too busy to keep his feet on the ground. But this feeling still makes him enjoy it. Because in the past in Konoha, it was old age care. It's rare to be sent out, that is, when encountering a ninja world war, bring your own clansmen to the battlefield. But this time, the incident was no less serious than the ninja world war, and even more dangerous. Maybe, because of the family, I will worship the flute. The Uchiha clan led 1/3 of the Uruk Empire troops to guard the border of the Land of Rain. The Ino, Shuka, Cho tribes lead 1/3 of the Uruk Empire troops to guard the border of the Taki kingdom. The Hyuga clan and the Sarutobi clan lead the remaining 1/3 of the troops to guard the border from the Iron Country to the Tien Country. The coastline is under the responsibility of Abarame, Inyazuka, Shimura, Heitake and other families. Get ready to go to war, are you alright? Let them see what will happen to the Lord. Uzumaki, Mizuki, directly ordered. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku was startled, but responded quickly. He thought that Uzumaki Mizuki would go to win over the Underwind country. Because in the past, the relationship between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind was okay. Unexpectedly, it was necessary to deal with 4 countries with the power of 1 country. This battle may be a bit dangerous. However, he does not feel that Uzumaki Mizuki will be a reckless person. But it seems that every step to get to this point is reckless. I didn't expect that so soon. I embarked on the road of making Studio All Ninja World. Uzumaki Mizuki is too confident at this time. Looking at that glance, I don't know how many points there are. This wave, stable, gold armor. Attribute, prevent petrification. Armed attack power is immune to attack effects under 500 points. Magic attack power is immune to magic effects when the spiritual power is 1000 points. Travel shoes. Attribute, increase movement speed by 10%. Teleport, active. Activate to teleport to an allied structure or non-hero unit. Cooling time, 6 hours. Sword of Oath and Victory. Attribute, Sword of Light. It is not a man-made weapon, but a divine weapon forged by the stars. This holy sword converts the owner's magic power into light, and then increases its momentum after contraction and acceleration, making it possible to exercise god-level magic. Consumed 130.5 million points. There are still more than 19 million. However, there are still many people in the Land of Fire who have not realized that they are citizens of the Uruk Empire. They should be able to collect 100 million points and they can be exchanged for an A++ level by then. Treasure. Uzumaki Mizuki looks at his 3 new props. But the eyes are basically on the Oath and the Sword of Victory. Even the armor exuding golden light, he didn't pay too much attention to it. This weapon is a weapon that Jin Glittering 913 Gilgamesh himself has never owned. Wang's Haibeo, the more treasures Curry has, the more magical power he can increase, and even increase the destructive power of the Deviation Sword. Most importantly, handsome. I bought the Wind King enchantment, but not the Oath and the Sword of Victory? But this weapon cost 100 million 2 points, the most consumed. But the treasure of the distant utopia that I want the most is more expensive? Only if you have the distant ideal land, the vow, and the Sword of Victory, can you show its true power and be able to compete with the Sword of Deviation. Template Gilgamesh. Power, 536. Stamina, 487. Mental power, 1128. HP value, 4870. Magic value King's Treasure bonus, 11,280 points. Skylock plus 4,000 points. Wealth magic value 3W points. Chakra 3,350. Seraphis staff 15,000. Mangekyo Sherinon, One Piece, Uchiha Shisui 2,000. Seal book of 13,000. Wind King barrier 1,500. Gold armor 2,000. Sword of oath and victory 5W points. Equipment, the Lock of the Sky, the Staff of the Seraphim, Kohler's Dagger, the Talisman that breaks the commandments of all things, all, Kfa, Flower Tubes Sherinon, 1, Wind King Enchantment, Travel Shoes, the Sword of Oath and Victory. The magic value has broken through 100,000, reaching 130,000. The attribute has also increased by more than 200 points. However, for this battle, the most important equipment is Travel Shoes. Although the cooling time is 6 hours, it won't take me so long to solve the battle. Alive, it's enough to cut eyes out one after another. If you kill it directly, you will only get points once, and now Uruk alone is a bit too busy. A little busy. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, there is not much pressure at this time, precisely because of his own attributes. Now it is completely possible to abuse the deviation sword to mow the grass. The weak points of defense in the past were also offset by the golden armor. Ordinary attacks cannot break through this armor. The counteracting power of the armor, ordinary Raise Non, probably has no effect on him. It's just that Flying Thunder God doesn't learn so quickly, and can only rely on this method of transmission. Naruto still can't adapt to the blood. If he stays, who should he choose? This is the only headache for Mizuki Uzumaki right now. Kakashi, Jiraiya, or Tsunade. Now his strength has definitely reached Super Cage level. However, it is still slightly worse than the Six Paths level. The gap is not in weapons, but in their own attributes. And now, Uzumaki Mizuki has the power to test the resurrection. As long as you get Rinnegan, you can implement it. So for Naruto, it doesn't need to be too tense. However, it would be best if Naruto could not have an accident. Sunin, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hayashi. These few people were brought together by Uzumaki Mizuki. Sunin, Senju Hashirama, and others have just arrived in the imperial capital of Uruk not long ago. The war has started again, and many people will die. Senju Hashirama also saw Uzumaki Mizuki for the first time after coming here, and said directly, "I'll try to keep them from dying as much as possible. After seeing my absolute strength, they should all give up. If you had done what Uchiha Madara did, there is no need for that now," Uzumaki Mizuki said very directly. After a few years, when the ninja war starts again, more people will die. So he doesn't have any psychological pressure. If you take this step, you will always face it. Senju Hashirama was speechless. He was also thinking at this time, Uchiha Madara should have been in charge in the first place. It's all my brother's fault. I'm looking for you this time to protect my brother when I'm not around. Jiraiya, and Tsunade, both of you? Uzumaki Mizuki said directly here. Kakashi was ruled out. The strength is too weak. At that time, I will still be responsible for Naruto's safety, but it is the basics. Jiraiya and Tsunade are mainly responsible for monitoring each other. One is the child of his own disciple, and the other is the offspring of his relatives. Even if there are any conflicts between the two sides, neither of them will turn against each other. If this is the case, then even if he was wrong, why should I listen to you? Tsunade refuses to accept. The old lady is an elder. Why should a junior have such an attitude towards himself? My brother is my seal. If something happened to him, then there would be no need for this world to exist. I'm not kidding. If something happens to him, then I will let the whole world be buried with him. Uzumaki Mizuki said very coldly. The field was quiet for a while. Everyone felt the chill. The younger brother who grew up together, and the whole world. Undoubtedly the brother? No matter how he thinks about it, only Naruto can give him a real touch in this illusory world. After despair, he will do more thoroughly than Obito. Until I die, nothing will happen to him. Jiraiya said hastily. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki like Mizuki. She was a little afraid to speak at this time. The second thing is about first-generation cells. Have you developed something yet? See if you can get some for Uchiha before going to the battlefield, and Hyuga's side is fine too. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. As if it wasn't him who spoke just now. My cells? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Orochimaru, please introduce me. Uzumaki Mizuki said. It is good. Your cells have extremely strong activity. I also discovered this cell. At first, I just thought about whether people could have wood style. After all, your wood style is famous far and wide. But no one in the Senju family has wood style except you, so I was curious, so I started researching. In the end, only one research body survived, and it was still a defective product. Afterwards, I tried to transplant it into the body of an ordinary person, and the resilience of the living body was greatly increased, almost comparable to the degradation of Tsunade's ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Orochimaru said, I didn't expect my cells to have so many functions. Senju Hashirama was surprised. He was completely unaware of it. I found this research information from the handbook of second generation. Orochimaru gave a hint. Tobirama, this guy is real, it's all his fault. Senju Hashirama said angrily. Uchiha Madara should have been in charge in the first place. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan were all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The Hyuga clan are the descendants of the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. First-generation cells, which can alleviate the side effects of Mangekyo Sharinon and eliminate the blindness of the eyes. The effect on the Hyuga family is unknown, and it may have a certain effect. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. So that's why Danzo likes Sharinon so much. It turns out that it is because of the first-generation cells in his body, which can eliminate the side effects of having Sharinon. Orochimaru suddenly realized. Danzo did not speak to Orochimaru about this matter. Do it all by yourself. Otherwise, with Orochimaru intervening, Danzo's hand must have exerted more than that kind of power. That's professional and non-professional possibilities. What? It turns out that Madara and I are indeed brothers. No wonder we had a feeling when we first met. Senju Hashirama directly believed in this possibility. Uchiha Fugaku was very shocked at the sight, and it was obviously the first time he knew the news. But in the end, these three families were basically one or two only seedlings, and all of them died. Vortex, Senju, Uchiha. The one who turns to Boruto is just one or two people. That's a hallucination, Grandpa. Tsunade couldn't help but said. She was also shocked by the news. She felt the killing intent on Uzumaki Mizuki just now, but she didn't care so much at this time. After all, she is a fierce woman who has experienced the battlefield. We are brother family with Uchiha. The most unacceptable, of course, is Hyuga Hayashi. Good guy, after a long time, it's all my own people. In the end, it was Sarutobi, an outsider, who made the entire family unnecessary. That's horrible. Orochimaru, this time is the reward. The deeper secret is that eternal Mangekyo and Senju cells, together with chakra, which is comparable to a tailed beast, can synthesize Rinnegan. That's the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he revealed this secret directly in front of everyone. Not to mention how difficult it is to synthesize. But now, this stuff doesn't pose much threat to him, so it's okay to tell them. So, without the Sharinon, it's impossible to have the Rinnegan. Jiraiya asked suddenly in shock. Yes, Nagato's Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's. Uchiha Madara used Izanaga's suspended animation to get the first-generation cell in the final battle, and turned his eternal Mangekyo into Rinnegan. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded and spoke directly. How did you know about Nagato? Jiraiya was taken aback, then asked with a shocked expression. When I fought Madara, I did get bitten by him at the end. There was no one else on the field at the time, shouldn't someone know? Senju Hashirama has the same doubts here. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku was very excited. He felt that he knew a shocking secret. It turns out that the Sharinon of the Uchiha clan can still play like this. I cherish the first-generation cells in my hands even more. Orochimaru's eyes brightened too. At this time, I can't wait to try the two research bodies. I'm telling you this, just to let you know. If something happens to Naruto, the consequences will be very serious. Even if Sage of Six Paths is alive, I am not afraid of his mother coming. Destroy the world? I'm not kidding. So you guys, watch Naruto for me while I'm away, understand? But Uzumaki Mizuki's answer was beyond their expectations. Hearing this explanation, everyone's faces were a little stiff. Yen 10. I feel a lot of pressure. Uchiha Fugaku feels that the current war does not seem to be as stressful as this incident. Aren't you the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? On Orochimaru's side, I have a question. He always felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was Minato taking the opportunity to occupy his child's body at that time. But after thinking about it for a long time, I found that the only thing that could hang like this since I was a child is the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of ninjas. But just now, Uzumaki Mizuki said that Sage of Six Paths is not afraid of coming. It doesn't feel like Sage of Six Paths. Who told you I was the Sage of Six Paths? Nice imagination, though. Sage of Six Paths fucking sealed on the moon by Sage of Six Paths. Fucking mother is the strongest one, the one who has the ability to directly destroy the world, the one who was connected to me recently. Uzumaki Mizuki once again revealed a secret. Just to scare these people. Watching Naruto wrestle is like seeing a nuclear bomb go down. Let them tremble with fear. That way you can go out with ease. Everyone did not doubt what Uzumaki Mizuki said. Because, it's so true. So, what is the identity of Uzumaki Mizuki? No one asked. Well done Orochimaru, and an even better secret. Maybe you will find out by yourself, but I don't know how long it will take. What I say can save you a lot of time. Uzumaki Mizuki finally said to Orochimaru. Field people. The most capable is naturally Orochimaru. The one who does the most work is Uchiha Fugaku. It is up to scientists to change the future. Now the prototype of the future of the ninja world has not yet been finalized. Taking the road of science and technology, or proving the way by force. At that time, Orochimaru may have developed such a thing as a gene cell. Change the pattern directly. But what Uzumaki Mizuki wants Orochimaru to research is Viagra. This thing can help increase the population. That is to increase your points quickly. I will work hard. Orochimaru was ambitious at this time. Can't wait to start a big fight. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi also wanted to connect with Orochimaru to some extent. It turns out that this person is the nobleman in their family, a group of people dispersed to digest the secrets they just learned. Jiraiya felt a lot of pressure on her body. At the same time, he was also worried about the three disciples he had accepted at that time. It seemed that they had fallen into a trap. He has to protect Naruto during this period. If something really happened, the world would really come to an end. Others are also in this way. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi both went back to warn their family members that even if their lives were gone, they should keep Naruto under surveillance. But at night, Uzumaki Mizuki went to find Orochimaru again. Are you going to tell me a deeper secret? Orochimaru asked very energetically. In the afternoon, he, Uchiha and Hyuga, came to an agreement. The two families will persuade the disabled or dying members of the family to come over as research subjects for experiments. Even Sharinon and Bien are offered, but if these studies are successful, they all want a copy. 307. That didn't matter to Orochimaru. As long as in the end, you can make a body that suits you best. He felt that with his talent, he could definitely outplay everyone. No, there is something for you to do. The ghoul seal is reversed and released. Putting on a specific mask, you can summon the Shinigami, and then you can release the thing sealed in the Shinigami's body. I want to give my father to impure world reincarnation. No soul can't be reincarnation. Uzumaki Mizuki said straight. These people are still unreliable. But for this relatively unfamiliar parent, he can still be trusted. This technique, if you don't do it well, you will die. It's a bit dangerous. Orochimaru frowned, looking scared in his words, but his face was calm. If you want to kill him, it will take another 100 years. He has left a lot of backhands for himself. Using the method of changing the body, it is enough to change another body. No harm to the soul, just to the body. After success, lift the seal on your body. Uzumaki Mizuki to Orochimaru. He can do this by himself, but it is a bit troublesome. It's also a bit of a risk to find that mask that fits, while summoning the Shinigami yourself. Letting Orochimaru take the risk is the best thing to do. This seal has no effect on me at all. Orochimaru spread his hands. But as soon as he finished speaking, the golden light illuminated his miserable face into gold. Then he fell under the illusion. When he woke up, he was bound by chains. Orochimaru was speechless, silently watching Uzumaki Mizuki. Do you understand the seal I said? Uzumaki Mizuki asked again. Understood. Orochimaru nodded. Abiding by Uruk's laws and regulations, researching the body and so on, convincing yourself, and paying enough money. I don't care too much, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki continued. Now Orochimaru, it's still crazy. No knocking. So as not to go to the house to expose the tiles. It is good. Orochimaru has no comments. Break the seal, let me know. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he released Shadow Clone directly and disappeared in front of Orochimaru. Is it just Shadow Clone? In the end, what is Tien's origin? This was what Orochimaru was most curious about at this moment. Sage of Six Paths is no longer in sight, so who else could he be? Sage of Six Paths his father? Probably. How's the situation on the front line? Luo She asked Beiki. In this battle, several parties have a tacit understanding and are ready to attack together. If one side attacks alone, it is very likely to face Uruk's biggest counterattack force. Other ninja villages don't want to suffer either. So get in touch, set a good time, and then work together. Distribute Uruk's manpower as much as possible to reduce everyone's pressure. The layout has been completed, waiting for the arrival of Master Fengying. But what we are facing is the team led by the Uchiha clan. Now Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and his son Uchiha Itachi, both have Mangekyo Sharinon, which is very dangerous and poses a great threat to Jinchuriki. So this time, I'm afraid I can't bring Gaara to the battlefield. Beiki reported to Luoshawai. The layout of Uruk is above board. No information was withheld at all. Everyone was a little puzzled by Uruk's approach. Confirm the authenticity of the news again and again before making arrangements? Will the most elite troops come against us? It seems that Konoha's style of hating his own people the most. Luo She was a little upset. He felt targeted. This time, several shadows also felt the oppression of riding by the daimyo. They were a little uncomfortable inside. I also guessed what was going on, and at the same time, I didn't have such thoughts. Substitute daimyo? However, it doesn't seem to work now. With the former first, they will definitely be on guard. Put Gaara in the village and leave enough guards to keep him safe. In the end, Luo She had to make such a choice. He has 100 doubts about his son. Don't stop until you touch shit? Yes. Naturally, Beiki didn't have any objections. Bring Gaara to the past, it is very likely to become a boost to the opponent, who dares to try. Is Ino, Shika, Cho. It wasn't the fourth Hokage who turned the tide and defeated hundreds of our ninjas. Sleepy Ye would have lost. Onaki's side is still brooding over Konoha. The three Ino, Shika, Cho families are completely ignored. This time, the victory is guaranteed, and the four major villages will join forces, and there will be no problem. Huang Tu said in a naive voice. Namikaze Minato's child. Let him know what real war is. Onoki didn't mean to be soft-hearted in the slightest. In the last battle, Iwagakure lost a lot of good players. Bye, watch the door for me at home. If you run around, I'll break your leg when I come back. Fourth Hokage said to his younger brother very softly. Yo, Cloud Shinobi Village, win. Over here, they are still staggering, talking about that crappy R2.1 AP. Everyone you see on the road, don't let go, kill Ollie. Fourth Mizukage Yagura, with a ferocious look on his face. The ninjas gathered by Kirigakure basically have killing intent on their faces. Being left in the village for too long, everyone is under a lot of pressure. This dispatch has made many people excited for a long time. Xiao, it's time to go out. Pain said to several accomplices in the audience. They are Scorpion, Kakuzu, Kisame, and Haiden. Orikimura and Itaki are kidnapped. Deidara has not been recruited yet. So this time, the Akatsuki organization dispatched a total of 3 teams. At the same time, secretly Obito will also set off with Ju, Lord Patriarch. There are about 150 boats approaching the shoreline. The number of judges should exceed 3,000. A ninja of the Abarame family reported on Abarame's highway. This time it was a war of extermination. So it's ready to go all the way. So it's a frontal attack. The people in the 4 major villages didn't think that Uruk, a country's manpower, could stop the 4 of them. However, they are not all attacking. The dispatched manpower is only about 1/3 of the combat effectiveness. Because of the border, many people stayed behind. There is also ninja village. Therefore, the ninjas allocated to attack actually did not exceed 5,000 people per ninja village. Arrange traps, focus on procrastination, don't fight head-on. Abarame Jiwei arranged. With the order, everyone began to prepare to go. Uruk's manpower gap is not very big, because there are more than 20,000 Konoha shinobi, and more than 5,000 of them are scattered all over Uruk. 2,000 stayed in Wangchang. There were 13,025 more, scattered across 4 locations. Only Kirigakure has the least number of people, and there are only about 1,000 people in total. That is, one has to fight 5. However, in terms of quality, there is a big gap. The vast majority are genin. It is incomparable with the elite troops of the 4 major villages. There are still 3 hours, and it will be dawn. Kirigakure should attack by then. Abarame Jiwei looked at the dark night sky with almost no moonlight, and gave a judgment. The dispatch of troops from the 4 major villages was not concealed too much. If you calculate it, you will know that the other party will probably do it within a day or 2. It is just above board, breaking the gameplay with one force. It is believed that Uruk is absolutely resistant to such a violent attack. The Patriarch, we can't resist, the opponent has too many people. The ninja of the Abarame family said to Abarame Jiwei. He is scared. Anyone who changes is afraid of anyone. You can tell you can't beat it just by looking at it. Can Abarame, Inuzuka, Heitake and other small families fight against one of the 5 major villages? It's so unrealistic. Wang freely arranges. Abarame Jiwei didn't say much. After saying this sentence, I waited quietly without doing anything. Kirigakure's ninjas, in fact, already have a part of the manpower, and have already come to the coastline. Prepare to log in. Yagura is sitting on the biggest boat. Although she is short, she is very murderous. Now he has none of the ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Itaki almost killed him last time. It's just that Obito was there at the time, so Yagura didn't die. Blind eyes. Master Terumime, over there are traps in the 10 o'clock direction. However, no ninjas have been found. It seems that they don't want to fight us head-on. Ching is also one of the first people to land. Also Terumime. She is in charge of this landing. Go to remove the traps, land slowly, and leave room for the follow-up troops. Terumime nodded, and then ordered. The ninjas of Kirigakure immediately sprang into action. He groped forward, ready to find the trap and dismantle it. What is that? Suddenly, Ching was a little shocked. He found his eyes rolled, and saw a few kilometers away. Suddenly a light appeared. Blue light. Terumime saw it too. He raised his head and looked at the light that shot straight into the sky in shock. The Kirigakure ninjas at sea also saw this light. One by one was a little nervous. After all, this place is about to become a battlefield. At the same time, the people in Uruk also saw it. Many people thought it was Kirigakure's means to find them in the dark. However, this light guide column is a little too thin. Only Abarame Jiwei started moving directly towards the beam. When he arrived, Uzumaki Mizuki was already there. There was a sword stuck in the ground. This is a sword marked with shoes of travel, similar to the Flying Thunder God seal. It's just that the teleportation time takes 4 seconds, and the cooling time is 6 hours. Haven't you started fighting yet? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Abarame Jiwei. At this time Uzumaki Mizuki was still wearing casual clothes and looked like a child. But none of the people from Uruk who appeared later dared to look directly at this existence. Yes, it is expected that there will be a contact battle in an hour. Abarame Jiwei quickly reported. Uzumaki Mizuki will appear this matter, also told the person in charge of the 4 battlefields. Uchiha Fugaku, Haiga Hayashi, Narashika Issa, and Abarame Shiwei. However, the time of his arrival is uncertain, and at the same time, he must keep an eye on the long sword that left the coordinates. If it is destroyed, he will not arrive so soon. Clean the battlefield in half an hour. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Abarame Jiwei. After finishing speaking, he directly stepped on the skylock that rose from the king's treasure house that appeared from the ground, and directly served as a minister. All retreat, waiting for orders. Abarame Jiwei ordered without hesitation. There are people in the sky. Ching said quickly. Uzumaki Mizuki in the sky, constantly changing the locks of the sky alternately, came to the coastline soon. There are already ninjas directly attacking below. A water bomb rushed over, but was easily shattered by the sky lock. Is this the main combat power? Yagura should be there too. If it doesn't stop him from dying here, then Three Tails will have to wait a few years before appearing. 830. As Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, his body was covered with golden armor. Then he raised his right hand, pulled out the Sword of Oath and Victory directly from Wang's Haibao Curry, and held it in his hand. That is, the king of Uruk. The person above should be Uruk's current daimyo. There is a problem, Lord Terumi Mei. Ching here is very familiar with Uruk's current information. The real body that Uzumaki Mizuki used directly. He's also a little shorter than their Mizukage. That golden armor and strange golden halo immediately made him think of Uzumaki Mizuki. Go back immediately, call Mizukage Tenjin. On Terumi Mei's side, she hastily ordered. The opponent's powerful combat power actually appeared here, and they didn't even know it beforehand. It has always been thought that Uzumaki Mizuki is staying in Wangchang, waiting for the final battle. But soon, everyone's eyes were attracted. A bright yellow light shot straight into the sky in an instant. Different from the blue light that appeared just now, the brightness of the light this time is hundreds or thousands of times higher than that directly. The dark clouds that obscured the moonlight were instantly dispersed, revealing the light of the full moon. Kirigakuer is a lot of ninjas, feeling uneasy. Because unknown, the ninjutsu of light has not appeared much, but the light from the sky is too dazzling. Strong energy response. Who the hell? On Yagura's side, his expression changed suddenly. Jump directly onto the roof of the cabin, and stare at the light that soars into the sky, which is about a few hundred meters away. Escape. Everyone, sink to the bottom of the sea. Then, Yin Kangfu shouted without hesitation. The nearby ninjas jumped off the boat without hesitation after hearing the order, but those who didn't hear it were completely attracted by the light. Because the yellow light suddenly expanded and became huge, and irregular wave bands appeared around it. Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur. Uzumaki Mizuki side, no foreplay. More than 50,000 points of mana were injected into it, directly activating the Sword of Oath of Victory. The condensed rays of light directly reached hundreds of meters in length. Enough to cover the ships used for the Kirigakuer landing not far away. Holding the sword in one hand, he cut it down without hesitation. The yellow light falls together, instantly hit the surface of the sea and cut it open. The sea surface was directly divided into two. The surrounding air was also directly cut open, and there was no sound on the field for a while. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose directly. Swallow those ships on the sea directly. The scope of influence is getting wider and wider. Nuclear flat fuyaki, no kidding. A large amount of seawater evaporates. The dead body did not even leave residue, not to mention blood. The raging lasted for more than 10 seconds before the light disappeared. At the same time, the waves caused by the explosion directly swallowed the coastline, which is much bigger than the Great Waterfall technique. What kind of power is this? Terumi Mei was on the coast and was not affected. Just now, she almost felt as if the world had been cut apart. There is only that light in my eyes. The Kirigakuer ninjas on the shore were almost so frightened that their legs went limp. There was not a single ship in sight at this time. All eyes were fixed on the man standing on the golden chain in midair. He's coming. On Qing's side, he can only act as a commentator at this time. Many ninjas want to escape, but the sky was once again covered by golden light. The crowd was so frightened that they ran away in a panic. But falling in the sky is not the destructive light just now. Instead, golden chains struck towards them. The attribute has become stronger, except for the manipulation of magic power. Other aspects of control have become weaker. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, it was also the first time he fought head-on after his attributes became stronger. I feel that my body is slightly twisted, and I feel uncomfortable. But not much. Puff puff. But suddenly, a hurried voice came from behind. Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the jump knife and disappeared in place. Boom boom boom. In midair, three-tailed beast bombs passed through the place where Uzumaki Mizuki was just now, and exploded directly. Caused a huge impact. The three-tailed beast bombs rushed out of the sea just now, making a dull sound. Isn't Yagura dead? Uzumaki Mizuki held the sword of the vowed victory wrapped in the Wind King's barrier, and his hands were a little itchy. The most important thing is that there are still a few hours left to go to the next venue. During this period of time, he felt that it would be good for him to exercise his body. On Yagura's side, she was completely wrapped by the tailed beast chakra. Her body turned dark red, her hands were on the ground, and three tails rose behind her. It directly entered the state of the tail beast coat. At the same time, capture the position of Uzumaki Mizuki again, and continue to shoot out tailed beast bomb about the size of a human head like a mortar. Just use him and practice melee combat. Uzumaki Mizuki held the sword of the vowed victory and went straight to meet him. Wielding the invisible sword, two of the three-tailed beast bombs rushing towards him were directly sent flying, and the last one was directly chopped off from it. Then it landed on the surface of the sea, and then rushed directly towards Yagura lying on the surface of the sea. Mizukage-sama is still alive. Still have a chance. Very good. The surviving Kirigakuer ninjas on the coast immediately let out a cry of joy. Terumi Mei hastened to gather the remaining manpower, ready to support Mizukage. But the tailed beast bomb flying over scared everyone from approaching. Now, Yagura doesn't have much sense, regardless of friend or foe. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he was a little bit flustered. Because it was the first time for such an exciting actual combat. Just relying on ordinary swordsmanship, it's a little bit reluctant. Although my physique is not much weaker than the current medical warehouse. Uzumaki Mizuki quickly swung the sword of the vowed victory, constantly grabbing Yagura's hand and blocking it. At the same time, it is necessary to prevent him from opening his mouth suddenly and spitting out a tailed beast bomb. The two of them were fighting on the pitch-black sea, and the flames of the fight burst out. Uzumaki Mizuki enjoyed it, although it was a little strenuous. Boom. The two collided with each other heavily, and both of them retreated tens of meters directly. Yagura opened his mouth without hesitation, accumulating more chakra, wanting to release a bigger tailed beast bomb. On the wave. I like. Uzumaki Mizuki had a confident smile on his face. Then he raised the sword of vowed victory, revealing its true body again. Then the yellow light particles wrapped it in an instant and gradually became larger. Roar. Yagura spits out the tailed beast bomb directly. X-curry stick. Uzumaki Mizuki chose the opposite wave. The opponent has infinite blue, but his own attack is stronger. Definitely stronger than this mere chakra aggregate. The dark red light of tailed beast bomb was directly equipped with that dazzling golden yellow. In an instant, the world seemed to be divided into two. Everyone on the shore was stunned. Feel the strength gap between yourself and the real strong. The yellow light seems to be stronger. Ching explained again. He can see more clearly. Mizuki-sama's tailed beast bomb was swallowed by that light. Go all out and let me, King Nyos, fall down. Come on. Uzumaki Mizuki injects more magic into the sword of vowed victory. In an instant, the radiance doubled directly. The sea surface was once again divided by two forces. Naturally, Yagura was not to be outdone, and output chakra desperately. Although the tailed beast chakra is nearly infinite. But the utilization rate is too low. If the tailed beast bomb uses chakra to reach 5 points, then it can reach 30 points through the use of the sword of oath of victory. But the deviation sword can reach 50 points, or even stronger. Yagura's limit for unleashing the tailed beast bomb is there, and Uzumaki Mizuki just needs to unleash attacks beyond that limit. According to chakra, there must not be as many as Yagura. However, it is better to equip yourself. The golden light directly pressed over the dark red-tailed beast bomb. Then swallow Yagura directly. The mushroom cloud rose again. The night is directly illuminated. But it goes off again soon. In this wave of Yagura, all the people who were directly bombarded disappeared. The recovery power brought by the tailed beast is no match for ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Not to mention not even close. Hey, equipment suppression, it's so cool, is this the RMB player? Uzumaki Mizuki felt good all over, although it is far from faster than using the deviation sword. But this kind of actual combat is of great help to him. It can increase his actual combat experience and at the same time control his strength more stably. After finishing Yagura, Uzumaki Mizuki went on to capture the Kirigakure ninjas on the shore. In less than 10 minutes, all the ninjas on the field were caught. Oh, there is also a chance to pick up equipment. Uzumaki Mizuki found AO. Terumi Mei naturally noticed it too, but she didn't pay much attention to it, but focused on Ching. Ching struggled frantically, but couldn't break free from the sky lock. Ordinary people can't break the iron chain with physical fitness, unless you use ninjutsu. But for ninjutsu that needs to be sealed, there is only revolving heaven for Muji ninjutsu that can break free from the chains of the sky, or 8 inner gates, or something like Susanoo. 730 the last time, one-handed seal is required. Ching can do it, but what he is good at is water style, so it is useless at all. Illusion Sharinon. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he directly used illusion to control AO. AO immediately resisted, but Uzumaki Mizuki kept infusing Shisui Sharinon with magic, easily overpowering him. Then he took out the talisman that broke the precepts of all things, and lightly poked it on the blue-eyed blindfold, breaking the seal on it. Then tear off the blindfold directly, cut out the white eyes, and put them in Wang's Haibeo curry. Now that the Hyuga clan is their own after all, it seems a bit unkind to directly grab the attention. But this kind of foreign enemy's eyes, he will not be polite. And there are a whole bunch of them on the moon. The second is that I can use the talisman of breaking the commandments of all things to remove the caged bird, and I can also get the white eyes. Blind eyes. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki passed through the king's treasure house easily, controlled the white eyes, and then used the ability of clairvoyance. Scanned around. Bang bang bang. The 3 locks of the sky were scattered directly and pierced into the ground. Then the tip of the skylock directly condensed a Raise-Non and exploded. Kill the next 3 white Zetsu directly. It seems that Akatsuki is also taking action this time. Uzumaki Mizuki is no surprise. White Zetsu has a strong ability to hide its breath and can disguise itself as a tree, but not immune to white-eyed clairvoyance. What? Ching let out a scream, because Uzumaki Mizuki dispelled the illusion on him, and Uzumaki Mizuki uses Sharinon, which he uses on Terumi Mei. Zi. But Terumi Mei, 1 step faster. The scorching lava melted the child's arm-thin skylock, breaking free from the shackles. However, Shisui Sharinon does work well. If you don't have a strong enough spirit, you will at least think about it. Before she had time to attack, she was bound again by the skylock. But this time, his limbs were directly pulled by the 4 skylocks, and he was hung half a meter above the ground. Illusion Sharinon. Then, increase the magic power injection and strengthen the power. After the information was obtained, the vortex water didn't care much. There were about 120 people caught on the shore, not many. In the sea, there are still many lucky people who survived. But Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't go after him because there was no threat. The rest is enough for a Barame-Jiwei to solve. Kirigakure should be the weakest, this time the loss is heavy. But a Barame-Jiwei's side is also the weakest group. Next, where should we go? Ino, Shika, Cho, or Hyuga? Uzumaki Mizuki sat down on a rock here, thinking about the next step. Uchiha is the fiercest here. 2 Mangekyo Sharinon is no joke. And they all got first-generation cells from Orochimaru, which is really powerful. So they can use the kaleidoscope, CFFF, Sharinon without any worries, and they can use it when they are about to go blind. So, Uzumaki Mizuki prepared to go to this battlefield last. After a while, Abarame Jiwei and others came over. The 2 consecutive waves of impact just now made them feel tremendous pressure. But when they arrived on the field, they didn't find many enemies. Everyone was shocked, but they were still very fast at work. Bind and seal these ninjas. Uzumaki Mizuki told them to brainwash these people, and those who are willing to work hard will stay. If you don't want to, just make calculations. I specifically told Xiaoqing and Terumi Mei that they might be able to take advantage of it, and if they don't agree, they will be locked up first. Then it disappeared from their eyes. Location of Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja. Hyaga Hayashi asked while looking at the map. People from the Hyaga clan hurriedly came to report the current situation to him. In war, the Hyaga clan has a great advantage. The opponent's formation basically has no possibility of hiding. However, against Cloud Shinobi Village, which happened to be a reckless play, the effect was not very good. For Cloud Shinobi Village, Hyaga Hayashi naturally has no good face. My younger brother was killed by them. It's just that it's impossible to win, so we can only hold off and wait for the king to arrive. Head Hyaga, this time, what are our chances of winning? Sarutobi Asuma asked a little decadently. His father died, and Konoha changed his face. In order to protect the Sarutobi clan, he had to bow his head. Afterwards, the Sarutobi clan was not cleansed, but they were also isolated. Now regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's persecution of Senju and Uchiha, no one will stop it. Everyone knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is so prosperous now because it received Senju's inheritance. As long as it lasts for a day, you should be able to win 100%. Hyaga Hayashi said directly. In the past, only first generation and Uchiha Madara could change the battlefield by one person. But now, there is one more. It is their king Uzumaki Mizuki. But Uzumaki Mizuki just told him he would come and let him hold off as long as possible. But when it will come, there is no clear statement. That's good. Asuma doesn't have so many thoughts now. I just want to keep the Sarutobi clan, and if it can continue, it is already considered good. He was not so impressed by the idea of revenge. When he left in anger, it was also because he felt that his father's methods were too insidious. The patriarch, Cloud Shinobi Village, has launched an attack. People from the Hyaga clan broke into the tent directly and reported to Hyaga Hayashi. It's really brave to let a bunch of trash stop me, that brat. 4th Reikage stood directly at the front, looking at Uruk's line in the distance with disdain. In his opinion, he can cross this front at any time, and no one can stop him. The tactics of Cloud Shinobi Village are very simple, a 1v1 battle between men. After rushing over, everyone started to single out to see who is the best. There are basically no tactics or anything. Knowing that the Hyaga clan is responsible, a sneak attack is basically impossible, so we fought in an upright manner. However, on Hyaga Hayashi's side, what is required is to delay, so naturally he will not come to wrestle with Yun Hidden Village. While retreating, they set up traps to delay the actions of Cloud Shinobi Village. The fighting began around dawn. More than 2 hours passed, and Cloud Shinobi Village didn't have time to fight Uruk's army. There were casualties on both sides, but not many. But Hyaga Hayashi is under a lot of pressure. Because of the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village, it ranks in the top 2 among the 5 major villages, and is the only ninja village that can be as tough as Konoha. It's very difficult to delay until this time tomorrow. Hyaga Hayashi watched the battle with blank eyes. It is also impossible to arrange traps indefinitely, and it takes time. And there are constantly ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, bypassing the traps, and need to send someone else to solve them. It's not the particularity of the Hyaga clan, it is estimated that they are all directly fighting now. Too slow. 4th Reikage was very upset. This kind of protracted fighting is not what he likes. Master Reikage, now we have the advantage. In a day, we should be able to break through the defense line and drive straight in. Darui was on his knees, reporting to 4th Reikage. It is Toyo who is in charge of the frontal battlefield. And he is responsible for intelligence transmission and collection, is the person in charge of Umbu. I'll go on the field myself, and end this boring battle early. On the side of 4th Reikage, the body has already started to move. Since the last Ninja World War, he hasn't done anything seriously for a long time. Master Reikage, why bother to risk yourself, just leave it to us. Darui hastily persuaded. Shadow's strength is not invincible. Super Cage level, to be able to cross the battlefield. However, Super Cage level has not appeared for decades, so many people have forgotten it. Go away. None of these trash is a match for this old man. 4th Reikage snorted coldly. Then he took off his shadow cap directly. Then the electric arcs all over his body rushed around, and then he exploded violently, and the surrounding gravel was directly blown away, just like the explosion in the Dragon Ball. Chakra's hair was directly blown out by the body, and the whole hairstyle was like a hedgehog. Darui also wanted to persuade him not to take risks. But 4th Reikage has disappeared in place, only a trace of afterimage can be seen. Quick, what's that? Hyaga Hayashi has been near the front line, doing his best to direct. But he turned his eyes and noticed a figure approaching quickly. Bang bang bang. At the same time, as the sound approached, the ambush explosive trap is directly activated and explodes. But it didn't hurt the man at all. Kunao shuriken densely packed like a torrential rain could not hurt him. It's the fourth Reikage, Hayagawa Hayashi said angrily. He didn't expect that a shadow would end so quickly. In the past ninja wars, it was basically ordinary ninjas who fought for a while, consume each other's strength. In the final battle, Ying will appear and fight against the opponent's Ying. But now, he rushed up directly, as if he was coming to die. A large number of people were killed by fourth Reikage. The body of a normal ninja, where it can block the normal attacks of the fourth Reikage. Being hit by this speed is no worse than being hit by a high-speed rail. It's just that the weight is a little lighter, otherwise, it is estimated that if it hits one directly, that person will be smashed into blood immediately. Group A, follow me and stop him. Hayagawa Hayashi's face was uncertain. Finally decided to do it. Greeting the advanced combat power prepared in advance, they rushed directly towards the fourth Reikage. About 10 jonin, half of them belong to the Hayagawa clan, and the next strongest is Sarutobi Asuma. I'm coming, you spread out. Hayagawa Hayashi saw fourth Reikage rushing towards them. For bullying ordinary ninjas, fourth Reikage is not so concerned. Taking the enemy's head out of thousands of troops is his favorite thing to do. Kill the opposing general. Revolving heaven. Hayagawa Hayashi naturally does not choose hard steel. He can also see that the opponent's destructive power is so strong because of the increased speed. As long as the opponent is forced to stop, he can still keep up. The Hayagawa clan fights in close quarters, absolutely not afraid of anyone. Lightning-style lariat. On the side of fourth Reikage, naturally they are not afraid of toughness. Raise your right hand directly, and the arcs are flying around, strengthening the sharpness and firmness of the arm of the stone. Boom. The right hand directly hit the high-speed spinning revolving heaven. Tsitsaize. Sparks flew from the top of the hit, asking for flowers. At the same time, the revolving heaven, which was about 2 meters in diameter, was suddenly suppressed to less than 1 meter 5, and still shrinking. Revolving heaven's chakra, and fourth Reikage collided with electric currents. There was a stalemate for about 2 seconds. Behind fourth Reikage, 2 people from the Hayagawa clan appeared, and they had already performed the 8 trigrams palms move. 8 trigrams air wall palm. The two teamed up to unleash an enhanced version of the 8 trigrams air palm. But he hit a blank directly, and finally hit Hayagawa Hayashi's revolving heaven. Hayagawa clan, something. But, because of it, on the side of fourth Reikage, he was already standing aside, looking at the people surrounding him, with a sneer on his face. Not far away, Darui was still leading people to attack, ready to come to help. The battle lasted about 20 minutes. On Uruk's side, people were constantly injured and lost their combat capabilities. The degree of suppression of fourth Reikage is getting lower and lower. As long as I find the opportunity to use the 3-second chakra knife unlimitedly, I can kill him. Sarutobi Asuma gasped and said to Hayagawa Hayashi who was on the side. If I can hit him, the gentle fist method will directly seal his acupuncture points. Hayagawa Hayashi was speechless. Just can't hit it. It's so uncomfortable. Basically passive defense. Although there are white eyes, their reaction speed is still slow. This is still the case with supercilious eyes. If there were no supercilious eyes, he would have already fallen down. I'll stop him, you are the commander-in-chief, you can't have an accident here, said Sarutobi Asuma. He made a plan to dedicate his life. It is hoped that it can be exchanged for Wang's recognition of the Sarutobi family. Master Reikage, Tao is alright. Darui arrived late. Bring over about 5 umbu. Seeing these people, Hayagawa Hayashi's complexion became even worse. No more manpower, go get rid of them. Some strength, but not a threat to me. Get rid of them, and then drive straight in, directly to the royal city of Uruk. For fourth Reikage, I also felt refreshed today. That is, those with supercilious eyes will find out first. Hayagawa Hayashi saw it, and it was not very conspicuous in the daytime to teleport the speed of light. Also noticed by fourth Reikage at all. That light beam, after all, is not very far from here. Except for the ninjas on both sides who are fighting with all their strength on the frontal battlefield, they have no time to pay attention. Those who are closer to the light beam have noticed it. It's somewhat similar to Tiansong technique. Fourth Reikage raised an eyebrow. He is not in a hurry now, because he feels that the situation is under his control. But Hayagawa Hayashi got a little excited. He rolled his eyes and saw the figure of Uzumaki Mizuki. Someone is approaching. Darui pulled out the ninja sword behind him, ready to kill the opponent. This is the enemy's hinterland, and it cannot be one of our own. Come over, just a few of them. Boom. But he rushed over and disappeared from everyone's eyes for a few seconds. Just like a cannonball, the 340 flew backwards and came back, hitting the trunk of a big tree, and the group stopped. The chest was full of blood, a wound from the left button to the right abdomen, dripping with blood. Seeing this scene, fourth Reikage tensed up, and looked at the position where Darui flew upside down. Fortunately, I chose your side. I know that Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't talk about martial arts here, and Reikage probably will do it directly. Iwagakur and Tsunagakur will definitely stand off, and Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely attack directly. Standing on the skylock, it was Uzumaki Mizuki who slowly appeared. I wanted to go step by step. But, too short, totally lacking momentum. So I still step on the lock of the sky and look a little more arrogant. Oh, the Kid King who annexed the Fire Nation is here. On the fourth Reikage side, naturally they will not be afraid. Seeing this guy, he knew who it was. He sneered without hesitation. Haki, who only uses disgusting means to grab other people's things, makes people feel sick. Your brother's revenge, I'm here today to help you avenge it. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. This level of trash talk can't compare to Zon. Mom and dad are flying in the sky, they can't get down at all. The winner is king, although you have done something I have never dared to do. But, I'm not a brat like you who can judge at will. As soon as fourth Reikage finished speaking, the whole person disappeared directly in place. When it reappeared, it was already beside Uzumaki Mizuki. But what greeted him was densely packed sky locks. A punch on the sky lock directly broke more than a dozen chains, but he couldn't go any further. And he had to retreat, because behind the broken chain, there were more chains rushing towards him. The people who call us back, don't approach the battlefield. Uzumaki Mizuki did not continue the conversation with fourth Reikage, but greeted Hyuga Hayashi. Fourth Reikage is too slick, exactly the type he can't deal with. It is a little troublesome to use illusions with Sherinon, because illusion is essentially a way to interfere with the opponent's body chakra. The fourth Reikage chakra flows too fast, and the second one is too violent. Just like Guy opened the 8 gate, the violent chakra couldn't use illusion at all. As for the pupil technique, it is now a cooldown. So fourth Reikage wants to run, he really doesn't have much to do. Yes. Hyuga Hayashi naturally has no opinion. Obey Uzumaki Mizuki's orders without reservation. Call the surrounding companions directly to retreat. A few Umbu brought by fourth Reikage still want to catch up, but it was directly blocked by the Lock of the Sky. Then the Lock of the Sky attacked Derui, who was injured and still half-lived. Fourth Reikage rushed forward without hesitation, lightning style, cut off several sky locks, and resisted Derui. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mizuki continued to attack the other Cloud Shinobi village Umbu. Court death. Seeing this scene, fourth Reikage was excited. Instead of dodging again, he charged at Uzumaki Mizuki again, ready to finish off the troublemaker. Fourth Reikage is very important to his subordinates, so he doesn't want to see his own people die in front of his eyes. So Uzumaki Mizuki's actions made him even more angry. Head straight for Uzumaki Mizuki. Then he saw the overwhelming sky locks. No matter from which side, he could see the golden halo, and then the chains came out continuously. Let me see how fast the number 1 ninja world is now. Uzumaki Mizuki is also ready to do it himself. Dump the experience? It will take some time for the people in the family to retreat. Until then, just play with this guy. From King's Treasure Curry, draw the transparent sword of vowed victory and hold it in your hand. At the same time, a halo about the size of a fist appeared on the left and right shoulders, the Sherinon on the left and the white eyes on the right appeared steadily in the middle. Lateral bolt of pain. Fourth Reikage didn't think so much. Directly with a hand knife, he slashed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Mizuki raised the sword of the vowed victory and faced directly. Boom. The result was that Uzumaki and Mizuki were sent flying. The first time I was injured, I lost dozens of points of blood. Ahem. Uzumaki Mizuki gets up from the smashed tree. In fact, Uzumaki and Mizuki are stronger in terms of physical fitness between the two, but after the lightning-style armor and the speed bonus, the power it exerts is much stronger than Uzumaki Mizuki without any bonus. However, the reflex nerves kept up and lost in motor function. This is what Uzumaki Mizuki is not good at. After all, there have been very few actual combats, but he can keep up in the future. Fourth Reikage, of course, is much stronger than Yagura in Tailed Beast Coat mode. He can accumulate attacks at one point, able to easily shatter Suzanu's skeletal state. That's all, kid. A mocking smile appeared on fourth Reikage's face. Uzumaki Mizuki's arrogant look just now made him very unhappy. Sure enough, I am still not very good at melee combat, so I need to practice more when I go back. It's still direct, crushing it with destruction, it seems easier. Spin 1.8 Vortex. Mizuki looked at fourth Reikage and said helplessly. But once the words are finished, a large number of vortexes exuding golden light appeared directly on the ground. Then, a large number of skylocks rose directly into the sky, merging into huge skylocks in midair. Fourth Reikage was taken aback. This range covers thousands of square meters around. Grade A? No, this is an S-rank ninjutsu? We can't let him go any longer. Killing the operator is the best solution. Fourth Reikage rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki again without hesitation. But a large number of skylocks rising from the ground formed an obstacle, making it impossible for him to accelerate in a straight line. I'm an archer, bowman, and I'm still not good enough to use the saber, swordsman, fighting style, but what I'm better at now is to use the caster, warlock, fighting style and fight with firepower coverage. Uzumaki Mizuki directly stepped on the huge skylock and rose into midair. It is easy to be hammered on the ground, but in midair, fourth Reikage's movement is not so flexible. After all, he doesn't know how to use steps. Come on. But fourth Reikage, stepping directly on the skylock, rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But the dense and small skylocks almost blocked his way to Uzumaki Mizuki. It annoyed him so much. Aren't you hurrying to rescue your men? I think they may be more than half dead or injured. Uzumaki Mizuki said to fourth Reikage, who kept chopping the skylock with his hand knife. If it was third Reikage, it would be a little troublesome. The opponent's strongest spear might be able to go on a rampage all the way. But in terms of destructive power, fourth Reikage is far worse than third Reikage. His strength is far inferior to that of his father. I will only use this despicable 25 method. There is a kind of one-on-one with me? Although fourth Reikage didn't know how strong the destructive power of this huge chain could be, but it can be felt that just hitting it down can easily kill many ninjas. Just now Uzumaki Mizuki asked Hyuga Hayashi to call Uruk's people to retreat, but he knew it. I didn't run away, you can touch me before you talk, Uzumaki Mizuki said very directly. At the same time, he has been watching the situation on the field with blank eyes. Uruk's team retreated quickly, because the combat method arranged by Hyuga Hayashi is to delay and not fight head-on. If it weren't for fourth Reikage breaking through the trap area, it is estimated that there is no time to fight the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Reikage made a gap, but that didn't make all of Cloud Shinobi Village's ninjas go too fast. The number of people fighting Cloud Shinobi Village head-on is only about 100 people, and they are already retreating at this time. After determining the position of his own people, Uzumaki Mizuki did not hesitate to do it. Directly control the huge skylock that has been formed, and fall towards the team of Cloud Shinobi Village. This destructive power is not inferior to the destructive power caused by the first generation's top Buddha wood-style fist. Hateful. Seeing this scene, fourth Reikage's eyes were tearing apart, and the skylock he was standing on would also rush towards the camp of Cloud Shinobi Village. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped on a skylock rising from the king's treasure house under his feet. Fourth Reikage can't help it, large-scale attacks are indeed not his ability. He could only break the huge skylock he was stepping on with all his strength, reducing one attack. And Uzumaki Mizuki directly came to the team of Cloud Shinobi Village by stepping on the skylock in midair. It was quickly discovered by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village, and they used lightning style one after another. But Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't block, allowing the opponent to attack. There is no way to break through the defense. The defense of the golden armor cannot be broken by ordinary ninjutsu. Even if it is fourth Reikage, the attack brought by the speed bonus only makes Uzumaki Mizuki lose a bloody skin. Aren't you going to run away? Just now it was just an appetizer, now I'm going to do it for real. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, holding the sword of the vowed victory, he activated it directly. The effect of the Wind King's enchantment disappeared immediately, revealing its delicate true appearance. Little ghost, if you have the ability to confront me head-on. Fourth Reikage saw his village's position almost destroyed. There were many casualties. More than 500 people, let him dry steam. But the air-to-air aspect, and the chains that kept appearing all the time, gave him a very headache. Then let's go head-to-head, this time I will attack you, not other ninjas. As soon as Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, the light of the sword of vowed victory shot straight into the sky. What is it again? Fourth Reikage was shocked and furious. He actually didn't know any information about this Kid King. Originally, I thought that if the four major villages joined forces to attack, Uruk, which was renamed from the Land of Fire, would definitely be defeated immediately. But I didn't expect that the strength of this child king is actually so powerful. I can't help myself. He intends to chase the ninjas of Uruk, forcing Uzumaki Mizuki to return to aid. But I feel that before I killed a few, Cloud Shinobi Village was all dead. Curry stick. Uzumaki Mizuki slammed down the sworn sword of victory. The rays of light that are hundreds of meters long cut down directly from midair. Then Uzumaki Mizuki, brandishing the sword of oath of victory, swept across the ground directly. Divide everything it touches into two. Trees, rocks, including hills. The shock erupted only when the golden light disappeared. The surrounding air was swept away. For a while, the sound could not be transmitted. A large number of ninjas who couldn't dodge were directly swallowed by the light that was as wide as nearly a person's height. Unlucky, even the lower body is gone, the upper body is still alive, vomiting blood and screaming. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village suffered heavy casualties. For a time, there was not even 1 out of 10. But fourth Reikage survived. Because he didn't choose to be tough, but to avoid. The skylock is not easy to break, but the trees and rocks are still very easy. He rushed out of attack range. I will kill you, Uzumaki Mizuki. Fourth Reikage is really angry this time, and bears a grudge against Uzumaki Mizuki. This time they brought nearly 4,000 ninjas, and more than 3,000 were arranged to go to the battlefield. At this time, there were almost less than 300 left. How did you escape? Are you afraid? Uzumaki Mizuki unhurriedly came to the sky above fourth Reikage. Reasonably speaking, 947 and these people would definitely not listen. Make a loud noise to show them, although they will be scared away, but the possibility of backstabbing is very high. But killing a few and letting them experience despair is easier to solve. I underestimated you. You won't have another chance like this. Fourth Reikage stared at Uzumaki Mizuki, as if killing his father and enemy, and wanted to remember Uzumaki Mizuki forever. He wasn't going to procrastinate any longer. Because, I don't feel the possibility of victory. Then run away. This time, it's not Cloud Shinobi Village's calendar? I thought it was to abuse the dishes, but I didn't expect to be abused by the dishes. After finishing the harsh words, fourth Reikage ran away without hesitation. Because there is no victory in sight, it is useless to stay, and so many people cannot be saved. Running so fast, Uzumaki Mizuki was speechless. However, he also had killing intent on fourth Reikage. This man is fast. Even the Super Cage level class and first generation probably couldn't catch him who wanted to escape. After a while, he ran out for thousands of meters, and couldn't catch up at all. Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't have much in the way right now either. And there are other battlefields to take into account, so I didn't chase him. Anyway, you have a home to guard, next time see if you don't even want a home. Hayaga plus Sarutobi, and many ordinary ninjas, it's so miserable against a ninja village, Inoshikacho, they shouldn't be able to withstand it. Uzumaki Mizuki is cleaning up the battlefield. There are white eyes. The ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village are basically unable to escape. He didn't let Uruk's people do it, because there was only one casualty, and there would be no points for next year. For this kind of thing, it is natural to work harder by yourself, and it is better than letting the workers under your hands go out of the group. But the situation is indeed dangerous. Fortunately, considering the attributes of the fourth Reikage reckless, so come here first. If you go to Ino, Shika, Cho to deal with Iwagakuer first, then the team here will suffer heavy casualties. Iwagakuer's battle line, as Uzumaki Mizuki thought, was relatively delayed, and the attack was not so fast. Because of the last ninja war, Iwagakuer was suppressed by Konoha. Now against the Uruk team, there is still a bit of psychological pressure. So instead of going forward bravely, I chose to advance slowly. And Nara Luyu received the order to delay, so she was naturally willing to cooperate. At the same time, I also tried to find a way to act more realistically, 1 step forward, 3 steps back, so that Iwagakuer also thought that the enemy was not manned enough and the strength was not strong. But there is a certain ability to counterattack, so it is best to advance slowly. And Oniki has lived for so long, so he is naturally not in such a hurry. He feels that Uruk must be struggling if the battle line drags on. After all, in the 4-way battlefield, if any side can't stand it, it will bring huge pressure to Uruk. So Oniki is not in a hurry at all. Mastered Tsuchikage, according to this speed, in 5 days, we will be able to eliminate this Uruk army in one go. Iwagakuer's ninja, reporting to Onokaikai. Both sides have losses to each other, but Uruk has a little more. But the casualties did not exceed 100. Both sides were somewhat restrained, and did not intend to make a decisive battle so quickly. Continue to maintain this speed, advance slowly, and reduce losses. Oniki nodded, and then ordered. He didn't want to lose too many people, but it still needs to be completed within a certain period of time. Because of the name of the land of Earth? The daimyos of various countries all hope that Ninja Village in their own country can also lose part of the people after killing Uruk this time. In this way, they can use money and other methods to obtain more authority in Ninja Village. For example, put your own people in and so on. It's not all about killing Uruk. It's different from the kind of alliance that Ninja War fought against Obito. Everyone has their own plans, and it is not a concerted attack at all. So the attack methods are all different. The goal this time is to find a way to get Konoha's legacy. It is also possible to incorporate several families. The strength has been maintained, and the daimyo has no choice but to get Iwagakuer. Oniki thought in his mind. He was thinking this time, because he made a fortune. Let Iwagakuer get more benefits. For the order of the daimyo, it is enough for Mingzun to sneak in secretly. It's not a big problem. By tomorrow morning, there should be no more than 500 casualties. Narashiju came to a conclusion. Collision between the two sides will still kill people. This loss is unavoidable without causing a major war. Unless you give up your defense and stick to it, there will be more casualties. So now I can only drag on. If you can't wait for Uzumaki Mizuki's arrival, Moriya Shikasa will have other ideas. Probably persist until the moment of defeat, and then choose to surrender. He is not the same as Uchiha, not so loyal to Uzumaki Mizuki. However, completing the task is still the first goal. At dusk, a beam of light directly attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this beam of light, Nara was relieved for a long time. Iwagakuer's fighting power is much stronger than expected. On Oniki's side, all the elites were dispatched to reduce losses. X-Curry Stick. When Uzumaki Mizuki came down, he looked around with his blank eyes and found that the two sides were not fighting together. So go ahead without hesitation. Iwagakuer's ninjas were completely caught off guard, and they were killed and injured in an instant. A huge mushroom cloud rose directly into the sky, devours everything around it. Trees, rocks, bodies. This operation directly frightened Oniki to rush out from behind the position and float in midair. He looked at the attack in amazement. He didn't resist the shock wave brought by the explosion. What happened? Oniki hadn't had time to think about it. Several golden chains came directly towards him again. Oniki nimbly dodged the attack of the chain, and at the same time condensed earth balls around him, repelling the sky lock. Let's face the judgment. Uzumaki Mizuki did not know when he appeared in Iwagakuer's position. Then directly raise the vowed victory sword, activate X-Curry Stick directly here and sweep around. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Naturally, Onoki couldn't sit still. When Uzumaki Mizuki swung the sword of Oath of Victory in full swing, he also attacked Uzumaki Mizuki. But Uzumaki Mizuki used the jumping knife to disappear in front of Oniki at the moment when the dust escape surrounded him. And Iwagakuer's ninja suffered heavy casualties. Except for some ninjas who were dispersed to a farther front and survived, as long as they were close to Uzumaki Mizuki, they basically hiccuped. Brute. Oniki's eyes were bloodshot. Those brought here are all elites? And his son Huangto, he was killed. How could Onoki feel nothing about the pain of losing his son? Looking at the battlefield below the ground, which was almost cut horizontally, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. At the same time, he also recognized this person. He should be the king of Uruk, and also the son of Golden Shining, Flying Thunder God technique. That's all Onoji could think of. But if this is the case, for this enemy, his dust escape will hardly be effective. Several sky locks struck from behind him. But Oniki is also very flexible, and his perception is not weak, so he directly distanced himself. At the same time, use the dust escape to destroy the sky lock. The days of the old guys are over. So, please go to hell. Uzumaki Mizuki held the sword of the vowed victory, and said to Onoki very calmly. It has ninjutsu with real damage, but if it can't hit someone, the effect will be the same. Killing him is not difficult. The title of Tsuchikage is not given for nothing. Onoki glared at Uzumaki Mizuki. Then, use dust escape without hesitation. The dust escape is formed extremely fast, and it is also a Muji ninjutsu. The white border directly wraps Uzumaki Mizuki. Wow. However, Uzumaki Mizuki directly cut open the transparent surrounding with the Sword of Oath of Victory. In addition to being able to release waves, the Sword of Vowed Victory is also very sharp. After attaching the magic power, it is enough to cut ninjutsu. Illusion Sharinon. While cutting the dust escape, the king's treasure house unfolded, and Shisui's Sharinon directly used illusion to attack Oniki. Although Onoji reacted quickly, his body still stiffened for a moment. The skylock rushed directly in front of him. When he recovered, the skylock had already locked one of his legs. Oniki used the dust escape to shatter the skylock, and the sword that vowed to win once again accumulates light. X-Curry Stick. The starting value of this thing is similar to that of the deviation sword. Uzumaki Mizuki now chooses 10,000 magic points once, so the consumption is not very large. But the destructive power is not weak, and the physical strength of the ninja basically cannot block this attack. The golden light directly brushed against Oniki and rushed past. Seeing Onoki dodging, Uzumaki Mizuki waved the Sword of Vowed Victory directly, and directly changed the direction of the 910 beam of light. Ultralight heavy rock technique. Oniki knew that he couldn't resist, so naturally he had to run away. Choose to reduce body weight and move around in snakeskin. Burst. Seeing this, Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't continue because it wouldn't last long. He's not infinite blue either. This energy was directly detonated. The impact force exploded and was thrown in all directions. Oniki was also affected, unable to stabilize his figure for a while, rolling in the air. The lock of the sky strikes again. Every time I see Wang make a move, his strength will become stronger. On Nara Shikaku's side, watching the battle in the sky through a telescope, he couldn't help but feel the pressure. Ino, Shika, Cho seems to have no chance to resist in the future. Then, there is only one way to go to the dark? Neither Yamanaka Ino, nor Akimichi Koji spoke. After all, their relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was very good in the past. My father's generation rose together with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Ino, Shika, Cho was not so brilliant back then. But now it seems that they have a chance to make Ino, Shika, Cho stronger this time. The fight, Kfiai, lasted about 10 minutes. Uzumaki Mizuki finally won. Onoki thought about dying together, so he surrounded the two of them together with a huge dust trap. But Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the talisman that broke the commandments of all things to easily break it, and then used the Sword of Vowed Victory to directly cut off Onaju's head. It's really useful for magic treasures. Among the 5 shadows, only 4th Reikage runs fast, there is no way to limit it. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, it's no surprise. Oniki is a complete mage, and he can't do close combat at all. Although he has rich combat experience, if ninjutsu is ineffective, his strength will be nothing. Clean up the battlefield, stay those who are willing to surrender, and kill if you don't. Uzumaki Mizuki came down to ask Nara Shikaisa, and then disappeared in front of their eyes. Naturally, Nara did not dare to ask Uzumaki where Mizuki went, and followed orders directly. I also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, in addition to the manpower of the 4 major villages, there are also some small ninja villages, but these are all small troubles. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, they are going to deal with these teams from Zionin village. Kirigakura is near the sea, and there are no other ninjas except for a garbage star ninja village. On the side of Cloud Shinobi village, the Kingdom of Iron does not participate in the war. The Yinin village of Tenokuni is Orikimura's subordinate, and Orikimura naturally won't allow anyone to participate. There is no one in the land of snow. As for Iwagakure, there are a little more ninja villages. Longian village and Keiyin village have all dispatched troops. Uzumaki Mizuki is exactly where these guys went to clean up. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, *N. The people of the Uchiha clan teamed up to unleash fire-style. Directly push Tsunagakure's ninja back. The puppet master does not need to use his own puppets, for fear of being burned by fire. Only puppets made of special metals can be immune to fire-style. The Uchiha family really lives up to their reputation. Luosha was behind the battle line, looking at the flames illuminating the night sky ahead. He felt a bit of a headache. Although Tsunagakure's offensive speed is not slow, but Uruk resisted very hard. Both sides lost a lot of manpower. The black flame just now was finally extinguished. Thanks to Kazekage-sama's timely response, those who were engulfed in flames were buried with sand. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. On Beiki's side, the little one said flatteringly. The battle here is very intense. Even if it's a delay. But Luosha wants to get the fastest attack to Uruk King City, which proves that Tsunagakure is better than other ninja villages. Secondly, it is to stabilize his position. He became Fengying, not because everyone chose him, but because he had to. The death of third Kaze Cage was too strange. He didn't have much support for his position. After so many years, there are still a few forces that will restrain him. I don't think he has any impressive record. So this time, he hopes to show those old things in the village that he is very fierce by virtue of his record of defeating Uchiha and killing the capital of Uruk. So, Tsunagakure's offensive is very strong? That's the pupil art of the Uchiha clan. It's too weird, it can only be sealed. If I was directly entangled, it would be too late to seal, and I would be burned to death. This is also the reason why Luosha has been at the end. He is afraid of death. Mangekyo Sharinon really has too much deterrent power in the ninja world. Just like wood style, few people have seen it now, and when they see wood style, they will naturally be a little scared. Itaki, are your eyes okay? Fugaku looked at his son with some concern. Although my own son had done something rebellious and immoral in the past, but in the end, I still didn't do that thing, so it can be redeemed. The people in Uchiha also had complicated hearts towards Itake, and finally accepted it silently without saying anything else. Nothing serious. Itake shook his head. I used Amaterasu just now, but he has been releasing it, covering hundreds of meters, and the consumption is huge. It puts a lot of burden on the body. Because at that time, Tsunagakure had the possibility of breaking through the defense line for a while, and many people would be killed or injured. Seeing this, Itake did not hesitate to use the pupil technique to force Tsunagakure's ninjas back. The current situation is really troublesome. Luosha frowned. His expectations were broken, and the matter of speeding through the Uruk battlefield was not as simple as he imagined. Facing Uchiha's father and son, he felt like he had no chance of winning. He is Fengying? Uchiha is really not the actual controller of this Uruk. It's outrageous for a child to command a strong man like Uchiha. At the same time, Luosha had doubts about the existence of Uzumaki Mizuki. How can such powerful characters as Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itake be inferior to others? After all, this is the enemy that even he, as Kazunami, feels great pressure. But now, he doesn't have time to think so much. If there is no way to speed through, then we can only reduce losses and seek stability. After all, if you forcibly rush through the defense line, you will lose too many people, and you will not bring any great benefits, and you will definitely be questioned by the old guys in the village. After 9 o'clock, the fronts of both sides were shortened. After all, in Luosha's view, this is not a battle that can be resolved quickly. That being the case, to attack at night, the risk varies by day. With the Uchiha family's blood successor limit Sharinon, the eyesight is very good. It doesn't have much effect in the dark, and their eyesight will be weakened. So attacking during the day is the best choice. Soon, both sides entered a defensive state and did not choose to attack. Uchiha was brave, and Luosha was afraid of losing too much, so he stopped fighting soon. How many people were killed or injured? Uchiha Fugaku's face was a bit ugly. He didn't know the exact number, and he knew it was not a small number. A total of 25 people, ordinary ninjas, 362 people. Uchiha Izumi's father, reporting to the Fugaku network. Those of the Uchiha family are basically Chunin. After the Konoha incident, Uchiha's manpower was not much. Now that these are dead again, everyone is very stressed. I see. It's enough to delay the position until tomorrow morning, so as to avoid the loss from expanding. Fugaku said finally. Among the 4 lines of defense, he persisted the longest. It is also the one that loses the most. There is no way. The 5 villages are not kidding either. Today is just a trial battle. In an all-out war, relying on his manpower alone, it would not be able to withstand it for a few days. But Tsunagakure had more casualties than Uruk, more than 500 people. Amaterasu still brings a lot of destructive power. Yes, everyone is naturally unwilling to fight. But I also know that this battle must be fought. They are also unwilling to give up their existing rights and interests. From a family of ninja village, and a family of a big country, the two are not on the same level at all. For more benefits, everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives? Ordinary ninjas naturally don't want Uruk to be killed. It's also because Uruk released the restrictions on ninjutsu and gave everyone a chance to improve. If you lose the battle and become a prisoner, you will only die even worse. If they surrendered, then they would go back to the old days, and they naturally wanted to do so. Now, just wait for the king to come. Uchiha Fugaku, looking at the long sword that Uzumaki Mizuki gave him, wondered how Uzumaki Mizuki should appear. 12 o'clock. A blue-white light appeared in the unobstructed night sky. Luosha didn't fall asleep. In the small opening of the tent, this ray of light was found. Immediately tense up. Thought Uruk was preparing forbidden technique or something. Without hesitation, he stepped on the sand and rose to the sky, trying to figure out what happened. The ninjas of Tsunagakure were equally surprised. I'm a little worried. Okay, you didn't fight here. After Uzumaki Mizuki appears, immediately open the king's treasure and use white eyes. But it was discovered that there was no fight. And Uchiha Fugaku is not far away. Report to the king, the war has ceased now, and the other party may attack us early in the morning. And it is also possible to take advantage of the night to poison. Our manpower is on guard. Uchiha Fugaku reported. Tsunagakure's frontal combat strength is the weakest among the 5 major villages. But in terms of using poison, it is the strongest in Ninja Village. If it wasn't for Konoha having such a powerful medical ninja as Tsunade, the previous ninja world war might have suffered a loss. It's okay, leave the rest to me. Uzumaki Mizuki, move around here. After finishing speaking, he directly stepped on the heavenly lock minister that rose from the exit of the king's treasure house opened from the ground. Then continue in this way and go directly to the position closest to the front. Through the white eyes, I locked the Tsunagakuer ninja, which is his favorite arrangement, get together. Although many people scattered, it was a vigil. A large number of ninjas still gathered together like a yurt. Who is this? Luosha also found Uzumaki Mizuki, which is more dazzling in the night sky. Ask for flowers. The rather dazzling golden light is not covered by anything. But immediately, a more dazzling light came on. The golden light shot straight into the sky. Luosha's pupils shrank sharply, feeling the danger. With a wave of both hands forward, a huge wave of golden sand rose directly from the ground, rushing towards Uzumaki Mizuki in midair. Curry stick. But the golden sand waves were cut open by the more dazzling golden light. Then the golden light swelled instantly, heading towards Tsunagakuer's position. Although Luosha reacted, he used golden sand to make a sand shell on the Tsunagakuer position, but it didn't work. Can't resist the light at all. Destruction and defense are not at the same level at all. The attack of Curry stick is not easy to resist. A mushroom cloud rises. The huge impact that came with it directly blew Luosha in midair so that he couldn't stabilize his body at all. Bastard, how can I cultivate it? Luosha is the same as those shadows before, his eyes are tearing apart. However, Uzumaki Mizuki is not interested in caring what they think. Now that you have done it, be prepared to bear the consequences. Death is inevitable. Uzumaki Mizuki held the sword of vowed victory and rushed directly towards Luosha. It is still difficult to hit a single person with an Curry stick, not to mention that this person can fly. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki rushing, Luosha was startled. Hastily continued to control Jinsha, trying to block it. However, he found that the enemy who was rushing towards him disappeared in the white smoke directly in midair. That guy is the king of Urok, the son of Uzumaki Mizuki. Just a shadow clone. Luosha was a little desperate. In the morning, I thought that this person did not exist at all. But reality slapped him. Also very loud. How come the king is shadow clone? Also puzzled, and Uchiha Fugaku. At night, it is as clear as driving a Sharingan. But unexpectedly, it was just shadow clone. Sure enough, you are the most troublesome guy. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, the reason for releasing shadow clone is naturally because the main body has more important matters. Looking at the owner of Rinnegan in front of him, Uzumaki Mizuki felt the pressure. Sure enough, you are the most troublesome. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Yui in front of him and said, those who are fighting outside are all his shadow clone. The more destructive deviation sword was useless, but the sword of Oath of Victory was always used because no one could know that it was a shadow clone. Therefore, Uzumaki Mizuki transferred almost 90% of chakra to shadow clone. The deity left more than 10,000 magic points for self-protection. How did you know I existed? Floating in midair, Atsutsuki Yui, like a ghost, squinted slightly and asked, I should have warned you. I said at the time that if something happened to my brother, I would destroy the world. It seems that you didn't take it to heart. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Atsutsuki Yui coldly. It is suspected that this old guy 363 is not dead because the activity of first-generation cells is so strong. Then how could Atsutsuki Yui of the Six Paths body have a life similar to that of ordinary people, and die immediately when he arrives? This is different from the first generation. The Six Paths body can be said to start from the genes and evolve in an all-round way, so, unreasonable. An ordinary toad can live up to 30 years. And humans certainly don't stop there. The same senjutsu is powerful, and the body has also evolved into a stronger Six Paths body of Atsutsuki Yui. How can it be possible to die because of the end of life? And after that, at the end of the ninja war, it appeared. It can give the power of yin and yang, and at the same time, it can release impure world reincarnation. In the plot, there are a total of 4 people with Six Paths bodies. Atsutsuki Kagaya Haim, Atsutsuki Yui, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. The last 2 are all done by themselves. Kagayaji is unkillable, so seal her away. And only Atsutsuki Yui is old and dead. The existence of the leader proves that the living body does not need to rely on the physical body. And 10 tails, why are there only 9-tailed beasts? Is it because there is a part of the power that cannot be extracted from Kagayaji's body? Still speaking, part of the power was taken away by Atsutsuki Yui, so that he could exist through the chakra body, like a tailed beast. This word, I heard. But, I didn't intend to do anything bad to Naruto, Atsutsuki Yui said calmly. In many ways, Atsutsuki Yui is not a fool for nothing. The power of the tailed beast drawn from his mother's body is all in his body, and the most difficult task of guarding the body of Gedu statue, 10 tails, is given to his younger brother. Obviously, it seems that there is the power to control the Pure Land and return the soul. But he let his 2 sons get entangled in face. Do you raise gu? Uzumaki Mizuki did not understand. But I don't intend to figure it out. Take a shot at Naruto, then cut him off? Whatever you do, stop it for me. Although I don't know what your plan is, but it angered me, so I let Kagayaji out. It's just smashing the moon, there is no pressure on me. Are you still afraid of your mother? Uzumaki Mizuki threatens Atsutsuki Yui. After all, the strength of this person is unknown. Uzumaki Mizuki is not absolutely sure of the solution. However, keeping yourself is not a big problem. But with Naruto, it is very problematic. Who the hell are you? Not from this world, but from far away. On the side of Otsutsuki Yui, instead of answering Uzumaki Mizuki's question, he started asking questions. He also cared very much about what his mother had always been afraid of. And he has a deep grasp of the Pure Land. Especially the reincarnation of my 2 children. I will pay attention every time. He didn't pay much attention to the addition of a big brother or something. Senju Hashirama big brother has a lot of younger brothers. It's just that the matter of compatriots was also ignored by him. But from Uzumaki Mizuki, when he first showed his strength, and finally changed Konoha's name, Otsutsuki Yui couldn't ignore Uzumaki Mizuki. Answer my question, enemy. But Uzumaki Mizuki was naturally not interested in answering. The voice fell. The golden armor slowly emerged from his body. At this time, he was in the castle of the former Fire Country daimyo. And behind Uzumaki Mizuki, lay Naruto, who was officially sleeping soundly. Right now, there is a stalemate in Naruto's room. Why should I tell you? It's just taking one thing from this child, and it won't hurt his life. On Otsutsuki Yui's side, there was some impatience in his eyes. He doesn't think Uzumaki Mizuki will be stronger than himself? It's just that I don't want to expose my existence. Afraid of attracting the existence that his mother was afraid of. He felt that Uzumaki Mizuki should not be the one his mother was waiting for. If you want to do this, beat me first. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Otsutsuki Yui coldly. Although guessing, what Otsutsuki Yui wants to take from Naruto should be something about Ashira. This stuff Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care either. However, he is not allowed. I don't want to fight you, it doesn't mean I can't beat you. If fighting is inevitable, then I will not back down. Otsutsuki Yui was talking. At the same time, the feet sitting cross-legged in the air were slowly put down. If it is not still slightly floating in the air, it looks like it is standing on the ground. Let's fight then, Otsutsuki Yui. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Otsutsuki Yui indifferently and said. Without waiting for Otsutsuki Yui to answer, the halo of King's Treasure House immediately appeared around Otsutsuki Yui's body. Several sky locks were tied directly towards him. The time it appeared was less than 1/10 of a second. But Otsutsuki Yui escaped. He has the Blood Follower's Snare, which is a stronger ability 1.2 than the Blood Follower's Elimination. Mastered the 7 attributes of nature transformation, the power obtained by fusion. So, he can use any ninjutsu. Space ninjutsu is no problem. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki also tied Naruto with the Skylock, and left the daimyo directly with the jump knife. In that case, let me show you my strength. However, this place is not suitable for fighting, and there will be too many casualties. If you are as powerful as you say, come here and fight with me. Otsutsuki Yui appeared not far in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack appeared behind him, directly and slowly forming a space passage, and he could see the situation behind him, like a grassfield. Jiraiya, let Naruto protect you, don't let anything happen. Uzumaki Mizuki did not answer Otsutsuki Yui's words. Instead, he controlled the lock of the sky, and put Naruto, who was sleeping, in front of Jiraiya, who also came out of the daimyo mansion. Jiraiya looked at Otsutsuki Yui dressed in white in midair with a surprised expression. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt that the other party was not a simple character. And those familiar eyes, could it be? Jiraiya looked shocked. However, he still hugged the sleeping Naruto on his body. Then let me see, what qualifications do you have to resist the king? Uzumaki Mizuki walked towards this space passage without hesitation. He thinks that now Otsutsuki Yui should be less than 6 paths level. If you really have 6 paths level strength, you will definitely not talk nonsense with yourself. If you can't beat the terrain, Uzumaki Mizuki will naturally choose to run away. With travel shoes, it's not a big problem. And with the war, the name of Uruk was also known to the people in the country. In addition to killing a large number of ninjas recently, the points 25 exceeded 50 million, which may be exchanged for some useful equipment. So Uzumaki Mizuki has the confidence to play against Otsutsuki Yui. Otsutsuki Yui walked in first. Uzumaki Mizuki followed right behind him. After the two entered, the space channel shrank and disappeared. Jiraiya looked confused. At this time, I don't know who to ask for explanation. Looking at the sleeping Naruto in his arms, Jiraiya feels that there are really many things in this world, which she doesn't understand at all. Obviously, he is already the pinnacle of strength in this world. It seems to be another space, similar to where your mother placed the castle. Are you afraid of being exposed and being tracked down by the Otsutsuki clan? After Uzumaki Mizuki entered this space channel, the scenery changed immediately. However, Uzumaki Mizuki found that this seems to be an independent space, similar to the space enchantment formed after being sealed by planetary devastation. The place is not small, there is a hill, and there are fields and streams, but there are no living things. In the middle of the house, there is a big house with the signboard of Ninzong hanging outside. It seems that you really know a lot. Tell me more, and Naruto will give up. For Otsutsuki Yui, he has never left the ninja world in his life. For the outside world, it is scary. After all, at the level of my own mother, she is very scared. It also uses the sacred tree to make white Zetsu, and wants to act as a fighting force. Obviously white Zetsu is the kind of existence that can be easily destroyed. Even his mother would not let go of this combat power. Therefore, all the understanding of the ninja world is learned through the fear of his own mother. As a result, he is also afraid of the outside world. But in the ninja world, he feels that he is omnipotent and omniscient. Only Uzumaki Mizuki, an alien, made him unable to understand. Understood, you will feel hopeless. So, let the battle begin. Uzumaki Mizuki naturally wouldn't tell him that you might just exist as a paper man. Uzumaki Mizuki couldn't say that himself. After all, he is in this world himself. But now he's not interested in thinking about it that much. This old Yinbai, he is the most annoying. After so many years of calculations, Black Zetsu didn't know about it, and was basically deceived. The densely packed skylocks rushed out again. Atsutsuki Yui put his hands together, and a large number of branches grew directly on the ground, directly facing the lock of the sky. The king's treasury, Ren. Uzumaki Mizuki waved. A dense golden halo appeared behind him. Then hundreds of fires exploded and fired directly. The explosion sound like firecrackers couldn't stop at all. Uzumaki Mizuki is also just clearing stock. Moreover, the magic value should also be calculated very well. The mana value consumed by Shadow Clone has basically been restored, and Uzumaki Mizuki also used a lot of skylocks. The battle between the two sides has only just begun. Looks like it really isn't the 6 paths mode, only using the blood succession limit. Uzumaki Mizuki judged. Shen Luo Tianzhang. The power of the skylock is still stronger. Wood style is not covered by armed colors, so how could it be stronger than the skylock? Seeing the skylock approaching him, Atsutsuki Yui directly used the power of Rinnegan to crush it. X-Curry Stick. For Uzumaki Mizuki, inject 10,000 magic power directly and activate the X-Curry Stick. No ninjutsu was used. This thing must have no effect on this guy, so Uzumaki and Mizuki are prepared to rely on their equipment. Lightning style. As for Atsutsuki Yui, he directly pinched with one hand, and the electric arc appeared directly in his palm. Then send it straight forward. The huge thunder column directly rushed out of his palm, facing the golden beam of light. However, the golden beam of light seems to be stronger. A quick erosive thunderbolt, thrown towards Atsutsuki Yui. Wind style. Atsutsuki Yui's left hand directly uses another type of escapism. The two forces added together to perform a compound ninjutsu. This is just enough to hold back the simple X-Curry Stick. Can't use the truth-seeking ball. Then strength is the power of possessing Rinnegan, who is good at the 7 attributes of nature transformation. Uzumaki Mizuki judged. Find out how much strength Atsutsuki Yui can play at 350 now. His next step is also better. Boom. X-Curry Stick's final attack explodes. The shock had little effect on either of them. The final confirmation is the amount of chakra. Exceeding cage level strength, chakra is not unlimited, and the same is true for having a tailed beast. Uzumaki Mizuki continues to control the skylock, towards Atsutsuki Yui TCM. The most important thing is that there are no other treasures that can be used. Also, Uzumaki Mizuki thinks that skylock should work pretty well for Atsutsuki Yui. Such a thing as divinity. This guy in front of me should be more or less a little bit. Shadow binding. Atsutsuki Yui appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, a black line directly connects the shadow of Uzumaki Mizuki along the ground. But what greeted Atsutsuki Yui was densely packed skylocks. Invalid. Atsutsuki Yui surprised? He discovered that the shadow binding technique had failed. There is no shadow of Uzumaki Mizuki on the link at all. He wasn't there when Uzumaki Mizuki fought Konoha. So not much to know. It's been so many years, so he doesn't care too much. Without understanding Uzumaki Mizuki, Atsutsuki Yui has many moves that are invalid. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he doesn't know much about Atsutsuki Yui. The ability to know Atsutsuki Yui is basically judged by the degree of Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Hime. It is better than Atsutsuki Yui. Ninjutsu doesn't work for him. In close combat, the chains make me feel dangerous. Atsutsuki Yui said with a headache. Now he really can't use stronger power. And chakra is also limited, not unlimited. So he didn't suppress it with firepower? Go for the budget-conscious play and don't waste chakra. Does it only run? On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, there is still a lot of mana, and the recovery speed is not slow. Behind him, the skylock kept coming out of the king's treasure, but it basically didn't consume him much. However, Uzumaki Mizuki's attack method is relatively monotonous. The attack of 2 noble phantasms, the deviation sword EA and the sword of promised victory. But it's also destructive. If you get hit, you won't die or be disabled. Susanoo. Seeing this, Atsutsuki Yui decided to make a quick decision. He doesn't know the details of Uzumaki Mizuki. I just know that the opponent is not weak. Didn't expect it to be so hard to deal with. The full-body Susanoo, appearing directly from midair. Nearly 120 meters high, about twice as tall as the average Ultraman. The figure is huge. The sea blue body looks like a mighty warrior. Then, Susanoo drew out the samurai sword in her hand and slashed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. In front of the lock of the sky, how dare you make yourself so big? Uzumaki Mizuki right for a moment. King's treasure vault expands. The huge skylock rushed out of it, like a dream dragon. And Uzumaki Mizuki's own mana value dropped rapidly. More than a dozen skylocks with a diameter of up to 2 meters wide rushed directly towards Susanoo. 5 of them directly tied Wu Shiwen. The remaining ones grabbed Susanoo's limbs directly. Chakra is consuming fast. This technique is adamantine sealing chains. No, my strength seems to be suppressed. Atsutsuki Yui, standing on the Gundam console on Susanoo's forehead, quickly felt the change in himself. Susanoo's knife swung out, but not completely finished. Cut out halfway, locked by the skylock, the samurai sword could not hit Uzumaki Mizuki, but the sword pressure also rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the jump knife and shifted the position. At this kind of moment, he will not waver. Jianye rushed directly behind him and slammed into the gray barrier in the distance. There was a tremor all around. Susanoo struggled, trying to break free from the skylock. Lightning style. Atsutsuki Yui uses lightning style and wants to break the chain, but it didn't work. In the end, Susanoo could only be lifted, so that he was freed from the shackles. Atsutsuki Yui still has some Six Paths body abilities, such as floating directly in midair. Finding that Susanoo is ineffective, he can only switch to other fighting methods. Land done light gun. Atsutsuki Yui, using blood succession limit. Spit out blue light from the mouth. This is the fusion of lightning style and water style. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Uzumaki Mizuki in an instant. Finally hit the sword of the Oath of Victory, but Uzumaki Mizuki was pushed back more than 10 meters away. At the same time, Atsutsuki Yui burst into lightning and charged directly at Uzumaki Mizuki. If ninjutsu is ineffective, you can only fight in close combat. After experiencing the power of the chain just now, he knew that he must not be bound by the chain. However, he also felt that this chain was not so strong and could be cut off, so he dared to fight in close quarters. Bang bang bang. When Atsutsuki Yui rushed in front of Uzumaki Mizuki had already recovered from the stalemate of Lantun's attack. At the same time, on his shoulders, the white eyes were always open. Have him lock onto Atsutsuki Yui's location. Seeing the other party rushing forward, besides controlling the skylock to rush forward, he also waved the sword of vowed victory at the same time, and collided with the long sword transformed into lightning style in Atsutsuki Yui's hand. The three combos collided, and the two sides were on par for a while. Like Uzumaki Mizuki, Atsutsuki Yui also plays one-handed ninjutsu cover flow. Melee combat is actually so-so. After all, he has never experienced any combat except for dealing with a strong person like his mother who has no combat experience. I haven't shown up for so many years. No matter how many battles I have watched, the actual combat experience is the same. In Uzumaki Mizuki's previous life, he watched a lot of battle scenes in various anime, but he can't use them now. So the two sides, half a caddy? But close combat is average, but the two sides are still fighting behind the scenes. Uzumaki Mizuki keeps showing skylocks, and Atsutsuki Yui is not welcome. Lightning style, wood style, etc. can also be released without seals. Just like instinct, *WEX curry stick. Uzumaki Mizuki feels that it is not good to continue mixing. A wave broke out directly, forcing Atsutsuki Yui back. Atsutsuki Yui rubbed a huge raise-on, obliterating the golden light directly. However, chakra consumes slightly more. Atsutsuki Yui feels that this time, it seems that it will be difficult to beat Uzumaki Mizuki. After all, he wasn't in his prime. If it was the situation of Ten Tails Jinchuriki, then he felt that it would not take long for him. I didn't intend to kill you. This is your own choice. If you tell me your origin and the situation of the outside world, then I will let you live. But if you refuse, I will kill you. Then find your soul in the Pure Land, and read the memory. Atsutsuki Yui opened his right hand while speaking. On the palm, a fist-sized black ball directly condensed out. Truth-seeking ball? The substance obtained by the fusion of attributes. No money is good. The power is huge, almost comparable to real damage, and if you encounter it, you will be injured or killed. Even if the body of impure world reincarnation is cut off by it, it cannot be restored. It can be said to be the strongest embodiment of ninjutsu, and the black stick made by pen is not a kind of melon. Very strong. Only Uchiha Madara's Land of Guangfang has cut this thing. Generally powerful forbidden technique cannot destroy it. This should be a sealed space. It shouldn't be that convenient for you to get in and out. If my attack completely covers this area, then you should have nowhere to escape. Uzumaki Mizuki put the sword of vowed victory into Wang's Haibeo Curry, and then took out the deviant sword Ie and held it in his hand. Let's all come to this set, so let's see who is better. Truth-seeking ball or something. He didn't pay attention. Then let's see who has the stronger whole card. Atsutsuki Yui's face was heavy. The attack released by the weapon just now brought him a feeling of palpitation. Hard resistance is definitely unbearable. But the opponent replaced this weapon with an even weirder shape. He also has little intelligence agency. A few times using the deviation sword Ie, Atsutsuki Yui was not present. However, he also knew that this was definitely not a simple thing. Then, let's get started. The whirlpool kettle is finished. Among the hundreds of passages in the king's treasury behind, the skylock continues to emerge. At the same time, he raised the deviant sword Ie and began to inject magic power. Boom. In an instant, the powerful magic power caused the air to vibrate. We can't let him complete this spell. Atsutsuki Yui's pupils shrank, then directly control the truth-seeking ball in the palm, rushing towards Uzumaki Mizuki. The longest distance to control the truth-seeking ball is only 70 meters away, but there are not so many restrictions on the attack range of the skylock, as long as the mana is enough. Wood-style Buddha on top. Atsutsuki Yui, seeing the overwhelming chains, had to use ninjutsu to resist. This time I used wood style, no Susano. Chakra dropped a large 480 in an instant, and the distance from the limit was not too far away. It took him more than half of his chakra to make this truth-seeking ball. But it did not disappoint his expectations. Truth-seeking ball rushed into the skylock, rampaging all the way, without any hindrance at all. However, the distance between the two sides is more than 100 meters. The truth-seeking ball can't attack Uzumaki Mizuki at all, only if he moves forward can the truth-seeking ball go one step further. The huge Buddha statue, holding the lock of the sky, keeps moving forward. Fortunately, the wealth of the nobles and daimyos of the Fire Kingdom has been placed in Wang's Hibeo in advance, otherwise, the mana value is really not enough. Uzumaki Mizuki has been watching Atsutsuki Yui's moves. The other party can't do teleportation, time, and space movement is the method of Flying God. It seems that he can use all ninjutsu in the ninja world. It's just that the effect exerted may not be the strongest. Fortunately, he has always felt that something is slightly wrong. When the war started this time, he put a lot of wealth into the king's treasure house. All of a sudden, the upper limit of more than 300,000 magic points was increased, and with the original 100,000, the upper limit of magic points was 450,000. This is also the reason why he can keep his shadow clone outside. Bang bang bang. With a huge fist, he rushed madly towards the skylock. The skylock couldn't withstand this kind of impact at all, and the power of each fist was no less than that of a big ball raised on. How could an ordinary skylock with 2 or 3 mana points be able to block it? Atsutsuki Yui approached. The skylock is less than 10 meters away from Uzumaki Mizuki. In Atsutsuki Yui's view, as soon as the truth-seeking ball touches Uzumaki Mizuki, the fight is over. Give him an EA with 300,000 magic power in one breath and let him experience it. The veins in Uzumaki Mizuki's right hand were swollen. This is caused by a large amount of magic power injected into the deviation sword. It looks complicated, but from the time of accumulating magic power, only about 5 seconds have passed. This is also caused by Uzumaki Mizuki. The magic circuit in his body is not thick enough, otherwise it would not take so long. Die. On the side of Atsutsuki Yui, he jumped directly from the Buddha statue. The truth-seeking ball moved forward for a long distance. He felt tremendous pressure, and the sense of danger that the weapon brought to him was too great. So, risking the possibility of being caught by the skylock, he approached Uzumaki Mizuki. However, an invisible skylock forced him back. He was so focused on Uzumaki Mizuki that he didn't even notice Rinnegan. Shen Luo Tianzhang used the repulsive force to directly repel the lock of the sky, but his speed is also stagnant. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, magic power injection is also completed. Face the judgment. Unlock the door of the treasury. During the trial, Kfi, tear the world apart with my deviant sword. Heaven and earth, leave pishixing. Uzumaki Mizuki released it without hesitation. This time it covers the entire space and attacks in a large area, so there is no wave. Atsutsuki Yui startled and tried to speed up to Uzumaki Mizuki, but he stopped immediately, because he saw that his truth-seeking ball was split in two. The space is split, and the truth-seeking ball is directly divided. Ninjutsu has no effect on truth-seeking ball, only Zanjutsu can barely resist. But in terms of the power of space, it has no effect at all. Impossible, this power. Atsutsuki Yui glanced around. The entire space is shattered, like pieces of a puzzle. Including the sky, it also directly split open at this time. Revealed the night starry sky. This kind of power, Atsutsuki Yui feels that it is almost the same as when he was the strongest. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he held up the deviant sword and did not put it down. The blade is still spinning, releasing power and tearing the world apart. Gradually, black holes appeared. The spacetime technique also fails. Atsutsuki Yui was going to run away with Flying Thunder God, but found no use at all. The piece of space fragment that I was torn apart has been unable to contact other locations. Moreover, it is still constantly cracking. The only stable place on the field is Uzumaki Mizuki's own position, and within 10 meters of it, everything is intact. Like the fulcrum of this world. Aren't you afraid of death? It seems that there is indeed a problem. Uzumaki Mizuki kept staring at Atsutsuki Yui. He wanted to see the panicked look on Atsutsuki Yui's face. But no, just a little bit, anger, and hostility. Atsutsuki Yui was also staring at him. I will be back. The space is torn apart, and the sound naturally cannot be transmitted. But Uzumaki Mizuki knew what he said through his mouth movements. Next time, you are dead. Uzumaki Mizuki also fired back. After that, I looked at Atsutsuki Yui, who was torn apart by the space until he was swallowed by the crack and lost his position. After raging for 7 or 8 minutes, the shattered space slowly recovered. The world also has its own ability to repair. Otherwise, if the cracked space does not recover, it will devour everything around without limit. Come out yet. I thought it would be troublesome to return to the ninja world. Uzumaki Mizuki looked around very calmly, judging that he was in the ninja world, not other places. The moon in the sky is still very familiar. It's the same moon as when I went to Trouble Sunagakure.